to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves lives. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health for a better world. Join us. Learn how at americares.org/goodhealth.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dealing for the Snakes yesterday. The Milkman went 6 innings, only gave up 4 hits en route to a 2-0 win, and helped seal a series win for the Diamondbacks against the Texas Rangers. And here was Gallen post-game.
We're still playing for something in here, so for me, that's kind of, where the confidence and the motivation comes from. Just, we're not out of it just yet, so go out there and give the guys every 5th game a chance to try and win and see what happens.
The D-backs are off today, but will welcome the Boston Red Sox for 3 starting tomorrow. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals are in action this weekend. The Devils will be in Starkville as they'll look to clean things up against Mississippi State. And our first look at Kyler Murray and the Cardinals will come in New Orleans on Sunday as they'll look to get to 1-0 to start the regular season. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are extended now through September 9th. Get 25% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better and save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Hey, Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Wake up. It's NFL kickoff 2025. It all begins tonight in Philadelphia, and then we are on. It is on.
12 hours from now, we'll all be consuming professional football that counts in the standings.
How about it? Thank goodness for that.
Yes.
I think we've learned this preseason that few things in sports are worse than football games that do not count.
Yeah, we get that. It's amazing how it gets washed away every year, but every August you get reminded of it.
Yeah, right?
And it just takes forever.
All right, so before we get started, has anybody in this room ever scuba dived, gone scuba diving?
I've not scuba'd. I have snorkeled, but I have not scuba'd.
So nobody's scuba dived.
I do not like sea pests. So I would
sea pests.
Sea pests.
That's what they call them.
Sea life.
Really? That's what who calls them. I've never heard that before.
Well, you don't get around like I do.
Clearly.
I've never scuba dived, but I've also snorkeled and I hated it.
Really?
And I famously on a cruise and I was snorkeling and I was told that you could hear me screaming through the top of my snorkel when fish would swim by me.
Oh my goodness. You are truly
it's just food, Jared.
You are truly the profile in courage.
Thank you.
Scared, screaming at little fish going by you.
Why do you ask about scuba?
Well, I went scuba diving once and it was a very, very painful experience. I couldn't equalize my ears, so I didn't like it at all. But I bring it up because I read a story this morning that Anthony Rizzo was on a boat and he had lost weight and he'd washed his hands, and to dry his hands, he shook them instead of like using a towel. And his wedding ring went over the boat and into Lake Michigan. This is when he was playing in Chicago. There's a dude who drives a boat on Lake Michigan, and all he does is scuba dive for people's lost items. He found Anthony Rizzo's wedding ring at the bottom of Lake Michigan.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I am not kidding you.
Lake Michigan is gigantic
It's
for those who don't know.
No, Anthony Rizzo was able to give him a general idea, but this story is unbelievable. This guy retrieves everything. He says there are cell phones everywhere at the bottom of Lake Michigan.
It's like the people that live near a golf course and go walking with their big dealy pop there.
Yeah. You know what they call those people? Humps.
But this guy does this as a business?
As a business. Yes. And his phone never stops ringing. He retrieved a $30,000 Rolex for a dude. Yeah.
What
car
kind
keys?
of moron wears a $30,000 Rolex when scuba diving?
Let me ask.
No, he's on a boat. He's not scuba. The guy scuba diving is retrieving things that have fallen off a boat.
Oh, okay.
But
so people who are boating and lose things, but Lake Michigan, it's kind of gross.
Well, also, let me ask you the financial sort of viability of this. How could you be earning more than a $30,000 Rolex or a Major League Baseball player's wedding ring would give you just to find and sell yourself?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, yes.
I'm sure the guy's not paying him $30,000
There are some people who like to do good in this world. Not many of them.
Well, he ain't doing it for free.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
There's a level
he's doing good, but he's also
But he's charging.
from it.
Yeah. So Anthony Rizzo is very happy that this dude exists. His name is Yohei Yamada. So if you ever lose anything in Lake Michigan, Jarrett, that's who you call.
Thank you.
Right.
My snorkeling experience was in Hawaii, and we were getting the instruction from the boat captain. And he says, oh, by the way, they're going to encounter these fish. He's like, watch this. And he takes a bag of white bread, and he starts throwing chunks of white bread in the water. And as soon as the bread hits the water, these fish swarm like piranhas.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not going in that water. My skin is the same color as that bread. How are they going to know the difference?
People watching him snorkel referred to him as a chunk of white bread.
I absolutely adore snorkeling. I've done it hundreds of times. Love it.
I've only done it the one time. I did enjoy it. And I was not at all bothered by the sea pests.
Jared,
I think it's kind of cool when something swims right up in your face.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting like oogly googly just thinking about it.
People hearing Jarrett screaming from underwater through his snorkeling tube.
That's what it was. The only other comparable, once I went through a place called Butterfly World, where you walk through like a thing and they have
like
all kinds of million butterflies
and
flying
you didn't like that either?
Oh, this is the worst. They like land on you. Ooh,
they're butterflies. Goodness gracious.
Jared.
Who kills the bugs in your house, Jared?
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing it's not you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, start the show, cowardly lion. Put him up.
The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs win a pitcher's duel at Chase Field. They beat the Rangers 2-0 on Wednesday afternoon. Gabby Moreno, an RBI single in the first. Alec Thomas scored on a Texas error in the second. And that is all the offense the D-backs would need on the day. Zach Gallen went 6 innings. He allowed just 4 hits and a walk to earn his 11th win of the season. 4 D-backs pitchers combined on 3 scoreless innings, and Jake Woodford worked the 9th for his 3rd save of the year. D-backs won despite having only 3 hits and none after Tyler Locklear's single off of Jack Leiter in the 2nd inning. D-backs' 3rd win of the season when they've had 3 hits or less. That's tied for the 2nd most in baseball. They also win both 3-game series against the Rangers this year. Day off today. They'll welcome the Boston Red Sox to town for a 3-gamer starting Friday night. The Zach Gallen resurgence continues.
Yeah, mixed feelings about it. Really, really great to see it. Really wish it would have happened earlier.
Yeah.
You know, really wish those first few months of the season weren't kind of up and down. But hey, look, you look at the wild card standings and they're getting near the cut line.
Yeah,
now they don't got a lot of games left.
No, they don't. But still, they're getting close. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed HB 2704, the Chase Field renovations bill, into law on Wednesday. During a pregame ceremony, the bill will allow tax dollars from Chase Field to be reinvested in the renovation of the stadium, which was built in 1998. And believe it or not, is the 4th oldest ballpark in the National League. It's
Wow.
never undergone major renovations. Team president and CEO Derek Hall said Wednesday, fans can expect to see upgrades to the video board and ribbon boards inside the stadium by the beginning of next season. And we'll talk to Derek Hall more about that during his weekly visit at 7:45. We got our first look at the Cardinals' Week 1 injury report, and it is a short one. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez limited in Wednesday's practice. He's still working back from a knee injury. Offensive lineman John Gaines II has a thumb issue, but he was a full participant. The opponent, the New Orleans Saints, listed only 5 players on their report. Offensive lineman Trevor Penning did not go. He's got a toe injury. Defensive end Chase Young limited with a calf injury. Tonight is the night, as Bick mentioned. 2025 NFL season gets kicked off in Philadelphia. The Super Bowl champion Eagles will unveil their banner, much to the dismay of their head coach, Nick Sirianni. Then take on their hated rival, the Dallas Cowboys, on Thursday Night Football. Eagles have won 4 of their last 6 against the Cowboys, including both meetings last year, by a combined score of 75-13. But that was with Cooper Rush at quarterback. The Cowboys have won 4 of the last 5 meetings when Dak Prescott plays. Kickoff 5:20. You can catch the action on NBC or Peacock if you want to pull your hair out with the streaming experience. The NBA beginning an investigation into the Pablo Torre report from Wednesday that said L.A. Clippers and team owner Steve Ballmer have been accused of skirting the NBA's salary cap by paying star forward Kawhi Leonard $28 million for a no-show job through a now bankrupt company started by Ballmer in 2021. According to the report, Leonard signed an endorsement deal with Aspiration in April of 2022, just 9 months after he signed a 4-year contract in free agency with the Clippers. That one's going to get good, I think. Death, taxes, and the NBA tweaking its All-Star Game format. It happened again this year, according to reports. The NBA All-Star Game is likely to be a round-robin tournament consisting of 3 8-player teams, 2 from the U.S. and 1 from the World Team. Please just end this stupid charade. Nothing is going to work and make this Drek watchable.
I was telling you, though, that I knew they couldn't do a 15-man team of just international players. The depth just wasn't there.
The fact that they have to do these gymnastics to try to come up with something that somebody will watch is an embarrassment, and the players have to be wearing it.
And it's not going to work because the international players, a player from Serbia does not care about a player from France. You don't have like the Olympic feeling where there's all.
They do have something in common, and that is hatred for America.
Well,
there you go. There's that.
Mercury in action tonight, looking for a 6th straight win as they start a 2-game road swing in Washington against the Mystics. Tip-off 4:30. You can catch the action on Arizona's Family Sports. And at the U.S. Open, semifinals are set. Top seed and defending champion Yannick Sinner through to the Final Four after a straight-set win over a fellow Italian Lorenzo Musetti. 25th seeded Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime needed 4 sets to upset 8th seeded Aussie Alex de Minaur. They will join Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic in the semis. On the women's side, 8th seeded American Amanda Anisimova pulled the upset, ousting 2nd seeded Iga Swiatek at straight sets. Naomi Osaka also pushed into the semifinals. They will join Arina Sabalenka and Jessica Pegula. So half of the semis American on the women's side. We'll see if they can get it done. There you go. There's your splash for this Thursday, opening day for the NFL. And coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals getting ready for their opener on Sunday. We'll give you the latest from Cards Camp next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. For years, pro athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, they'd all go to Europe for advanced regenerative treatments during their off seasons because those treatments were not available in America, but those athletes knew the power of advanced regenerative medicine, and they made it a priority. Good news is, advanced regenerative medicine, it's in our country now. You can find it in the backyard, and you can find it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting new field where they harness your body's ability to heal heal itself, to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I'm telling you from personal experience, this stuff works. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Currently in treatment for a bad case of tennis elbow. After 3 treatments, I feel markedly better. 92% success rate with patients at QC Kinetics. That should tell you something. Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with the joint pain he has after a career in the NFL. Bring your x-rays to QC Kinetics. Bring your MRIs. Get a free no-pressure evaluation. See how these cutting-edge treatments can work for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking. Chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will the Cardinals' off-season additions to their defense pay immediate dividends against the Saints on Sunday? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, very, very hard. Yeah, that's the only show in town. It's a good football city, and I've been in there multiple times. Yeah, I mean, it's aside from being week one. It's a passionate fan base, and it's loud there. We gotta make sure that we handle it.
That is Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals, speaking with the media yesterday, looking to playing in New Orleans, the only game in town. The Pelicans are like, hey, what about us?
Yeah.
But it is a Saint city.
Mm-hmm.
And interesting to know, look, the way the NFL schedule works, even when you're in the same conference as a team, Cardinals and Saints in the same conference, they're not playing each other every year.
Mm-hmm.
But the Arizona Cardinals have not won a game in the Superdome since 1996.
Wow.
Do you remember the significance of the 1996 win?
I have no clue.
The LaShawn Johnson game.
Okay.
Do you remember that? No, that was before you got to town.
I was in Chicago at the time.
LaShawn Johnson,
he had like a 200-yard game for the Cardinals, right?
Yeah, 200-plus yards, which was a team record at the time. And now he was in the news recently for running a dogfighting ring. But that's how long it's been since they've experienced any success.
Well, what's
in New
even
Orleans.
funnier is I covered LaShawn Johnson when he was a college player at Northern Illinois.
In
so
DeKalb?
I'm very aware of LaShawn Johnson.
Coldest I've ever been in my life in DeKalb, Illinois.
Oh yeah,
Goodness gracious.
it's Corntown is what it is. So listen, I do think the atmosphere and the building and the hostility of New Orleans, it cannot be understated, it cannot be overstated. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
Can't state it enough.
Can't state it enough because as somebody who's been there many times for many big events, but also see the way the city of New Orleans rallies around their football team. It truly is a communal thing for people who live in New Orleans and in the greater area. It's a great football. Louisiana is a great football state, obviously.
Who dat?
Right. But this is a city that has always loved their Saints, that always shows up on a Sunday. They're loud as all get out. And then ever since the Hurricane Katrina thing, when that football team and that building helped bond and repair that city, it's just been next level ever since.
Yeah.
It's an issue. It's a problem.
Now, I do wonder what the local thoughts on this year's Saints team is, because they must know that they're going to suck.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the Cardinals can get off to a good start, go up like 14-0, if the Saints fans, if you could immediately take them out and them just going, oh boy, it's going to be a long year kind of deal.
I've never seen a Saints crowd do that, but you're right. I've never seen the Saints be in the situation they've been last year and this year.
Yeah.
So it's very possible they know that hope is not a strategy this year in New Orleans.
Well, it's not a strategy, but it's still alive for every team going into week one, even for a realist New Orleans Saints fan or people around the league. No, all right, this might be a tough year. It's a transition year, new coach, new coordinators, kind of stopgap quarterback situation, at least to start the season. But every team's got that optimism going into week one. And that's what I wonder about. In a situation like this where you have the Cardinals, a team with expectations to a degree, and a team with no expectations, would you rather play this team sometime other than week one? Because extra preparation time, will the New Orleans Saints ever be sharper than they are in week one? Or are they just going to stink from the outset?
That's a good question. It's a real good question, and you're dealing with a wild card in Spencer Rattler because it's not unheard of for a young quarterback to take an opportunity like this and roll with it. Now, Spencer Rattler has played in, 7 games? 6 games, NFL games?
6 games,
yeah, but he's never won one. So that is a wild card. I'd much rather be the Cardinals than the Saints going into this game, but there are things that you got to stay out of. Like, I would highly caution the Arizona Cardinals from I would try to avoid third downs at all costs. You know what I mean? A lot of offenses in the NFL, they play so strategically and so carefully that it's always, okay, build first down for a manageable second down. Now give us a manageable third down and we're good. There's nothing wrong with getting a first down on second down. You know what I mean? So stay out of third down situations if possible. I think that would behoove the Cardinals. I think getting off to a fast start obviously would behoove the Cardinals. Running the ball well, and really maybe just declaring very early on that the Saints don't belong on the same football field as the Cardinals. That would be very, very useful.
Here was more from Gannon yesterday on how the team's handling the trip to New Orleans.
Yeah, we're going to make it a one-day. So we changed our normal one-day schedule when you're not flying across time zones. They're Central Time, so 2 hours ahead of us. But so we tweaked it a little bit. We looked at it, talked to the experts about that. It is a little bit of a change for us how we've handled that. Before the time change for our first 2 years here, we typically made that a 2-day. We're making it a 1-day. So talked to our guys about, this was last Thursday, about the advantages of how we're doing it and the disadvantages and how to negate the disadvantages of it. So I feel good where we're at.
Yeah, so
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
What's even going to be more interesting is both our football teams are kind of like they're going to have their moment in the South this weekend. On Saturday, as ASU deals with all the cowbells in Starkville and their hour-and-a-half drive to the stadium, you're going to have the members of the Bird Gang parading down Bourbon Street.
I wonder if there are, like, Mississippi and New Orleans, or I don't know where Starkville is.
It's probably a 3-hour drive between the two.
So there are people that could make a weekend of this, but I don't know. Yeah. Is this like
Great dropping, Jarrett? Dynamite dropping. You are firing hot today.
Because I was thinking, like, New Orleans is an awesome road trip to make if you're like if you're one of those people that I'm going to do one road trip a year to follow the Cardinals. I don't know about Mississippi State if that's the one if you want to do ASU.
Look,
but it does have the.
How many times does ASU go on the road to play an SEC team, regardless of who it is? And even though it's a lesser SEC program, there's all kinds of pageantry and all kinds of different feels at SEC football games. I think that'd be a great road trip to take.
Oh, it'd be
fantastic.
fantastic.
Especially considering both teams going into this weekend have zeros in the loss column.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I always marvel at people that travel to watch their teams play because the sheer misery of the central point of your trip ending in a loss. I did it one time in my life with my dad.
Uh-huh.
Season opener, Cardinals, Rams. Short trip to Anaheim when the Rams were there. Buddy Ryan's first game, and it was a miserable football game, and it ruined the whole day for us and the whole weekend.
Yeah, well, listen, and I've got a prediction because there's a whole group of Cardinal fans who are going to New Orleans, and those who haven't done it, here's what's going to happen. They're going to get hammered beyond. They're going to get foobarred on Saturday night, which is what happens in New Orleans. You're going to wake up. They're going to try hair of the dog with tailgating. Then they're going to get in that indoor stadium with the decibel level, and they're going to have the biggest headaches. It's going to be a terribly uncomfortable day watching football.
That's
my prediction.
Got to get there Friday. Do your partying Friday. Saturday, kind of chill all
dinner.
day. Yeah. And then.
I was going to say, if you're making that trip, you're going to need to take Monday off of work. That's all.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, listen, you think flights home from Vegas are bad? Flights home from New Orleans are even worse.
Yeah, because at least the flight home from Vegas is only like an hour.
Didn't our guy Clue Haywood say there are smells coming out of me that are not human? I think he did once on a plane back from New Orleans.
See, that's what should have happened.
Uh-huh.
He should have chartered a jet for Cardinals fans to have the Clue Haywood New Orleans experience.
Yeah. Good luck hanging with that guy.
Yeah, the number of people that went on the trip, not the same number of people that came back from the trip. Tune in to the Arizona Sports at Night right after Bigger Red Rage. Tonight, Kellen and Mitch break down the D-backs series against the Rangers, look ahead to the Red Sox, and preview the Cardinals' upcoming game against the Saints. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 or on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, Zach Gallen is back. So does that mean Zach Gallen should be back? We'll talk about the future of the D-backs and go through yesterday's highlights in D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 18643HCR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs shut out the Rangers last night 2-0, in large part due to Zach Gallant's 6 shutdown innings. He struck out 5 and only gave up 4 hits in the win, and the early 2 runs in the first and second would prove to be enough. The Snakes are off today, but the Boston Red Sox will be in town this weekend for 3 games starting tomorrow. And the NFL is back. Tonight, the reigning Super Bowl champs, the Philadelphia Eagles, will welcome, the Dallas Cowboys, as we will officially get the 2025-26 season underway. As for your Cardinals, the road starts in New Orleans, and Kyler Murray knows how important it is that they start fast on Sunday.
I think it's crucial. Just because, like you said, it is a hostile environment. Fans will be loud. Last thing you want to do is get them turned up to where, maybe 3rd down's difficult, 4th down's difficult. But yeah, I think it's crucial we go out there and start fast for sure.
And the Sun Devils will make their way to Stark Vegas, some call it, for an SEC matchup with the Mississippi State Bulldogs on Saturday. Well, they'll need to be more sharp than they were in Week 1. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Rubber game of 3-game series at Chase Field. D-backs and Rangers. The home team marching out Zach Gallen, who gave up a couple of singles in the first inning, but struck out Kyle Higashioka to close out the scoreless first. Jack Leiter throwing for the Rangers. He struck out Geraldo Perdomo looking, but then walked Ketel Marte. That brought up Corbin Carroll.
There's a broken bat line drive to right. That's going to be a base hit. Carroll makes the turn, heads for second. Ozuna's got a strong arm. The throw, though, gets away. Marte's going to try and score from third. Throw to the plate is in time. The throw eluded Josh Smith. It was Ezekiel Duran, the third baseman, who went to retrieve it. And Cattell is out at home.
Yeah, aggressive base running led to the second out of the inning. Carroll still on second base with Gabby Moreno hitting in the cleanup spot.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on. Line drive to right center. That's going to get down and score Carroll. Moreno will hold it first. And it's a clutch 2-out RBI knock as the D-backs take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and they grabbed that lead early. They'd add to it in the second inning. Alec Thomas drew a 1-out walk. Tyler Locklear followed with a single. That sent Thomas to third. Jake McCarthy, the batter against Leiter.
Swinging a ground ball towards first. It's off the glove of Berger. Rolls up the line. McCarthy is safe. Thomas will score. And the D-backs take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, D-backs take advantage of the shoddy Texas defense to build that 2-run lead. Gallen's recent resurgence continued. The right-hander posted three of three down innings in the third, and the fourth and scoreless innings in the fifth and sixth. He handed a 2-run lead to the bullpen to get 9 outs. Ryan Thompson and John Curtis combined to get through the seventh. Andrew Saalfrank came in for the eighth. He allowed a leadoff single to Wyatt Langford, but got out of the inning unscathed. Jake Woodford's turn in the ninth. He would walk Alejandro Osuna with 1 out, but then got Ezekiel Duran to fly out to center. Texas's last chance up to Dylan Moore.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
Yeah, so the D-backs win the game. They win another series, go into their off day before the Red Sox come to town for 3. And back to 1 game under 500.
Right, and getting closer and closer to the wild card cut line. There's still 2 teams that they trail that are below the cut line. I believe that's the Giants and
Cincinnati.
The
correct?
Reds, that's it.
The Reds who are circling the drain.
The Giants are kind of, they've got a hot streak going right now. They've won 4 consecutive games. But the Diamondbacks are hanging around, and give credit to Zach Gallen for really kind of leading this charge.
Yep, here was Torey Lovello on Gallen's performance and the rest of the pitching on Wednesday.
This had a typical Zach Gallen feel to it. He was out there executing pitches. I think he was driving his fastball in some counts where he's typically soft, so the sequencing was good. That you could tell by some of the takes that the Ranger players had that there was strategy to what they were going to do, and I think Zach did a really good job of counterpunching. But he was really aggressive in the zone. I know the pitch count climbed a little bit. I had a scenario in my head where he's going to go 7 strong, but we clipped him at 6 strong, and the bullpen went out there and took over and preserved a shutout. Anytime you shut out an offensive team like that, they're very capable of scoring runs. You're doing a lot of things right.
Yeah, and Zach Gallen, since August 1st, that was his 7th start. He's now 4-1 in those starts, 2.20 ERA. Simply put, and I've got the breakdown in front of me, he's been one of the best pitchers in the major leagues. Now, he's not putting up ridiculous numbers, like Cade Horton from the Cubs put up ridiculous numbers. Freddie Peralta from Milwaukee since August 1st has a 0.32 ERA. But Zach Gallen, the turnaround, has made him one of the better pitchers over the last month plus.
Yeah.
In all of baseball.
So can he finish the season this way? Will it mean anything to the Diamondbacks, or will this whole rallying come with regret? What does it mean that Zach Gallen now is going to get that contract elsewhere? Because I think if you'd have asked me a few weeks ago, I might have said the best outcome for the Diamondbacks is for Zach Gallen to be okay and not have a lot of options, and then kind of give him that 1-year qualifying offer. Mm-hmm. That way you've got a placeholder for Corbin Burns next year, and you've got it at a reasonable rate.
Is like, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's the paradox of the better he pitches, the more you want him back, but the better he pitches, the less likely that he might be coming back.
The more options and the more change to his own market.
Yeah.
This coincided with the trade deadline expiring, and he's been a different pitcher since then. He was asked yesterday, Zach Gallen was, if he made a tweak post-trade deadline to give him this kind of performance.
No, I mean, it's been a constant. I'm always tweaking, just trying to, whether it's going good, trying to understand, what it is that's making that go good, and when it's not going great, same thing, just try and figure out why it's not going great and make a change to that. So I think just like I said, everything's just been getting in the strike zone a little bit more frequently. Just making the guys respect different pitches. Had a kind of a sinker runner type of thing, just to kind of give the righty something else to think about. So I think that's helped a little bit. So yeah, we'll see.
And you mentioned it, Bick. Look, this team has been out in the middle of the ocean without a life preserver for a long time. And what they are proving they're really good at is treading water. They're not dead yet.
No.
And Zach Gallen was asked about that. If you remember the Snakes Alive mantra from 2023, he was asked if that's still alive in the clubhouse.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, I know from a statistical standpoint, our chances of getting in the playoffs are slim. But everybody in here knows they don't say zero. So for us, we're still alive until we're not. So we're gonna go out there and keep playing and try and win baseball games. I think the good spot that we're in right now is that we have to win. So we obviously don't necessarily control all of our destiny, but it comes down to us winning baseball games. If we win, you never know what could happen.
Look, and I never really wanted Zach Gallen out of town. I was to the point where I understood what the Diamondbacks were doing at the deadline, and it made sense. But his performance also prevented that from happening. When I look at 2026, and I don't know what the numbers look like, qualifying offer, long-term offer, what, I feel like the Diamondbacks would be in a better spot next year with Zach Gallen as part of this rotation. If you go into a season where you're marginalized in your pitching staff and your left fielder's out for most of the year, you have two starters that you feel like you could count on in Ryan Nelson and Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
That's a lot better than going in with one that you
especially the way Zach Gallen is finishing the season. The question becomes, what's different about him now than earlier in the year when it was so hard for him to be consistently good, when he struggled so much with control and he struggled so much giving up home runs. He looks like a completely different pitcher. And props to him for spearheading this. Now, let's be honest, making up a 5.5 game deficit with 21 games left to play, that's darn near impossible.
It's the two teams ahead of them.
Yeah.
Because they have 6 games versus the Giants left this year.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
They completely control that. They win those games. It doesn't matter what they do really as much. But it's the other team that's ahead of them that's not in their hands.
Yeah.
The Reds, they don't play them.
And then the Mets are the team sitting at the last wild card right now. And the Mets have got a pretty difficult schedule on the way out, if I remember properly as well. They've got some games against the Padres, some games against the Cubs. So for now, though, I think it's admirable that the Diamondbacks are competing with the spirit that they're competing. And I'm glad Zach Gallen is doing this now. I just wish this would have been the Zach Gallen we'd have had all year long.
Yeah. Day off today. Red Sox in town for 3 over the weekend. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next on the Thursday edition, the NFL returns tonight. We'll talk Eagles, Cowboys, and go around the rest of the league and some hash marks as we continue. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-Backs manager Torey Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have really high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand. You should want a great experience. You should want a fair price and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get an extensive selection of new BMW models, certified pre-owned BMWs, high quality used cars as well. Whatever you're looking for, you will find it at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is first class. You will feel it the minute you walk into either location. Chapman BMW has also been hooking up Bickley and Murata listeners for years. Make sure you get your hookup. So here's my advice. Pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, and then go get that hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He assures that every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best deal possible in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, shade, shade. Call All Pro Shade, shade, shade.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, I didn't know it was banner night. We won't be out for that.
Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Coach Killjoy. A, do you not follow the NFL? I know this is the first time you won a Super Bowl in your coaching career. This is what happens. The NFL celebrates the Super Bowl winning team by giving them the Thursday night home game so they can roll out the banner as a celebration. I don't know about you. If I was an Eagles fan, I would be pissed. That's the stance of the coach? Really? We're not going to be out there for that. This is worse than Nikola Jokic asking when the parade is and saying, I've got to go home. That's such a terrible stance by a coach.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me that much. It's really for the fans more than anything. The banner
Don't
unveiling.
you think the fans want to celebrate and have the team out on the field to celebrate the exchange of energy between the two?
I think so, but I think the fans would also like their football team to be focused on what's in front of them and not what's behind them. So if you can do both, that's fine. I'm not bothered by it. I know what you're saying. Here's an interesting statistic about tonight's game. If the Eagles beat the Cowboys tonight, and the Eagles will be favored to beat the Cowboys tonight, they will get their franchise record back to 500 for the first time in 92 years.
Wow. We thought the Diamondbacks going for 500 was something.
The Eagles are 638, 639, and 4. They haven't been at 500 as an NFL franchise since 1933.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Now, the Arizona Cardinals, by the way, I did some math on the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Cardinals are 593 and 812 with 41 ties.
Okay. So it's going to take them 92 years.
There you go. So I've done the math. So they're 219 games under 500, the Cardinals are, which means they would have to go 13-4 for 24 consecutive years, and they would still be 3 games under 500. Isn't that unbelievable?
Now, to be fair, the NFL may expand their schedule to about 200 games per year, so they could make it up quicker then.
Maybe.
That is funny, though, with the Eagles, though, because if you start off as a franchise having a bad few years, you're playing catch-up for the next 7 decades.
Right. Or if you have a bad 50 years like the Chicago Cardinals did, and partially the St. Louis Cardinals, then you're really
the Arizona Cardinals.
And the Arizona Cardinals.
Phoenix Cardinals.
Yeah, But that's the good thing about the NFL. They do not hold your past against you in the NFL. That's why the league needs relegation in the worst way, man.
Those records still exist.
They sure do. They sure do.
That's amazing.
Isn't that unreal? So how about that? That would be something for the Eagles fans to rally around, right? We finally made it.
But on the flip side of that, when you consider all-time records, and does it paint the picture of a franchise? Yes, it does. Let's just hold that up to the NBA for a second, where the Phoenix Suns, I still think, are top 5 in winning percentage all
Maybe
time as
6,
a franchise.
But they once were 4 for the longest time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And no championships.
And no
to show for it.
championships.
That's so rare.
And again, that's part of why that's why the trauma facing Suns fans is so unique. It's not like they've been a bad franchise that has never won a championship. They've been an excellent franchise for the majority of their operations, and they haven't won a title. That's what makes it so difficult.
Yeah. We get our first look at the Dallas Cowboys post-Micah Parsons trade. Jerry Jones earlier this week on why he traded Micah.
We have two kinds of capital or currency in the NFL. One of them is draft picks, and the other is the financial, because every team is limited to the same amount of resources to spend. And having said that, Micah enabled us to have 4, possibly as many as 6 players for the future. That's a good trade when you need numbers. I'll take the numbers every time.
Okay, so listen, to me, I thought when I heard Jerry Jones and his son concoct this alibi that what we really need to do is stop the run. That's where we've really been bad. So Micah Parsons doesn't really help us when it comes to stopping the run. So we need to trade him. And we've been thinking about trading him all along. This is the same organization that is trying to insist they had a handshake deal with Micah Parsons. You can't have it both ways. You can't come out and say, well, it's not our fault he's gone. I had a deal with that guy. And then come out with the other side of your face and say, we're thinking of trading him.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned the word alibi. Hey, we need to stop the run. That's alibi number 2. What we just heard from Jerry Jones was, I'll take the numbers every time. Okay, if that is your stance, certainly in March you could have traded Micah Parsons for a hell of a lot more than what you got in late August, early September. If you're going to play the numbers every single time. And again, I'm watching that Cowboys documentary on Netflix. It's really, really well done, and the historical footage they have from that time period is fantastic. But Jerry Jones is still clinging to that Herschel Walker trade that changed the trajectory of Dallas. And I didn't even remember that little nugget about that trade. It was 5 players But there was also a caveat that the Minnesota Vikings put into the trade. If you cut all the players, it turns into draft picks.
And they immediately cut the players because they wanted the draft. Dumb.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, no, that was the key to the whole trade.
Yeah, so the 5 players they acquired were all shown the door immediately.
Immediately. Thank you for the draft picks.
And they turned into draft picks like Darren Woodson, Russell Merrill, like
and a team that won 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah. So I mean, but the haul potentially for what they got for Parsons, is it embarrassing?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far.
No.
But you have to assume that those first-round draft picks are going to be late first rounds.
Well, look, so they've got Kenny Clark from the Packers, who they've now exalted as this is the guy we need. This is what we've been missing. Not the wrecking powers of Micah Parsons. This is what we need. And so we'll see how that Dallas front stacks up against one of the better, if not the best offensive line in football.
Yeah, so that's tonight. Later on this weekend, we get the debut of Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, facing his former team.
Must be emotional.
The New York Jets. Yeah, there must be all kinds of emotions running through Aaron Rodgers before this reunion.
Aaron, is there anything more for you opening up against the Jets at all, or is this just like another regular season game?
Yeah, it's week 1.
How much are you keeping in touch with them, or have you kept in touch with them or anybody else in the organization?
I'm not going to tell you that.
What'll be the emotion for you walking into MetLife on Sunday?
I'll just be excited for week 1.
He's not taking that bait.
How come nobody is grilling Justin Fields about playing his former team in the Pittsburgh Steelers?
That's a very fair question.
What are the emotions going to be running through you?
Justin, what do you think of Mike Tomlin quitting on you? Why does no one care about that storyline?
Yeah, so we get, last week we got spoiled with, 5 straight days of college football? So we got Thursday night football, Friday football, Sunday, Monday. It's here. The wait is over.
Yeah, listen, the debut of Cam Scadaboo goes down this weekend, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll see how much of a debut it is.
Yeah, we're also, speaking of debuts, we're debuting a new segment on the show today. We're calling it the Spreadsheet. Full admission, we're just flat out stealing it from one of our other shows.
It's okay.
You guys should see the amount of paper I got back here.
Wow. Yeah, because
I guess
because these point spreads got printed out on 2 pages for some reason. Is that so
I needed a big font.
Is that so Jared could read
font? Yes.
Jared.
Jared forgot his glasses today. NFL football is upon us. And
Thank
coming up
goodness.
next, for many reasons, year 7 is going to be the biggest year of Kyler Murray's career. We'll let you hear from the 7th-year starting quarterback of the Cardinals next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. 1 Mississippi State, 2 Mississippi State.
Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The Labor Day sales event has been extended at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 25% off now through September 9th. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dealing last night for the Snakes. The Milkman went 6 innings, only gave up 4 hits en route to a 2-0 win, and he helped seal a series win against the Texas Rangers. And here was Gallen postgame.
We're still playing for something in here, so for me, that's kind of, where the confidence and the motivation comes from. Just, we're not out of it just yet, so go out there and give the guys every 5th game a chance to try and win and see what happens.
The D-backs are off today, but will welcome the Boston Red Sox for 3 games starting tomorrow. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals will be in action this weekend. The Devils will be in Starkville as they'll look to clean things up against Mississippi State. And our first look at Kyler Murray and the Cardinals will come in New Orleans on Sunday as they'll look to get to 1-0 to start the regular season. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, food specials, and more.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will the Cardinals' off-season additions to their defense pay immediate dividends against the Saints on Sunday? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, year 7 for me, so I think, when younger, the anxiety and, the anticipation for what how's it going to be, what's it going to look like, how am I going to do this, how are we going to score, all those things that, you think about and come into question as the week goes on and the game gets closer. But, I feel like I'm in a place of where now, it's just be where your feet are. Today's Wednesday. That's all I can control is Wednesday. I'm not really worried about Sunday. I know JG just, he told that to the guys, but that's genuinely where I was initially because you get so worked up, trying to anticipate how well you're going to play, what coverages you're going to see, who's going to do what, and all these things. It's like you can't even worry about all that stuff. You just focus be where your feet are and focus on today. And, let Sunday come when Sunday comes.
Be where your feet are.
Said that multiple times yesterday.
Yes.
So this is clearly a new mantra of Kyler Murray, and so you ask yourself, what is that all about? He also talked about how prior to kicking off Week 1 preparation, he went back to Texas, went back to his Allen High School, where he was a Texas schoolboy legend, and he called that place his sanctum. And so you put it all together, and it's very interesting to me because Kyler Murray, during his press conference yesterday, he talked about how this approach kind of counters the anxiety you feel getting into a new season or going into a week of football. And I think whether he meant it to be or not, I think it's an interesting admission. I think that anxiety is a good word to describe what happens to Kyler Murray on a football field sometimes, for better or worse. I think he burns real hot. I think he's... you know what I mean? There's not that cool, chill vibe about him. There's no Joe Montana in Kyler Murray. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So if this is now a psychological tool to use, then it works. Because, for instance, if you've got performance anxiety, Say you're a mediocre guitar player in a rock and roll cover band, and you've got a gig a few weeks in front of you. You might worry about, oh my goodness, am I going to screw that up? Am I going to be good enough? Am I going to play well? How will I be received? You're consuming yourself with performance anxiety and worries when you've got a whole bunch of prep time still in front of you.
But if you don't have your guitar,
well,
you can't
that's
practice.
Exactly
Extra.
That's
anxiety.
exactly. But I'm speaking theoretically.
Oh, theoretically,
here,
yes, of course. Yes, go continue.
So what the approach does is it allows you to just get better and lean on the reps and lean on the reps and lean on the reps. And then when game time comes, you're like, okay, I'm as prepared as I could possibly be. And it's a good way to counter that anxiety. Now, some people will tell you on the flip side that feeling that anxiety might make you practice better, that it's not bad to feel that and use that to your benefit. I'm not trying to get too psychological mumbo jumbo here, but I'm just trying to drill down to what we heard from Kyler yesterday.
Yeah. There was a lot of ground covered. He was asked kind of on that whole subject how he turns internal pressure into a positive.
Honestly, I don't really feel pressure. I don't know if I told you that, but I trust the work that I put in, and God gives the abilities, and I just go out there and play. Like I said earlier, the anxieties of, just what's to come, and there is a certain pressure around just in the world. Oh, football's here. Everybody's excited to see what everybody's going to do, but try to ignore that as much as possible, just block it all out and be, like I said, be where my feet are. Just hone in on that, to be honest, because, all of it's just distractions. It's just a lot of distractions that take away from, the individual playing the game's mental and what we really have to do, and let's go out there and execute.
What do you make of the beginning of that? I don't really feel pressure.
Again, I think that's sort of this approach he has, because clearly his performance would suggest that he has in the past. I don't think that that's something that people talk about Kyler Murray. Oh, he never feels pressure. It sounds to me like that's something new into the way he's trying to fashion his outlook towards football. I hope it works. I will say this. A couple of us were talking about just his demeanor at the press conference. Now, Kyler's in this thing now where he likes dropping the S-bomb a bunch of times at practice.
And the F-bomb.
And that too. It's humorous, but it's also a sign that it's markedly different than the way he used to operate in those settings. He told a hysterical story yesterday about quarterback sneaks and why they don't do them again. We got that? Yeah. Check this out. This is pretty funny.
Stature, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I remember I QB sneaked my rookie year against the Falcons, and they were we got the first down, by the way, but they were down the my fingers and like messing with me and stuff. I told Cliff, I was like, yo, I'm not doing that again. No, but I would do it if we needed to do it. I would definitely do it. I might need to start doing it, to be honest, because we're just touchdowns left and right down there.
If you only knew what then went down at the bottom of a pile, Basinonian.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, listen, I'm sure it gets very medieval at the bottom of those piles. But dude's trying to break his fingers, bite his fingers.
Who knows?
I'm sure, like, bend them and grab them.
Because Jared would be pulling his finger.
Yeah, I'm okay with my 5'9", 5'10" quarterback not being on the bottom of piles.
Yeah, right. There's a reason why they don't do it with Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish no team would do it. I'm so sick of that play.
But yeah, well, he did mention he did
see it a lot tonight.
Yes, the Tush Push sponsored by Dude Wipes. Did you see that?
Are you serious?
100%.
That's just a Philly thing, right?
Philly, yeah. They got an endorsement, the Eagles, with, you heard of Dude Wipes?
Of course.
Of course. Yes. Well, it makes sense, I guess.
I mean, is that just going to be on like the radio broadcast?
I don't know how they're going to do. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work.
Merrill Reese is thrilled about having to read that. And that push brought to you by Dude Wipes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, like you said, man, the broification of sports is everywhere.
It is here, bruh. Another thing Kyler kept hitting on yesterday and was asked about, and this was a common theme with the media availability yesterday, and you were out there, about the Cardinals starting on the road again. Third time in 3 years with Jonathan Gannon. But Kyler said he prefers it. He likes being on the road. The numbers somewhat bear that out. His splits in his career, 19-20 as a starter on the road, 17-25-1 at home.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, listen, I can think off the top of my head many games in which the Cardinals have played well on the road early in the season. That's the caveat.
Well, again, tone setter. We talked about the last two in Washington. Wasn't much expected of that team, although there was some optimism going into that season opener against the Commanders. Jonathan Gannon's first year, yes, you were playing with Josh Dobbs at quarterback, but you're going up against Sam Howell. They kind of came out flat offensively. I thought last year, despite the competitive nature with which they played and the ability that they had to win that game in Buffalo, I think they got Buffalo at a good time before they found themselves.
I would agree.
And I thought it was kind of a flat offensive performance all the way around. And I think if the offense was a little bit better in week one, you'd probably be talking about a win over the Bills on the road.
Details are a little fuzzy to me about the game. But yeah, I do think that there's a great opportunity here for this football team, and they need to seize it. This is a tremendously important year for the quarterback. I know some people think that Kyler Murray might automatically be back next year. I have a hard time seeing that. I really do. I mean, I have a hard time envisioning a season without making the postseason in which we as a football market go, yeah, let's run it back with K1. Do you?
I've thought about this subject a lot. We've talked about it a lot. I find it hard to come to a conclusion on that question because I don't think the statistics are going to look that different either way. The win-loss record might look different, and if it's worse, I still think you're going to be looking at Kyler Murray's stat lines. And he's just going to be in that middle of the pack.
Slightly above mediocre.
Slightly above mediocre. And when you factor in the financial component of all of it, does it make sense to move on at that time? I don't think you're going to see this big elevation or this big fall from Kyler Murray after 17 games this year.
Interesting.
So, yeah, a lot of it rides on him. And one specific thing is taking better care of the football in big-time game close game situations,
right?
Which he did not do in the second half of last year.
Well,
if that continues, yeah, I see him moving on.
This idea that he's got to straddle the line between being great and being boring. Or being bored, maybe that's the better word of putting it. Doing the smart thing. Finding out exactly what that looks like and what that means on a weekly basis. Hope he can thread that needle.
Yeah, we are continuing live here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. And coming up next, which NFL players will win awards this season? Will Kyler be one of them? We'll give our predictions on the season next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is football!
Oh, I love it. The season is upon us. Yesterday, we put it out there who we thought's going to the postseason in the NFL in the 2025 campaign. Half of the show had the Cardinals in the postseason. Half did not. Will any of the Arizona Cardinals be hoisting hardware at the NFL honors the night before the Super Bowl? We shall find out. We've made our picks for the award winners for the 2025 NFL campaign. MVP, offensive player. Did you guys do offensive and defensive rookies of the year?
I did.
I did, yes.
Did you do coach of the year, too?
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Did we do protector of the year?
I did not even know that was until I started researching. I didn't even know that was an award.
Not doing that.
What is that? Best offensive lineman?
Offensive lineman. Paris Johnson Jr.
There was a big. Wasn't that Deion Dawkins' handiwork from the Buffalo Bills? Didn't he push hard for the
I
Protector
think
of the
so.
Year?
Yeah, he
They
did.
finally got an award for the
Wow,
offensive line.
okay.
For the big uglies. Let's start with. We'll work our way up to MVP. How about
Okay,
that?
sounds good.
Coach of the Year.
Matt LaFleur, Green Bay Packers.
He's certainly got the capability of doing it.
Mm-hmm. I think this is the year for them.
Yeah, I got him go. We both got him going to the Super Bowl. I'm going with Sean Payton of the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
Even though they made the playoffs last year, so they were good last year too. Same with the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
It's always interesting to see how they vote on these Coach of the Years things. Because is it a team that comes out of nowhere, or is it a team that takes to the next step, or whatever?
Right.
Because I went with a team that sort of is taking the next step that was bad. I'm going with Dave Canales from the Carolina Panthers.
Nice.
Holy
I like that pick.
bananas.
Because I think Bryce Young is going to be better this year, and I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but I think they're going to really take a big step forward this year.
Wow.
Jarrett, you know what? I like that pick, and I'm in a similar vein of everyone thinks this team's going to suck, but I think the Coach of the Year is going to be Mike McDaniels.
Ooh.
Mike McDaniels.
Yeah, you are big on like Tua and the Dolphins, huh?
Well, listen, Jarrett, when they're good, they look really good. But it generally has to be warm and in the month of September.
It does.
When is the voting on this award? Because
Not in September.
Oh, that's too bad, yeah.
All right, so 4 different picks. I like it.
I like it too.
That's 1/8 of the league getting
There we
votes.
go.
Defensive Rookie of the Year
Abdul Carter.
from the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go elsewhere. I just couldn't find anybody that moved me to go elsewhere.
Really?
Yeah, and I like
Not a certain two-way player in Jacksonville?
No. I just like what the Giants have done defensively,
Mm-hmm.
personnel-wise. And look, Penn State's got a really good track record recently of putting studs into the NFL on the defensive side of the ball. And Carter was a guy that I really was interested in during last college football season. Maybe wearing a Cardinals uniform. I think he's the guy. I'm going with him.
That's interesting you brought up Travis Hunter, because he could be really good on both sides of the ball, but not great on either, and not win either Rookie of the Year award.
Or he could just
Or he
set
could
the
win
league
both.
on fire and win both.
Yeah.
That would be
unbelievable.
That would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
I also Abdul Carter, and for many of the similar reasons, I just couldn't find someone else that really jumped out.
You know what? I'll take Will Johnson.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Couple
Boy, you
picks.
are wearing your Homer pants today, Sammy.
Couple picks, maybe a pick 6.
Okay.
Some big pass breakups. Gonna need him to be good. That's
Marge, you know I always giggle when you say Johnson.
The thing is, we are gonna need the Cardinals are gonna need him to be very good if this defense is gonna be really good, and I think he can be.
All right.
Based on what we saw in the preseason.
Oh yeah.
He was going to give the Protector Award to Paris Johnson Jr.
I know, I heard him.
Right?
Well, maybe he just got through the Johnson part of his. But
Yeah.
Will Johnson's going to have to create a lot of turnovers to stand out to win that award, because it's just being good is not going to do it.
It's funny too, like to see who won these awards a year ago. Do you remember who won the Defensive Rookie of the Year award?
Jared Verse.
Yeah.
Offensive.
All right.
Yeah, never mind.
So not unanimous, but close to unanimous. Offensive Rookie of the Year.
For me, it's going to be running back Travion Henderson.
Ooh, that was between him.
I thought about that. He's starting the Patriots. He's listed 3rd on the depth chart in Week 1.
Not the way it's going to play out.
Is that old school Bill Belichick kind of gamesmanship? Was Ramondre Stevenson really?
No.
I think Henderson's going to be the guy.
I think he's going to get a big chance to be the guy.
I made this pick against better judgment, but also for selfish reasons because he is on my fantasy team. I'm going with Teteroa McMillan from the Carolina Panthers.
T-Mac.
Whoa.
Even when he was at U of A, I just marveled at
He's amazing, yeah.
at his skill set. And
A lot of Panthers love on this.
I know.
award.
This is
Who would've
stunning,
thought?
right?
I am going with Ashton Genty. I'm surprised that it took for the 3rd one to pick him.
Yeah, I thought that would be the popular
So I think he's
pick.
going to get a lot of opportunity, and
He's
Pete
arri-
Carroll likes to run the ball.
He's arrived, you know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Me and Vinny are in the same wavelength on this one. T-Mac is also my
Another
offensive
homer.
rookie.
Can I change my pick?
Go ahead, yeah, please. That's fine.
All right. So 2 votes for T-Mac there. Defensive Player of the Year.
Michael Parsons. And I'm picking him because I think that when it gets down to it, if it's close between him and maybe like Will Anderson or Myles Garrett, I think the opportunity to stick it to Jerry Jones will be a powerful force.
Do you think he's going to come out and be really good right away, though, or you don't believe the back stuff?
I don't know why he wouldn't.
The back
He's
stuff.
a game wrecker. Well, yeah. I listen. If Micah Parsons would have gotten his contract in Dallas, he'd have been playing this weekend. I don't think it's that huge of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick, especially if his health early in the season is good. Curious to see what happens with this back injection. Thought about him. I went with a guy who just signed a massive new contract at a position that doesn't win this award very often. I'm going with Baltimore safety Kyle Hamilton.
Nice. Wow.
A safety has not won the award since Troy Polamalu in 2010.
So what is it about him that made you pick him?
I think he's a really good player, and I think their defense is going to be spectacular.
Yes.
All right, I am going with Jared Verse, who's going to take an even bigger step for the Rams, be a game wrecker. That's my pick.
I'm going with a guy that was going to win the award last year. Unfortunately, he had a season-ending injury. Give me Aiden Hutchinson.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
For the Detroit Lions.
I thought about that too, but I couldn't get past his role in the Boondele Save commercial. I'll never forgive him for it.
Boondele Save.
That's not the worst commercial by that particular company anymore. That new Meghan Trainor one is just pretty horrific. And we're only going to see it 1 billion times.
Yeah, I know.
Offensive Player of the Year.
You know my guy, Jahmyr Gibbs, Detroit Lions.
It's a very trendy pick.
Got the same pick.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going with Jamar Chase, but I don't love it. But that's where I'm going to go. I think Cincinnati's going to have to score a lot of points this year.
I also had Jahmyr Gibbs. Dang, I wanted that to be a little different.
You combine Jamar Chase and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs. Exactly.
That's the best of both
can
worlds.
I take both? Yeah.
Sure, there you go.
Covered both of your...
I doing some research on this. Gibbs is a very popular, like most people are picking him, the experts. Isn't it weird that also like an offensive player is going to win MVP, but we're all picking a different person to win offensive player?
Because MVP has turned into a quarterback award.
Yeah.
So which quarterback do you have winning MVP?
Yeah,
Dan
this is
Bickley?
going to be very boring. Not some Burrow, Joe Burrow.
That's exactly who I have. I had Jaden Daniels, and I switched my pick.
Ah.
Because I got to see what year 2 looks like before I go there.
Yeah, I think that's a smart approach.
Yeah, so I'm going Joe Burrow as well.
I had Josh Allen, and then I crossed it out because I remembered he won last year, and they're probably not going to want to give it to him. I think they go back now to Lamar Jackson because the Ravens are going to have the best record this year.
I had some names written down that just probably shouldn't be in this conversation. I landed.
Kyler Murray, James Conner, Trey McBride.
No. The names I had written down were Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Dak Prescott.
Bo Nix?
Drew Brees won the MVP.
He's high on the Broncos. It's that Rocky Mountain High, man.
High on something.
Yeah.
But I did land on Joe Burrow. So
okay.
Yeah. All right, 3 of the 4 are going Joe Burrow. There we go. NFL awards. We'll see how it shakes out over the course of the next 3-4 months. Coming up next, we'll get the big stories on this Thursday morning from Sammy and the Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody loves a smoking hot deal, and I've got one courtesy from my friends at Advanced Window Products, running a great special. You get $2,500 off, a $2,500 discount whenever you purchase 10 or more windows. So if you've been living in the Valley for 15 years or more, chances are you need new windows. Go take a look at them. If you see warping, if you see condensation, if there's trouble opening and closing them, or if you've noticed spiking utility bills, you might need new windows. Take advantage of this great offer from a great company, a local Arizona company. They're a window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, so you're going to get great pricing because there's no middleman. They've got their own factory here in the Valley. They've got 39 years of servicing satisfied customers. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement, windows and doors. You get a lifetime warranty, which is serviced by a local team, labor, glass, and parts included. At Advanced Window Products, they build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. And once again, take advantage of this great offer, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find the new home you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everybody else's schedule. None of that. You don't have time for that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and they make price-boosting upgrades. Then, once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home. That part's important with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. You can find out what exactly you have to work with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs shut out the Rangers last night 2-0, in large part due to Zach Gowen's 6 shutdown innings. He struck out 5 and only gave up 4 hits in the win, and the early 2 runs in the first and second innings would prove to be enough. The Snakes are off today, but the Boston Red Sox will be in town this weekend for 3 games starting tomorrow. The NFL is back tonight. The reigning Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, will welcome, the Dallas Cowboys, as they will officially get the 2025-26 season underway. As for your Cardinals, the road starts in New Orleans, and Kyler Murray knows just how important it is they start fast on Sunday.
I think it's crucial. Just because, like you said, it is a hostile environment. Fans will be loud. Last thing you want to do is get them turned up to where, maybe third down's difficult, fourth down's difficult. But yeah, I think it's crucial we go out there and start fast for sure.
And the Sun Devils will make their way to Stark Vegas, some call it, for an SEC matchup with the Mississippi State Bulldogs on Saturday, where they will need to be a little more sharp than they were in Week 1. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are extended now through September 9th. Get 25% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Gee, I wonder what some of the big stories are going to be on this Thursday. Let's find out. Sammy's here to give us the reboot.
Yeah,
what we got, Sammy?
We've got some good ones. Obviously, NFL football, it starts tonight. Dallas, Philly, but we're here to talk about the Cardinals and Kyler Murray. He talked with the... There we go. He talked with...
Go ahead, Sam. I'm sorry.
It's a little eerie day. I'm wondering...
By the way, I was talking to my son yesterday, and he's a huge movie buff, as you know, and he loved the movie Sinners. He says he doesn't remember that in the movie.
Really?
He laughs hysterically every time Jared plays
It happens
that drop.
twice in the movie.
It's later in the movie.
Yeah.
Got me twice.
It's from the whatever the main head vampire guy is.
Yeah.
I gotta watch.
The main character's name is Sammy.
I really would like you to watch it and give me your thoughts on it. I thought it was so fabulous.
Yeah, I thought it was very good too.
I have other thoughts. But anyway, so Kyler Murray talked with the media about a lot of different topics yesterday, but one of the biggest focuses was about him potentially being a little more boring this season.
Yeah, I think that's just the maturation of the game as you get older. Talking to Peyton in Denver, just those type of things. You really cherish those, the checkdowns, the throwing the ball away, or taking a sack when you need to, or not taking a sack when just the little nuances of the position that when you're a rookie, second-year guy, you don't really understand. You're in college, you don't understand.
So personally, I think what makes Kyler Murray so awesome is his explosive ability. Is boring something you even want to see with him? And if so, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's a really great question because I think threading that needle, it's asking the player to really kind of, to execute the game at a higher level between the ears, which might sort of limit that electricity when he's just kind of the spontaneity of Kyler Murray. It's going to be really interesting to watch, but there's a reason why some of these mistakes happen in late in games and in key moments at the ends of seasons when these games are very, very important. He is either not reading the field well or not taking the easy profit on a play when they need him to the most. That's the Brady thing. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a check down, but it might just be a 6-yard gain. And he might be in the mindset that, okay, it's late in the game. We have the possession. I got to make something dramatic happen. Well, you can make that dramatic thing happen by taking the easy completions, by reading what the defense. There's a saying in the NFL, the defense will tell you what to do on every single play. You got to be smart enough to listen and smart enough to see to know what that is with your eyes.
I think it's a nuanced question, and I think there's a balance. Yes, what Bick said all makes sense, and we've talked about, and he's pointed out in the past, the 2-minute drill, what other executives and coaches around the league are saying that Kyler Murray at this point in his career doesn't appear to be very good in the 2-minute drill. That's when you need to do all of those things that you're talking about. But when you zoom out and you say, oh, Kyler Murray needs to be more boring, you're taking one of the most dynamic athletes to ever play the position in the NFL and sucking that out of his skill set. No, he's still got to. There's got to be a balance between the boring and the spectacular for him to succeed.
I was going to quickly follow up. Do you think any coach or any OC has ever asked him to tone it down or be more boring? My quick answer would be no. I don't think anyone has ever said that to him. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that this terminology being boring popping up in year 7, there's a reason for it because maybe this coaching staff is asking for that in situations. But before this, no. I don't think so.
I think I keep going back to the Tom Brady thing, and Vinny brought this up. If you gave Tom Brady the ball at the end of the half or the end of the game, and say his team was trailing by 7 or fewer points, you knew you were toast. You just knew there was an inevitability that he was going to get down the field and score a touchdown. And he would, and he did. And he didn't do it with spectacular plays. It was just reading the defense and getting the ball to the right space every single time.
But I also would argue that at the end of Kyler Murray's partnership with Cliff Kingsbury, which, you know, that season ended with the knee injury, obviously, against the Patriots. But before that, it was boring and not in a good way.
Yeah, no, 100%. All right, so ASU football, not that many people keep a sharp eye on this, but it does tell you something. The point spread has gone from 8.5 to 6.5, so that means a lot of people, Mississippi State's getting a lot of traction across the nation. How important is it that the Sun Devils just go to Starkville, take care of business, and get out of there?
Gigantic. This is a huge week for the Sun Devils. I would not want to have to deal with the residue of losing a game in Starkville after an iffy opener against NAU, right? A game against NAU that not a lot of people saw, but this, to me, you need to kind of restore the idea that this is a special team and a special time for ASU football.
Yeah, I think the overall feeling, judging from reactions around the country, is that, ASU, big deal. They won by 19 points, but was it convincing? They were never really threatened in the game.
No.
They weren't sharp. They were a little bit sloppy. To do this against an SEC team, regardless of who it is on the road, would be a huge statement for this team.
Yeah, I agree. So last night, the D-backs got a 2-0 win. In large part, Zach Gallen was phenomenal. They are now just one game below 500, but regardless of now how Zach Gallen finishes the season, how important for the 2026 team is it that maybe they're able to bring him back next year?
Well, look, I think the Diamondbacks will have a dilemma on their hands. If Zach Gallen, he probably has, 4 more starts left? Say he's lights out these last 4 starts, and he puts together 2 great months of baseball on the way out. Chances are pretty good that he's going to get some nibbles, some free agent multi-year contract offers. I think if you're the Diamondbacks, you would really be hesitant to jump back into that pool after watching Zach Gallen in full this year, especially with all the money you have on the books, with players who will not be playing baseball for you next year. It's a dilemma. The cleanest solution would have been for Zach Gallen to be okay on the way out, and then, for lack of a better word, get stuck here for another year. With all due respect to Zach, but Zach, this is kind of the nature of who he is. He is always going to give you his best, and he's always going to be looking to get better, and it's working for him now.
Yeah, I think this is a fascinating situation because of what Bick said. He's been way more than okay. He's been really good in his last 7 starts. Zach Gallen, good. Nobody knows more about this guy than the Arizona Diamondbacks and their staff, but I wonder what a future deal, if it's a multi-year deal, I wonder what it looks like. Is 1 month able to put a Band-Aid or 2 months able to put a Band-Aid on what was a really, really bad season for him? Does he reach $100 million in free agency? I don't know. Are the Diamondbacks willing to go there? They gave 80 to Eduardo Rodriguez, and they want to compete next year. That's what keeps coming back into my mind is just because we have injuries doesn't mean we're going to pack it in and not compete.
No.
And I think Zach Gallen would help them compete next year from day one.
Yeah.
Ideally.
I agree. We'll get more on the Diamondbacks coming up with Derek Hall, but that is the Rush Hour reboot this morning.
Thank you, Sammy.
Sammy. So you didn't like that movie?
Okay,
It frightened him.
Not a horror movie guy. I was of the impression it was not a horror movie or a vampire movie going in. My girlfriend led me astray. She's a huge horror movie fan, so she just wanted me in the building.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I got a little bamboozled.
Well, did you like the first 2/3 of the movie?
I did. Prior to the vampire weirdness, I really enjoyed Michael B. Jordan and the premise of the movie.
Did you display your discomfort in front of the girlfriend? That's the big question.
I tried to keep it under as much wraps.
Soil yourself is what Vinny's trying to add.
Did you shriek?
No shrieks.
Like Jared underwater when he sees a guppy?
It was a lot of But
like Sammy said, we will continue to talk Diamondbacks. We are joined by the president and CEO of the ball club, Derek Hall, next for his weekly visit. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. Fall is just around the corner. It's planting season in Arizona. It's a great time to get outdoors and enjoy your backyard. Turf Monsters, a great company to call if you want to upgrade what you've got going on in your backyard or your front yard. They're a one-stop shop that can build you anything you're looking for. If you're looking for a chill kind of backyard, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green, sparkling lawn without the hassle and the mess and the water bills that comes with installing sod. They can build great fire pits, customized barbecue pits, shading structures like pergolas, hardscapes like patios. If you want more of an interactive athletic backyard, they're great at building customized state-of-the-art putting greens. In fact, they built the putting course at Dobson Ranch, which is pretty spectacular. They also build pickleball courts, and if you're an avid pickleball player, you know it's hard getting court time. How great would it be to have a pickleball court in your backyard? No matter what you're looking for, they can make that happen. Go check out their website, turfmonstersaz.com. Check out some samples of their work or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Marotta.
A series win for the Diamondbacks, a future win for the Diamondbacks yesterday, and here to talk about all of it with us, the president and CEO of the ball club, Derek Hall, for his weekly visit on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning and congratulations to you.
Good morning. Thank you. Yeah, nice. We have not lost a series since we played so poorly in Colorado, but we'll keep it going, hopefully.
Yeah, and let's talk about that future win. Governor Hobbs signs HB 2704 into law yesterday. So what we've talked to you about for so long, so many seasons, so many conversations is a reality. Just, I guess, first off, give us the relief that you feel and the organization feels knowing that the future of the Arizona Diamondbacks is here in the Valley.
Oh, total relief. It's a great thing, Vince. We still have some work to do, as we've talked about before on the show. We still have to get a lease extension, and we still have to put a board together for the new Stadium District Board that will actually be responsible for approving or disapproving of the oversight plan that we bring to them from time to time. So there's still work to do, but nonetheless, we're having our first huge meeting today with our stadium consultant, and we were waiting because we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and make sure that it was an official law, which will actually happen at the end of September, and then we're rolling. We're ready to go.
Now, Derek, from what I understand, a lot of the cosmetic stuff that might get baseball fans jazzed up, like new scoreboards and LEDs and maybe even a smaller, more intimate ballpark, that's not really what's on the agenda here, right? These are all the capital upgrade, these are repairs, basically, that have been long overdue with the stadium. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, Vic, we do have a lot of infrastructure needs that we're going to deal with that fans won't even really notice. We've got a lot of cement that needs to be repaired, seats that have to be replaced, the HVAC system eventually, hopefully, next off season, pipes and stuff that's not fun, not sexy. But I think we can probably address, and we plan to do so, the new ribbon board and the new video board before next season. So that'll be something that fans will see right away. And then, over the next 4 to 5 years, they'll start to see more fan experiential changes, more fan-facing changes and improvements. But we've got time to map that out. It's got to be phases. We do have off-season events on the books, so we can't just bring in tons of cranes and just take out sections. We've got to do this very methodically, and we'll start to map that out now that we know it's official, and we'll bring in architects within the next couple of months and start to get new renderings. We've got lots of renderings from the past couple of years that we were thinking about redoing and renovating and looking at not only the maintenance but renovation. And I think it's time to just have a clean slate, a brand new canvas, and say, hey, let's see what sticks. If we can do everything and anything, what does that look like?
Derek, you mentioned work to do when it comes to a new lease agreement with the county. And look, it's a negotiation. Nothing's a formality at this point. But do you anticipate that being a smooth process to keep this moving forward?
I do. It's Vinny, it's never really been smooth in the past, as we know. Yeah. We're working under a pretty good agreement right now, and I think just taking that and transitioning it for the most part to a new lease should work. And we can either negotiate with the county right now as it exists, or we can negotiate with the new board that gets put in place. Probably at the end of September, all the appointees will be named, and we can negotiate with them as well. But I don't see it being a problem. I think we can get through that. And then right away, we're going to have to, of course, vote on bylaws and vote on that lease extension and perhaps, create a new position of an executive director and bring that person in where he or she can, help direct all the appointees and get this thing rolling.
All right, your baseball team hanging in there very admirably. Their competitive spirit has been fantastic. Not getting into the playoff talk yet, but I'm curious what you guys have seen through August and early September so far. Is any of it changing? Is it any of it changing the calculus for what you're looking at next year? I know you guys got some sunken costs. You've got some players who probably won't be on the field that you got to pay for. What is this ending doing for your short-term planning?
Yeah, Vic, a lot of dead money next year, a lot of injury money, and hopefully we see those guys come back at some point next year. But, in the meantime, like we said, what was important was getting these young guys on the field, getting experience, having them in some high-leverage situations, especially the young bullpen, and they're performing. I mean, look at yesterday. It was great. And as I said last week and the week before, there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be nights where, they don't perform, but it's good for them to go through this. I just think, we've shown a lot of energy, a lot of fight since the trade deadline. Again, I think it really kicked the guys into gear. And like we've talked about, this is a type of team that Torrey loves to manage and develop and teach. But I think the guys are responding very well, and they're coming together. And they don't think they're dead. They're still alive. And as a baseball team, Vic, the only thing you want is to make sure that in September your games are still relevant. And, it's hard to believe where we were that they are relevant right now. And it's a lot of fun. The problem, in my opinion, is, as I've said all year, is we play to the level of our competition. When we're playing teams that we should absolutely, in my opinion, destroy, we tend to lose those series. And then when we play teams that are better record than ours, they're ahead of us in the either in the wild card or in the division. We play up to those teams, and we've done it again. I mean, we hit the road. We went to Milwaukee and L.A. and we did great. We came back home and we lost the first game to Texas, and we ended up winning the series. We're playing good baseball. We're playing clean baseball. We're pitching. Yesterday, there was a total of 8 hits in that game. It was a total pitcher's duel.
Right.
A lot of fun, in my opinion, because I love pitching duels, and I think these guys are gaining a lot of experience, but more importantly, a lot of confidence.
It's a good thing you guys are done with Colorado then, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like we're not prepared. It's not like Bickley going to a practice with his band without a guitar. I don't know what, we're showing up with our bats, right?
Yeah, right. That's true.
Derek Hall, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Zach Gallen has had a frustrating season. I think it's in the process of turning into a fascinating season for Zach Gallen when you consider his future. And I think a month ago, people would have said it's going to be elsewhere, even though he wasn't traded at the deadline. What he's done in the last month has opened a lot of eyes. Has it changed the organizational thinking on Zach? Is it too early to tell? I mean, there's so many different questions in the air with him right now, Derek.
No, I agree. It's very complicated, but I'll tell you what, I'm glad he's with us, and I'm glad we still have him, and I'm glad he's back to his original form. I mean, he looks like, vintage Zach Gallen, and he has just been dominant. So he's getting ahead in counts. He's commanding his fastball. He's got great location. He's looked so good. And you can imagine the teams that have faced him are thinking, wow, he looks like his old self, especially when you face the Rangers twice, within a couple of weeks. And that's a tough thing to do. And to completely shut them down, and they're a good offensive team like he did yesterday. I just think he looks great. And at the end of the day, there's so many different options, so many different possibilities. Does he go somewhere else? Does he stay here? Does he get a qualifying offer? Does he get an extension here? You never know, but I'll tell you what, I'm glad he's pitching the way he is and he's playing the way he is, and what a difference he makes.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you guys are also very, very happy that Jordan Lawler got on the board the other day with a couple of hits. I know everybody in this radio studio, we're all very relieved for the kid. I'm sure you guys, as an organization, felt that tremendously.
It was great to see, for sure. I mean, he was, 0 for 31 before he had those 2 hits. And just watching him on second base, like you talked about the other day, Beck, it made us all feel good, right? We all were able to breathe again and exhale. And he's just such a good kid. He works so hard, and he never really let it affect him. He didn't look any different, right? He didn't breathe any differently. So it was nice to see. And he was still hitting the ball hard when he did make contact. And I think a lot of times, as we've seen in this game, you just need to get that monkey off your back, get that first hit, and then they start coming. So hopefully, he's got a lot more here left in his bat and his offense for the rest of this month, but really good to see. And with all the injuries we've had, for him to be able to go out there and just play third base and not worry about it and continue to get better and better and improve. And I think that was a big relief for all of us, Dick.
All right, so if you win the series against the Red Sox, you guys are going to be above 500. Dude, is that the moment maybe you buy into this late season magical push to the playoffs?
I've been saying all along I want to get back to 500, right? And we've been so close. We'll get a game below like we are now, and then we take a couple steps back, and we're 3 games back, and then we have to crawl our way back up. I would be very happy to get back to 500, and then let's see what happens. I mean, we do face, the Giants a lot the rest of this season, so we could hopefully take care of business with the team in front of us, and we'll see. But again, it's great experience for these young players to be playing in games that matter, in relevant games, and especially in September. So anything can happen, as Torrey's been saying, and I think it's a lot of fun for these guys, and they don't look like they're nervous. They don't look like they're stressed or pressured, and just go out and play the game the way that they can.
Vic mentioned the Red Sox series. It's always big when the Red Sox come to town. And I know you got the Flo Rida concert on Friday, but I'm wondering about the possibility of like an impromptu promotional giveaway. Nabil Chrismat nose strip night. What do you think, Derek?
I love it. Yeah, you know what? What a story too,
No
right?
doubt.
I mean, I heard BB on with you guys the other day, and he's so right. I mean, this guy just pitches. It's old school. He knows how to pitch. He knows how to locate. He keeps guys on their heels. Chris Matt's been a lot of fun. I mean, what a pickup. And you also pointed out that in 23 he pitched one game for us. Nice to have him back, but he's a really good teammate. I think you know what? I'll take it to the folks in the office, and we'll see if that doesn't make sense. If we can get the nose strip, why not? Right?
Why not? Thanks, Derek.
As always, thanks for the time. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it, guys. And by the way, tell Sammy that the Paul McCarthy is not on the Beatles rebirth tour going on right now.
Well, Derek, it was not the best look.
Thanks, Derek.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Arizona
In other words,
Sports Line.
Jake McCarthy did not write Hey Jude.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Thursday edition with
Fire!
The Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Football season is here. Maybe you've got game day planned at your place. Don't fumble the food responsibilities. Make the right call with Spinato's. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Spinato's catering playbook is stacked. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options, so there's something for everyone. Just hit the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com, place your order, and boom, you're the MVP of game day. Now here's something cool Spinato's has going on for September and October. They're bringing back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, you heard that correctly. And they are pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it is different, and somehow it just works. Just one of the stars on Spinato's deep pizza roster. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's always delivers. Check out the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dealing for the Snakes last night. The Milkman went 6 innings, only gave up 4 hits en route to a 2-0 win and helped the Snakes get a series win against the Texas Rangers. The D-backs are off today, but will welcome the Boston Red Sox for 3 games starting tomorrow. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals are in action this weekend. The Devils will be in Starkville as they'll look to clean things up against Mississippi State. And our first look at Kyler Murray and the Cardinals will come in New Orleans on Sunday as they look to get to 1-0 to start the season. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are extended now through September 9th. Get 25% off everything online or in store. Sleep better and save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NFL drops the curtain tonight, and I have a fearless prediction for the 2025 season. This will be the year of the kicker, a year when the record for longest field goal will be broken numerous times. But in Arizona, the biggest question is, will it be the year of Kyler? For what it's worth, he sounds ready. To prep for his most important season to date, Murray returned to Texas and the high school he calls his sanctum. He also seems to be vibing on a new approach of always staying in the moment and being where his feet are, a saying he repeated multiple times on Wednesday. Now, maybe it's a new Zen technique to limit anxiety and pressure. Maybe it's a way to handle what is going to be a defining season for a quarterback with 0 playoff victories in 6 years. That obviously has to change, and so does his penchant for late season mistakes and inexplicable gaffes, because I think Valley fans are yearning for a playoff berth, but I also think that we want closure one way or the other. Now, the great poet Longfellow once wrote that great is the art of the beginning, but greater is the art of ending. Murray must pen an artful ending in 2025 or face the end of his time in Arizona. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Honestly, just going home, be with my family. Dog was in training. I had to go pick up the dog, and that's we didn't really get outside too much because it was thunderstorming and raining. But no, just a little refresh back. Always good to go back home. Right before the season, be with my family, and just get ready for what's about to come.
Oh, maybe you can help me straighten up
my Longfellow. Oh.
Why don't you call me when you have no class?
Yeah. Well, listen, it's a literary reference that I think definitely applies to Kyler Murray because he's been very good at beginnings and very bad at endings.
All right, so we've been this offseason leading up to this season opener against the Saints and all this attention and eyeballs and pressure, even though Kyler doesn't feel pressure apparently, pressure on Kyler Murray to deliver the goods for the Arizona Cardinals. And we asked the question, at this point, when does the light bulb go on for quarterbacks? And look, this is not scientific, but I went back to 1980.
All right.
Since 1980, there have been 24 quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall in the NFL. Kyler Murray, one of the 24. A couple of those, 3 of those guys, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Cam Ward this past year, very early in their careers. Of the others, these are the quarterbacks that were drafted number 1 overall who have 0 playoff wins on their ledger in their first 6 years as a starter in the NFL. Okay? All right. Vinny Testaverde, Jeff George, Tim Couch, David Carr, Carson Palmer, Jamarcus Russell, Matthew Stafford, Sam Bradford, Jameis Winston, and Kyler Murray.
Wow. Okay, so what you got there is you've got a list of mid quarterbacks, and you've got a couple of very good quarterbacks who toiled on very bad teams with Carson Palmer and Matthew Stafford.
And a couple of guys who were drafted to expansion situations in Tim Couch and David Carr. So those guys, I mean, Tim Couch never even got to 6 years in the league. He only lasted 5. So asking that question again, when does the light bulb, how many guys have the light bulb go on after year 6? You'd throw Matthew Stafford in the mix, but again, he had a big change of scenery there.
And he was good with Detroit.
He was
it's not
really
like he,
good, but didn't have the tools around him to win.
No.
So, and Carson Palmer did eventually get
1 playoff win.
Yeah.
Which is shocking. He was a good quarterback.
Yeah, but he was stuck in a garbage organization in Cincinnati, an organization so bad that he just quit playing football because he did not want to play for the Brown family.
And people don't think that Kyler, although there's been ups and downs with the coaching staffs and the front offices, I don't think they put him in that category, right? The Stafford Palmer. It's the organization and teams around him that have dragging him down.
Well, listen, here's what I would say about that. I would say that the new regime of Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing and everybody, Monty Ossenfort, they've brought out a better Kyler Murray. I think we can all say that Kyler Murray looks different and better under this new regime, but you can also say, to be fair, that Cliff Kingsbury looks a lot different with Jaden Daniels. Now, again, Cliff Kingsbury's not a head coach. He's an offensive coordinator, much different job. But the point is that 6 years into this thing, Kyler Murray remains very polarizing, and I don't even know if that's the right word anymore because I've heard from a lot of people who have already closed the book, who just don't think it's ever going to. They don't even keep alive the idea that this is a make or break year because they don't think he's capable of making it. There are people in Arizona who are very firmly entrenched in that position.
Yeah, but if he wins the Super Bowl, is the book open again?
Oh, of course.
Does he then become polarizing?
Well,
I mean,
no.
So many people make up their minds,
of course,
and they're done.
Yeah, no, and again, and I'm not in that camp. I find this really, really fascinating because what's the comp of somebody who sort of reached mid-level greatness to the extent that Kyler Murray did, to be so exalted in high school, to win a Heisman Trophy in college, to be the only athlete in history to be a top 10 draft pick in football and baseball. These are not ordinary accomplishments. These are extreme accomplishments. What's the comp for guys who do that in high school, to a lesser degree in college, but still at a very high level to the point where you've got a statue at your alma mater and then don't make it and never win a playoff game in the pros? That's where I think Kyler Murray becomes one of one. And look, you and I were in Nashville the day he was drafted, and I remember thinking to myself, this kid could be he could become the Steph Curry of football. He could inspire a whole new generation of dudes 5'10" and under. Yes, I can play quarterback in the NFL. None of this has happened. Kyler Murray's been very good in very small samples, and the rest of it has kind of looked like the way it's looked, and that's what's got to change here.
He's still, I'm going to sorry, but he's still more known for the homework clause in video games.
Yeah.
To some people.
Which is, again, that's lazy. It's not fair. The guy signed an endorsement deal with a video game.
Yeah.
He's a professional gamer, for goodness sakes. He's doing both. But yeah, and to your point, inspiring a new generation of quarterbacks, but also there was some question on whether or not Kyler Murray would inspire NFL executives to think differently about the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Because, okay, here's a guy who's 5'10" who came in and just ripped it up. We can draft these guys. That hasn't really happened outside of Bryce Young. And Bryce Young hasn't opened the eyes. He's only been in for 2 years.
Got benched this first year.
Yeah, and I think the arrow is pointing up for Bryce Young. But, yeah, it's what you brought up, too, might be the most interesting part of all of it. The people that have closed the door. And I get the tendency because we are this far into Kyler Murray's career. But it just doesn't make sense to me. This year, he might have the tools around him to get to that next level. And if those tools stay healthy and it doesn't happen, I think he's answered his own question.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think fans want closure more than anything. I think the last thing that this fan base wants is another non-playoff year from Kyler Murray, whether it's 8-9 or 9-8, whatever it is, and then run it back another year because of finances. I think, to me, this market is really yearning for some closure. Now, but then again, you have to be sensible about this. If Kyler Murray isn't the guy, then this organization and this regime, for all the great work that they have apparently done in 2 years, it's not necessarily out the window, but you're back at square one.
It's a big reset.
Yeah.
You've got to find a quarterback. And it's just it just doesn't happen. So this is going to be interesting. One of the things that I think the quick starting Kyler Murray, we need that to happen this year.
Absolutely. Cardinal fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands now through the end of the week. We're giving you a chance to win tickets. End of next week, I should say. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live and click on the contest link that is pinned in the chat. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Look for the contest link in the chat. Coming up next, how big a deal is the alleged Kawhi Leonard scandal, and how bad could it get for the Clippers, Steve Ballmer, and the NBA? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks A Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Selenos to grand price and possession.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
And so what I started doing was reaching out to dozens of former Aspiration employees. A grand total of 7 of them ultimately agreed to interviews, which is also how I have exclusively obtained this signed and executed document.
In consideration of the rights and benefits granted to company hereunder, the company will pay KL2, which is Kauai, $28 million in cash during the term of this agreement. Company will pay KL2 $7 million each year of the term.
Well, that's a snippet from the original Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast where this story broke. I think that it was released at like 3 a.m. Arizona time yesterday. So we had knowledge of it yesterday on the show. We touched on it yesterday during the show. The more you find out about this, the more amazing it gets. This company, Aspiration, basically almost like a shield company, filed for bankruptcy in 2025. The company is under federal investigation for fraud. Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg pled guilty to 2 counts of wire fraud in late August to defraud investors and lenders of more than $248 million. But that's where this paycheck came from for Kawhi Leonard. $28 million to do what as a job? Nothing. It was an endorsement deal. He endorsed nothing. He posted nothing, never mentioned the company Aspiration. Was Steve Ballmer behind this to sweeten the free agent deal for Kawhi Leonard? And was this a circumventing of NBA salary cap rules? Where this gets real sticky for me is this, installment of second apron rules to keep free spending teams in check and the penalties that go along with that is very clearly stated in the CBA. Those are harsh. When you go outside the realm of that agreement to sweeten deals, to circumvent the salary cap, I know there's precedent and I know there's language in the rule book, but it's got to be deeper than that. If they find this to be true, they got to come down hard on Kawhi Leonard, Steve Ballmer, and the Clippers.
Yeah, I don't know about coming down hard on Kawhi Leonard. I think Kawhi Leonard will find deniability and just blaming it on Uncle Dennis. I'm quite certain of it. I don't know anything about it. Uncle Dennis told me to sign something, and yeah, that's what I would think with that. For their part,
but if you're empowering those people to work on your behalf, are you not responsible?
Well, of course. But again, this is a famous professional athlete we're talking about here. I think that in the case of now, to be clear now, Steve Ballmer has denied this. And secondarily, which I was stunned to read, Mark Cuban came to his defense.
Yes, I saw him going back and forth with Pablo Torre on social media, and it appears that they're going to have a some sort of podcast together where they discuss the issue.
Well, that'll get to it.
Yeah, well, listen, Mark Cuban is claiming that it doesn't make sense to him because if you were doing this, if you were Steve Ballmer and you were funding Kawhi Leonard through improper illegal back channels to subvert salary cap restrictions, you wouldn't let that company go bankrupt and let those records out for everyone to see.
Yes.
So listen, but I do agree with your point. If they because you've got to believe Adam Silver. You ever seen this guy?
Oh my God!
Adam Silver has got to be jumping out of a sarcophagus right now.
Because he has a chance to, if this is all true, to put his staple or his thumbprint on this. Like when it comes to the salary cap, the aprons, and everything. I said last night they should have to pay Bradley Beal's buyout.
Wow. I like it.
That should be the penalty. When Adam Silver took over as commissioner, his first real move of any consequence was the banning of Donald Sterling, the owner of the LA Clippers. Let's just face it, the Clippers are a problem franchise and they should be contracted.
Yeah.
But Pablo Torre in the soundbite that we played on the way in, talked about getting interviews with numerous aspiration employees. Here's one of them.
I was told, like, oh, these are the major contracts and the major players you really need to be aware of. And we went through a litany of, really, really top tier name contracts. And then, oh, by the way, we also have a marketing deal with Kawhi Leonard, a $28 million organic marketing sponsorship deal with Kawhi. And that if I had any questions about it, essentially don't, because it was to circumvent the salary cap. LOL. There was lots of LOL when things were shared.
Wow. Yeah, listen, if they do find the Clippers guilty of this, and they do look guilty, the commissioner has to come down very, very hard, because this is directly trying to undermine a rule that was put in place directly to stop runaway spending by owners like Steve Ballmer and Matt Ishbia.
Yeah. Did you see? Did you see Gambo's tweet on this? By the way, after the Pablo Torre first report came out, he quoted it and said, "This story is fascinating. From what I know from sources, when Kawhi signed with the Clippers, the Toronto owner Larry Tannenbaum was beside himself because he believed he bent over backwards for Kawhi, including calling 3 sponsors to meet Kawhi's demand of an extra $15 million in endorsement money. This was brought to the attention of Adam Silver as a concern over the cheating going on in the league being out of control, but no action was taken as it was thought Tannenbaum didn't truly understand the rules, only a promise to get more serious about it in the future."
How about that?
Yeah.
So when you say he needs to come down hard on the Clippers, what would you think that would look like?
Probably a massive fine.
That's nothing.
It's got to.
He's worth $150 billion.
What are you
Take away draft picks.
They don't have any draft picks.
Well, there's got to be some sort of restriction put on what they can do. Because, I mean, the precedent is the Joe Smith situation, which we talked about.
Yes.
Minnesota signed him to a tiny little deal with the promise of paying him on the back end of that deal so they could keep his bird rights and sign him over the salary cap. They took away 5 first-round draft picks for that from Minnesota, and that crippled that franchise for quite some time. Look, there's precedent, but not. I think this is a severe violation if they find this out.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. Yeah, and Steve Ballmer will be paying a price for this. I find it very, very interesting, though, Mark Cuban coming to the blind defense of an owner like this. I wonder what that is all about.
I mean, his main defense was he can't be that stupid.
But that's not a defense.
I know. But if
yeah, how many times have we said that in other life circumstances?
Right.
Who would be that stupid to do that? It's almost a daily occurrence.
He must be innocent. He can't be that stupid. So, and again, Kawhi Leonard signed a big contract with the Clippers. Why was he even demanding that additional money? Why was that even a thing?
He wanted
and
more
the
money.
Jokes yesterday about didn't he already have a good enough no-show job with the Clippers?
What do you think this
there are
is?
a lot of those jokes. Yeah, right.
Yeah, for the
right.
Clippers, by the way. Did you see the news on James Harden last night?
No.
His restaurant was in Houston was like $2 million behind on rent and payments. Had to close.
Oh, my goodness.
He runs a good business.
I'm sure he's not the day-to-day manager of said restaurant, but still, if
Yeah,
you empower
yeah.
people to do that, aren't you
Uh-huh.
responsible?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's hard when everybody pays in $1 bills.
That's funny.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we will get a closer look at the Cardinals' Week 1 opponent, the New Orleans Saints. We'll talk to Catherine Terrell, who covers the Saints for ESPN. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. 1 Mississippi State, 2 Mississippi State.
Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are no shortage of places to eat if you're hungry in the Valley, but if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Now, you know I'm a huge fan of Sonic, and their all-star lineup of burgers. Been telling you about them for years, whether it's the Smasher lineup, which is tremendous, or the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, which I adore. But the Sonic menu in its entirety is incredibly diverse, guaranteed to be something for everybody in your crew. Talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, and shakes. Tons of new favorites like the double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and with a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options at Sonic are endless. Also, remember to order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Currently, you can get a double Sonic Smasher, BOGO, buy one, get one free. Highly recommend that. And remember, every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, where they've raised over $30 million since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles, none of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Then once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the typical stress. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. You can see what you have to work with. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs shut out the Rangers last night 2-0 in large part due to Zach Gallen's 6 shutdown innings. He struck out 5 and only gave up 4 hits in the win, and the early 2 runs in the first and second innings would prove to be enough. The Snakes are off today, but the Boston Red Sox will be in town this weekend for 3 games starting tomorrow. The NFL is back tonight. The reigning Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles, will welcome, the Dallas Cowboys, as we will officially get the NFL season underway. As for your Cardinals, the road starts in New Orleans, and Kyler Murray knows how important it is that they start fast on Sunday.
I think it's crucial. Just because, like you said, it is a hostile environment. Fans will be loud. Last thing you want to do is get them turned up to where, maybe third down's difficult, fourth down's difficult. But yeah, I think it's crucial we go out there and start fast for sure.
This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together, let's drive Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. What is the Cardinals' path to victory in New Orleans against the Saints? We'll preview the matchup on tonight's Arizona Sports at Night, 7 to 8 p.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, week 1 in Sunday in New Orleans. Saints hosting the Arizona Cardinals, season opener for both teams. Here to give us a better look at the opponent for the Cardinals, the New Orleans Saints. She covers the team for ESPN, Catherine Terrell, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Catherine, thanks for the time. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. There was a lot of interested people here in Arizona, not only wondering who the Cardinals were going to face in week 1 from a quarterback standpoint, because it was the last quarterback situation kind of cleared up, but also the fact that 2 Arizona high school products in Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck were competing for that job. Rattler gets the start. What should we expect from Spencer Rattler, seeing as we did see him for 6 games last year?
Yeah, I think that Rattler's going to be in a much better position than he was last year. He was talking at his press conference yesterday, and someone asked him if he felt better now that, so many people on the team weren't injured and everyone started laughing because, last year he was a rookie. There really were a lot of injuries. I think he only had a few snaps with Chris Olave. There are people just going in and out. So this time, he gets to start the season as the starter. Most of the offensive line is healthy. The receivers are healthy. But, we really don't know what we're going to get out of a Spencer Rattler with a healthy team, with, starting week behind him, or as a permanent starter, I mean. So I'm really interested to see, just like y'all, how he's going to handle this.
All right, Jonathan Gannon said yesterday that he doesn't have a good record against Kellen Moore. Mentioned he was 1-3 against him during their time as dueling play callers in the NFC East, where Gannon's team gave up 41, 51, and 40 points in 3 of those games to Kellen Moore. I'm curious, how is Kellen Moore, how is he doing as a first-time head coach? Does it seem like it's real promising? Is he connecting? What's the early impressions of Kellen Moore?
Yeah, my impressions are that he has a plan. He's very detail-oriented. He came into the team this summer with ways that he wanted to do things. He changed up the way that they do practice, and part of that goes back to all the injuries. And he's really focused on recovery. The players seem to like him. He seems to, get along well with them. But I think ultimately one of the biggest questions for Kellen Moore is he has kind of a personality where he's more, soft-spoken, even-keeled. And how is that going to translate with the players when maybe things aren't going well? So that's what I'm curious to see. But, so far it definitely seems like I said, he's very decisive. He just cut a longtime special teams captain, which is a kind of a surprise. So he's definitely not shy about doing things his way.
Catherine Terrell from ESPN covers the Saints. She's our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. On the defensive side, a familiar name and face to NFL fans, Brandon Staley taking over as the defensive coordinator under Kellen Moore. And he's got some players. I mean, Cameron Jordan's had a great career. Demario Davis, really good player. Chase Young, obviously very capable. What kind of changes has Brandon Staley brought, at least philosophically, to the New Orleans Saints defense?
Well, I think that they're going to shift more from a base 4-3, which they've had for a very long time under multiple coaches, to a 3-4. I think they still want to be versatile. I think that one of his biggest challenges is going to be that some of the stars that you mentioned are older. Demario Davis is 36. Cameron Jordan is 36. So he's going to have to figure out a way to have these older players play a ton of snaps, but yet still be effective. So one of those things that he might do is, Cam might shift into a different type of role. Last year, they tried to reduce Cam's role, and then Dennis Allen was fired, and then they bumped it back up. So I'm interested to see, one, what Cam's role is, and two, what Cam's role is this weekend with Chase Young potentially nursing an injury.
One of the things, as somebody who's been to the Superdome, whatever it's called these days, many, many times, I've always marveled at just how hostile and difficult that building feels for visiting teams. Given the state of the Saints, has that element lessened among the fan base, or is it going to be sort of business as usual inside that building this weekend?
The home field advantage definitely has been lessened the last 2 or so years. I think about 2 years ago when the Lions were there were so many Lions fans there, they took over the lower bowl, which was crazy to see. I've been covering the Saints a long time. I don't think I'd ever seen anything like that. I think this particular game will be different because you guys know how the start of the season goes. This is when we're selling hope. Everyone's hopeful. Everyone's got a 0-0 record. So with a new coach and, new defensive coordinator and the hope of something different, I think that the Superdome will be packed and will be loud on Sunday. Now, whether that's going to stay that way, if they lose a few games to start the season, and they have a tough schedule to start, that could change. But I do think that at least for this weekend, it'll be loud.
Catherine Terrell of ESPN covers the Saints. She's our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. One of the constants offensively has been the presence of Alvin Kamara, who's played his whole career there. He's going into year 9. It's hard to believe. But he's been ridiculously consistent in terms of his number of touches in a season, what he is able to do as a receiver and steady as a running threat. Do you expect him to carry that similar workload in year 9 for this offense, Catherine?
I definitely think so. They're going to the season without Taysom Hill, at least for the first month. And Taysom was very heavily involved in the offense last year. So that's one playmaker that's taken away. I don't think that after Alvin Kamara, there's a running back on his level. They have Kendre Miller, but Kendre is definitely the backup. They were so sure of what they had in Alvin this summer that he only played one snap the entire preseason. Everyone else played a lot more than that. So he's going to be going into the season refreshed. But, the interesting thing will be the running back, age thing. A lot of people think that they start declining in late 20s, early 30s. Alvin just turned 30. So the biggest question for me will be, does he get through the whole season with that workload, which I assume, like I said, will be similar to last year.
All right, for the first time ever, no Saints player made the NFL's annual top 100 list. I'm curious from your vantage point as somebody who's covered the team a long time, do your instincts tell you this is a dangerous team, or is this a team that's still a year or two away?
I think this is going to be a tough season. Just the things I outlined, some of the aging defensive players, I think that they have a young quarterback, and that's going to be tough because will he be able to elevate some of these skill position players? Does Taysom Hill come back? And if he does come back, what does he look like coming off a knee injury in December? So all of these things I think is going to make for a tough year. But I do think that if they can get something going towards the end of the year and kind of look like they're gaining some momentum towards next year, I think that you could consider the first year of Kellen Moore a success. But I think there are a lot of things stacked against them this year.
Well, Catherine, we appreciate the thumbnail look at the New Orleans Saints going into the season opener. Have a great year.
Yeah, thanks for having me on today.
Thanks, Catherine Terrell covers the New Orleans Saints for ESPN.com. She joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we mentioned it earlier in the show, a little bit of a news segment. Get your thinking caps on for entertainment purposes only. We give you the first edition of the 2025 spreadsheet, and it's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last Sunday was no ordinary Sunday. That was the last Sunday without NFL football till next year, y'all. And this Sunday is definitely not ordinary either. It's when the Cardinals begin their 2025 season, dude. After all the mini camps and messing around scrimmaging and horse hockey and stuff, this Sunday, it gets real. The Cardinals start 2025 at New Orleans. Cardinals-Saints pregame begins before the sun shines with kickoff at 10 a.m. Sunday morning on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So I'm gonna give you 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. Talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, voted the #1 service company by consumers in ranking Arizona for over a decade. Number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They won't charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. My story: had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 a.m. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, they're trustworthy and credible, and this is something that really hits home with me. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, and insured. All of them are trust certified, which means they pass background checks and drug tests. Listen, you don't let anybody into your house. It's your sacred space. You need to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your house and let work on your house. That is never a concern at Parker & Sons. You call 602 to repair. That's 602 the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at AMCOArizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Cover the point spread.
What's the spread?
Well, don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread. It's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
Yeah, this is a little daunting for me because I can't even pick games without the spread.
Yeah.
So here we go. The NFL season is upon us. Each week here at Bickley and Murata Mornings. On Thursdays, leading into the week's action, we will divvy up all the games via a draft. And we're picking against the spread. We'll keep a tally all year long. And who knows? Maybe I'll be good at this. I doubt it. We shall see. But we all have the same point spreads we're working on. And all games, we have 16 games this week. So 4 of us will each go 4 games, 4-round snake-style draft for week 1. And I might shock you with all of this, because we did a random.org to determine the draft order. I've got the number 1 overall pick.
Okay.
Vic, you'll go second. Jarrett third. Sammy fourth.
Snake draft?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm going with the first game of the season.
Yeah.
I am taking the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh!
Plus 7.5.
Wow.
In fact, I think the Cowboys win this game outright.
I literally had that as my 16th out of 16. I had no idea.
I had this as my 3rd best, but the other team winning.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I had this as my 2nd, but the boys.
Yeah, you like Dallas too? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
This is going to be fun.
All right. Okay.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, how about them Cowboys? All right, with the second pick, I am going to take the Commanders giving 6 against the Giants.
Man.
Washington -6.
They are at home.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're much better than the Giants. I like that pick.
I had the Giants. That was my number 1 pick, Giants.
You picking the Giants? My
You're going
goodness.
Giants. This is great. See, this
wow,
is...
you're way. All right. My first pick, Bengals -5.5 points at the Browns. The Bengals are very good. The Browns are going to be terrible this year, and they don't have a quarterback.
But the Bengals start always very slowly until they start fast.
That is correct. And the Browns are at home. They have a good home field advantage. But I just think that the Bengals offense is really good. They're going to win by at least a touchdown.
The last time Joe Flacco was the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns 2 years ago, he was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at his stats over his last 17 starts, your eyes will pop out of your head.
Jerry, I don't know. Week 1 division dogs since 2010 are 23-7.
Ah, look at that nugget from young Sammy.
Sammy the Hook.
I've got my first pick. I'll take the Raiders +3 on the road against the Patriots.
Raiders.
The Raiders. My second pick. Give me the Bears Monday night +1.5
Bears.
at home.
Chicago.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. I had that highlighted.
I really wish these were on one sheet of paper, Jarrett.
Well, how could you just read them then?
Because I
The
have
font would be so small.
I actually take the effort to be able to see things.
Oh,
it's
fair
weird. Back to you, Jarrett.
All right, I am picking
Jarrett Large Font Carlin.
That's what they call me.
Yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, nice.
Another road game. They are another favorite on the road. -3 points. I think the Chiefs win by at least a touchdown versus the Chargers, who are perennially overrated to me.
Mahomes 6-1 in season openers. There you go, Jared.
Interesting. All right, my pick.
Your pick.
He's probably
my
Mahomes is probably 6-1 in most games he's played throughout the year.
Okay. My second pick, give me the Arizona Cardinals giving 6.5 points on the road.
Oh, you couldn't pay me enough money.
Really?
To take the Cardinals?
You don't think they're going to win by at least a touchdown versus the Saints?
No, I don't.
This is what's going to make this game so
right.
much fun. Let's see. What else jumps out? I don't want to take that one just yet.
We are picking against the spreads.
Yeah, my second pick. I don't have that belief in Matthew Stafford yet. I can't touch that one. I'm going to take a road, another road favorite. I'm going to take the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road at the Jets -3.
Okay.
And then I'm going to roll the dice. I think the blowout of the week is also the biggest spread of the week.
Oh, dang it. You got
I'm taking the Denver Broncos -8.5 at home against the Tennessee Titans.
That's a really good pick.
Yeah, I had that game circled as well.
Bo Nix last year 8-0 versus the spread when he was a favorite. Hits the mark.
Wait a minute, Sammy's done research. This
He did a lot of research. But Bo Nix, nobody thought they'd be good or he'd be good last year.
Right,
So last year
right.
spreads don't really
That's
count.
right.
Yeah. Vic, back to you.
All right, I'm going between two games here. I am going to take the Seahawks gaining 2.5 at home against the 49ers. I think Seattle's winning that game outright.
That's not a bad pick.
That is a little bit shocking that they're a home underdog.
Especially there.
In week
Especially
one.
up there.
Sammy, I thought the 49ers you have as the best team in the NFL.
I do, but you know what? They're 9-1 since 2000 when they're week 1 dogs. So
Well, who cares what happened 25 years
I'm
ago?
just saying. And Brock. Hey, on the flip side, Brock Purdy is 3-0 at Seattle. So you can go either way.
Okay.
I love that Sammy's going to have nuggets for everything, and Jared's going to say, big deal.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Well, yeah, because that's the way Jarrett looks at research.
Is Jared up?
Without
Yeah, Jared's
doing
up.
his
Is it
own.
my pick?
Jared, your pick.
I got the Los Angeles Rams at home versus the Texans -3 points.
There you go.
I think the Rams are going to be good this year. At least for game 1, Stafford's back will hold up.
Yeah.
And I don't know what C.J. Stroud you're going to get this year.
All that cortisone is going to hold up for 60 minutes on Sunday is what you're saying?
Long enough to get at least a 4-point lead.
Okay.
All right, my next pick. Give me the Dolphins +1.5 against the Colts. Daniel Dimes is the least profitable quarterback in the last 3 years.
He's my comeback player of the year, Sammy.
He's on a different team this year.
Him.
Doesn't matter what he did past years.
Still the same quarterback. And give me the Lions +2.5 in Green Bay.
That was one of the hardest ones to me.
Jared Goff 8-1 against the spread in his career in week 1s.
Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Starts fast.
I just want to clarify one other thing again, because Jared said it doesn't matter what happened in years past. You used to be a sports gambler, correct? And you just ignored trends?
I wasn't good at it. I mostly bet on NCAA tournament, and also I mostly played poker is what I was
All right,
gambling.
your last pick, Jarrett.
All right. Let's see. Who do I still have? That's good. I'm going to take the Buccaneers on the road. Only favored -1.5. A lot of people think the Buccaneers could be a sleeper Super Bowl team this year. So
go ahead.
I'm going to take them.
I was wondering if that game was going to fall to Bick and whether or not he was going to put his money where his mouth was.
Yeah, no,
I like the Falcons.
I had the Falcons circled in that game.
Big
Absolutely.
Penix fan.
So did I. Your last pick, Bick.
Give me the Jaguars giving 3.5 at home against the Panthers.
I secretly think that that's an interesting game.
I don't know what to think of either of those teams, even though I picked Canales to win Coach of the Year.
That means I'm left with the Sunday night extravaganza.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson against Josh Allen.
Tough call.
I'm going to take
I got some good
the Hard Knocks Buffalo Bills at home, giving a 1.5.
What a great game for Sunday Night Football in Week 1.
The Bills are 22-3 since 2022 at home. There you go. But on the flip side, John Harbaugh's 29-10 when he gets 10+ days to prepare for a team.
Ooh.
And he's had a lot more than 10 days.
Yes, he has.
He's had like 10 months. There you go, our first Week 1 edition of the Spreadsheet, a weekly feature during football season. 2025 here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You tune into Arizona Sports at Night right after Big Red Rage tonight. Kellen and Mitch will be breaking down the D-backs Rangers series and preview the Cardinals' upcoming game against the Saints. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. Social Studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour with Sammy is straight ahead here on the Thursday edition. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Let's talk about the myth and the lure of low interest rates. A lot of people think that if I get a low interest rate on a 30-year fixed rate mortgage, that's okay given the interest that the money I'm going to save. That is not necessarily the truth. One of our listeners, his name is Jack, shopped for a 30-year fixed mortgage, found the lowest fixed interest rate possible, locked into that best available fixed rate, set up the automatic withdrawals from his checking account every month. He was in set it and forget it mode. Turns out Jack was going to take 22 years to pay more principal than interest on his mortgage payment. And in the end, even with that low interest rate, he was going to pay over $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a much better way. The Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you combine your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity. And when you pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, that is how you get ahead. That is how you build personal wealth. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you at Life Changer Loan if you're not a good fit. But if you are, I can guarantee you this, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Progressive's Teen Driver Discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver Discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dealing for the Snakes last night. The Milkman went 6 innings, only gave up 4 hits en route to a 2-0 win, and helped seal a series win against the Texas Rangers last night. And here was Zach Gallen postgame.
We're still playing for something in here, so for me, that's kind of, where the confidence and the motivation comes from. Just, we're not out of it just yet, so go out there and give the guys every 5th game a chance to try and win and see what happens.
The D-backs are off today, but will welcome the Boston Red Sox for 3 games starting tomorrow. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals are in action this weekend. The Devils will be in Starkville as they'll look to clean things up against Mississippi State. And our first look at Kyler Murray and the Cardinals will come in New Orleans on Sunday as they'll look to get to 1-0 to start the season. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Every morning at 9 o'clock, we jump into the social media pool to see what's going on. And here to tell us what's going on is our own Sammy Cebulka, Social Studies.
Yes, happy it's Thursday morning. And we've got some social studies for you guys. Where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X is where we post those daily questions. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube. And we'll start with the Diamondbacks, all right? So we asked D-back fans, fill in the blank. This team's play since the trade deadline makes me say blank.
It ain't over till it's over.
Makes me say what could have been.
Where was this before?
That too.
All of these are nominees.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt. Phoenix sports fan says, it makes me say, what a shame. The lack of urgency to start the season.
Yep.
Second season in a row this has happened. Tom Foss makes me say, this team has heart, guts, determination, and a never give up mentality. Just the opposite of last year's Suns team. And then Eddie V says, it makes me say the D-backs are 17-12 since the trade deadline. That is a .586 winning percentage. If we were right at that winning percentage the whole year, we'd have 4 more wins than the first place Dodgers.
Wow.
Steven said the trade deadline was a wake-up call.
Yeah.
Focus of the entire club has been much better. We lost talent, but gained a team that's much more engaged and playing cleaner baseball.
Cbacker44, this will be the last one, says, I guess thanks for at least keeping us interested until football season. Hey,
they have done that.
Yeah, they you know what?
Done that.
That's in early August. We were wondering if that was going to be the truth or the case.
And let's face it, also, this whole season we've compared them to the Suns.
Yes.
They're showing a lot more fight and heart at the end of the season down the stretch than the Suns did in a similar situation. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Playing harder.
I do.
That is true.
100%.
Yeah.
All right. So the Cardinals kick off their NFL season on Sunday against the Saints. And we've kind of talked a lot about what success might look like, what needs to happen, but we're putting it in stone. What would you consider a successful season and why? Hashtag Cardinals fans.
To me, it's playoffs or bust with this football team.
Yeah, I mean,
it's very, very, it's
just
very,
make
very
the
clear.
playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good enough for me. Now, as it applies to Kyler Murray, I think he does need to win a playoff game. But getting there would be enough for me to stamp it a successful season.
Yeah, I mean, 9 wins would be a winning season. It would mark improvement again for this regime and this group together. But I agree with Vic. If it doesn't end in a playoff berth right now without knowing what the optics look like, I would have a hard time saying, yeah, that's a successful season.
I think for me, it's 10 games. I think if they can get double-digit wins, because I think the NFC is very deep, 10 wins still may be a wild card, maybe not a wild card spot, but if they can get double-digit wins, I think that's success.
So even if it's 10 wins without a playoff spot, you're good.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Couple of responses. There's some good ones. Mike says, if we share a few laughs, have some good food, and make new friends along the way.
That's funny.
And then there's some in stone ones. Travis says 10 wins and a playoff berth is the floor for this team. And then we had a response. He just didn't get the point. He said trading Nolan Arenado for an entirely new pitching staff. As in the St. Louis Cardinals. I was like, you must be from St. Louis, my friend.
Yeah, there's some people that are throwing it down, though. Jordan said second round of the playoffs, time to put up or shut up.
Friar Norman says being 5-3 or better in the final 8 games of the season, making the postseason, that's got to give you optimism in your quarterback and your team going forward. He makes a good point. The last 8 games of the season, if the Cardinals are anything of what they were the first half of the season, if they can just be good in the second half, that'll probably get you in the playoffs.
That is interesting because the year they made the playoffs, they faded down the stretch with Cliff Kingsbury, and that was sort of the warning signs for that whole regime.
And then I want to read this to the last one. Daylight Film says, winning a wild card playoff game would be a huge step in the right direction, but I think some of this fan base will be just fine making the playoffs, period. So there's expectation of getting there and expectation of competing in the playoffs for a lot of different fans. All right, our last question. We were talking about fear this morning, and Jarrett doesn't love the fish in the sea. And you know what? That's okay, because I'm not a big Sharks fan. But we asked, what is your most irrational fear? What is something weird, funny, unusual that you are scared of?
I don't know if I've ever shared mine on the air, and it's faded over the years. But when I was a child, when the first Superman movie came out, you remember the one with Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder? And at the end of the first Superman, Margot Kidder's character, Lois Lane, is covering some news story in California.
Yeah.
And her car gets sucked into the earth by a giant earthquake, and she's buried alive.
Superman has to fly backwards around the earth.
I didn't want to give away the spoiler.
Oh, sorry.
It's only been 47 years or something. I had such an irrational, nightmarish fear of being buried alive and anything claustrophobic for the longest time.
Yeah.
I mean,
getting sucked into a sinkhole?
I don't think it's going to happen now.
Right?
But
could be
there was a time in my life where I lost sleep over it. That was such a harrowing image.
So the whole story came out because of Jarrett. We talked about snorkeling and how Jarrett snorkeled and just completely freaked out by having, live fish around him.
Correct.
And people could hear him screaming out through the
They were on
tube.
the boat. My mom said that she heard me from she was on the boat. She heard it coming out of the top of my snorkel.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. So in Hawaii, I took my kids snorkeling. It was part of a boat tour we went on, so it was like the safe area where, they were looking out for sharks, so there was really no concern about that. We jumped in the water. My oldest boy, and I was right next to him, as soon as we got underwater with our masks, my boy looks down, and it's a cavern. It was a long way to the bottom, and that freaked him out. A fish came right by us and had explosive diarrhea right there in front of us. Seriously, just a stream of it. And we just got out of the water. We're like, this ain't gonna work. For me, it's heights, sharks, and snakes.
We have very similar ones.
And no guardrails on mountain roads.
Well, that's kind of heights, but
that's also heights.
There's nothing that, I said this before, there's nothing that makes me crash out more than that.
Yeah.
Roads
heights are not.
guardrails.
That's not irrational, though. I wouldn't say.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Wait, just one real quickly on the scuba diving. You never had a fear anything about breathing underwater?
I did, while I was doing it, the idea of, oh my goodness, I have to concentrate on breathing, it started to freak me out a little bit, I'll be honest.
And then the other, have you ever, I think it was called open water, where you're on a tour group, 2 people snorkeling, and the boat just leaves?
Yeah.
And they're stuck in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah. You wouldn't be snorkeling in the ocean to be scuba diving, but yeah, that's
what I meant, scuba diving.
Yeah, that would be terrifying, because that actually did happen. That's based on a true story.
See, I love the ocean and like the beach and everything, but I'm terrified of the things in it.
Same.
Like
sea pests, they're called.
And for me, it's been a dramatic shift, because I used to be that dude who'd go to California and I'd go swimming way out there. And I had no qualms with it until one day I did. And now I'm terrified of it.
Yeah, see, the unknown of the ocean. A couple responses. Names are hard says eyeballs are freaking weird. I'm on that team. I think eyeballs are really weird.
You'll never be a doctor of optometry?
No. I can't touch my own eye. I won't do it.
Really?
Yeah, no. Weird. Mike Wood said the gas pedal on my car getting stuck. It's also why he'll never ride in a Waymo. Ross Vegas says, apparently I have a fear of getting a hole-in-one after playing golf for 40 years.
I love
Still don't
it.
have one of those.
I love it.
And then Seabacker44 says, alligators. Bordertown Kid says, toads. I am also in team reptile. Ugh, no, don't like them at all. Lizards, anything. No thanks. But we have ran out of time, but that's a good one. Keep those coming. We might revisit that at the end of the show.
If it's your own fear, isn't it always rational?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
Rational
people,
fears are only for other people.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's like minor surgery. That only applies to other people.
Exactly. Tune in to Arizona Sports at night right after Big Red Rage. Tonight, Kellen and Mitch will break down the D-back series and preview the Cardinals' upcoming game against the Saints. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 or the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, more reaction to the hot take culture that's pervasive in sports media from one of the biggest names in sports media. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and with football season here, Waltz is commemorating it with a great giveaway for one of our lucky listeners, so listen up, you don't want to miss out on this. They're giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination that is guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level, and all you have to do to qualify and to enter is text the word Waltz, W-A-L-T-S, to 620 between now and September 22nd. The drawing will happen and the winner will be announced on September 23rd. So you've got about 3 weeks to get that done. Nothing more than picking up your phone, texting Waltz to 620. You will be entered to win that free television along with the soundbar. Waltz, serving the Valley since 1957. They're a Valley institution. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, great pricing as well. If you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. Watch them match it. They'll give you free and expert installation if you need it. Lots of great things at Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selenos to Grand Price and Possession.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. The Sun Devils head to SEC country, and their game tape from Week 1 reveals one critical flaw Mississippi State will look to take advantage of. At least the part of the tape that they were able to watch, maybe not the stream, maybe not the third quarter so much. We'll tell you about it at 7 on Arizona Sports at Night, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right. But these guys, they need hot takes on television and radio because they need fools to click on them on the internet or call into their radio shows. It drives me crazy. I said, Michael's the best I've ever seen. I love him, respect him. The next I've seen is Kobe. Now, the last 20 years been Steph and LeBron. I don't have to compare them. I can appreciate their greatness.
That's Charles Barkley, of course, appearing on the Bill Simmons podcast, talking about the hot take culture. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. Mike Wilbon came out on PTI and kind of turned the spotlight on college football mainstream media, saying the college football media is ruining the sport because everything's absolute. Everything is so over-exaggerated. And using the Arch Manning example, he's the greatest quarterback we've ever seen at this level. He used the Jeremiah Smith, he's the greatest college player I've ever seen example, which has been said with straight faces by people very high up in the business. And we kind of riffed off that. And I agree with the Michael Wilbon take. The Barkley, thing, hot takes are not new, obviously. It's turned into currency, especially on television. I could speak for our radio show and our radio station. We're not coming up with things to say to get the phones to ring.
No.
Certainly, we don't take phone calls anymore.
We don't stage anything.
No. And if you have an opinion that might be unpopular, what you're getting is an opinion, but it's genuine.
Yeah.
And I think what Barkley's talking about now is just the manufactured crap that people don't really believe. They're just saying it out there. Rage baiting, whatever, engagement farming, whatever you want to call it.
And listen, I think not all of it, but a lot of it goes to just Stephen A. Smith and the ubiquitous nature of him, how he is everywhere at all times with the hot takes. Listen, I've read a lot of people who think week 1 of the college football season, for as great and as entertaining as it was, that these two networks that now control college sports, Fox and ESPN, there's a debate as to who was more embarrassing. It was either Fox acting like Arch Manning was better than Tom Brady and the best player any of us have ever seen, Or ESPN openly rooting for Bill Belichick to the point where the TCU head coach, Sonny Dykes, who's a very good head coach, was extremely agitated at the one-sided nature of the coverage. And it just kind of speaks to what once was and what once was the level of consumption and what it is now. And then the question also, what is the supply driving the demand? Is the demand driving the supply? Do people really want what's being thrown out at you every day, or is it just a cheap way to get you to watch? You know my thoughts on this when it comes to ESPN and their coverage of basketball. I think a big problem with the NBA right now is that there has been very little storytelling about small market players and small market teams, because there's a fear from the network that if we devote time to that, we're going to lose market share. We're going to lose viewership because people don't care about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. People don't care about the Memphis Grizzlies. Well, the reason they don't care is they don't know about it. They're never given those teams. So it's really a chicken and egg kind of thing to me. But it seems to me that if I were in business with a television network and I owned or ran a professional sport, it'd be something that I would really want them to change. I would want there to be, appropriate coverage of good stories, storylines, human interest things. It doesn't always have to be screaming and hot takes.
No, and we've also talked about it on this show, too. One of the most frustrating things, really, I mean, it's societal more than it's not just relegated to sports. It's societal. The ability to disagree, for people to disagree civilly. Charles Barkley talked about that, too, with Bill Simmons.
You can disagree with people, but people believe television is so powerful. People believe what we say. They do. And I don't mind agreeing or disagreeing with people, but I ain't going to say just to get people to call in and argue with me.
It's also another, I mean, we could spend hours on this subject. Yes, and we also hear it all the time. Oh, the media sucks. I hate the media. It's the media's fault. Blah, 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 blah. The media's, there are agendas that get pushed out, certainly in the sports world, and you touched on them. We just went through a basketball season where small market teams were not talked about on the big sports networks.
No.
And then two small market teams met for the NBA championship. And the big networks were like, oh, no, nobody's watching our product.
Yeah. Well, duh.
Yeah. You reap what you sow.
That's it. That's exactly it. And I think this story is everywhere in the world today, in this country today. The idea of strip mining everything right now for every cent you can get right now in the moment, and rather than investing in time and building value through intangible things like loyalty and trust and things like that. I don't think it's a good trend. I really don't. I think it and I wrote about this. It also, to me, it applies to this whole the streaming wars that has taken over sports. Why is that happening? Well, because televised sports are more valuable than ever. It's really the only thing people watch live. Thereby, the commercial exposure is much greater.
That and award shows.
Shows. You don't DVR them. You want to live them in real time, or it's just not the same. So as a result, sports leagues, wow, we can make even more money than we're making. I just struggle with it because it's the whole corporate ethos all across the board is growth, more. At some point, more isn't better. And in fact, you get to a point where more gets you diminishing returns. And I think that's a fundamental issue among many platforms in this country.
Yeah, Barkley also didn't stop there in that discussion with Bill Simmons. He talked about, remember when they signed off during the playoffs on TNT, and it was this grand affair, and to a man on the TNT set, they were like, all right, we're looking forward to working for ESPN. There's still a lot of uncertainty on how that whole situation is going to go, and Barkley talked about that. He said, after the game, we can have a conversation and have fun. Are they going to say, you guys got 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 15, 20, 30, 45, or are we going straight to SportsCenter? They don't know. And then he also took another shot at the NBA with this new television setup and said, I don't think they give a blank about the fans, and I think this is going to come back to bite them, to be honest with you.
Wow.
And he's part of it, talking about where fans can find games. You can find NBA games if you've got all the streaming services and all the cable channels. You can find them 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so different from what NBA fans became accustomed to over the last 15, 20 years. There's going to be a huge transition period for fans.
I've heard from so many older generation people who the idea of seeking out a game, of finding a game, that's hassle enough, much less buying a bunch of streaming services so you can make sure you see what you need or want to see. And then the idea that these games used to be available to everybody because the leagues and the networks together understood the value of making these accessible to everybody. There's so much to gain on the back end of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tradition builds loyalty. Loyalty builds value. Value then eventually brings money. All these intangible things that used to be gained by making these sports easily accessible for everybody.
Well, you have two paths. You can take time to build loyalty, or you can cash in now.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, our Thursday round of Mock My World as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last Sunday was no ordinary Sunday. That was the last Sunday without NFL football till next year, y'all. And this Sunday is definitely not ordinary either. It's when the Cardinals begin their 2025 season, dude. After all the mini camps and messing around scrimmaging and horse hockey and stuff, this Sunday, it gets real. The Cardinals start 2025 at New Orleans. Cardinals Saints pregame begins before the sun shines with kickoff at 10 a.m. Sunday morning on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
By now, you know Sweet James, official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the television commercial of him dunking a basketball. Say it all the time. Not sure if those hops and that vertical leap is real or artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what Sweet James will do for you. They'll get your car fixed. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they'll go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They are a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who have extensive trial and litigating experience, and all that experience gives them great leverage when negotiating with and dealing with those insurance companies on your behalf. The insurance companies who know that Sweet James more than willing to tell your story in a courtroom. This is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. You can expect maximum compensation with Sweet James. And remember, you pay nothing until Sweet James wins your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Kick off your weekend with Rising. Rivals and unbeatable deals. Phoenix Rising takes on Las Vegas Lights FC on Friday, September 5th at 7:30 p.m. with beer specials all night long. This is the match fans wait for. High energy, big moments, and a crowd that brings the heat. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com. Friday Night Lights, fierce rivalry, cold drinks. Don't miss it.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs shut out the Rangers last night 2-0 in large part due to Zach Gallen's 6th shutout innings. He struck out 5 and only gave up 4 hits in the win, and the early 2 runs from the Diamondbacks would be the difference. The Snakes are off today, but the Boston Red Sox will be in town this weekend for 3 games starting tomorrow. And the NFL is back tonight. The reigning Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, will welcome, the Dallas Cowboys as they will get the 2025-26 season officially underway. As for your Cardinals, the road starts in New Orleans, and Kyler Murray knows how important it is they start fast on Sunday.
I think it's crucial. Just because, like you said, it is a hostile environment. Fans will be loud. Last thing you want to do is get them turned up to where, maybe 3rd down's difficult, 4th down's difficult. But yeah, I think it's crucial we go out there and start fast for sure.
As for the Sun Devils, they will make their way to Stark Vegas, some call it, for an SEC matchup with the Mississippi State Bulldogs on Saturday, where they will need to be a little more sharp than what we saw from them in Week 1. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are extended now through September 9th. Get 25% off everything online or in store. Sleep better and save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is after a late positive push, should the D-backs hold on to Zach Gallen for 2026, yes or no?
It's a very nuanced question. It would have to be at what price? If the price is amenable, then I would say absolutely.
I'd like him back.
Me too. 79% of the vote say yes, 21% of the vote in the no category there.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Feel free to vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Marotta. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it, you just did it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back. Last week, it was a romp, a march to victory for Team Bickley.
Oh.
Best ways to end a game, match, or sporting event. Dan Bickley went with the game-winning buzzer beater with a birdie putt, a goal line stand, and a play at home plate. 44.7% of the vote. An easy victory. Sammy was second, 31.2%. I was a very distant third at 13.6%. Jarrett, 3% behind me at 10.6%. We've been talking so much about one particular NFL owner in the news for a big trade, in the news for a big documentary airing on Netflix. So this week, what we're going to do on Mock My World is we're trying to keep up with the Joneses. Best or teams made up of real and fictional figures. Name Jones. This could be good.
All right. This is going to be brutal.
Jared Carlin has got the first pick. I've got second. Sammy, you will go third. Pick as the defending champion. You've got the fourth pick. 4-round snake-style draft. Jared's got the first pick, and I know exactly where he's going. But go ahead, Jared.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm going with Indiana Jones, Henry Jones Jr. from the Indiana Jones.
That was his name?
Movie.
Henry
Yes.
Jones Jr.?
Jr. Yes.
Was he actually from Indiana? Do we ever
No,
find this out?
Indiana was the name of the dog. Don't you remember that from the third one?
I never saw that particular.
Oh, that
Indiana
was one of the
Jones
best
movie.
ones, The Last Crusade.
Yeah. All right, second pick, overall pick, my first round pick. I'm going to go with one of the most recognizable voices in all of spoken word, James Earl Jones.
Baseball, Ray.
They will come, Ray.
Can I take Jerry Jones? Is that
Sure you can.
Of course.
Okay, yes. Give me Jerry Jones. Thank
Man,
you.
I don't know if it's going to help your team at all.
That's all right. I need all the people I can get. On
I
this team.
appreciate young Sammy making me part of his team.
All right, so I got 2 picks.
2 picks.
Now, I'm not an MMA guy, but I watched a highlight package of John Bone Jones. What a bad dude that guy is.
For a long time, yes, in more than one way, but he, for a long time, considered the pound-for-pound best fighter.
He's not anymore?
He doesn't really fight as much anymore.
He retires and unretires a lot.
Gets kicked out and unkicked out.
Yeah.
Man, those elbows
And
wow.
Chandler Jones is his brother, of
Yeah,
course.
that's right. So give me John Bones Jones, and then the great musician, bass player from Led Zeppelin, John Paul Jones.
Yeah.
I'm just taking guys named John Jones. I like it.
That's right.
It's never happened before in the history of Mock My World. 2 people with the same name on the
Right.
same team. Sammy, back to you.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. I'll take.
There's people named Jones, real or fictional.
Great actor. Give me Tommy Lee Jones.
Good pick.
One of my favorite movies. He's one of the stars of The Fugitive.
Oh, he's great.
Absolutely love that movie. He won an Oscar for that, didn't he?
He did. And
Yeah.
he's always very surly. Did you ever see the sequel? U.S. Agents?
Didn't watch that one either. U.S. Marshals.
U.S. Marshals, sorry.
Yeah. My second pick, I am going to go to the world of sports. One of the great wide receivers of all time, Julio Jones.
Was on my list.
Sorry about that, Sammy.
It's okay. I'm running low on people now.
Yeah, there's hardly anybody named Jones.
That's an uncommon name.
Yeah.
I got 2 picks here, right?
Yes.
I'm going to go with 2 sports picks. I'm going to go with one of the pound-for-pound greatest boxers of all time before he stayed way too long and kept getting knocked out, Roy Jones Jr.
All right.
And then I'm going to go with...
Who's texting you those? By you're reading these off your phone? I was just.
No, I
wondering.
make notes on my phone.
Such a small font.
Not the way I have it. Hall of Fame hitter Chipper Jones.
Dang it.
Chipper Jones.
Yes, Chipper Jones.
That was my
Chipper Jones. Yeah, I was
You
going
know
to
what his real name was?
Yes.
Larry.
Larry!
Hey, Larry.
Larry. Didn't the Mets fans used to serenade him with that?
They did.
All right.
It's my pick.
Yep.
You tried to take my pick, didn't you?
I just
Sammy?
hope you don't take them. You got like 2 guys left.
That's it. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna go with the other Atlanta Brave, one of the great
Should be
defensive
in the
center
Hall of
fielders
Fame.
of all time, Andrew Jones.
How is he not in the Hall of Fame? Has almost 500 home runs and one of the greatest defenders at any position of all time.
I don't know.
Has like 9 Gold Gloves.
But
or
I
something.
like your passion.
Yeah, so
it's
do I.
helping my team.
Yeah. All right. Paved the way of golf. Give me Bobby Jones.
Yeah. Certainly on my list.
The
Good
former
pick, Sammy.
Philadelphia 76er great.
No.
All right, you got 2 picks to finish out your Jones team.
Yeah, give me Davy Jones from the Pirates of the Caribbean fame. Davy Jones' locker.
Not from
Not
the
from the
Monkees?
monkey.
Yeah.
Not from the Monkees, no. And Catherine Zeta-Jones.
I was almost picked her.
Is she still, like, I know she got older, but
Acting?
she was huge. I mean,
Yeah.
she was in everything. Won like a
I
total
think she won an
A-list-
Oscar for
A-list
Chicago.
star, yeah. You just don't see anything about her anymore. All right, Sammy, your last pick.
All right. I'm gonna take. There's some confusion in this research. Doesn't make much sense to me, but I think I'm gonna take it. Mr. Jones or James Bond. You know, a character in the 1962 James Bond film.
Okay.
How about Mr. Jones from the Counting Crows song?
Yeah,
Well,
right.
see,
That's a good one.
Mr. Jones and Me.
I had that, but it was a song.
Well, it's fine. You could
It
take
works
it if you
it
want.
works for us.
Okay,
Take it if you
all
want.
right, yeah. Then that's where I want to
Right.
go.
There's
There
lots
you
of
go.
people named Jones, you know. All right.
All right.
Keep it up with the Joneses.
I'm going to go with the great track and field athlete, Marion Jones.
All right,
I'm going to
last
regret
pick.
that pick. I left somebody on the board.
I have no board left.
Didn't Marion Jones get busted for PEDs? Am I wrong about that? I better not be wrong now
Yeah,
that I
that's
said
why
it.
I'm going to regret that pick. Is that a hot take you're putting out there, man? Jarrett, you got the last pick.
Oh, I thought I already picked my last pick.
No, sir.
Do you not know how this works?
I forgot.
You go first and you
I
go
never-
last.
Okay. The last pick of the draft will be. Let's see. I am going to go. Do I want to go real or fake? I'm going to go with Deacon Jones, Hall of Fame football player. The
on
head
my list,
slap,
too.
right?
He was famous for the head slap.
It was between him and Bridget Jones from Bridget Jones's Diary.
Okay.
We didn't pick former Suns GM James
James Jones, I know, I thought of him.
Yeah.
Nora Jones, Rashida Jones,
Quincy Jones,
and Rashida Jones's father. Casey Jones.
Yeah.
All right, the Joneses have been picked. Team Carlin, Indiana
Jughead Jones.
Roy Jones Jr., Chipper Jones, and Deacon. There's Chipper Jones. I can't say it without doing the voice. Deacon Jones. I've got James Earl Jones, Julio Jones, Andrew Jones, and Marion Jones. Sammy went with Jerry Jones. It doesn't even sound like a word anymore. Tommy Lee Jones, Bobby Jones, and Mr. Jones, the Counting Crows song. And Bick went with John Bones Jones, John Paul Jones, Davy Jones, and Catherine Zeta Jones. It's a lot of Joneses.
Well, it's the 5th most popular surname in America.
Ooh, Smith.
I don't know the top 5, but I know it's number 5.
David Bowie's
Johnson.
Bowie's real name, David Jones.
Changed it because of Davy Jones from the Monkees, right?
Yep.
Wow.
All right, we'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. Can you help us keep up with the Joneses? We do it every Thursday. Some final thoughts straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the Shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find the new home you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everybody else's schedule. None of that. You don't have time for that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Then, once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home. That part's important with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. You can find out what exactly you have to work with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
We forgot about this musical character. You know this tune, right, Vic?
I know this. I know this song.
This song is a bop, as the kids said 10 years ago.
He and Mrs. Jones.
Yeah.
We got a thing going on.
Ever heard this song, Sammy?
No, I have not.
Song is almost as old as me. I was 1 year old when this song came out. Billy Paul. I didn't know it was Billy Paul. I mean, I was aware of this song. I heard somebody sing this years ago at a karaoke bar that brought the place down. And I've loved this song ever since. Isn't that weird?
Wow.
I was influenced by a karaoke version of a good song.
That's crazy.
Me and Mrs. Jones got a thing going on. Billy Paul, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Couple of NFL notes as we are on opening day. Eagles, Cowboys tonight, Thursday Night Football. It is banner night for the Eagles. First game for the Cowboys without Micah Parsons. But some news around the league. Nick Bonito of the Denver Broncos, the outside linebacker.
Yeah.
4-year, $106 million extension. That includes $70 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid defensive player in Denver Broncos history. And the Jets are going to jet. They've lost starting offensive lineman Elijah Vera Tucker out for the season with a torn triceps.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. That was one thing that came out yesterday, the Cardinals injury report. Mm-hmm. It was nice to see only 2 names on it.
Yeah. Get a healthy football team.
Yeah. For now.
Well, listen, as we'll get into the game in detail tomorrow, but one of the things that Jonathan Gannon did mention is he has not had a lot of success matching wits with Kellen Moore. There was a time when Kellen Moore was an offensive coordinator and Jonathan Gannon was a defensive coordinator in the NFC East. Mm-hmm. And Kellen Moore got the better of Jonathan Gannon 3 of 4 times.
That is true.
40 points, 3 of those 4, or at least 3 of those 4 times. So what it means, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it is out there.
It'll be interesting to see, though. But, Kellen Moore at the time had really good quarterback, really good offensive talent. Does he have the same level? No.
Nope.
Not really in New Orleans. But schemes do matter. Mm-hmm. X's and O's matter. Angel Reese is at it again.
Oh, yeah.
She is digging herself hole after hole.
She is digging herself.
So apparently, I could have ended the sentence there. Angel Reese did an interview with the Chicago Tribune about being part of the Chicago Sky. And this is her second year in the league, obviously. She said in this interview with the Chicago Tribune, quote, "I'm not settling for the same bleep we did this year. We have to get good players. We have to get great players. That's a non-negotiable for me. I'm willing and wanting to play with the best, and however I can help to get the best here, that's what I'm going to do this offseason. So it's going to be very, very important this offseason to make sure we attract the best of the best because we can't settle for what we have this year." End quote. So the Sky beat the Connecticut Sun yesterday, 88-64. She's on the podium afterwards, is asked about the comments in the Chicago Tribune. Quote, "I'm probably am frustrated with myself right now. I think the language is taken out of context. I really didn't mean to put down my teammates because they've been through this with me throughout the whole year. They've busted their ass like I've busted my ass. They showed up for me through thick and thin and in the locker room when nobody could see anything. So I want to apologize to my teammates, which I already have, about the article and how it was misconstrued about what I said. And I have to be better with my language." Well, which is it? Was it misconstrued or do you have to be better with your language?
But again, does she not realize that saying what she said, that her teammates are going to go, "Oh, that's what you think of me, huh?"
If I'm a teammate, we got to get somebody in here who can make a damn layup.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Not a fan of Angel
I know
Reese.
it's not the message, it's the messenger, and understanding what I say can be taken any kind of way. So I have to be better and grow from this. Have you, in your long journalistic career, ever quoted, because I know when you're in that business, quoting somebody accurately is
very,
of
very
the
important.
utmost importance.
Very,
Have
very
you ever
important.
had somebody say, "Oh, I was misquoted" on anything you wrote? That would tick me off more than anything.
Oh, yeah, listen.
Like, you were misquoted? Here, you want context? Here's the audio tape. You want me to release it?
Exactly, which is why you tape every interview.
Yeah.
It's a non-starter to me. But I've had stories done on me where I've been misquoted, and it drives you nuts. I can understand. And
that's happened to me too.
Yeah, so you can understand how it would drive athletes insane.
There is difference between being misquoted though and being taken out of context, I guess.
Huge difference.
Yeah, but again, to Big's
manipulating
point,
a real quote to
that's why, as the interviewer, you tape every interviewer because then you can prove context.
That's right.
I mean, I don't know what else the context could be other than saying, "These guys suck. I need new players in here."
That's what I'm saying. What context are we talking about? Man.
I've also been informed that Catherine Zeta-Jones is currently playing Morticia Addams in the show Wednesday.
I saw that tweet too.
Oh, okay.
I'm not watching the show. My only exposure to that show is the Wendy's
commercials. Yeah, I saw it. Same here, man. Same here.
Oh, we're going to have football breakdown tomorrow.
Cannot wait. We got a
Previewing
football game tonight.
Cardinals, Saints, Sun Devils, Bulldogs, and we'll get to talk about a football game that actually counts in Philadelphia, Eagles and Cowboys. And yes, I'm on record. Cowboys on the upset.
That's
tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be such a gift for Jarrah.
That would be so how you couldn't watch ESPN tomorrow if the Cowboys win.
And I've had a friend point out to me, Jarrett, that in our Keeping Up with the Joneses draft, did you ever see the movie Horrible Bosses?
Yes.
Remember Jamie Foxx's character? Nobody picked him. Do you remember his first name?
No.
We're out of here. We'll catch you tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wi-Fi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The time is now for Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray to fill the hole in his resume with a playoff win, writes Dan Bickley. The Kyler Murray-Marvin Harrison Jr. connection is night and day from a year ago, Murray says. And Zach Gallen has been among the best pitchers in baseball lately as he helped the D-backs shut out the Rangers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wi-Fi.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. app. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dealing last night for the Snakes. The Milkman went 6 innings, only gave up 4 hits en route to a 2-0 win, and helped seal a series win for the Diamondbacks against the Rangers. And here was Gallen postgame.
We're still playing for something in here, so for me, that's kind of, where the confidence and the motivation comes from. Just, we're not out of it just yet, so go out there and give the guys every 5th game a chance to try and win and see what happens.
The D-backs are off today, but will welcome the Boston Red Sox for 3 games starting tomorrow. Both ASU and the Arizona Cardinals are in action this weekend. The Devils will be in Starkville as they'll look to clean things up against Mississippi State. And our first look at Kyler Murray and the Cardinals will come in New Orleans on Sunday as they look to get to 1-0 to start the regular season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Oh, it most definitely does not suck buttermilk. The NFL season is here. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday, heading into the NFL opener tonight. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty great after all that.
Jacked. Can I just say that, Bull? Sammy the Bull right
Sammy
now
the
looking
Bull
at me
is
when I
still
said that.
in the,
Like, what are you
yeah.
doing? Are you losing your mind? Well, maybe. It's kind of feeling that way right now because football season is here, man. It is a Thursday.
Sammy hasn't seen you at the start of a football season before.
I don't
has he?
know.
Have you ever
Sammy,
seen Wolf at the start? Oh, Sammy.
Feels like Sammy the
I have
Bull,
not.
of course, as we love to call him. The Bull basically. He's been here for how long now, Sammy? How long have you actually been here?
8 months?
Yeah, like 7-8 months.
Okay, 7, 8 feels like 8 years, but I mean, Sammy the Bull just seems to be ever present, does he not?
Well, he's consistent.
He is.
You don't
Show
get the
up and
nickname
work.
Sammy the Bull if you're inconsistent, but I tell you, doing a show with Wolf heading into the first weekend of the NFL season is like it's like they lock you in a cage with like an animal, like a lion or something that's just kind of pacing around the room.
You know, it's funny because the intensity level is up. The vibe, as we like to call it, Basinonians in the Wolfley compound, is up. There's no doubt about it. The intensity level is up right now. You can feel it. Why is that? Because we know we're actually going to see football. Football played at the highest level our species can generate in only a matter of hours. Think about that.
I know. See, now, look, I love this job. I love this job.
Right.
But what's great about this week is we get away from the, what could happen in a game is I think maybe this might. Now we actually see real games.
I love that. You've got to go thespian more often,
games.
all right?
I love when you do that, Luke.
I don't think I'm ever doing that voice again.
The full-on best man.
But we're all so sick of the this team could be deal.
It was preseason.
What if that happened? Oh, well, you know what? Stuff's going to start happening tonight.
It is going to start happening. I'm so jacked up. Can you imagine? The Cowboys, of course, traveling to Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. When I
Most
say
ironically named city possibly in the world.
They are, Basinonians, can I just tell you this right now? And I'm sorry, I honestly do not mean to attack or defame any person that lives
Let's
in
go after
Philadelphia.
Philly first.
Can I just tell you right now, the worst fans in the National Football League. Now, some would look at it and say the best fans in the National Football League.
I think they would wear you saying that as a badge of honor.
Exactly. I think that's how they would feel as well about that. You go there and, I tell the story all the time, but it's the truth. My rookie year got hit with a D battery in the tunnel as they were holding us to run out onto the field. We're all in there, and all of a sudden, bam. Took a D battery and ever ready, and I can still see it in my mind, Basinonians. When I shut my eyes and think about that moment, I can still see it spinning on the ground. A veteran told me, "Get your helmet on, Rook," as we were coming out. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He said, This place, get your helmet on.
It's Philly.
It's Philly. And sure enough, D battery. Unbelievable.
Well, the important thing is I'm sure they've evolved in that time, right?
Yeah, I doubt it.
Oh.
Right, exactly. And I'm sure, as you said, they'd wear that like a badge.
I think they would. Micah Parsons not going to make the trip for the Cowboys, Wolf, because he's not on them anymore. They traded him to Green Bay because they felt like, hey, this is maybe our best player. Let's get rid of him right before the season.
Yeah.
For the Cardinals playing the Saints on Sunday, let's just make this real broad. Game starts on Sunday. What's the first thing you're looking for?
Oh, man, that is good. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for how much of a bloody mess the Arizona Cardinals can actually make out of their opponent in this game. That's what I'm looking for. The New Orleans Saints, Basinonians, really, really struggled to stop the run last year. Would you say the Arizona Cardinals pride themselves on being able to run the ball? And I'm not talking about Kyler Murray running the ball. Look at he's running the ball all over the place. I'm talking about James Conner attacking the line of scrimmage. Now, again, would I like to see Kyler run the ball a little bit more? Boy, this is the word, right? The whispers are out there that Kyler Murray is going to run the ball a little bit more this year. I don't think it's going to be a lot of called runs, Basinonians. I think it's going to be Kyler Murray taking the opportunity when it presents itself to pull the ball down and run the ball more than we've seen him do in the past. That's what I think we're going to see. But we're going to attack the line. I know it. The Cardinals are going to attack the line of scrimmage in a north-south way. And it's not just going to be James Conner, man. It's also going to be Trey Benson. It is going to be an RB1 situation between both these guys, and I love it because they need that. A little change-up, and Trey Benson is a guy who can run a sub-4.4. This is a big dude who can run. Might rip it off. James Conner in and of himself. The Arizona Cardinals number 2 in the National Football League in explosive runs last year. And it wasn't just because Kyler Murray, it was James Conner.
I feel like that was 4 answers to my question of what you're going to look for first.
Okay, yes. So I'm sorry. Was it too deep? Was it too
No,
involved?
I think that
was it attacking the line of scrimmage, the bloody
Rick's
mess?
going to get jealous back there because when he asks questions during Wolfing Down Your Lunch, you usually don't give him an answer, and you give him 4 right there.
True.
I will say this. One of the first things I'll be watching is the Cardinals' corners against the Saints.
I like that.
I don't think New Orleans is very good relative to other NFL teams, but they do have good receivers. Chris Olave is really good when he's healthy.
Olave.
Rashid Shaheed's actually, I think, one of the more underrated guys out there, too. So I don't know if Spencer Rattler can get them the ball. Hopefully he can't. Hopefully the Cardinals' pass rush is just so good he doesn't even have time to. But I would say that's definitely something to watch for on Sunday is specifically how the Cardinals' corners look against those 2 guys.
Yes. The New Orleans Saints, again, I just want to go back to this. That was an excellent answer by you. I'm not trying to ignore you in any way, shape, or form. But the New Orleans Saints have an issue. Yeah, Brandon Staley is their defensive coordinator. Think about that. Brandon Staley, their defensive coordinator, a guy that knows he has to fix. He has to fix the New Orleans Saints rush defense. That's job number one for Brandon Staley. He has to do that. You know what? I think he might actually have to jam the box up when the Arizona Cardinals go 12 personnel and run down situation, and Tip Ryman is out there destroying dudes, and then you've got Trey McBride as the move guy. Now all of a sudden you're going to jam up that box. Here's something to look for early in this game. Will the New Orleans Saints have the unmitigated temerity to actually line up with 8 dudes in the box against 12 personnel? Is that going to happen? Well, I hope it happens, because now all of a sudden you got Marvin Harrison Jr. on the outside, and maybe he's going to be singled up because you're playing that other safety more in the middle of the field. And if he's going to lean over Marvin Harrison Jr., if that's what's going to happen, well, then we'll just look the other way maybe and throw the ball down the field on a receiver that is singled up. Isn't that right, Michael Wilson?
Unmitigated temerity sounds like one of those like healthy drinks with turmeric that you get in like a.
What if there was a band named that?
Unmitigated temerity. And then they just go out there and play the banjo.
Yes.
Couple things I think of when you say Brandon Staley. One, really good defensive mind.
Yes.
2, went for it in the wrong moments on 4th down too much as a head coach.
Oh, my goodness.
And 3,
embarrassingly so.
Yeah, like reckless. Not in like a cool, like, hey, this guy's a renegade. Like, this guy
It's
doesn't
analytics.
realize the game situation. And then 3, he was the coach that was doing yoga on the sidelines before a game. I'll never be able to unremember that. But he is somebody that, again, over time could build up the Saints defense. Spencer Rattler over time might become a good NFL quarterback. Kellen Moore over time might be the next really good coach for the Saints. But none of that should happen on Sunday. It shouldn't happen on Sunday. Wolf looks like he's about to attack his microphone stand. So I'm going to go to break right now. When we come back, the Sun Devils are getting ready for a Week 2 opponent in SEC country, and there's already a lot of buzz about it. What needs to change from Week 1's game against NAU before Saturday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, if you live in the desert, you got to have shade, baby. You got to have shade. Celebrating 20 years here in the Basin in 2025, Basinonians. Listen, we stay cool while out at the pool with our All Pro Shade awnings, of course, and shades, roll-down patio shades. This is something that we absolutely love. It reduces the glare on the outdoor television, of course, gives you a little bit of privacy as well. And these shades are all commercial-grade, industrial strength. Man, you can roll down the patio shades, block out the sun, dust, bugs, and wind, and keep the patio up to 20 degrees cooler during the hot months, of course. You got to get on over to All Pro Shade Concepts, right? Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Gambo. How prepared is ASU football for their first road trip of the season? We'll ask the AD Graham Rossini today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup. Going on the road, trying to win a road SEC game, which I believe ASU has never done before. I mean, they don't play a lot of road SEC games, but the idea that this is just like an easy tune-up non-conference game. I just beat Mississippi State because, you know, they weren't good last year. That's great. Most of their team is different this year.
Yeah, again, I think this is a perfect way to start the season for the Sun Devils. I really do. I get jacked up talking about it because they won game one. That was great. But they won game one, and there was a beware that is there. There was beware. And I like that because you can learn so much by going out and winning. But when you don't play as good as you possibly could play, anytime you have 12 penalties, you are not playing as well as you possibly can, Luke. Ron Wolfley reporting. And because of that, it puts them on edge immediately. And now they're going to an SEC school. The one thing I will tell you, Basin, is with certitude and do it. I don't even know. I haven't watched any tape on Mississippi State and what they did last year. I have nothing. But I do know this. They have better players than what NAU has collectively.
Yeah, look, Mississippi State, I get it. They went 2-10 last year. Blake Shapen, their quarterback, played against ASU, but then was hurt most of the season. I'm not saying that's why they went 2-10. I'm not saying they were good last year. But a lot of their players are new this year. These are SEC recruits. Again, nobody's saying they're Georgia. But this idea that this is some pushover team because it's a non-conference game and they weren't good last year, have we not all learned how quickly a program can turn around in college football in this day and age? And there's familiarity there. I mean, ASU is basically bringing back the same team. Mississippi State's coaching staff coached against these players last year. So do I think ASU is going to win? Yeah, I do. But I think this is going to be a grind. You're going on the road into an SEC stadium. There's going to be cowbells constantly. There have been cowbells at ASU's practice all week. Like this is not going to be some cakewalk, and they know it. Obviously, ASU knows it, but it's just I would have my antenna up for this game if you're a Sun Devil fan.
Yeah, you went out and you played NAU once again, an FCF school. You played NAU, and how'd that go? Ring the bell, Rick. Do you have the warning bell? Do you have that out there? Ring that bell, because right now that put them on edge. Oh, you're going to play Mississippi State. Well, it's an SEC school. You might want to ring the bell on that one once again, because they're going to have better talent out there on the field. And Jeff Lebby, going into his second year right now as coach of Mississippi State, he's got a quarterback also that is also going to be better. Blake Shapen, as you said, he's going to be better going into this second year. And you got to remember that Lebby, I guess, Jeff Lebby, the head coach, is really an offensive mind. This is what he is. He's been an offensive coordinator his whole life, a quarterback coach, his whole coaching career for the most part, now as a head coach as well. His offense is going to be better. You better be able to get some pressure on Shapen. And if you're not going to be able to do that, you're in trouble.
So we did Sparky's Den last night at Trophy in Chandler. We just missed the monsoon, so that was nice because it's an outdoor show. Great setup, great crowd and everything. Obviously, Kenny Dillingham's always on with me for the first half of the show, and you had a question you wanted me to ask yesterday during the show. So I did ask him at one point how he felt about his team's intensity against NAU. This is what he said.
Yeah, I liked it early. I think we got comfortable there. Once we took a 14-point lead, I think there was a little bit of like, okay, it's 14 points, first quarter, ran a fake punt. Oh, wow, we're just going to run away with this thing. And the reality is that's a good football team. You know, it's a well-coached team. That's a good team. And you're not just going to be able to put it on coast mode and beat those teams. Yeah. And they didn't let us, you know, because they played well. Going on the road, that's its own new challenge. I mean, this is a great environment, a great college town environment. And like I said, we're trying to simulate it with cowbells. We have no chance to simulate their 40,000 cowbells. But we got our little ones that we're dinging around to at least let them hear the noise. But, yeah, it's a great challenge.
Whoa, I love that. Always tell the truth. Always tell the truth about your team. And he just did. It was rather obvious that the worst thing that could happen to ASU against NAU is that they'd have a 14-0 lead that quickly. By the way, Ron Wolfley doing math right now. I believe that's 56-0 at the end of the game.
That's what you're pacing for, yeah.
That's what you're pacing for. And because of that, you could see there was a little intensity dip down. It's called human nature, basically. You're not really threatened. And so suddenly you feel like you're just going to go ahead and be able to walk through it. In the game of football, you cannot walk through it. You have to run through it in the game of football. And I think they thought they could walk through it. And that ultimately ended up hurting them. It's something that happens all the time. You know it. The coach yells all week long, you better respect these guys. You better do, because they're going to come out and blah, 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 blah. They just go on that thing, yelling at you. And you know what? You lay your head down at night and you say to yourself, it's NAU. We got these guys.
Especially when you start that quick.
That's what human nature says to you.
And you got to remember, too, it's an interesting dynamic when we do that show on Wednesdays because there's a couple players sitting in the front row. And then when those players come up, last night it was Jordan Crook and Raleek Brown. When those players come up, Kenny's sitting in the front row, right? But, yeah, I thought that answer was very similar to what you were kind of saying yesterday, and it makes a lot of sense. And that's
so they got comfortable. Too.
Also asked him about the penalties because that was 12 for 93 yards against NAU. But really, when you consider some of the plays that got called back, that was like 12 for like 150 yards. And they don't typically take penalties under Kenny Dillingham when he's been the head coach. So I asked him if those are correctable or if this is something that you get a little nervous about now. It might be a trend.
100%. I mean, 2 of the penalties were holds on the perimeter and positive position blocking. You know, they were holds. And we got to do a little bit better job getting our hands inside. But, you know, sometimes they don't get called. But it's good learning for us to, you know, refit our hands. One of them, you know, every once in a while you hit a guy in the head, in the face. That's part of it. It's football. Like, unfortunately, that happened. Right? And then Keyshawn Elliott had a personal foul that he never has personal fouls. Trying to, you know, grab somebody, push the quarterback extra at the end. We usually don't get those penalties. So, you know, some of them are natural. Some of them are not. That's 60 yards right there that I just described. So 2 of those are kind of fluke. 2 of those, we just got to refit our hands, and you remove 60 yards of the penalty yardage, and we're not talking about it. So very, very correctable. And that's the part that I liked about the game is there was everything that happened was a correctable. That way we can get better going into week 2.
Oh, there it is.
Sounded like you there. Sometimes you just hit a guy in the face.
Yeah, you know, why not? You know, it's the game of football. Sometimes it happens. Buck up, big guy. You know, again, to me, I just love his honest approach at the game and what he just said in regard to some of those penalties. You can't have the penalties that they did. They're correctable. Something tells me they're not going to have those penalties going forward. I will say this, though, and it's only one game. It really doesn't, I don't want to blow this up, but I will say this. You know who also watches the tapes? Who watches games?
The other team? The officials?
The officials watch tape of your team. And they point out certain things. And they have a tendency, because they're human beings, to focus on guys that are actually getting flagged.
Yeah, you don't want to set that reputation early, right?
Just
Is that what you're saying?
a little hint that maybe being a human being, you might focus on one guy who you think is a holder on the offensive line than many other guys.
Kenny did say something else that sounded a lot like you, too, because we were just kind of talking about, how the stuff that didn't go right against NAU is a correctable. You heard him talking right there specifically about the penalties. He feels like it is. He kind of said, too, like, look, if a team's running right through you and you can't stop them, then you're like, okay, now we have a problem. That wasn't the case. He felt like a lot of the stuff that didn't go right can be fixed. Now, it's a matter of doing it, obviously, before Saturday. I would say, talking to him yesterday, he seemed not overconfident, but just confident that what wasn't right can be fixed. This is a stat that I think is worth noting, though. When they played Mississippi State last year and they won that game, they were in control for most of the game, and then at the end it got closer than maybe it was. It was 30-23. Scadaboo had 262 rushing yards in that game, which is the second most ever by a Sun Devil. So here we go. This is the first time this season where it's like, hey, you don't have Cam Scadaboo anymore, so just be aware of that. He ran all over Mississippi State, and it's not the only reason they beat him, but it's a big reason they beat him last year. All right, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, what is the number one key for the Arizona Cardinals' young corners in Week 1 in New Orleans? We'll explain, and we'll get you what Pat P said about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. 1 Mississippi State, 2 Mississippi State.
Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor was one of the best investments I made for my financial future. Let my friends at Trajan Wealth help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can actually focus on what matters most. One of the reasons why you should pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth. It's one thing to save for retirement, brothers. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork, a little bit more peace of mind. They explained everything. They gave me options and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client because of it, and I couldn't be happier. If you want a clear path, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals start their season Sunday at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, football promotions, and more.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will the Cardinals' off-season additions to their defense pay immediate dividends against the Saints on Sunday? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Little grind right there.
I think you picked the song, didn't you?
No.
Feels like a Wolf song, especially when the singing kicks in. This is yours.
See, the grind was so good, and then all of a sudden you ruined it.
Wolf is a huge System of a Down fan when it comes to the music. But Wolf is not a huge System of a Down fan when it comes to
lyrics matter as well.
The NFL season starts tonight. We are going to do some predictions later on in the show. Wolf was like, we have to do predictions.
Okay.
Season
predictions, guesses.
And we get to do our picks, too. Our first round of picks this afternoon. We'll probably do that sometime in the 1 o'clock hour, I believe. I think. I don't know. Now I don't see it in here. Somewhere we're doing it. Yeah, 1:30 we're going to do that.
Okay.
It's in bold, so I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
And you have your tier system. Are you doing that again?
Yeah, could be.
All right.
Yeah.
That actually worked out pretty well for
it
you
did.
last year.
I won last year, didn't I not? I won the whole thing, didn't I? Just saying.
Yeah, well,
don't champion your victory.
As long as any of the three of us, Jamal, Rick, or I, as long as any of us win, I think this year is a successful season.
Yes.
The Arizona Cardinals are going to play the Saints on
Good luck on that, boys.
Sunday. Patrick Peterson joined the show on Tuesday, and as a reminder, he's going to join the show every Tuesday at 11:15 during the NFL season. And so, he's going to be great to talk to all year, just in general, Wolf, but especially when it comes to the young corners that the Cardinals are leaning on. So we asked him what he sees from this group with Will Johnson and Max Melton, and even Garrett Williams is a young corner, and they've got some other young corners as well. They really don't have any veteran corners, actually.
Man, these guys they have nice size on them, man. Very long, physical at the point at the line of scrimmage. They're going to be physical. They come up and make tackles in the run game. And the thing I love about them the most is that they play the ball very well down the field. You always see a lot of young guys, panicking. Obviously, we didn't have an opportunity to see much of Will because obviously he didn't play much in the preseason. But I don't have no worries about him. But you see a lot of young guys panicking when the ball is up in the air and they're down the field, holding, grabbing, and not going through the right precaution things that you need to do in order to break up the pass or make an interception. So I like what the Cardinals secondary looked like. And you got Buddha and JT, pretty much backing those guys. So those guys are pretty much in good hands now. All they have to do is continue to play physical, stay focused, and don't have none of those lulls throughout the game to where you're giving up a free big play.
Man. I love what Pat P said right there. They do have size. They have good size, I think, for the corner position. And for me, I cannot wait to see how they develop in man cover more than anything else because I think they're going to be okay in zone. I think they're going to be really, really good, as a matter of fact. I think Max Melton showed us a little bit last year in regard to being in a zone room that he could play it and play it well. Will Johnson, this is one of the reasons why Will Johnson was a perfect pick at number 47 for the Arizona Cardinals because of their cover 4, their quarter coverage defense, which they love to play. Will Johnson is really, really good in terms of playing in that zone room, playing a corner, a quarter of the field deep in that zone room. He's really, really good. And this is one of the reasons why he's a pick 6 waiting to happen. So because
they haven't had that in a while.
They haven't. Max Melton is a guy that I've got my eyes on him in terms of the man cover, and Will Johnson as well.
Who's the last pick 6 waiting to happen that the Cardinals had? Was it Patrick Peterson?
Yeah, I would have to say
so
that.
That's why he was,
How about that?
was a good guy to have on. In fact, I asked him about that. So when, as a corner, do you know when to try to be the pick 6 waiting to happen when you try to make a play on the ball, but also knowing when to do that without leaving your responsibility and getting burned downfield? This is what he said.
Well, the great thing that Will is really, really good at. He plays well with his eyes. A lot of his interceptions came from off technique and breaking on the ball. And what guys also don't understand, intercepting the ball when your back is toward, and Wolf can tell you this, intercepting the ball when your back is against the quarterback. That's probably one of the hardest things to do because not only you have to find the ball because you guard the receiver, then you have to judge it and then make the right judgment when you try to go up for the ball. So that's where majority of my interception came from. But I know Coach Gannon is going to be able to put Will in majority of those DBs in position to make plays because now that they have a real solid pass rush. They don't have to play as much man or send these exotic blitzes as much. Let those guys up front eat because at the end of the day, that's how you win ball games. Controlling the line of scrimmage.
There it is.
That's even a corner saying you win by controlling the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, when he's talking about the eyes, it's so important. It really is. You can send messages to a quarterback. So much of the time, you'll see a corner like Will Johnson cluing base earnings. They call it cluing. Everson Walls was the best cluer. Google it, my young crux. Everson Walls, the best cluer ever in the game of football. And that is where you're really looking at the quarterback, but you're not turning your face, Luke. You're not squaring. You're not looking at him like I'm looking at you.
Pointing to your own face.
What you're really doing is you're peeking. It was called cluing. You're peeking at the quarterback. You're feeling the wide receiver and what the wide receiver is doing, but you're really looking at the cue to see if he's looking at your wide receiver.
Peripheral vision is huge.
It is, but it's not even peripheral. You're looking at him, but you're looking at him to where you're not turning your head towards him because he can't see that you're looking at him when your head isn't turned towards him. He doesn't think you're looking at him. And all of a sudden, it's one of the reasons why Will Johnson can jump as many balls as he can. And even Max Melton, who showed a little bit of that ability last year. We'll see how it goes because these young corners are going to be tested. Trust me.
Patrick Peterson, 36 interceptions in his career. And you have to remember, for a long time, opposing teams just didn't throw at his guy or his side of the field. I mean, there was a stretch there where it was just like, remember how many times we would have the conversation around the city of how can the Cardinals get that corner opposite Patrick Peterson, which became such an important position because that's the only side of the field that the opposing teams were throwing to. But even with that, he still had 36 career interceptions. You asked him what advice he would give Will Johnson specifically heading into the year.
Stay patient. Stay patient because it's a long season, man. It's going to be a roller coaster, and you have to stay true to your technique. Stay true to the process. Because what I noticed and what I saw, as I got older, guys don't understand how long the NFL season is. Guys don't understand how much time we really put in the study room, how much time we're watching film, and it matters. You know what I mean? So stay patient, be patient, and also be a student of the game. And I feel like that was one of the things that I was blessed to have. Adrian Wilson, Darnell Dockett, Calais Campbell, and those guys in my corner kind of helping me build those right regiments early into where when I got older, it was that much easier for me because you can't rely on your athletic ability throughout your entire career.
Stay patient. That is huge. I mean, I asked him directly, Base Audience, if you were standing in front of Will Johnson, what would you give him? What kind of advice would you give him? What would you say to him? And he said to stay patient. He started with that. I love that.
That's a pretty definitive answer, too.
Very definitive. Now, we went into it a little bit more, but why is it so important to stay patient? Of course, you've got to use your technique. You've got to trust the process of you developing, of course, and getting better. But for me, stay patient because Will Johnson might want to jump a ball every now and then. That's exactly what offensive coordinators are hoping, that he's out there and he can't wait to make that first pick and he's jumping everything. And because of that, a double move comes and boom,
yeah. I mean,
you're beat over the top.
He was legitimately one of the very best in the nation at playing his position. And he has been now for a couple of years, Will Johnson. That's real. You can't take that away. But there is an adjustment from going up against Michigan State's college quarterback to going up against, some of these guys he's going to play this season, and certainly against these receivers too. So it's a great point by you, and probably something that we all just kind of need to be prepared for. He's going to make some great plays.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get burned a couple times this season because he's a rookie that plays that position dangerously, but in a good way. It's just there's going to be some growing pains.
That's why Pat P's advice is so spot on. Be patient. Stay patient.
Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands. So now through the end of next week, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and then click on the contest link that is pinned in the chat. So just go to the YouTube live page. Check out the chat. It's right there at the top. It's a different color. I think it's all in black, so you'll be able to see it easily. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and look for the contest link pinned in the chat. When we come back, how about some baseball? Because the Diamondbacks just won again, and they just won another series. And Zach Gallen looked really good again. Is he now potentially pitching his way back out of Arizona? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last Sunday was no ordinary Sunday. That was the last Sunday without NFL football till next year, y'all. And this Sunday is definitely not ordinary either. It's when the Cardinals begin their 2025 season, dude. After all the mini camps and messing around scrimmaging and horse hockey and stuff, this Sunday, it gets real.
The Cardinals start 2025 at New Orleans. Cardinals-Saints pregame begins before the sun shines with kickoff at 10 a.m. Sunday morning on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. That's right. Brothers and sisters, listen now. If you've got some type of back issue out there, you really need to go see DISC. People from all over the world come right here to the Basin because of Desert Institute for Spine Care. Listen, I've had issues with my back after playing professional football for a long, long time. I've had issues, and I've had to use the doctors over there, and the doctors, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. If you're not dealing with that, Basinonians, you're dealing with the wrong people. It's time for you to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Kick off your weekend with Rising. Rivals and unbeatable deals. Phoenix Rising takes on Las Vegas Lights FC on Friday, September 5th at 7:30 p.m. with beer specials all night long. This is the match fans wait for. High energy, big moments, and a crowd that brings the heat. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com. Friday Night Lights, fierce rivalry, cold drinks. Don't miss it.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wi-Fi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The time is now for Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray to fill the hole in his resume with a playoff win, writes Dan Bickley. The Kyler Murray-Marvin Harrison Jr. connection is night and day from a year ago, Murray says. And Zach Gallen has been among the best pitchers in baseball lately as he helped the D-backs shut out the Rangers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wi-Fi.
Well, I tell you what, that last thing Kevin Zimmerman just said Zach Gallen has been one of the best pitchers in baseball lately. Man. It's true.
He looks like Zach Gallen, like we all expected.
It's wild. We get to the trade deadline, and I don't know if I'm able to do that math. We get to the trade deadline, and his ERA was 5.60. Okay,
5.60
for the season up to that point. Like not good.
Zach, can I see you in the office?
And a total 180 from his entire career up to this point. Now,
total.
I get it. Like, I get that there were totally. Well, I haven't done that in a while. There are people that don't believe he's a true ace. Okay, fine, but he's always been a good pitcher. If you don't think he's an ace, you have to give the guy that he's a really good number 2 starter. And I've, up until this season, been really comfortable with him as your number 1 starter.
Yeah.
But he had a 5.60 ERA, and it's not like he had missed a bunch of time and started 3 games. He's been starting all season. Trade deadline hits. He doesn't get traded, Wolf, and his ERA in 7 starts now. 7 starts is not nothing.
No.
Since then is 2.20.
2.20.
And
hey, Sidonians, what do you when you hear Luke say that? What do you think?
It's an absurd turnaround.
It's right at the deadline too. Correct?
Yeah, there's no way around it to be like, well, it must just be a coincidence. In his last 2 starts against the Dodgers and Texas, his ERA is 0.
Yeah, man, I would love to talk to Zach. We have a pretty good relationship, Basinonians, believe it or not. I'm not boasting. I'm not bragging. I know. Like, how could we possibly have anything in common with Zach Gallen? But Zach...
Well, we don't, but he calls in a lot.
Yeah, honorary co-host of the show.
He was. He and Merrill Kelly had gone past friend of the show to like honorary co-host of the show before this year.
And I would love to ask him that question specifically. Zach, man, what is different? What has happened? What was going on before it, and what happened after it? Do you even know what it is? Because if he did, I think he'd tell us.
I think he would too. I think, and that's not necessarily common for a professional athlete, especially a pitcher, to tell you, to kind of pull back the curtain. But I think he would. If we had him on the show, I think he would. If he knows what it is, I think he would. Look, this is a guy that, a couple of years ago had a stretch of, 6 starts where he didn't give up a run. Like, there was just a month and a half where he just didn't give up a run.
Yes.
So he has these sort of ridiculous runs in him, but for it to flip at the trade deadline, I don't know if he was trying too hard before the deadline. I don't know if he thought he was gone at the deadline. We all thought he was gone at the deadline. I don't know if it just helped to have that pressure off after the deadline, but although we've seen him pitch in high-pressure situations and pitch well, like the World Series, where he almost threw a no-hitter in the last game of that World Series, I don't know if he and Mike Hazen had that conversation at the deadline, if maybe that, kind of just got his mind refocused and got some of the clutter. I don't know, but it's undeniable that he looks like 2 completely different pitchers.
Yes, which is hard to evaluate. I think we can look at it and say, okay, yeah, makes perfect sense. Wolf, he was thinking constantly about what team he was going to be traded to. That's what he was thinking about, and he was distracted with that. It just doesn't seem like Zach Gallen. That doesn't strike me that way based on how we know Zach, and we've had many conversations with him over the 4 years of this show. Is that right? 4 years of this show?
We have hit 4 years.
Rick, is that right?
4 years as of Monday.
Oh, my
This
goodness,
past Monday.
What the?
Celebrated
this
by
past
Monday
Tuesday,
off.
actually. This past Tuesday.
Okay,
We started
there it is.
after Labor Day in 2021.
Yes. It's just not the Zach Gallen. And to me, again, he knows. He's got to have some idea as to what happened to him this year, before the deadline, and then after the deadline. He's got to have a feeling of it can't be so coincidental as we're feeling it is right now.
No.
It can't be. It's got to be something that he could point to and say, I can tell you exactly what it is.
Because the sample size is huge. I mean, typically if a starting pitcher is healthy all year, they make about 32, 33 starts. He's made 29 starts this year.
Yes.
Like this is, and so what is that, 22 before the trade deadline? And they weren't, he had a few really good starts in there, but it was against the Yankees. It was twice against the Mets. They were very spread out. They weren't against the bad teams. And now he comes out of the trade deadline, and the teams. I'll give you the list of 7 teams again that he's pitched against. Against the Athletics, I know they're not amazing, but they do have some good hitters, and it was a road game, so you're playing in their minor league stadiums. It's tougher for a pitcher. Against Colorado, you could say, okay, well, Colorado's terrible. True, but they've owned Zach Gallen this year. At Texas, against the Guardians, against the Reds, at the Dodgers, and now against Texas again. That's, for 7 games, that's a pretty solid lineup of teams he has faced. He did talk after the game last night, Wolf, and they asked him if the results, these last 2 games, he hasn't even given up a run, if it's more physical, mental, or strategic.
Probably a combination of both, honestly. I think obviously getting in the strike zone, it could be, but that could be, encompassed in all 3 of those. But yeah, just, being able to kind of get that good fastball back, and I think it's no secret I tend to pitch off my fastball. I feel like it can give you a lot of information what the hitter's trying to do with that, and just be able to pitch off that. So I think just have had a pretty decent fastball the last 6 or 7 outings or so, and that tends to make my job just a little bit easier.
Man.
It's interesting he says that, because I cannot tell you how many people I've talked to over there over the course, probably over the last 2 years, that say the key for Zach Gallen is fastball location early in the count.
Yeah.
And he kind of just said that.
Okay, so why was that fastball location early in the count not there? In the first half, right at the deadline, suddenly, boom, there it is.
I have 0 answers for you on that.
And this is something that, again, oh my goodness, when you go out and you compete at the highest level our species can generate, it's the threefold nature of man. It is body, it is soul, and it is spirit as well. All 3 phases of man. You have to bring them all together in order to go out and produce and pitch or perform at your highest level, no matter what it is that we're talking about. You've got to bring all 3, body, soul, and spirit, together to go out and perform at your best and to your highest. What is it? What was in the way? Something was in the way with Zach Gallen in the first half of the season.
Here's the question, Wolf, because when the trade deadline happened, we were out at Cardinals that day, and he didn't get traded, and we had Mike Hazen on the next day. We were talking to Mike Hazen. We asked him, is it possible Zach Gallen is back beyond this year? And he said that everything's on the table. That's what Mike Hazen said to us. But, you and I were talking like, okay, it's tough to see him back, because if he doesn't get better, are they really going to want to bring him back if his ERA is 5.6?
Yeah.
If he pitches too well, then he's going to price himself back out of here. And for the first couple starts out of the trade deadline, he was pitching good, but it wasn't like elite. So it was kind of like maybe other teams wouldn't notice as much. He's given up 1 run over his last 3 starts total. Yeah. Is he starting to price himself back out of here?
I would even say this last one in particular, this last start against the Rangers. Do you think the Rangers are trying hard? Do you think they're looking at their situation and thinking we've got a shot here and we're good? Yes. Yeah,
they already took Merrill Kelly from the D-backs.
Exactly right. So they're out there bringing the requisite intensity, whatever that may be, to the game of baseball to go out and try to win games. Zach Gallen shut him down.
Gallen's ERA since the start on June 24th, this is against the Reds, the Dodgers, and the Rangers, is 0.50. That's better. When we come back, what is the ideal week 1 for Marvin Harrison Jr.? We're going to dive into that next with 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. He'll join us for the lowdown. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Man, you want that smile, right? Think of how that smile impacts your life. Whether it's personally, maybe you're out on a date, it'd be nice if you could smile, right? Maybe it's professionally, you're trying to make that sale, whatever it may be. Aria Dental Implant Center, they can give you that smile once again. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant experience. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-On-4, and it is the game changer that you're looking for. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery, Basinonians. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value, and value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals start their season Sunday at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Wi-Refi. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL.
Yeah, Lorenzo Alexander is here in studio for the lowdown for the next hour as we get ready to head into week 1 of the NFL season. What's going on, Zoe?
I'm doing great. Back in the studio, having a good time. You know, weather's cool. Broke. Got a chance to ride my Mustang over here because I knew it wasn't gonna overheat. So I'm in a good space.
Wow, that's wait. The Mustang's not a convertible, is it?
It is not a.
Okay.
It's not a convertible.
Okay, I was gonna say that's risky with this monsoon.
Right. But you know, when it's 105, you risk overheating and being on the side of the road. You know, but it's a nice car, so I get to ride it once in a while.
So Zoe, I have to ask you right now, not the blue horseshoe, the red horseshoe.
Yeah. You know, when you wear this, you know, I'm covering the Cardinals, you know, oh, man, horseshoes is the Colts. It is the Colts, but it's the Central Phoenix Colts. Me, Drew Stanton, started an organization for youth football, right? My son played it for it last year. We had several boys going to play at Brophy this year and some other schools as well, Arcadia, Camelback. And so just what we do, coaching ball. Like, I love coaching ball. I don't care if it's at the league, high school, college, right? I've worked with Vetter.
Yes.
That fills my cup.
And you will be working with Vetter.
Yeah, I'll continue to work with
That's
him, right? Yeah, so it's awesome. So, and then on the back, which I know you'll love, it says, seek discomfort. Right? And so that is what we want to make sure our young men understand, is that you got to seek it out, right? Because that's where you're cultivating character, your skill. That's where you grow. When you run away from it, you delay the progress that you're actually seeking.
Love that. So, oh my goodness, that's
Wolf,
good.
Wolf needs a shirt that says "Seek Discomfort"
I
on the
need
front
a shirt.
of it. There's nothing else. All right, let's go.
I'll only wear it at the compound.
Right.
You'd wear it here. Now you got your hair cut. You're playing up to YouTube. You would definitely wear that shirt here. So the Cardinal season starts. Obviously, Wolf's joking on coffee. Starts on Sunday against the Saints. So much focus on Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. In fact, I'll play this cut from Kyler yesterday. He was asked where things have improved the most between him and Marv.
I would say communication, and understanding what he's thinking and him understanding what I'm thinking. But, you know, I think as a rookie, hell, he might have been scared of me. You know, I don't know what he, you know, like it just. He had to get to know him a little bit. He's got to feel comfortable with you, and just we had to go through the fire kind of to get that relationship to, you know, keep going and keep making strides off the field. You know, that way we could, you know, feel each other on and off the field as far as what he's thinking, what I'm thinking. But no, man, me and Marv are in a great place. Honestly, night and day from when we drafted him to now. You know, he'll start conversations with me. You know, I don't gotta beg him to talk to me or anything like that. So. No, I love where we're at. Now it's just time to go execute.
Night and day.
I mean, that's great. That's great. I don't know how, you know, socially approachable Kyler is anyway. I haven't been around him at all. He seems like he's an introvert too. And so if you have two introverts trying to communicate, that's a really hard situation that's going on, right?
Yes.
So I think it's probably more of that than Marv being scared of him. You just got two guys that aren't naturally talkers and building relationship, and so it took him a little bit longer than ideal in terms of your wide receiver one and QB one being on the same page. And so that is one of the things that I'm looking for tonight, and it's probably more stemming from Marv really understanding the offense and being having the mental capacity to finish the play off because he's had a whole year under his belt. Yeah. He knows his releases. He knows now how him and Kyler are going to see a coverage and how should I run a post here or should I break it off and run a curl route, right? Those things that often kind of go untalked about. typically show up physically, where maybe he didn't catch the ball that we typically saw him do at Ohio State, right? That's typically the reason why somebody that's that good then struggles maybe catching the rock.
Yes.
It's because they're just mentally swimming. And so that's one of the things that I really want to see tonight, how they use him. Is he moving around a little bit more? Is he more free when he goes around? And then how is he catching the ball? If it looks anything like we saw with that first catch, where it was all hands, bringing it back into his body, I'm expecting big things out of him. And I think the one thing I want to see throughout the course of the season, but in particular this first game, is the execution of throw to catch and finish, right? Because last year, what was the rate? I mean, I think he had 116 targets, 62 receptions. That's like a 50%. That's not great for QB1 and wide receiver 1 to be on the same page. So that needs to go up significantly. Yes. So we want to see that tonight, going 6 for 8. Targeted 8 times, 6 catches, 70, 80 yards, maybe a touchdown in there, right? That would be great to see on Sunday.
Hey, I have to ask you this, though. When you were a rookie, was there anything that terrified you? Were you afraid?
No, it wasn't afraid. It was more of, man, that's Julius Peppers right there, man. That dude's a dude, right? And it's not like you're scared. It's like, how do I approach him, right? It takes a little bit of time to break that. Now, Julius Peppers was a Hall of Famer. He was ripping off sacks. And so that was more of the thing for me as a young guy, like getting over I'm in the same room with these dudes. Yeah. But I wasn't scared of them.
Yeah, no, for me, when I look back at it, I was terrified of lack of production, not the player I was playing against, but not being able to do the job. Yeah. Period. I was terrified by the situation when I was a rookie, when I was a young guy. There's no doubt you noticed some of the guys you're playing. I'm sorry, Lawrence Taylor was out there. I'm just telling you right now, he's still the best football player I've ever seen. And he was out there. You knew it was Lawrence Taylor, and I was more afraid of being embarrassed.
Correct.
With not being able to do my job.
Plus, like Zoe's saying too, when you're on his team, like if you don't play well, you're affecting him.
Right. And that impacted me like with London Fletcher. But again, it wasn't scared. It was reverence. Yeah. Right. When I played, even when I played against other guys, Trent Williams, there was always, and I tell my young guys this that I'm coaching, like I still experience some uncertainty and some anxiety because this is a dude. And I got to go out here and put it all together. But again, seek discomfort. You got to lean into that feeling.
Seek discomfort.
Because it never really goes away. And so you always have to continue to lean into it and grow because you are playing against the best in the world. And so hopefully Marv and Kyler can get a great start on that on Sunday and really gain that confidence. And with that confidence, right, it's the currency of having great production.
That's absolutely, right? Man. Yes, confidence is the currency of competition. Okay, I have to ask you this, Luke, right now. What is acceptable to you based on what you see from a production standpoint?
Like stat-wise?
Between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.
On Sunday or all year?
On Sunday.
Because I think Zoe hit on the stat. Of it's just percentage of targets that are turned into catches because his 885 yards last year you want that to go up, but they weren't. Yeah. It's not bad. 8 touchdowns is definitely not bad. On Sunday, to me, it's number of catches. I don't know. We were talking before the show, like 7 catches for however many yards that is. 7 for 90 and a touchdown would be great. I mean, I know it's a lot to ask, but
it would
it's the number.
Satisfy you. That's to me. What do we look at in regard to Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? What would satiate?
It's not a stat for me. You guys are probably the same way, but it's just like all game. I feel like Marv's a threat where he's part of it all game.
I would say how it looks, right?
Yes.
It's not necessarily. You always talk about the how.
Yes.
So he could have 5 catches. Maybe he was targeted 6 times, but he has a couple of big ones where he goes up and mosses somebody and catches that 50-50 ball, right? Man. And now they're at the 3-yard line, the 5-yard line, and then James Conner finishes off the drive, right? Somebody else finishes it, but he puts them in position based on having big plays that really helps them. Or, maybe it's 3 or 4 catches, but in the red zone, he goes up and catches something, a big catch.
Little
right?
fade.
So I think it's about how it looks, some of the catches over the middle. So if he had like 3 or 4 catches, what I saw in the preseason game like that, I would be happy with a week 1 start like that.
I think the how definitely is the best way to say it.
Because
not the what, the how.
That's it. Because there were games last year where he would make some big plays, but then it felt like he wasn't even really there for 2 quarters. And I know he's always a threat just because of what he's capable of, but it just, to Zoe's point, like you want to feel like in big moments he's going to make a play, and you want the other team to feel that way too. Tune into Arizona Sports at night after Big Red Rage. Kellen and Mitch breaking down the Diamondbacks' recent run and previewing the Cardinals' upcoming game against the Saints. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, how good do the Arizona Cardinals need Will Johnson specifically to be in 2025? We'll get into that with 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. He's sticking around next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The identity of this team needs to become more defensive, and Josh Sweat is probably at the corner of that. I'll say this. I was thinking about this knowing we were talking about this segment. Max Melton would be very high on my list as an X-Factor guy. I need Max Melton to make that big leap this year and be the yin to the Garrett Williams yang and provide that. I think he's a huge X-Factor for their success.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to hold your fantasy football draft, although you are running out of time to do that. Stay cool under pressure with their great drink selection, bites for the whole team, and a $50 bonus card for the commissioner, plus a $5 bonus card for every drafter. Visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/fantasy draft for more information. You can still get a couple drafts in before. You can even go through the first week of the season, but you want to do that soon. Then stick around and watch all the games on their wall-to-wall TVs so you don't miss 1 second of the action. High expectations around the Valley this season for the pro team and the college team. Plus, you can follow along with your fantasy teams as well. And while you're at Twin Peaks, enjoy their outstanding food selection like the Nashville hot chicken sandwich, burgers, ribs, tacos, wings, loaded fries, and nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6. 10 to close every weekday with plenty of ice-cold beverages to choose from and an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. You will not be upset that you went. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Red
Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. Lorenzo Alexander is here for the Lowdown as well as we head into week one. There's, of course, a game tonight. We'll get into that shortly as well. But sticking with the Cardinals specifically, we were playing those cuts earlier in the show, Wolf, from when we talked to Patrick Peterson earlier this week, talking about the Cardinals secondary and their corners and their young corners, and then specifically Will Johnson. So I'll start here with you, Zoe. I mean, Will Johnson's a rookie.
Right.
He's a guy that a lot of people thought should be going in the top 10 to 15 picks. You could make a case he was the best corner in college football last year, maybe the last 2 years. They got him in the second round. Then they have the injury to Star Thomas, so, they need him to play right away. But he is also a rookie. So, how much can you realistically ask of a rookie early in the season?
You can ask a lot of a rookie. It's all about how he responds to the pressure that you're putting on him. And, I was around Tre'Davious White in Buffalo as a rookie. And recently on, he might even did it on Hard Knocks, but he had some other interviews because he's now back in Buffalo after being gone a year. He really talked about the pressures of what it meant to be on a defense that has some dudes, right, that you look up to when you think about Buddha and Calais, and now you're put on this team and there's a lot of pressure, and how hard that was for him to kind of carry that load throughout that entire year. And so it's going to be a lot of how he adapts, how resilient he is, right? We heard Isaiah Adams talk about imposter syndrome, right? In terms of being a first-round pick, if you get beat a couple of times, what does that look like? How do you respond well when you're getting criticized if you don't live up to that? And that's the life of a DB. So it's really going to be about how he handles that. Now, I haven't been around him, but Tre'Davious White had an excellent rookie season.
Yeah.
So it is very possible you can ask a young guy to come out here and do that when they're built the right way and they have the right support system around them. And I think having a better D-line in front of him now is going to really help him. If he came in here 2 years ago, I'd be like, uh-oh, watch out, right? Yeah. And then, and another thing, you can't trust AI. I try to look up to see what receivers he was going to see and play. That's why I asked you about Stephon. They still had him on Houston. Yeah. But he's going to play. They're going to play some dudes, right? You play dudes every year on every team, and he's going to see some great guys as far as that. And I think a lot of that's going to also depend on, does Max Melton travel, right? Or does Will Johnson travel? Or do they just play sides?
Right.
All of those things matter in terms of, are they going at. But this first week, I guarantee you, they're going to be looking at ways to attack him because he is a rookie, and can he respond well?
The Saints have good receivers. We're talking about that earlier.
Olave, right, yeah.
Luke, do you actually have the Pat P comment on patience? I played this for Zoe because I asked him this question. If you had to give Will Johnson advice, what would you say to him going into his rookie year?
Stay patient. Stay patient because it's a long season, man. It's going to be a roller coaster, and you have to stay true to your technique. Stay true to the process, because what I noticed and what I saw, as I got older, guys don't understand how long the NFL season is. Guys don't understand how much time we really put in the study room, how much time we're watching film, and it matters. You know what I mean? So stay patient. Be patient, and also be a student of the game, and I feel like that was one of the things that I was blessed to have, Adrian Wilson, Darnell Dockett, Calais Campbell.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Stay patient.
So
I thought that was great advice.
I think the better advice would be is get Pat P's number and call Pat P and hang out with Pat P on your off day. Hey, Pat P, I'm where you were at, 15 years ago. Hey, man, come hang out with me in this room, right? He's back. He's good. He's got his number retired. He can come in the building. Yeah. Let's sit down here and watch this film together and show me what that looks like, right? Yeah. It's much better than telling him, show me. How do you be patient? What is the technique? Because Pat P is one of the dudes, again, you have somebody that's uber talented, gifted by God, and then has the character to go out there and work on his craft every day. And he lived that. And that's ultimately that's where Hall of Famers are made. And so I want you to show me, Pat, what is that? What drills were you doing before practice? Well, how did you watch the film? What little nuances did you see? And so I would just take that a step forward. So Pat P, hey man, call him, right? If you haven't done already, and say, hey man, I'll show you how this thing is done. And to help you take your game, because that rookie year is really hard, and you really got to find someone that's been in it, right? Even for a guy like myself, I don't play DB. I wasn't a first rounder, so there's some things I can't relate to you or even tell you how to navigate because I didn't have to carry that. My grind was different, and so I would just encourage Pat P to reach out, or will reach out to Pat P because I know he's open to giving back to the game in that way.
And the dynamic is there too for Will Johnson because he was the third corner taken off the board when everyone thought he could have been a top 15 pick. There he is at number 47. So, as a rookie, I'm coming into the NFL. I'm going to show you. I'm going to go ahead. I mean, you want to go out and prove that you belong at the highest level our species could generate, that you belong. You can play with these guys. You want to prove it. So you might jump the gun a little bit. And Pat P saying, be patient.
That's another guy. That's another guy you bring up, Tre'Davious White. And Pat P, his rookie year was very impactful. And I know somebody hit like 4 punt returns for touchdowns.
I had to cover him on a couple of those joints, man.
Didn't look fun.
No, it wasn't at all.
But, I mean, that's a guy, because I think what you're saying about the imposter syndrome, I mean, that's a real thing. If you step in there and you are, yes, he was the third corner off the board, but he was talked about as being a top 10,
and he
top
feels that he's
player.
a top corner. He felt like he got disrespected by not going being a first round pick. So yes, and so to Pat P's point, it's a long season. He's going to face adversity. Yeah. He's going to get beat. He's going to get beat by a touchdown. Yep. He may get ran over. He may get blocked and thrown out the club. I mean, it happens to everybody. Every great player you can think of, even Lawrence Taylor, got blocked and got embarrassed at some point.
That's right.
But it's how did he respond and how did he come back? And then you don't even really because nobody ever talks about Lawrence Taylor getting blocked, right? Yeah. But he did get blocked. He didn't destroy every play.
Once or twice,
yeah. So how do you then jump back into it and then recover and then make the consistency what people remember you about?
Especially at that position. Because if you get burned there, everybody sees it. If you get burned on the offensive line, maybe, I mean, your teammates know it, but everybody watching doesn't know it.
Correct.
And it's also the reputation that I think Will Johnson has. It's you want to live up to that reputation. Everyone thought he was going to be a perfect fit. What did Mel Kiper Jr. say? That
he told us he was a pick six
waiting
to happen.
Pick six waiting to happen.
That was before the Cardinals ever drafted him. We were just talking about the draft.
That's right. And I am a pick six waiting to happen. Watch this. I mean.
And people know that. Hey, watch this. Double move. Watch this. Touchdown.
Baby. Here it comes. So for me, if I'm worried about Will Johnson, it's more than anything else how he's going to respond to getting beat, because we know that he is.
Right.
It's going to happen. I just wonder how he's going to respond to that, and because that can get inside a guy's head when you've always been successful. You've always been successful. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to be impossible for you to always be successful. How do you adjust to bad times, bad plays?
To your point, too, Zoe, he's got vets on this defense. He doesn't really have a whole lot of veteran corners to talk to. I mean, Garrett Williams is going into year 3. I don't know if that really qualifies as being a wily vet.
Yeah, not at all. So, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just connecting with Pat P and really having someone tutor you throughout this outside of the position coach. Because that player-to-player communication, that player-to-player mentorship, I mean, it's leaps and bounds. It's things that I've experienced that I can really lay on you. You can understand and receive it because you understand that I went through it as well. I'm not just talking at you, but I'm talking with you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. What do you expect from the first game of the 2025 NFL season? It's a good question to ask because it's only a few hours away. 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander is going to stick around for more next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've been a big advocate of, hey, you've got Cattell, you've got Corbin Carroll,
Perdomo.
You've got Perdomo. You kind of have to try to keep winning and going for it.
Yeah, you do.
You've got so many holes to fill if you're Mike Hazen. A power-hitting, run-producing left fielder, starting pitching galore. You still need bullpen arms. Maybe you've solved some of that with the trades that you've made and what you've done.
You know what the answer is, though.
Money.
You're going to have to trade one of your star players. You have to trade somebody.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Maybe it's time for you to extend your outdoor living space with a custom-fit awning. Oh, hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home, and they'll work with your HOA as well. Motorized and retractable with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning, man. Talking about roll-down patio shades. They block the sun, they block dust, bugs, and wind even. Keep the patio up to 20 degrees cooler during the hotter months. Now, hundreds of colors for you, Basinonians, and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun as well. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. What you need to do is go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Tired of living with that chronic joint pain? Stop what you're doing and call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is now here with new natural biologic treatments that can repair and restore damaged joint tissue. No more steroids, no pain pills, no surgery. Call now to learn how regenerative solutions can get you real, long-lasting pain relief. Knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, now treated with natural biologics. Get a free consultation. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals start their season Sunday at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Mystics. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Arizona Sports.
I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke.
Well, we got football tonight coming up. 5:20 kickoff Arizona time. Cowboys, Eagles. Here we go. For real, Wolf. And as I mentioned earlier, no Micah Parsons for the Cowboys because he's not on the Cowboys anymore.
Yeah,
they could probably use him tonight.
It's one of my favorite days of the year, Baysonians. It is. The start to the NFL season. And when I say the start, of course, I'm talking about real games that are going to count, regular season games, and we're going to see football. We're going to see the blood sport and all of its beauty. We're going to see the line of scrimmage. We're going to see the meat grinder. We're going to see that. And that really gets me jacked up because the game is played as hard as you possibly can. It's the one game, I honestly believe this, it's the one game, Baysonians, where if you just try harder, you're going to be better. You'll do better if you just try harder. And I don't think you can say that about every sport.
Definitely can't say about baseball.
No.
I don't know. I mean, this is divisional game to start the year too. So these two teams, I think we all look and we say Philadelphia is better than Dallas,
right.
But I mean, it's a good rivalry to start things off.
Yeah, I grew up or came up in the NFC East, so I'm very familiar with these two teams and how that NFC East competes. And I think it's going to be somewhat of a decent game, right? Dak is healthy. The offense should be able to put up points. Obviously, you mentioned they missing Micah Parsons, and so I think that's going to be a big determinant in what this game looks like because Dallas's defense is trash without him, and it's statistically been proven, right? And so if I had to put something on this, I'm hoping that Philly destroys Dallas because I can't stand Dallas, as we already know. And
what is it?
Even against Philly?
Even against Philly.
Okay.
If I had to pick Philly or Dallas, and that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I'm a rock with Philly over Dallas. I don't know. I just don't like Dallas. Jerry, the fan base overall,
the star,
he does a great job, right? It's not saying that he's not good and they're not good at what they do as far as making money because they're one of the most prestigious franchises out there. And when you look at them, Forbes, they're always in the top, if not number one. But just the arrogance that they walk around with, like those 3 championships happened last year, with the triplets, like that's all in recent time. It's not,
most NFL players were like barely born for that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And not only that, it's Texas as well. Because Texas thinks they invented football.
Yeah,
now, is it good there? Is it?
Oh, it's good.
Is football good?
It's good, but it's also good in California where I'm from. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Let's not get on the Texas thing because we played some Cal Texas games when I came up, and we beat Texas plenty of times. So. They think they do. It's the arrogance, though, to your point. It's the arrogance of who we are and what we think we're going to do, the optimism, and they just don't have any realistic goals to them. So I really do hope Philly just runs all over. When you think about Barkley and Hurts and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Goddard, I don't know without Micah, because he's the one that normally is the game wrecker. So I know they have other good players on that defense. I don't think that they're going to be able to stand up to all that Philly has in coming into this season. So I'm glad football is back. I just don't know if this is going to be the best game based on the circumstances, especially with Micah not being there, if that's going to be the great first, that was a great game kind of feeling.
And Philly running the tush push, I don't know what, 5 times? What's the over-under on that?
I can't believe the NFL continues to let this happen.
You got one more year, you're going to have to deal with it, and that's it.
You think so?
Yes.
You think one more year?
Of the tush push?
Yeah.
Or you don't like it?
I do not like it, man. I don't think it's a football play.
Okay.
I don't.
Here we go.
All right.
Oh, you like it, actually.
I mean, stop it.
Okay. Yeah, I know. That's great. Stop it.
Said
Yet at the same time,
what constitutes a football play?
Anytime. First of all, let me back up on this. First of all, football play isn't you pushing me in the back. It isn't to actually get the first down. That's not a football play to me.
Okay.
Okay. I don't believe that. Also, I will say this right now that anytime you can convert a 3rd and 1, 93% of the time, or a 4th and 1, 93% of the time, it's not the way the game was meant to be. To me.
No, I understand that.
Because of that, you shouldn't be able to, 3rd and 1, it's an automatic. You know what? 4th and 1, we're going for it because 93% of the time we're going to move the chains.
That part I do hate, where it feels anticlimactic.
I can't stand that.
But why can't every team replicate that to that
I say
level?
the exact same thing. I hate the tush push,
Yeah.
but if you're not doing it, why are you not doing it? I've said this.
And I've seen some other teams not have that same success rate. What I'm saying, that do it.
Exactly right.
So that's what so if I have the horses to do it.
But it's only a matter of time before everyone does it. Now all of a sudden 3rd and 1 means nothing.
But how long has it been going on? Is this like year 3 or 4?
I would say about 3.
It doesn't take the NFL that long to start copycatting something that is that successful.
Well, they're trying. Okay. Other teams are trying. They just can't do it.
Just think about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Why? I honestly believe this is just a situation where there's a lot of coaches who don't want to do it either because they don't believe it's a football play.
So you're telling me the NFL coaches, where it's all about winning, if it is 4th and 1 to win the Super Bowl, all right?
Yeah.
And because they don't like that play, they're not going to run it?
No, I'm saying if they don't think it's a play that they think is in the game of football, they're going to run another play. Yes, I believe that. Yes, because they think they can convert themselves on that.
Well, with all that on the line, so if you have a play that's going to work 93% of the time.
Why have we not seen it then?
Because everybody can't do it. They don't have the guys.
I totally disagree with that. How? How could you not do it?
Everybody does it, though. Everybody. Every tendency in the league that has occurred, everybody tries to replicate it if they have the personnel to do every single thing. Fire zone blitzes, 3-4 system, 4-3, shotgun spread, hurry up offense, 2-back system, the jet motion. I mean, every aspect, if you have the dogs to do it and you know it's going to work, why wouldn't you do it?
Well, okay. Why did they not do that back when they were running the shotgun? I'm totally spacing
running gun?
It. No, yes.
Like,
why were they not?
The Buffalo, like the Bills, what they ran?
Exactly
you
right.
got to have the horses to do it now.
You've got to have the horses to do it, but why wouldn't you continue to try it?
People have. That's what the game is today.
Yeah, see, well, what do you mean?
The game is the run and shoot, or whatever it was called for the Bills.
It was the run and shoot.
That's the game today.
Yeah, but
it
wasn't invented by the Buffalo Bills. That was the Oilers.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was right. Yeah.
Yes.
You got to have the people to do it. You got to know how to coach it, how to teach it.
Yeah.
You have to come up in that system. So that's why you have 3-4 guys. You got 4-3 guys.
Yes.
You got zone blitz guys. You got cover. Because if West Coast system, because if I don't know it and I can't coach it, then it's going to be no good. I think that's also another piece of it.
Okay, so once again, can a player go ahead and pull another player over the?
What are the rules? I don't know what the rules are.
No, you can't
so
do
that. So you can't do it, but I
can
push.
So why can you push?
Why can't you push?
Just saying.
But why wouldn't you be able? What's wrong with pushing?
That's what I think they're going to change.
Yes, it's not you doing it.
But what's the difference in this? What's the difference?
Football play.
What's the difference in this? Because I know you've done this. Running back, gets out, breaks. I need to get 8 yards. Safety comes up, smacks him. 6 yards, 2 yards short. Offensive line covers down. Fullback covers down. We're about to push you for it. Boop. We push the power for it. That's coached. Is that a football play?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a football.
So
play.
what's the difference?
Well, the difference is you're lining up once again, and you're trying to just get everyone behind that to push them across. I don't like that. I think it's not a football play.
But so what's the difference? Now you have momentum coming behind.
I know that, but once again, it's downfield. It's not a guarantee that the offensive lineman's going to be free to actually push you across the line, or a fullback to push you across.
Either
it's not designed.
Okay.
It's,
but
it's more.
But the thing is the push. It's not the how. So if I lined up, spread out.
I just hate the fact, Zoe, that you can convert a short down situation is at a rate that is ridiculous.
Philly has done that.
Yeah, but so have other teams as well. They've done it as well.
And they probably got the horses. Probably the Ravens, I would say, it's probably up there.
They can just hand the ball to Derrick Henry. They don't have to worry about
the Ravens, interestingly enough, haven't seen them use that.
Okay, I'm just saying. So maybe, I don't know. I like it.
Because John Harbaugh's like, man, I'm not going to do that.
I bet you if the Super Bowl was on the line, he would do it. I guarantee it.
This is a long way of saying Dallas is screwed. All right, when we come back, what is Zoe going to be watching when the Cardinals take on the New Orleans Saints on Sunday? The 15-year NFL vet sticking around for one more segment next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. I wish I could jump in a pool right now and cool off, as a matter of fact. Listen, Presidential Pools, they first started as a little company building little pools all the way back in 1991, and they have reshaped the pool industry here in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state by volume, Basinonians. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process. It's the process, man. Their products, of course, and their people. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention, my brothers. Most of their sellers have been there for decades. James Frabasilio, a good friend of mine and someone you can trust, and his two sons are there as well. It's a family-run business. What you need to do is go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
Zoom over to Chase Field on September 24th when the D-backs face the Los Angeles Dodgers. The first 15,000 fans will receive a co-branded rally towel courtesy of NASCAR and Phoenix Raceway. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL.
All right, we got Zoe for one more segment here today. So this is the last time we're going to talk to him before the Cardinals take on the Saints in the season opener, Wolf. So it feels like a major waste if we don't ask him at least about the defense going into week one. Zoe, we can start there because there's so much buildup for this defense and all the pieces they've added.
Right.
They haven't played together yet, though, a lot of them in a real game. So what are you looking for on that side of the ball?
Yeah, and I'm going to start with obviously the front seven, the front four mainly, because I think that's where they did most of the work at, and I think that's where they're going to need the biggest jump from the last 2 years to this third season. And it's really the ability to stop the run and affect the quarterback, right? In particular, Darius Robinson, right, who was hurt last year, first-round pick, getting back, made it through training camp healthy. What does he look like? How disruptive is he in the game? Is he knocking guards and centers back and making running backs have to make a premature cut and read? And then number two would be Josh Sweat and seeing what does his presence bring, because he hasn't done any preseason, right? He's done practices, which nobody's seen and is much different. How does his impact on the field affect a couple of things, right? Does it free up other people? And does Nick Rollins feel like he only needs to rush four, right? And can play more coverage and doesn't necessarily have to do all these simulated blitzes and different looks in order to create pressure or affect the quarterback. Because if you can do four, it's much easier to disguise on the back end and make the quarterback throw you picks with the addition of pressure. So that'll be the two main things on the front. And for me to get a real perspective of this too, I'm gonna have to watch the game back to End Zone Copy. NFL Plus does a good job of that because sometimes you can lose it. So I'm not necessarily even looking at sacks and stats, but disruption of knockbacks and setting the edge, all the little things that allows a defense to thrive that most people kind of overlook. And so for those two guys mainly. And then it's going to be intriguing to see how they utilize, I think, the three safety formations or combinations personnel, right? Are they going to rock with Gaither or Cody or Pat Poe at that backer, or are they going to go three safeties and maybe have Buddha come down, what they did a lot last year? Or, where do they feel like is going to be the most advantageous for them? Who are they trying to get on the field, and who do they feel like they want to utilize the most, that gives them probably the most flexibility? And so that's going to be really intriguing because obviously Buddha, Jalen, and Demerson, as in Rabbit, they just bring so much energy. It's really hard to keep those dudes off the field.
Yeah.
So I think that's the way they'll probably end up going, but it'd be interesting to see how they do that because obviously Cody, they also drafted. They want to get him out there as well and have him fly around. So I think they have just so much flexibility. And then I guess the last thing, which I saw on the depth chart, which I've never seen this, and I'm pretty sure it's happened before, but they have Zaven and Browning kind of like 1A, 1B.
Yeah.
What is that? Are they rotating? Do they have certain packages where they're both going to be out there depending on what they're calling situationally? It's also going to be, kind of cool to see those guys because I think Zaven this is his second year, third year, I guess, fully into the outside backer system.
Yeah.
Being a pass rusher, setting the edge from the line of scrimmage. Because I'm really rooting for him. I've gotten to know him, and I really want him to see him thrive. Making that transition because I think he can do it.
Yeah, man, of everything. You said a lot right there. What sticks out to you, Luke?
Well, the being able to rush four, honestly. I mean, just because we've seen that at the highest, obviously it's the NFL, but at the highest levels of the NFL, we've seen teams win Super Bowls against offenses that looked unstoppable because they could rush four and get a legitimate disruptive pass rush out of those 4 guys. I really hope the Cardinals have that by the end of the year.
Yeah, and, the New Orleans Saints as well. It's not like they have the best offensive line out there, so we'll have to wait and see.
But they got Alvin Kamara, who's really nice.
Very nice. You feel like he gets forgotten about every year.
Yeah, and I think he's healthy this year. Yep. I mean, and he's a lot like McCaffrey, right? Yeah. So he can run the rock in between the tackles and get outside on you. He can line up as a receiver. Yep. He's great in the screen game. He does a lot of great things. So he's very versatile. So that's almost like just a guy that you have to hone in because he can wreck a game offensively, for you as far as big play ability. So that's going to be really unique. And if you only have to rush 4, you got one more guy. You're not blitzing and he's getting by and they're dumping it off, and now he just has to beat 4 or 5 defenders. So that's going to be really important. And being able to, drop 7 allows you to maybe help out some of the young corners if you're not quite sure yet as far as what they're going to be able to handle earlier in the season. So
and a better chance maybe to pick some balls, too.
Right. You can play a little bit more zone, eyes on the quarterback, and that's always more advantageous getting your hands on that ball.
It's a great point on Kamara, too, because we're talking about a very young quarterback in terms of NFL experience, Spencer Rattler. And as good as Chris Olave is, as I think dangerous as Rashid Shaheed is, it might be tougher for a guy like Spencer Rattler, maybe, to get them the ball. But Kamara, you can get it to him so many different ways. That's probably the center of their offense this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
Most weekends.
Yeah, you want to make the game simple for it.
So flip it over and look at the offense.
Yeah,
what do you think?
My main thing is it always starts in the run game, all starts in the trenches. So the ability to run the ball consistently and effectively, right, getting 3-4 yards a pop. But really looking at Isaiah Adams with his first year being the starter. He earned the right to call himself the starter. Last year he came off the bench, right? Now he is the full-time starter. He talked about imposter syndrome. He talked about having a great camp, right, getting that confidence. But it's one thing to say it, one thing to do it, and it's also another thing to do it when you got Will Hernandez sitting right there just waiting, right? Not that Will is like, hey, I hope you mess up. I hope you mess up. I hope you mess up. But his presence and what he wants to do, he wants to be a starter too. He's out here working for it. And so sometimes if you think, okay, well, how long of a leash do I have? If I make a couple of mistakes or I have a bad game here and there, a couple of plays, is Will going to come in and take my spot? So his consistent play, knowing his situation, I think I want to be able to see. I think he's going to be able to do it based on what we've seen so far. But that's just another layer. And can I do it executing, knowing that somebody is breathing down my back as far as competing for this spot? Point 2, again, formational and personnel flexibility, right? They have all these great athletes. We've talked about 13, right? With all the tight ends that they have. What does that look like? Do we going to line up in true 13 personnel? Do we going to come in 13, line up in 11 or 12 looks? Can you adjust with these guys if we want to run the ball down your necks? Now you have linebackers out here. Now we spread you out. What do those matchups look like?
That's right.
Do we go with Benson and Connors in the backfield, right? Do we go with 20 now? Who's getting out? Who's the fullback? Who's blocking? What can we do here in that aspect? I think they just have a lot of flexibility of where they can move guys in and out of and show different things, but do their main thing as far as attacking off the play action. And then I would say probably the last thing, the most important thing is situational execution from Kyler Murray, right? I'm not just talking about the first 15 or early in the game or halftime, but, hey, we're in the red zone, right? Do I take a sack or do I throw the ball away and kick a field goal? Or do I take a sack and now we're out of field goal range, right? Those little things put points or take points off the board. How do I handle maybe a 2-minute situation where maybe we're going to get the ball coming out of halftime, and now we have an opportunity to double dip. Got an opportunity to score, and we get the ball back, have an opportunity to go down. Am I able to orchestrate a 2-minute drive seamlessly and go down, get a touchdown preferably, and then come right back out and do the same thing again?
And protect the ball through it all.
Those things. And the protection of the ball for me is more in the fourth quarter. If he throws a pick early in the game, overall, most teams can recover from that, but like the situational, it's 4-minute, 2-minute, we need something, and you throw a pick when the game is that on the line moments where that is where he has to protect the ball, I think, more so than anything, because you can overcome typically a first quarter pick.
That was a lot.
That was a lot.
One of the guys you brought up in there, Trey Benson, I know we don't have time to get into it now, but I think that's a guy we will be talking about a lot this season because he's on the offense, he's maybe the biggest, I don't want to say unknown, but just kind of like
X factor.
Yeah, we have specific expectations for Marv and for Kyler, and you know what Trey McBride is and all that, and James Conner. I mean, I think it's pretty clear what James Conner is, but Trey Benson is. The X factor is the best way to put it. Zoe, it's always great talking to you, man.
Always.
Thank you, Zoe. Love you, man.
Yep.
Officially means it's football season.
That's right.
Yeah, and hey, guess what? Me and Wolf disagreed today. We don't
that's what I'm
always
saying,
agree.
man.
A lot of
That's
times
right.
I'm texting my man Luke, hey, no, Wolf is wrong.
Occasionally I'll work that in.
I love it, man. I love it.
All right, when we come back, we'll take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. That's right, you want to talk football? We need to talk about Tim Hovick. He owns and operates Santan Ford, and he loves himself some football, buddy. I can tell you, affordability and selection are back at Tim Hovick Santan Ford because the Labor Day sales event is still going on right now. $10,000 off 2025 Broncos Sports, $5,000 off Explorers. Yeah, maybe you're not into buying. Maybe it's more about leasing. Well, you know, they have leases from $319 or 0 down, 0 APR, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords, brothers. Tim Hovick has over 1,300 vehicles ready for you to go ahead and buy. That's right, and drive it home or lease it. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details. I am Santan Ford.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals start their season Sunday at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Mystics. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Oh, it is so noon on a Thursday right now. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is back from his world tour. Rick, what's up?
Yeah, world tour to San Diego. 5 hours away.
San Diego.
Great time, by the way. That ballpark is fantastic.
I told you, that's like one of the best.
Yeah, I had a great time. The Arizona Cardinals begin their season Sunday at the New Orleans Saints, and the Cardinals' first injury report was released yesterday. Offensive guard Will Hernandez was limited in practice with a knee. Do you guys read into Will Hernandez being limited?
Not yet. I mean, I would have been kind of surprised if he wasn't even on the injury report. That would have been, I don't know, based on the look on your face, maybe you wouldn't have been, Wolf. But I feel like to start things off, he is coming back from a major injury.
Yeah. Can I talk to you, Will? What knee? Which one? Which one? Is it the ACL knee or is it the other knee? Can I just ask you that? They would not, based on earnings, have signed him unless he was 100% healthy. And these guys, they know how to do that. They put him through their paces. They do a lot of work. They vet a player like that. So I know that, to me, no, he was healthy when they signed him. Now, all of a sudden, he's limited. Now, he might practice today 100%. I hope that is the case. All I'm saying is, I don't splatter easily, but that one got my attention.
Well, and we should point out, too, I mean, limited's not DNP. It's not like he's like not practicing. It's just so it is possible they're just easing him back into
anything that might have to do with that knee that was obviously operated on, that concerns me.
It would be nicer if under injury it said, like, Veterans Day off or rest or something instead of knee.
Yeah,
yes.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe has told us before that sometimes limited means you do like 1 or 2 less reps than the other guy.
It just depends on the player and the team. Yeah.
So I'm not concerned about it, but I understand why you might be, Wolf. Zach Gallen continues to dominate since the trade deadline. He went 6 innings, didn't allow a run, and struck out 5 as the D-backs took down the Texas Rangers 2-0 yesterday. In 7 starts since the deadline, Gallen has pitched to a 2.20 ERA and has 6 quality starts, which is 3 runs or less in 6 innings. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, after a late positive push, should the Diamondbacks hold on to Zach Gallen for 2026? Yes or no?
I would like them to. I'm not going to say the last 7 games don't play anything into that, but it's not just because of the last 7 games. This guy was instrumental in you making it to the World Series less than 24 months ago. You don't bring a guy back just because of something he did 2 years ago. I understand that, but you're not going to have Corbin Burns at the start of next year. So either you're going to have to bring Zach Gallen back, and I'm not paying like a crazy amount, but if it is qualifying offer and he takes it for a year, that's more what I'm thinking. Or you're going to have to go out and spend that money on another starting pitcher because you don't have a number 1 starter on your team right now if it's not Zach Gallen.
Here's the thing about Zach Gallen and the way that he's pitching, basically, is if in fact he finishes the season like what we've seen since the trade deadline, I think he's gone.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
I think
now he's pitching
gone.
too well.
He's pitching too well. Zach, that's enough out of you. Sit down. I continue to believe that Zach Gallen and Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, may have had an understanding.
Freaky Mike Hazen.
Wheeling and dealing. I just, for me, you know me. I am the grassy knoll. I am the grassy knoll. We're going to see. We're going to find out. This is the cool thing about it. We're going to find out if, in fact, I was right on that. That they had some type of understanding between them that, listen, you know what? I feel like I owe you guys. I'd love to go ahead and work with you on this. Bring me back on a qualifying offer, and we'll do it all over again.
If he keeps pitching like this and he sticks around on the qualifying offer, then you're right. Also, when's the last time we played the whole Mike Hazen song that Wolf recorded? We always just play that snippet. Like, I don't even know if I remember how the whole song was.
I don't either.
Okay.
Fire that thing up, man, because it still applies to the freaky Mike Hazen.
Wasn't it when he went out and got Bumgarner or something?
I don't think so. I think it was just him being good at his job.
Him wheeling and dealing.
All right, I'll find it. So I will go with yes, but I'm kind of on the same page with you, Wolf, that I think he might be pitching himself out of the D-backs price range because he's looked really good. And at the start of for the first 3-4 months of the year, he was looking like their worst starting pitcher. Now he looks like their best starting pitcher. So I'll go yes, but I don't think he's going to be
Guy was
back.
a legitimate Cy Young candidate for a number of years.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah. And now he looks like that again. Yes is 79%. No is 21%.
Wow. That is, if you had asked D-backs fans that, I think even at the start of the season, that would have been lower. He's showing something.
All right, Arizona State football coach Kenny Dillingham joined you, Luke, yesterday for Sparky's Den ahead of the Sun Devils game at Mississippi State on Saturday. He talked about the challenges of playing on the road.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just see who can stay focused, with all the distractions and the challenges of going on the road. There's a reason why college football has such a home advantage, right? It's because the crowd, the cowbells, other things that cause the advantages throughout the week, and you've got to be able to overcome those challenges, and that's the fun part about college football. That's what makes college football great. Is every away game is a little bit different and it has different challenges.
How much could this atmosphere with the cowbells ringing and the whole stadium holds like 60,000 people? How much could that affect ASU? You guys think?
The only thing where I think it could affect them is the snapping the ball, the communication between Ben Coleman and Sam Levitt, just because that hasn't been, I would say, totally ironed out yet. And I know I'm in the minority on this, but I, well before the season, have had this game circled as one of their toughest ones of the year. Maybe not the toughest, but you have to remember 2-10 last year for Mississippi State really doesn't matter anymore. It's a lot of different players, and you're going on the road against an SEC team.
Yes, the underdog mentality is real. I used to love playing on the road much more than I did playing at home. I wanted to go to a new village, so to speak. Go into there and take your stuff. Okay, again, I am talking about in between the white lines. I played so much better on the road, I think, than I have anywhere else because of that challenge that was there. We're going into a hostile village. We're going in there, and we're going to take your stuff, and then we're going to leave, okay? And I love the whole the mentality of it all, the underdog mentality of it, and I think this team is built for that, and I think that's why we're going to see a much better effort and performance from ASU. The underdog mentality is real. We're going on the road. It's the SEC. Watch this.
I have to figure out, I'm going to have to go back and look because what you're saying about being somebody who'd like to play on the road more.
Yeah.
This came up when we were doing Sparky's Den last night because last year when we were doing a show, we had two players up there. And I don't even know how it came up, but I asked them if they prefer playing at home or on the road. And one of them was like, yeah, obviously home crowd. And I forget who the other one was, but he's like, absolutely on the road.
On the road.
Absolutely.
Immediately, the hair on the back of my neck is standing up now.
Doesn't shock me that you were one of those guys that wanted to play on the road. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Welcome back. Also, great job by Jamal while you were out. Tune into Arizona Sports at night, right after the Big Red Rage. Kellen and Mitch breaking down the D-backs' recent run and previewing the Cardinals' upcoming game against the Saints this weekend. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, why are Mississippi State fans so mad about what Kenny Dillingham said about hotels in and around Starkville? We'll try to figure it out next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. That's right, man. When I wanted to upgrade my outdoor space, I looked for a team that shared my values: trust, hard work, doing things the right way, a little blue collar. That's why I went with Legacy Green Solutions. They've been family-owned and operated right here in the Basin for over 25 years, but they're rooted in the Midwest, man. Good blue-collar dudes like me. They show up, they work hard, and they treat you like it's their own backyard. Legacy handles everything: design, install, cleanup. Their installers are certified pros, no shortcuts, and they back it all with the best warranties in the Basin. They've been voted Best of the Valley 3 years running, and I know firsthand why. Plus, their solutions are sustainable, saving water and cutting out harsh chemicals, Basinonians. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. The Sun Devils head to SEC country, and their game tape from Week 1 reveals one critical flaw Mississippi State will look to take advantage of. At least the part of the tape that they were able to watch, maybe not the stream, maybe not the third quarter so much. We'll tell you about it at 7 on Arizona Sports at Night, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I think they got actually the full version of the game up now where you can go back and rewatch it. I mean, I understand it's NAU, but for those of us that like to rewatch the game a couple times before we come talk about it on the air,
yeah,
it was nice to be able to watched it live, but then went back to rewatch it. But you couldn't rewatch the third quarter. I think ASU got them to fix it and put up an actual feed of the game now.
Okay, that'd be nice.
I mean, they're not on any more streaming.
Okay,
anymore
after the show, tell me where I can get that. Okay. Appreciate that.
Do you have ESPN Plus on your phone or
no.
laptop? Okay, well, this is going to be a long break. This is Kenny Dillingham on Monday.
But I have Disney Plus.
Well, then I think you actually are there.
You are, as a matter of fact. That's what I was watching the game on.
Oh, look at that.
Streaming, except the stream was pixels.
We should do a segment where Wolf just talks about streaming.
You know what? There's just IT in general.
IT with Wolf. We're doing that at some point.
Wolf it.
There you go. Wolf it.
Wolf it.
Wolf IT. Kenny Dillingham, man, I have listened to this cut so many times from Monday, Wolf. You and I are going to listen to it together right now with everybody out there. I don't understand how people are upset or offended by this cut in Starkville, but they sure are. This is what he said on Monday, talking about travel and the hotel situation.
So interesting is now that we play in a lot smaller towns, we play further away from stadiums, our road games. So we stay about an hour and 15 minutes away from the stadium this week because that's the nearest hotel that's not a casino to stay at. No, it's the truth. That's some teams stay at the casino. That wasn't even a joke. But it's just the nearest hotel. Then you talk, some guys are finicky eaters. So it's like some guys at these hotels, they don't like the food. It's not good. So now we get like sandwiches on the side. You know, Texas Tech we played last year. And our guys got sick the day of the game. We had about 10 guys that stomachs. They were getting IVs because their stomachs were sick from the food. I've never even said that. But it's just you're learning and growing along the way. So now it's like, okay, we need the food we get. And then if a player who's a finicky eater, we also need like a sub sandwich or a hamburger or something that they're comfortable with because you're gone, you know, the pregame meal and then the night meal if they don't go that amount of time with a good meal. So that's something that I learned, you know, when you're going to like Seattle, right? The food, their food's unbelievable, but some of the smaller towns, it's harder to, feed 160 guys. So we're just trying to adapt.
Where was that offensive? I truly
don't know. Smaller town, Starkville. That's what
Is
you
that
are.
not a smaller town?
People get offended, and not only that, too. Honestly, if you're playing somebody, you want to be offended by anything that your opponent may say to you.
That has to be it,
to
right?
give you an edge.
Just looking for anything.
You're looking for anything. You know what? To ASU coming here to Starkville, talking about us being a small town.
Yeah, Starkville's huge. I mean, you are who you are. It's great.
Exactly.
Good for you.
But again, they're taking offense to it because they want to be offended. It's kind of like people in the radio business space. This is just this is a truism. In the radio business, there are people that are looking. They listen to you to be offended. They want to be offended, and they're looking to be offended. And I think Starkville, the people there, and Mississippi State fans are looking to be offended.
It sure seems like it, because the way I took that comment when it was first happening, he's talking about, hey, we switched from the Pac-12 to the Big 12. That's how that starts, right? Okay, so I'm just going to give you a city from Starkville's population. I'm looking it up, a little under 26,000. Okay,
yeah.
Here's L.A., almost 20 million. So is it wrong if you think Starkville is smaller than L.A.?
Yes,
because
he's accurate.
I mean, it's not just
Are
smaller.
you kidding
It's
me?
like a
I
microscope.
didn't even know
it.
Starkville was that small.
And
honestly, I thought it was about 50, 60,000.
Yeah, so did I. And I don't know. I mean, sometimes you have to search like metro area. I don't know if Starkville has a metro area, but you're right. Them getting offended has just basically brought me to the realization it's a lot smaller than I thought it was. That's all. That's really all this entire exchange has. If you get offended by the fact that you live in a small town, which I think you choose to live in because it's a small town, and you like that, you're just looking for something to get offended.
That's kind of like when I used to go to West Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, Morgantown, West Virginia. Of course, they had a population back then of like 40,000 when the students were there. When the students weren't there, it was like a population of 22. It was not big.
It's a college town.
It's a college town. It's exactly what it was.
That's great.
It was down by the river.
You know what? To be fair, when I typed in Starkville metro area, it jumps up to 32,000.
Okay.
So
that's still.
I didn't get that. I still got like 25.
It really does seem.
I looked it up and I was like, oh, still says 25. Whatever. Not going to go in the air. But I guess you found something different than me, Luke.
It was one of the best things though ever. If you want to go play college football, you're kidding me? Go to Morgantown.
That's part of the atmosphere.
Go to West by God, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, because you know what happens is the entire state, it ascends and descends onto Morgantown, West Virginia, when there's a home game. The entire state is behind. It is the coolest experience. Any of you young crunks that are out there considering.
No, that's a very true thing. Like, you have to make that choice. Do you want to go live in a major city? Do you want those sort of amenities that are there? Or, and I obviously went to school in a major city, and that was by choice. All of my places I was looking at were in major cities, but there's a lot of people that go for the college experience where you are the city. And I do think that'd be really cool.
Don't you want to be a big fish in a small pond?
Here's Kenny when he was on Sparky's Den with me last night talking about what changes when you go on the road.
The only thing that'll change is kind of our walkthrough setting. We normally walk through, in our bubble and stuff like that. We'll just walk through in the hotel this year for away games, for all of our away games. All of our away games, everyone, regardless of where we play, we'll walk through in a hotel.
Yeah, that's good.
And that's about it.
The hotel.
The question was not about the hotel, but he did make sure to clear that up.
That was awesome.
Do we think that Starkville has a single hotel that is big enough for a football team to do a walkthrough through that doesn't have a casino?
Come on.
That is all that he's talking about.
Most towns don't have a hotel big enough for a football team to do a walkthrough in.
Correct. Can we look at that? You guys have to Google that. There's got to be a hotel. What's the biggest hotel in Starkville?
Can't be a casino.
What's the biggest hotel in Starkville? That can't be a casino. Little asterisk there, basically.
Interesting that Texas Tech didn't get offended by it. Oh, because maybe they're not playing ASU this week. They didn't get offended by him. His whole point was that there are smaller cities, college towns in the Big 12 than there are in the Pac-12. The Pac-12
Yes.
is Seattle, LA, the Bay Area. I mean, Denver. Like those are pretty big cities on the West Coast.
Yes.
Here's more from Kenny. You got to remember too, he coached at Auburn. He wasn't the head coach, but he coached at Auburn, so he knows firsthand what SEC football is like. Last night I asked him if how different that brand of football is.
Yeah, different brand of football. It's just an exciting environment. You know, we're going there, you know, we're playing a coach that I'm familiar with, played him last year. He's a really good football coach, one of the best offensive minds in college football. And then defensively, you know, they have a guy from the Saban tree and from Alabama, so they're very sound defensively. So they're well coached, and you're going to an environment with, you know, cowbells and, you know, loud fans, passionate fans. You know, who knows? Like, they're passionate, clearly.
Yes, they are.
About everything. And that's a good thing. That's what you want in college sports. You want people that are passionate about their place, passionate about their city, passionate about, you know, their game day environment. And that's what they are.
That's why people get in RVs and drive up. Can't wait to sit there and park outside the stadium for 2 days.
Yeah, I was going to say make an entire weekend out of it, right?
Awesome.
All right, when we come back, we'll go to the pros. Why is removing expectations potentially the key for Marvin Harrison Jr. in 2025? We'll explain that next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. One Mississippi State, two Mississippi State.
You know, Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Basinonians gather on the transistor and press the air. The Labor Day sales... Let me do that again. The Labor Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. That's right. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through September 9th. The Labor Day sale has been extended. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sales event at Brooklyn Betting. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals start their season Sunday in the Bayou at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Mystics. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Will the Cardinals' off-season additions to their defense pay immediate dividends against the Saints on Sunday? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, I tell you, Wolf, we're going to talk Marv here. We're going to talk about why removing expectations could really be the key. You can definitely remove expectations from Amari Cooper, because apparently he just retired. So there you go.
So you saw that? You verified that?
I saw it briefly on TV while you and I were talking during the break. But yeah, it's a story out there. It's everywhere. Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, he told the Raiders he intends to retire, and not at like the end of the season. It said, Ian Rappaport's post says, Amari Cooper has informed the team that he no longer has the desire to play and intends to retire. So.
Wow. Okay, so there it is.
That's pretty definitive.
That's pretty definitive. And not only that, maybe it's one of the reasons why he was a free agent for as long as he was.
Maybe. But he did get 10 years. That's the number you always say you want to hit, right? He got 10 years.
Well, you get 10, little thing. They can't take it from you.
Well, he got 10, and now he's
Don't
he's
talk
out.
to me if you got 9. All right? I don't want to hear about it. You get 10, they can't ever take it.
10's a little bit different. So the Raiders, man, what are they? They're thin at receiver, because I think, if I remember right, Jacoby Myers voiced that he might like to be traded. And their other receivers are Trey Tucker and Dante Thornton. And they got Jack Betch from TCU, who could be something. But, man, that is a thin receiving core. So lots of Ashton Genty in the Raiders' future in that running game. Wolf, Marvin Harrison Jr., he said something to us back in July when we were out there at camp that kind of stood out to both of us. So I'm going to play that first, talking about the difference going into year 2 mentally.
And this is in July.
This is right at the end of July, right near the start of the camp. He joined us up on the concourse at State Farm Stadium.
I have all the expectations and pressure kind of off my shoulders now a little bit. And I'm very thankful that is. I can kind of go out there and be more free and be more confident with my abilities. But Year one, it's just like the expectations, the pressure. People expect you to be, certain people, and like I lived to where you got drafted, and all that kind of takes a toll on you a little bit. But now I just get to go out there and play.
Oh, there it is, right there. That is so key. It really is. And Paulie on X, Basinonians, Paul Calvisi, of course, on X, he actually tweeted this out yesterday, I believe, on Marvin Harrison Jr. on entering year two. This is a quote from Marvin. Said, honestly, I feel like the expectations last year were more. So I'm ready to remove myself from all the expectations and just go play football.
I like that. Honestly.
And that's basically what he told us right there in July. This is the reason why I'm pretty jacked up. Why do you get fired up on this?
Well, you and I talked about this a little bit. Maybe it was on the air. It was certainly off the air after he said that to us in July. And the thing that jumps to mind for me is I still think there are expectations on him.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter. As long as he doesn't feel the weight of those expectations,
there it is.
That is truly all that matters, because he, I do believe, will play better if he can just go out there and play football, where it felt like last year at times he was feeling the weight of, okay, let's see, you're Marvin Harrison's son. You've been compared to Larry Fitzgerald and Randy Moss, and you're
number 4
talent.
overall.
Yeah, and the greatest receiving prospect since Calvin Johnson. Like, he looked like he was trying to be all those things instead of just being Marv.
Yes.
And if he feels like he can just be Marv this year, I think we're going to see more production.
So, basically, stop and think about it. How many times have I talked to you about this? What is the one thing that a rookie wants to really do for himself and for his NFL career? What is the one thing in year one he's got to prove? He's got to prove that he belongs there. No matter what your pedigree might be at the college level. This isn't college. This is the National Football League. This is as good as it gets from human beings. He's got to be able to prove to himself that he actually belongs on the football field. That is the foundation. That's what you want to do. You want to be able to say, I know I can play. You have to prove that year one. He has definitely done that. Marv is saying, I know I can play. I don't need to prove that I can play anymore. I know that I can. Now, I just have to play. I loved what he said and how he said it by, I can play free.
Yeah.
Play free. Free Marv! That's a sign we ought to free Marv. We ought to hold that up because I can play free. It's him that it's not the outside expectation. It's him that we should be concerned about. He has no expectation. He knows what it is. I can play. I'm going to go out and do this. I've proved that I can play. Now I'm going to just play free. Oh, man, that to me is, again, one of the reasons why my expectation fully for Marvin Harrison Jr. is that he is going to blow up this year.
If he really feels that way, and I don't remember what we asked him in July where he gave that answer. I really think it was just his mentality going into year two. I think that's what it was. So it's not like we led him down that path. I don't think they led him down that path yesterday when he was talking either. So for him to just say that, you feel like he probably really is feeling that. And yeah, look, typically, does it matter? Okay, what is this guy feeling going into the season? But man, we all watched it with Marv last year. 885 receiving yards and 8 touchdowns, and everybody was like, man, that was a massive disappointment. You know how many other receivers would have liked to have had 8 touchdowns last year? I think he was 10th or 11th in the NFL in terms of receiving touchdowns. And we all act like he didn't even play, or he even felt like that. When we talked to him in July, we were like, okay, how do you look at, last year going into this year? And he's like, I'm paraphrasing now, but he was very clearly disappointed and was focused more on just, I think he said team wins are going to be the sign of success going forward. I'm with you. If he is playing where his mentality and his mind is more freed up to just go out and play football the way he did in college, that's the quickest path to this being a breakout year for him.
Yes, for me, it was interesting because we were talking to Zoe about this, Basinonians, but what is a reasonable expectation? What are your expectations for production when it comes to Marvin Harrison Jr. See, that is what, again, to me, my expectations were higher than the numbers he posted last year. I think for all of us, they were. But his numbers were fine, really. It's not like they were bad. Isn't that right, Larry Fitzgerald? I mean, he was right there with Fitz when Fitz was a rookie.
Yeah.
So, again, it doesn't matter about me. It doesn't matter about Luke. It doesn't matter about anybody else. It just matters to Marv. He's going to play free because he's not worried about us or anyone else. He's worried about himself going out and playing to the level he expects from himself. I think that's huge.
I'm trying to pull up the exact numbers, but their stats, since you brought up Fitz, are eerily similar in year one. Now, Fitz has the body of work of his entire Hall of Fame career after that, so that's obviously a huge factor that Marv doesn't have yet. But his stats, what did Marv?
But Fitzy made a big jump in year two, did he not, as well? So I expect that to happen to Marv.
Marv last year, 62 catches on 116 targets.
Man.
885 yards, 8 touchdowns. Larry Fitzgerald, as a rookie, 58 catches on 115 targets. That's really similar.
That's very similar.
780 yards. Remember, he had one less game back then, so that's very similar as well, and 8 touchdowns. I mean, this is eerie, man.
Wow.
So now, again, the rest of Fitz's career was one of the best in NFL history.
What up, Fitz?
So let's not leave that part out. But it is a reminder that you can't just write a guy off after 1 year, unless he had a terrible year, which he didn't. Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here, and we want you in the stands. Now through the end of next week, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click on the contest link that is pinned in the chat. It's right there. It's a different color. You can't miss it once you're looking at the chat. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and look for the contest link pinned in the chat. When we come back, let's do some NFL predictions. How about MVP, Coach of the Year, and more? What's coming up in the NFL this season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
And more.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Talking football with Mark Schlereth.
When it comes to Kyler Murray, I want to see him play boring. Hey, at the end of a half or the end of a game, if you've got to make a play, awesome. Like, you got to go off schedule, off script, awesome. But you can't be doing it, 3 times a quarter, because it costs you football games. Bill Belichick used to say it all the time. More games are lost than won. That, to me, is what consistently playing off schedule does for an offense.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and then you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You didn't have to get caught up in any of that. You find your dream home and you're just like, that's it. We're moving in. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Work everything out along the way, but buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, none of that. No planning everything around a bunch of strangers' schedules as they come through and look at your house as you live in it to decide if they want to buy it or not, and you're losing your dream home while you're waiting for that. None of that. The Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent can list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you that freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Friday is the first official NFL Football Friday of the season. Join us as we get you prepped up for Cardinals Saints. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
Yeah, we got football tomorrow night, too. Isn't it Chiefs Chargers tomorrow night from, like, Brazil?
Brazil, yeah.
All right.
And for some reason, Mahomes and Kelsey were, like, wearing their own jerseys, like jersey shirts, during their press conference. It was weird.
Wow, that is a little odd. Here, wear this jersey. All right, we're going to run through some predictions here. I think we're going to do like division winners and Super Bowl tomorrow, even though we're already going to know at that point what happens tonight. I don't think that's going to throw things off too much. But we're going to do some individual awards right now, okay? We're going to go around the room here. Wolf,
this.
you want me to start with you, or do you want me to start with Command and Control?
Command and Control.
Okay. Let's begin with Offensive Rookie of the Year, and let's start with Jamal. Who do you have?
Ashton Genty.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay,
Yeah.
why Ashton Genty?
Well, because, they got Pete Carroll over there, and now, unless it's on the 1-yard line with the game on the line, he likes to run the ball a whole lot. So,
only in those moments will he throw to Malcolm Butler? Is that what you're saying?
only in those moments.
Okay.
So I have a feeling Ashton Genty is going to get a lot of touches this year, and he's going to be pretty productive.
Since I have the same answer, I'll go right now, too.
Oh.
But I will tell you this. I really wanted to pick somebody else who I'm not really a big fan of, but I think Matthew Golden's going to have a monster year in Green Bay.
That's a real possibility. I considered Matthew Golden as well, but I didn't go with it.
He's a receiver, so typically they don't, and that's not impossible. But I just think Genty, like Jamal just said, especially now with Amari Cooper retiring too, they're going to run the ball so much. Genty's my pick, but Matthew Golden's going to be top 3.
Okay, this is going to be really interesting because Ashton Genty is going to be the offense, I think, for the Raiders. And that means that offensive line better perform because it was not good last year. It was not. And it's not like they have this prolific passing attack. Pete Carroll is going to be the new head coach. He's going to try to establish a running game. And I think because of that, Ashton Genty is going to pay the price for that. That's why I didn't go with him.
Wow.
Tetaroa McMillan.
Oh, you went with the receiver.
Is
Wow.
who I went with. And the reason being, I realize it's the Carolina Panthers base in needs. But Bryce Young got so much better the last 5 games of the season. Bryce Young was promising. This guy is on the path, I think, to having a good season. Now, again, Carolina Panthers aren't good, but you don't have to be good to actually win Rookie of the Year. If you put up some serious numbers, and I think Bryce Young to Tetaroa McMillan is going to actually help out. And the reason why I say that is because the offensive line for the Carolina Panthers is not bad. They were really pretty good, as a matter of fact. Sacks per attempt last year, number 12th. Actually protected their quarterback pretty well, almost in the top third in the National Football League. So to me, once again, with Bryce Young and an offensive line that isn't bad, I think that the opportunity to throw the ball is going to be there, and I think Tetaroa McMillan is going to be there.
All right, so a little bit different there. Rick, what do you got?
He was the number 1 pick for a reason, so I'm going to go Cam Ward.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cam Ward is like super overlooked, too, I feel like, in these conversations. All right, let's go defensive rookie of the year. I'll start here just because I have it set up already. Travis Hunter, I would love to pick. I don't know how much defense he's going to play based on what they're saying coming out of Jacksonville. So he's going to be in this weird spot where he's like probably up there in offensive rookie of the year. And if he plays defense, he's probably going to be good there too. But I don't know that he's going to be able to play enough to win either award. So I'll just go with Abdul Carter of the New York Giants.
Who's next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
I'm going to go Abdul Carter as well. Oh. I think that he was a total game wrecker at Penn State, and I think he'll be a total game wrecker in the NFL.
The Giants kind of have a decent defensive line for a pass rush. Maybe. We'll see where this goes. I know they have a hard time with the run, but I mean, Abdul Carter could be in a good position, actually. Jamal?
I'm going Will Johnson.
Oh,
Will Johnson, I like it.
Will Johnson. He's gonna get the opportunity. He was one of the best defensive players in the draft, and obviously he slid. But he's going to get the reps. He's going to get the opportunities. I think he's going to live up. As long as he stays healthy, I think he has a very good chance.
Okay. All right, Basinonians. I'm
Big
going
Michigan guy, Jamal.
Yeah, noted Michigan fan.
I'm going Abdul Carter as well. He's playing the edge for the Giants. The Giants were number 3 in sacks per attempt last year. He's got Dexter Lawrence inside him on the 3 technique and Brian Burns on the other side. So I'm definitely going Abdul Carter. I think he's going to get the opportunity, and I think he's going to deliver.
All right, good. We're not all picking the same guys. I like this. We did all 3 of us took Abdul Carter, but there's at least some variation. Let's go Coach of the Year. Rick, I'll start with you.
I'm going to go JG, Jonathan Gannon. I think that the Cardinals make the playoffs this year, maybe win a playoff game. So I think that he gets talked about as being one of the better coaches this year for the first time nationally, I think. And I think he wins the Coach of the Year award.
I like that pick. Jamal?
Well, here you go, Rick. I'm going Dan Quinn.
Oh, wow. Look
Dan
at this.
Quinn!
I did not tell Rick I was going to go with Dan Quinn.
Okay.
The smile on Rick's face right now I've never seen anybody happy.
You got Jane Daniels going into year 2. You bring back Terry McLaurin. I think they only get better, so I'm going Dan Quinn.
Wolf?
Man, I got to go JG as well.
Really?
Listen, do I believe the Arizona Cardinals are going to get into the postseason this year? I do. If they get into the postseason, I think JG is definitely going to be considered for Coach of the Year. So I have to put my money where my mouth is because I do believe they're going to take that next step and get into the postseason. And if they get into the postseason, especially if they win, but for me, by then, I think it'll be done. Yeah, Coach of the Year.
I almost feel I was going to go with JG too. I don't want 3 of us taking. So this was my thought process. To me, there's 3 guys. Okay. There's Ben Johnson. He's already got the hype. He's the favorite. There's JG, and I actually think Matt LaFleur would probably be my pick. But I feel like that NFC North, they're going to beat each other up so much. Like, how much of a jump can Green Bay take from last year? Enough to get Matt LaFleur the win. They won 11 games last year. Do they have to win like 14 this year for him to be Coach of the Year? So to me, it's LaFleur or JG. I'll go with JG.
I know.
Because you're right. If they make the playoff, and he's already kind of getting some buzz. Yeah. Not for Coach of the Year, but he's getting buzz. Like, he has more room. His team has more room to improve than LaFleur's does. All right, let's quickly go protector of the year. I'll give you my answer on this already. I'll go with Penei Sewell of the Lions.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Penei
Nice.
Sewell.
Wow, that was fast.
Rick?
I think he's going to have a bounce back year this year from being injured so much last year. Trent Williams.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Jamal?
I was going to go Penei Sewell, but I thought, you know what? Let me switch it up a little bit. We were talking about the tush push. Give me Cam Jurgens.
Oh, nice.
Okay. You know what? I love the fact, too, we have Protector of the Year.
Yeah.
The fact we actually have this. Well done, NFL.
Let's go MVP. Who wants to start here?
Now go Bad Man of the Year.
Bad Man of the Year is next year.
Okay, MVP, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen for Wolf. No, that's it? No,
Back-to-back
Well,
years.
it's
Wow.
little Orchard Park, New York there. Maybe.
Rick?
I was going to go with Jaden Daniels, but I'm more concerned about the Commanders than I think a lot of people are. So I'm going to go with Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow has an awesome season this year, and they actually do make the playoffs, and they're actually good. Now that it seems like the contract drama with that team is out of the way for now.
For 12
I'm
months.
gonna go with Joe Burrow.
Jamal?
Joe Burrow is actually who I was going to go with. I'm going with Jordan Love.
Jordan Love.
He's getting some buzz, too.
I'm a big fan. You know, they're going to win more games. They improved defensively, obviously, with getting Micah Parsons. You go and get number one receiver, Matthew Golden, Luke, as you mentioned. I think he's going to have a big year.
I like it.
Yeah, I love that pick. Like, especially when you consider the odds. His odds aren't great, so like that.
Yeah,
would
but
be,
he doesn't play in Orchard Park.
No, he doesn't.
So,
I'm going to go with Burrow. My reasoning for this is simple. I think voters at some point are going to have fatigue between Lamar, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. So if anybody's close with those guys, there's going to be this tendency to lean towards that other player, that new guy, in terms of winning an MVP. I was going to go with Jalen Hurts. I actually did some research on this, okay? Jalen Hurts, would you say he had a good year last year?
Yes.
When you consider the rushing touchdowns, and I know half of them he was just getting pushed into the end zone, but still, 32 touchdowns he accounted for, 5 interceptions. You know how many MVP votes he got last year? Not any. He wasn't even in the top 11. They only list 11 that got MVP voting points. He didn't get a single point.
And that was because of where he started. Going into last season, everyone was like, this guy's going to have to prove it.
Yeah.
So, Jalen Hurts, he's going to have to prove
Also,
it.
I feel like people treat him as a game manager.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if he has the season he has last year and can't get even on the board for MVP discussion, he's not winning it this year. So I'm going to go with Burrow for MVP, too. I don't have as much faith in Cincinnati as Rick does, but I think they can find a way into the playoffs.
Well, they have to be good for him to win the MVP.
Yeah, they at least have to get in the playoffs.
Burrow's got a little smoke to him. There's no doubt.
He's got so many weapons now, too. All right, when we come back, are the Diamondbacks playing well enough that they may be saving Torey Lovello's job? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They say that moving is the third most stressful thing you can actually do, Basinonians. Think about that. I don't know about that. I do know that it is stressful if you're trying to do it yourself. You don't want to do that. What you need is Moving Team 6. Let the professionals move you. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in Phoenix in 2012. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And I know that, Basinonians, because I know the Lee family personally. And I know that that family is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. What I also love, they proudly support and hire veterans for their moving team. That's right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals get their season going Sunday at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Mystics. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guest drink specials and more.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, you ease my mind, you make everything feel
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. The Sun Devils headed to SEC country to take on Mississippi State. We'll talk to the head coach of ASU, Kenny Dillingham, at 7. Fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports.
I get those those goosebumps every time, yeah. When you're not around, when you throw that to the side, yeah. I get those goosebumps every time.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Not just any Thursday. The NFL season begins tonight. Eagles, Cowboys, we got to do our game picks. We'll do that at 1:30. Start that off this year. We're going to be keeping score all season long. Wolf did win last year, guys, but I maintain it's because we didn't start doing the game picks until week 2 last year. That threw everything off. So that's why Wolf won.
Whatever.
So last year, I didn't even see it on Wikipedia. So
whatever you need to do to placate yourself.
and that's what I need right there. Okay. Let's go D-backs, though, right now, Wolf. They are now 1 game below 500 at 70 and 71. As people will recall, when the trade deadline hits on July 31st, they were 7 games below 500 at 51 and 58.
That's right, yes. And they won another series based on Arnians, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Luke, what is the stat you were throwing out? Because I don't want to butcher it.
They have played 10 series since the trade deadline.
10. The number is 10.
And they've won 7.
7. The number is 7.
And of the other 3, they split one of those in Milwaukee, a 4-game series.
Oh, my goodness.
So they've lost 2 series out of the 10 series they've played since the trade deadline.
And honestly, think of how many games in these 10 series they could have won and lost at the end.
If you
oh my goodness.
The bullpen issue is obviously a real thing with this team, but there's a couple against the Padres they easily could have won. There's one against the Brewers they could have won. There's another one against the Dodgers they could have won. But still, it is undeniable that
they could have swept the Rangers. Should have swept the Rangers. Game 1, what happened? 5-3.
They did take 5 of 6 from the Rangers in that stretch since the trade deadline, but you're right, they could have had the double sweep. The winning percentage, so what are they, 19 and 13 now? Am I doing that math right? So they are now, that winning percentage is just under 600. That's a 596 winning percentage.
Wow.
Yeah, or 594 winning percentage. And again, I know it's not, but it is 32 games. It's not like we're talking about a week here. If you could play at that clip all season, 594, you would have the second best record in all of baseball.
Oh my goodness.
Only the Brewers have a better winning percentage.
It's just stunning. It really is what we have seen. They were sellers, clearly sellers at the trade deadline. And now this is what we're seeing? Oh, my goodness. This is one of the coolest stories. Again, I don't know where it's going to end based on earnings. I don't. Even if they don't, but if they could get above 500, even if they don't make it into the postseason, I think what an accomplishment that is going to be for this team. And I know it rings hollow with a lot of guys, but for me, I think of the dudes inside the clubhouse. I think of the team actually coming together and playing better. Even though they didn't have better players per se, they played better as a team, better baseball. To see a team come together and do that, man, that's rare.
You know, I get what you're saying. You get to a certain point and it rings hollow and people don't want moral victories, and I understand that. This trust me, I thought we would be talking about right now, can they still catch the Dodgers for first in the division and why teams don't want to play the Diamondbacks in the postseason, and that's obviously out the window. But if they can finish at or above 500, I think it validates the mentality that you're still going for it next year. You know, if they were 7 games below 500 at the deadline and they traded away the guys they traded away and they ended up finishing 13 games below 500, it's like, you know what, that this year was so bad and then the injuries, this might have pushed us back a year or two. We may have to reevaluate what we're doing. But the fact that they are winning at a clip better than almost any team in baseball since the trade deadline, I think validates the idea that you have pieces here. You got to fix the bullpen, and it would be nice if guys were healthy at the start of next year. But the other thing it does, Wolf, and this is, I know some people don't want to hear this, I think you're probably saving Torey Lovello's job if it were in jeopardy. It might not have even been in jeopardy.
Yeah.
I mean, when they made the trades at the deadline, you and I talked about it, and I thought the final stretch of the season would tell a lot about what they were going to do. If they kept going down the bad path, you know, then you're on the hot seat. but they definitely have not quit on this season. And a lot of times that reflects how guys feel about their manager.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Again, I have such a hard time blaming a head coach, Basinonians, or blaming a manager in the game of baseball. I do. I have such a hard time doing it because I know that these guys don't just get these jobs out of nowhere. They're offered these jobs because they're capable of doing the job. And so much of the time it's based on the players that they actually have. I think Torrey has proven that he can be a very good manager and has been a very good manager in the past. That doesn't just leave you. It doesn't. It's about the players. For me as a former player, I'm sorry. And I know there are people out there screaming. It's okay if you want to scream. It's your opinion. My opinion is, as a former player, players win games. Coaches lose them. Players win games. And to me, I'll always look at the players not executing, not doing their jobs. By the way, was it Torrey's fault when suddenly the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are the best defensive team in the game of baseball in 2024, suddenly came out and looked like anything but in 2025? Who was that on? Who was booting the ball? Torrey? No. It's on the players. There has been a paradigm shift inside this clubhouse that has changed the dynamic of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I know that there's, the pushback, because, again, I know a lot of Diamondbacks fans, whatever the percentage is, are done with Torrey. They want to move on. And he's been here for a while.
It's your prerogative, man.
I don't agree with the argument of like, hey, it's his fault that guys are hurt. Or, hey, if the team loses, it's got to be his fault. Like, basically what you're saying. I don't agree with that mentality of like, it's the manager's fault. But where I think you could have made an argument was he's been here for a while. Is his message just not getting through? You see this in other sports. You see it in baseball. Like, this guy's a great coach. He's a great manager. Maybe his message stopped getting through. Based on the way they've played since the trade deadline, it doesn't seem like he's having any difficulty getting his message through.
Okay, and why is that, Luke? Because maybe there's younger, more unproven players getting the opportunity to play.
Yeah.
See, if it's going to fall on deaf ears, Basinonians, it's going to be veterans, grizzled veterans, more times than not. I know I'm painting with a very broad brush here, but more times than not, it's going to be the grizzled vet that's going to be like, Torrey.
I've heard this.
Come on, Torrey. We've heard this.
Yeah.
But look at the young developing guys that are contributing right now. And I think maybe, again, that edge, that competitive edge is back in that clubhouse.
I feel like if they keep playing like this, they got about 20 games left this season, 21 games. If they keep playing like this through the rest of the season, they finish at or above 500. I don't think they're moving on from Torrey. Now, will he be on some version of a hot seat heading into next year? I mean, they're not making the playoffs in years where people feel like they should. So, I mean, there's going to be pressure going into next year, but I think if they keep going like this.
I think Torrey, for the most part, always does better with young developing guys than he does grizzled veterans. Just me.
All right, tune into Arizona Sports at Night right after Big Red Rage. Kellen and Mitch breaking down the Diamondbacks' recent run and the Rangers series and previewing the Cardinals' upcoming game against the New Orleans Saints this weekend. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, what is the main key for the Cardinals' young corners? Lots riding on their young corners in 2025. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Are you looking for a great happy hour? You just found one. Stop looking. You're not going to beat Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. They got great atmosphere. They got great scenery. What more could you possibly want? Well, how about a bunch of TVs to watch all this football that's going on right now, college and pro? Lots of expectations around the Valley, in particular this year for the college team and the pro team. Plus, while you're there watching on all those TVs, you can follow along with your fantasy football teams as well because you can see all the different teams playing at the same time. And while you're at Twin Peaks, try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. My suggestion, start with the loaded fries or the chips and queso, maybe some brisket chili. You could go burgers, steaks, ribs, fire-roasted salsa and chips, wings. Lots of good wings. You really can't go wrong. They got over a dozen sauces to choose from for the wings. Twin Peaks has it all. And with their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. Twin Peaks has you covered, whatever you're looking for, with 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Friday is the first official NFL Football Friday of the season. Join us as we get you prepped up for Cardinals Saints. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
All right, here we go. Week 1 starting tonight. Cardinals' first game just a couple days away. Wolf, we had Patrick Peterson on earlier this week, and it's going to be cool having him on all season, every Tuesday at 11:15. Not just because it's Patrick Peterson, not just because he's a good talker, he's articulate. I'll play some of these cuts. I mean, really insightful on defense in particular, and we're going to be able to talk to him as this Cardinals season unfolds. But also, I mean, he didn't play in the league that long ago, you know. So
that's right.
So he's like he's played against all these guys. We asked him how it feels as a player when week 1 rolls around. That's what he said.
Man, no doubt about it. I mean, my wife can tell you, even in year 13, week 1 was almost like Christmas to me, you know, because that's how much I love the game. That's how much I love the preparation of it. And I wanted to see what the fruit of my labor was going to be like, you know what I mean? All the off season, the training camps, the OTAs. Now let's see all of that work coming to fruition. So there's always going to be some jitters, excitement. But at the end of the day, once that game gets started, you're excited to be back in, your little sanctuary as far as, on the football field, because now these games mean something.
Where do you start when you hear Pat P say that?
It's always cool to hear players say that. It makes a lot of sense, but there is just, if you're a sports fan, there's energy this week.
Yes.
Football's starting. And I'm sure as a player, it makes sense playing at the highest level. You're excited too. You're running in your own guys for a month basically in camp. And, he just said right there, all the work you put in the offseason, you want to see what it's going to look like. But I thought it was cool because, the context of that is he was talking about how excited he still got in year 13 compared to year 1 when he was a rookie with the Cardinals. I think that's real.
It is real, and it's something that we at the Wu Fang Clan and the Wolf League compound, we experience every year. It's an incredible thing that we're actually going to see football. I get excited right now, and my heart starts beating faster when I think of the game, the blood sport that I love so much, and I think of watching real football at the highest level our species can generate. Now listen, I know that we've seen a lot of good college football games so far. I know we've already seen that, but again, for me, there's something about the highest level, the most difficult level that you can possibly compete at is the National Football League. And man, the fact that it's starting tonight, where we're going to see real football, where somebody's not going to say, it's a preseason game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a regular season game, and we're going to see a team's best effort. We're going to see their best players, and we're going to see them go out and compete, which means I'm going to look at another human being and say, I'm better than you. And if you don't believe it, watch this. That's what competition is. You're trying to prove that you're better than the other guy. And you lay it on the line, and you give all that you have as unto God. It is a beautiful, beautiful thing, man. I love it. And the fact we're actually going to get to see it tonight, it fills me with an awe.
It's one of the best things about football. There's so many different parts of football that people love, but it's the one sport where you can't be like, well, it's such a small sample size. The season's 17 games long.
It is.
Week 1 against the Saints is going to tell us a lot about the Cardinals, and you might think, well, yeah, okay, but logically, how much can you learn from one game? You're partially right, but B, you don't get a ton of games. So whatever you put out there in that first game, there you go. That's the 17th of your season. That's 10 baseball games, basically.
Yes.
Each game is basically 10 baseball games. It's, 5 Suns games. So, yeah, week 1 matters a ton. It's not just the excitement level. More from Patrick Peterson. We talked about what he's seeing from these young Cardinals corners because the reality is a lot is riding on Will Johnson and Max Melton and Garrett Williams and some of these other guys, but they're all young.
Man, these guys they have nice size on them, man. Very long, physical at the point at the line of scrimmage. They're going to be physical. They come up and make tackles in the run game. And the thing I love about them the most is that they play the ball very well down the field. You always see a lot of young guys, panicking. Obviously, we didn't have an opportunity to see much of Will because obviously he didn't play much in the preseason. But I don't have no worries about him. But you see a lot of young guys panicking when the ball is up in the air and they're down the field, holding, grabbing, and not going through the right precaution things that you need to do in order to break up the pass or make an interception. So I like what the Cardinals secondary looked like. And you got Buddha and JT, pretty much backing those guys. So those guys are pretty much in good hands now. All they have to do is continue to play physical, stay focused, and don't have none of those lulls throughout the game to where you're giving up a free big play.
You know what I love more than anything else is Lorenzo Alexander came in here.
You stole my line.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm sorry, Luke. Lorenzo Alexander came in here and said, you know what, Pappy ought to be mentoring Will Johnson. I thought that was funny.
No, I mean, it was funny, but it was also like, it's making a lot of sense, actually. I would love to have...
So smart.
Because if you look at the corners, what the Cardinals have, Will Johnson and Garrett Williams and Max Melton and Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark and all these guys, there's a lot of talent there, but they're all young. who's the old guy in the room?
Yeah.
Is it Garrett Williams going into year 3?
Yes.
I mean, you're not gonna. They don't have a guy, a vet like that. I mean, it'd be great to be able to have Will Johnson and Max Melton and Garrett Williams talking to Patrick Peterson, because it's not that they can't give each other tips on what they see out there. And Garrett Williams is really good, but he doesn't have 13 years of NFL experience.
That's where Sean Murphy Bunting would have been great.
Yeah.
As well. So, again, it's going to be a work in progress with these young corners. But they are talented. Max Melton is a talent drafted in the second round. The same with Will Johnson, a talent drafted in the second round at number 47 when everyone thought he could have been a top 15 pick. So it's going to be very, very cool to see these guys develop, because get ready, Basinonies. This is buckle up stuff right now. This is fasten the seatbelt, because the corner position, would you say that's important in the National Football League? You have good corners.
I want to make sure we're not downplaying it, but I talk up the defense so much and what I think this defense is capable of, but they are young at corner, and you can get exposed there.
Yes.
That would derail the whole operation if they get exposed.
By the way, you're going to have offensive coordinators going into games against the Arizona Cardinals, depending on what happens, depending on what they see. But you're going to have offensive coordinators saying, this guy is a rookie, and he's a little handsy as well. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to attack him. We're going to get a game plan where we're going to try to single him up and attack him specifically. It's going to be part of the game plan. Not, well, we've got to, on the macro level, we've got to throw the ball well. No. You know what? We're going to get micro. How are we going to throw the ball well? We're going to attack you, brah.
Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed this week for the Saints. This is going to be a real interesting matchup, because we don't know if Spencer Rattler can deliver them the ball consistently if they get open. We just don't know yet. He hasn't played much in the NFL. But those guys can get open. Even if the Cardinals don't get burned by it, you'll be able to see on film if they got open. So that's obviously a huge part of the game to keep an eye on, not just for this week, but going forward. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, got to make our picks for week 1 of the NFL season, and we each only get to make 4. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. I got to give a little shout out to the team that has transformed my backyard into an oasis, man. That's right. They installed premium American-made artificial grass. It looks amazing. It feels real and is perfect for the kids, the dog, of course. There's no mowing, Basinonians, no mess, just clean green perfection. And by installing artificial grass with Legacy Green Solutions, you may qualify for a city water rebate program, helping you reduce your water bill and installation costs as well, Basinonians. Man, I can tell you, I love these guys. They came over and they have transformed the Wolfley compound into a backyard that we can really, really enjoy. Elevate your outdoor game and book a free consultation. The way you do that is you text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and with my Guaranteed Sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you, or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com.
Carol and Seller seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NFL season is finally here. The defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles host the Dallas Cowboys tonight at 5:20. The Arizona Cardinals start their season Sunday at the New Orleans Saints. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Mystics. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with their kickoff special. Chevrolet, let's drive together. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, making picks with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we at least kind of have a name for it this year, making picks. We got creative. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to randomly generate a draft order on some website I just found. Okay, so let's see if it works. It did. Oh, sorry, I have to enter a valid league name. All right. There, I entered the letter G. Okay, Rick, you're picking first, then me, then Wolf, then Jamal.
Is this snake style again?
Snake style.
Okay,
so Jamal will go twice, then Wolf, then me, then Rick, and then you'll go twice. So the way this works, we're picking games for week 1.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to keep this total all season. Last year obviously didn't count. Last year was just a warm-up, so it doesn't matter that Wolf won. But we all are only going to pick 4 games. Once you pick a game, it's off the board. So you got to be strategic about which games you pick and when you do it, okay? So Rick, you are first. Who are you taking?
All right, I'm going to start with tonight's game.
And are you writing these down?
Yes, I will be writing them down. I'm starting with tonight's game because I think the Eagles are going to come out and wallop the Cowboys in tonight's matchup.
All right, wow. So Rick taking Philadelphia.
Okay.
Wow, take
Rick.
that. All right, I think we agree that was probably the one to tick first. Philadelphia at home over Dallas.
Yeah, there's some others that are obvious as well with the tier system.
You have your tier system over there. Boy,
yes.
There's one I'm looking at. They burn me in week 1 every single year, though, so I don't know if I want to take them. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's set the tone earlier this year. Give me Arizona on the road in New Orleans.
Oh,
wow. I think they're actually one of the biggest favorites this week, too. So, all right, so I've got Philly. Rick's got Philly. I got Arizona. Wolf?
Okay, it's me. Okay. I was
if you're waiting to hit
right
the
there.
post or what?
Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go with a Tier 4 game. I'm going to take the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Atlanta Falcons.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
That could be a good game.
I don't think so. I think Tampa Bay wins that game going away.
All right, Jamal, you got 2.
All right, I'm going to take the Broncos over the Titans.
I like it. Okay.
And I'm going to take the Commanders over the Giants.
Okay.
Wow.
Too.
Okay.
And, all right. That's a couple there. Wait, this is the fastest we've ever gone through picks. We're already through 6 of these. All right, Wolf, you got one here coming up.
Okay. Doggone it.
Have we exercised the entire top tier? Is it gone?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I think we're getting into a lot of questions in week 1 too. Like if you look, most of the lines are fairly close because now we're into the range where anything could happen in these games.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'm gonna go with the Bears over the Vikings.
So I gotta be honest, I like that pick.
Yeah,
I was just looking. Minnesota's favored.
I know.
I like Chicago in that game.
I do too. At home.
All right, the team that always burns me early in the season, but they're still out there, so I think I have to take it at this point. Just do it to me again, Cincinnati. I'll take the Bengals. They don't usually seem to show up to their games until late September or early October, but they're playing Cleveland. If they can't beat Cleveland in week 1, I feel like Zach Taylor's job is going to be looked at.
Yes.
If they start this slow again. All right, 2-pick Rick. What do you got?
All right. First, I'm going to go with, everyone's talking about the Micah Parsons trade, and Jordan Love could be MVP, but I think that Detroit comes out and makes a statement. So I'm picking the Lions over the Packers for my first one. And then for my second, my third one, technically, I'm going to say that the Jets are going to be motivated to play Aaron Rodgers. So I'm going to go with the Jets over the Steelers, actually. So that's my upset pick.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And we're starting to get into the tough games now.
Whose turn is it?
It's me, then you, then Jamal.
Okay,
twice.
good.
Man, this game could really be a toss-up. For some reason, I think Jacksonville is going to be fun this year. Everything you just said about Bryce Young earlier when we were talking about Carolina for whatever reason is true. But give me Jacksonville over Carolina.
Oh.
I'm not sure they're going to know what to do with Travis Hunter in the first game of the season. I'm not saying the Jaguars are going to be good this year, but Liam Cohen, as offensive coordinator for Tampa last year, really unlocked Baker Mayfield. And I'm thinking maybe he can do it for Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. He's got Brian Thomas and he's got Travis Hunter to throw to. I don't know that Carolina's going to have an answer for Travis Hunter. I don't know that Jacksonville knows how to use him yet, but go ahead and give me Jacksonville.
Duval.
I'm looking past that introductory press conference and still taking Jacksonville. All right, Wolf, it's you.
Okay, it is getting a little dicey right now.
Man, I'm going to have to take one of these terrible games,
yeah, you are. Wow, I don't want to do that. I don't. Okay. I'm going to take Seattle over San Francisco.
All right.
Had
Sam
to
Darnold.
do it.
Wolf is now on the record as saying Sam Darnold's the greatest quarterback in the NFL. That's how
That's also what I heard.
I see dead people.
Would you say San Francisco has a good defense?
Yes.
Jamal, these are your last 2 picks.
Give me Kansas City over the Chargers.
I was going to say, at some point, somebody has to take him.
Yeah.
All right, so Jamal has KC. All right, and you've got one more.
Oh, my gosh. You know what? I'll go...
There's a couple games, actually, I still like. There's one I'm definitely not picking. I'm leaving that for you, Rick. Sorry.
And I feel like it was the one I was about to pick.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a good game.
Oh, my... You know what? Give me Baltimore over
I
Buffalo.
love the pain that this game induces. Oh, that was the game. I didn't want to mess with that. So, Jamal, you took Baltimore?
Give me Baltimore.
All right. So there are 3 games left here. Wolf, have you checked off the right games? Or are you going to pick one that was already picked?
Yeah.
The real drama here.
That is the drama. I'm going to say I'm taking the Rams, the LA Rams.
Right.
Taking the Rams at home against Houston.
Do I really want to take this team? I don't.
Stafford, your back better be okay.
Okay, so the 2 games that are left for me and Rick are Miami against Indianapolis and Vegas against New England.
That's right. I did not have them crossed off.
And man, people love New England for some reason.
I know.
I don't know that I love New England, but you know what? Give me the Patriots against Ashton Genty and not even Amari Cooper because he just retired in the last 2 hours.
New England might be like the AFC Cardinals.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to be honest. I don't feel great about any of my picks. so football's back.
So he's got that going for him.
Rick, you get Miami and Indianapolis, a game we're all just clamoring to watch.
Some people in our newsroom are.
That's true. I
Yeah.
see one of them out there.
I do as well. That's going to be a horrible game to watch. Daniel Jones. So I think Miami's actually going to be pretty terrible this year, but they're playing Daniel Jones in week 1. So I'm going to go with the Dolphins.
For what it's worth, which is absolutely nothing, that would have been my pick too. For some reason, the Colts are favored. I don't know if that's just the Dolphins seem dysfunctional or you figure Jonathan Taylor's enough to win that one game. I don't know. But all right. So does everybody have their picks? Can we read them off real quick right now? Rick, do you have yours?
Yes, I have. I mean, I have everyone's if you want me to go through the whole thing.
Yes.
But I have the Jets over the Steelers, the Eagles over the Cowboys, and Detroit over Green Bay, and Miami over Indianapolis.
Okay, I have mine. I have the Bengals over the Browns, and honestly, if the Bengals lose their opener again, whatever, that's on me. Jacksonville over Carolina, Patriots over the Raiders, and your Arizona Cardinals beating New Orleans in New Orleans.
All right, I also have mine based on Ians, so I'm going to go Chicago over Minnesota on Monday night. I'm going to go on a Sunday, the Rams over the Houston. Going Seattle over San Francisco. And I'm going Atlanta over Tampa Bay, as a matter of fact.
Wait, you went Atlanta? I had you down. Who'd you take in that game? I know you picked that game.
You took Tampa Bay, right?
No, wait. Yes, I had Tampa.
There you go.
Duh.
I'll give Wolf this, and no pressure on you, Jamal. Hopefully you have all your picks. Wolf picked 4, contentious games.
Yes.
I don't think you picked any layups. All right, Jamal, who do you have?
I have the Broncos over the Titans, the Commanders over the Giants, the Ravens over the Bills on Sunday night, and the Chiefs over the Chargers tomorrow in Brazil.
All right,
Okay.
let's do this.
That's good, man. I like this. Rick, I like this new format, too.
Yeah, hopefully they keep making this the
Yes.
site that I found it on.
All right, we're coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. When we come back, final segment of the show. What are Buda Baker's expectations for Game 1 against the Saints? He just spoke. We'll get you what he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they have helped me understand no two retirement plans are the same, man. I think we all understand that. They offered guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Never forget about taxes. Call the team that I work with at Trajan Wealth to help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals today. As a veteran Trajan Wealth CEO, Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun 2-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. What is the Cardinals' path to victory in New Orleans against the Saints? We'll preview the matchup on tonight's Arizona Sports at Night, 7 to 8 p.m. on Arizona Sports.
It's about a girl. Never forget that, Basinonians. Isn't that right, Warrior Queen? It's always about a girl. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Broadcasting the Wolf and Luke Show.
Look at this guy.
Where it's about a girl, basically.
Football season starts up, and all of a sudden, Wolf's doing reads and singing Nirvana covers of David. No, who originally did the song? It wasn't David Bowie.
No, this is their song.
This is theirs. He covered "Man Who Sold
Man
the
Who
World."
Sold the
That's
World.
what I'm thinking of.
Maybe my favorite Nirvana song, even though it's a cover.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say this is your.
This
favorite.
one
I was
is up
like,
there for me too.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not my favorite. They've got a lot of other ones. Buda Baker just spoke today within the last hour. And I'm going to start with what he says he sees from the Saints on film. You good with that, Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to start there. Buda's perspective on the team the Cardinals are about to play.
Yeah, you have a second year QB in Spencer Rattler, a guy who can throw inside the pocket, outside the pocket, has a lot of zip on his footballs, very accurate, can run the ball a little bit, and the receivers and the running backs are guys that create explosives and guys that can catch the ball, run the ball. You got Alvin Kamara, who's been there for a while, who's really one of the top 5 running backs in this league. Can run throughout the tackles, can be a first, second, third down back. So just definitely having to stop the run is a big thing for us, and doing what we do, being detailed on our plays, and seeing where that takes us.
Yeah, that's really, really good. It's about the defense going out and executing right now based on what the game plan is. I would imagine it's not going to be too involved. It's not going to be too difficult, especially the first week of the season. You want your players to be able to go out, talk about playing free. You want your players to be able to go out and play and not be thinking while they're playing. So I think we're going to see a rudimentary game plan from Nick Rawls. I could be dead wrong on that based on earnings, but I don't think so.
Yeah, and the Alvin Kamara angle on all this, Zoe brought this up earlier. Buda just talked about it there too. It does feel like Kamara kind of gets forgotten about just when people talk about the NFL for how consistently good he is. It's crazy. He's never had a 1,000-yard rushing season. But, I mean, he's had seasons where he's gotten close and then also has 700 receiving yards. He is so much of their offense. And if there's ever a knock on him, it's not even like he's that injury prone. But, I mean, if there's ever a time where you feel like, okay, he's not going to impact the game, it's just because he's questionable that week or he's out. He's obviously playing in week 1. And this is a guy that even last year when the Saints didn't have a whole lot of offense, he still accounted for nearly 1,500 yards and 8 touchdowns, when you combine through the air, because he had 68 catches last year for 543 yards. I just think with Spencer Rattler there playing in his 8th NFL game, and he hasn't even started all of those previous 7, that's going to be his safety outlet and probably the focus of their offense. And honestly, Wolf, as much as we talk about the Cardinals' defense, why wouldn't it be the focus of the Saints' offense? The Cardinals struggled to defend the run at times last year.
Yeah.
You may as well test that first if you're New Orleans.
Of course, no doubt about it. They're going to be tested. And the one thing I think we're going to see a much better team in terms of tackling out of the Arizona Cardinals. So I'm excited to see that.
More from Buda on what this Cardinals defense can be in 2025.
Yeah, I think this defense can be, a very, very great defense. I don't want to put any stats or any numbers on everything, but I know if, we take it one play at a time and we are correct on our details, I think this defense has the opportunity to be very special. So, like I said, I'm very excited about the new additions, draft picks, free agent picks, and, the guys that are still here, and definitely developing something special.
Yeah. You know what? It's so interesting right now when you think of the Arizona Cardinals and what they might do. I think of Sun Tzu in The Art of War. Sun Tzu.
I really thought you were going to say Sun City for a second,
yes,
but you meant Sun Tzu.
The Chung is the base. The Chi is the extraordinary. When you are superior to your opponent, use the Chung base in audience. The base, the norm. When you are inferior to your opponent, use the Chi. Something extraordinary. This is the wisdom behind that. And again, this is something that I think the Arizona Cardinals coming into this game, especially from the defensive perspective, they have to feel pretty good about playing against Spencer Rattler. No offense to Spencer. He's a young guy and he's developing, and who knows how good he's going to be. But when you're a second-year guy in the league who's played 7 games so far, you're going to test that quarterback. Yeah. And because of that, I think they're going to go out and just use the chung for the most part and say, okay, we're going to rush 4 and drop 7 and see if you can throw the ball without us picking it off.
I like that. That's this Sun Tzu.
There's
stuff.
Wisdom behind that.
There is. We should do this. I mean, it's not Friday, but we should do this every Friday going into the game.
Man,
you have to find a Sun Tzu quote that describes the Cardinals' approach. That perfectly describes it this week. You are better than the Saints on paper. You should be better than them. You don't have to get crazy. Just play your game to its full potential.
Here's one of my favorites from Sun Tzu, of course, ancient Chinese philosopher, warrior. He said, quote, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. Think about that, brothers. Know your enemy and know yourself. Talking about on the battlefield. How smart that is.
I like how Wolf just quoted Sun Tzu, got this deep philosophical knowledge, and then looked at me like, you still got a minute left to fill, Luke. Go ahead and top Sun Tzu.
All right.
I got, do I have time to play one more Buddha cut real quick? He was asked if he has an idea of what this team can be this season.
Yeah, I mean, the whole team hasn't played yet, so would definitely be a special opportunity to get everybody in the game and, see what we got. So very excited.
That's good. Thank you, Buddha. I just needed a quick 10-second cut there.
He will know who knows when to fight and when not to fight. He will win. Think about that.
Yeah, you did it again. You gave me 15 seconds to top that.
Yeah, right.
All right, that's it for us. I'm just going to say everybody's names really slowly. For Rick and Jamal and Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. 1 Mississippi State, 2 Mississippi State.
Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson.
The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house. And if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows. So do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Say it with me, everybody. The NFL is back. Tonight, the Philadelphia Eagles begin defense of their Super Bowl title when they host the Dallas Cowboys. Kickoff for that one is at 5:20. As far as the local football team is concerned, 2 names have been added to today's Cardinals injury report. Owen Papo was limited due to a quad injury, while Dante Stills did not practice due to a heel injury. Will Hernandez and John Gaines II remained limited and full, respectively. For the Saints, the name to keep an eye on is Chase Young, who's been downgraded from yesterday's limited tag to a did not participate tag. The edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And the Phoenix Mercury are on the road in our nation's capital. They face the Washington Mystics. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
What's going on? Oh, somebody fixed that. Somebody fixed that. See, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Burnsy, what's going on?
That's what we were looking for. There it is. You turned a lot of people onto that documentary last night, the one that I absolutely refused to watch. I just have no interest. But we got a lot of messages on Twitter from people who said they had watched it, they liked it, or they were going to watch it.
Yeah, some guy mentioned me yesterday. He calls himself Sexy Delivery Driver.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
I lift heavy blank for a living, and I'm an avid sports fan.
That's arrogant.
Sexy Delivery Driver. He goes, holy blank, Gambo. Unknown numbers, absolutely crazy. I couldn't stop watching until it was over. Like I told you. I told you it's crazy.
I'm more interested in the fact that he calls himself
sexy delivery driver. I can tell he's a UPS driver, father of 4 great kids in Mesa, Arizona.
Okay.
Yep.
In all seriousness,
yes,
we appreciate all of our listeners, but especially when we're out on the road or we're doing a show on remote or wherever, we do get a lot of people who come up to us and say that they deliver for Amazon or for UPS or FedEx or OnTrack or whatever the case may be. And when you're in your car all day like that, right, and you're driving around listening to us, we're especially grateful, right, because that's just you are literally in your car the entire day. You're in your truck the entire day dropping off packages. So, sexy delivery driver and all the delivery drivers out there.
Even if you're not sexy.
Even if you're not
Even
sexy.
if you're not a sexy delivery driver.
Even if you're a decidedly
We love
unsexy
ya.
delivery driver. We love you and we thank you for listening. And now we weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Honestly, I love it. I don't mind it at all. Another opportunity to go play football with my guys, and I think like I said, I've said it, since the offseason, I feel like we got a great group of guys in the locker room, and they're ready to go.
Kyler Murray on opening the season on the road again. Cue Willie Nelson on the road again. Just can't wait to get back on the road again. That's where they are. They need to be better at it than they had the last couple of years under Jonathan Gannon. What was that number we threw out there yesterday? 4-13.
Got to win this one, man. Got to win this one. This is a team that you've just got to beat. You cannot take a loss to the New Orleans Saints. But all eyes on Kyler Murray. I mean, all you got to do is look at all the stories. Sports Illustrated, what Kyler Murray wants Cardinals to improve this season. Another story, Kyler Murray has changed. Can the Cardinals too? Our own Arizona Sports, the time is now for the Cardinals' Kyler Murray to fill the hole in his resume with a playoff win. ArizonaCardinals.com. You mentioned this one. The Kyler Murray experience heads into year 7. I'll give you one more on AZ Central. Kyler Murray, now a veteran, approaching season opener with a different mindset, on and on and on. A lot of the Cardinals season is going to revolve around the play of Kyler Murray. It's going to revolve around his ability to elevate his game to the next level, make the players around him better, figure out a way to get more explosive in the passing game, and very importantly, find a way to finish stronger than this team usually does. From mid-November on, those games are going to have the utmost importance. Some of those games are going to be very tough, and the Cardinals have really shown a lot of fatigue at the end of seasons. They've looked like they were tired. They didn't play well. They've got to find a way to win those games. So all eyes on Kyler for the 7th year.
And that's how it's going to be for a lot of teams. A lot of teams, all eyes are going to be on their quarterback. But I think especially for us, and not that we're in a, I think we're in a somewhat unique category when it comes to that. All eyes are going to be on Drake May with the New England Patriots. But you know what? If he fails, he still has some room. All eyes are going to be on Aaron Rodgers, but you know what? If he fails, he's just going to retire and call it a career, right? Like there's quarterbacks who are either set and secure and fine, and who know they're going to be for a few years, or they're quarterbacks who are rookies who are still trying to learn their way, and they've got the benefit of time. Kyler's in a not a totally unique situation, but in a somewhat unique situation, is that I think he's a little out of time here. He's kind of, there's this old saying that deadlines spur actions. I think Kyler Murray's under a deadline this season. He's under a deadline to produce a great season and for him to lead this team to places they just haven't gone very often. And I'll be really curious. This is the first time in a long time, I think we can say, maybe in forever, we can say Kyler Murray is under a deadline to produce for the Cardinals. How does he respond to that? How do they respond?
I'll give you another example. When this season is over, Kyler Murray will have played just about 100 football games, 99 to be exact if he plays in all 17. After 100 games, 99 if you want to call it, you've got to know what you have in this quarterback. Kyler Murray has 82 games under his belt right now, 82. He's got 6 seasons under his belt. He's got 2,780 passes under his belt. He's thrown for almost 20,000 yards. And yet there's still a debate about how good he is, how good he can be. Has he reached his ceiling? Is he, where is he? Has he peaked? Is this just who he is? Because I think a lot of people would just say this is just who he is. There are a lot of people that, I go to the gym, I talk to people that are just unsure about Kyler. Nobody hates Kyler. But I think that there is some doubts about whether he can take his game to another level. I hope he can. 3rd year in the system with Gannon.
Yep.
3rd year in the system with Petzing. More familiarity with Marvin Harrison Jr. after that first year. He's got Trey McBride. He's got a great running game and James Conner. There's a lot to like about his ability to take that next step this year. There's a lot to like to say, I think he could do it. I think he could take that next step this year.
We played a cut yesterday on the show, and it was later in the show. I'm going to play it again because it really ties into something we've been talking about Kyler basically for the better part of the last month since he was on our show when we were at training camp, on how he's adjusted to taking more boring plays in this offense.
Yeah, I think that's just the maturation of the game as you get older. Talking to Peyton in Denver, just those type of things. You really cherish those, the checkdowns, the, throwing the ball away or, taking a sack when you need to or not taking a sack when just the little nuances of the position that when you're a rookie, second-year guy, you don't really understand. You're in college, you don't understand.
And I know we played this sound yesterday, and I know they've all day long you've been hearing this sound here on Arizona Sports, and I've gotten at least a half dozen comments from people in and around the office and on social media who have said that he just sounds very mature. He sounds like he's kind of grown into this role and maybe has a bit. Now, does that mean it's going to translate into better quarterback play on Sunday? I have absolutely no idea. But he does sound like, and Darren Urban's piece that you referenced a second ago, I think really highlights it with some of his quotes, that Kyler just kind of understands. Like, I used to get really wound up about a Sunday on a Wednesday. There's no point in getting wound up about Sunday on a Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. I'm going to deal with Wednesday on Wednesday, and I'll worry about Sunday on Sunday. And there's maybe an extra level of maturity to his game that hasn't been there in the past for him.
It's more about consistency than anything else. And I think that's fair, to, not get so worked up 4 days before the game. But I think what we want to see with Kyler Murray is just like, he's very capable of the 4-touchdown game like he had against San Francisco. And then he's also very capable of the 2. There was a period last year in 3 straight games, all losses by the Cardinals. He had 5 interceptions. He had 2 against Seattle, 2 against Minnesota, 1 against Seattle. So he's got to just be more consistent. There's always going to be, because he's so freaking talented, there's always going to be a handful of games in which he's special. He's just special. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a handful of games in which he doesn't play really well. And it's going to be a handful of games in which he's decent. He's just decent. It's just a matter of how do you put that all together to be a more consistent quarterback?
It's funny, Darren, as part of his story, put up all of Kyler Murray's stats in season openers. Just, kind of like a side-by-side comparison. And I don't know about you, the thing that struck me about Kyler and all of these, and I would probably notice the same thing if I just looked at his season stats in general. In 2019, when he made his debut in that tie against the Lions, remember that tie? They come out at halftime. They're getting their butt kicked. Cliff Kingsbury is like, oh, my God, why did I buy that house? What am I doing? I'm so dead. And then Kyler,
how much did that lion painting cost me?
And then Kyler plays that great second half, and he leads them to a tie. The number of times he threw the ball in 2019 in the season opener, 54 times. The number of times he threw the ball last year in the season opener, 31 times. That number has gone down consistently, steadily from 2019 until now. 54 attempts, 40 attempts, 32 attempts. It spiked a little in 2022. It went up to 34.
But with Cliff, we thought we were going to have one of those, we thought we were going to have one of those fast-paced action, get to the line of scrimmage, play, throw the ball a lot. That, like I was watching Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills, with a running gun, or what was it called? Fun and gun, whatever that offense was that the Bills had. So I think that with Cliff, that's what you're expecting. And I think now you want to have more of a balanced attack. And I think with Gannon and Petzing, you're going to have more balanced attack. Remember this about last year, too. He threw 4 touchdowns in a game against San Francisco, and Joshua Dobbs was their quarterback the last game of the season. Kyler Murray had 17 touchdown passes all year long going into the last game of the season. He had 17.
Yeah.
He had played 16 games, and he had 17 touchdown passes. And then he threw 4 in the final game to finish with 21. You take that final game out, and played a San Francisco team that had nothing to play for, and Dobbs was the quarterback, and so he had a really good game. Up until that, he had been averaging 1 touchdown pass per game.
Yeah, there's no question this offense has a lot more that it can unlock. We'll see if they unlock it this year. Tune in to Arizona Sports at night. It's on right after the Big Red Rage this evening. It's going to be Kellen and Mitch breaking down the D-backs Rangers and previewing the Cardinals game against the Saints. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. How worried should Arizona State be about the potential of chaos in Starkville? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center does a phenomenal job. It did for me. My eyesight's never been better. I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. I'm going to be 59 years old in a couple of months, 60 next year. No glasses, no contacts. I see great up close, far away, no matter what I'm looking at. I could read Twitter and see that this guy just changed his handle to moderate-looking delivery driver because he says he's not a sexy delivery driver, just a moderate one, so he changed his handle. So I could read all of that no matter where I am, thanks to Dr. J. Schwartz, the Team Eye Doctor for your sons and D-backs. If you are interested in a vision correction procedure, trust me, he's performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures. The most advanced LASIK technician in the Valley is Dr. J. Schwartz. Why would you go anywhere else? Call 480-483-EYES for a free thorough eye exam or go online at teamidoc.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
The Labor Day sales event has been extended at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 25% off now through September 9th. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top Comfort and Value with advanced cooling technology and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did the Arizona Cardinals avoid a letdown against the New Orleans Saints in Week 1? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So they get about, 60, 70 new players on their team, somewhere in there, 40 of those being veterans from the transfer portal or from junior college. But most of their defensive starters are returning. right? Half of their offensive starters, roughly, are returning, including their quarterback. So there is familiarity from both sides. They've just added a lot of really good players to the program. So this is a way better team than we faced last year. You can see it in week 1, way more explosive, way more physical at the point of attack. You know, it's year 2 for Coach Levy, and he's a really good football coach, and it's their first home game, so this is a great challenge.
Kenny Dillingham last night on Sparky's Den. You heard it here right after us at Arizona Sports.
Yeah, he's concerned about this game.
Yeah, you know what?
He's concerned.
And it's funny, looking at some of the national kind of pundits and the national stories, I'm not sure if we should, if we should express a lot of concern about this game, but it's obvious that people are looking at this game and kind of circling it as a keep your eye on this one. There could be something going on here with this one.
Yeah, listen, it's hard to go. It's hard to go on the road and win in the SEC, no matter who you play. And we'll talk about last year's game against them because they were blowing them out, and all of a sudden it became a close game. I was looking at something that was just caught my attention. CBS Sports had a college football odds, picks, predictions, and the first thing it says is the model backs Mississippi State. I'm like, whoa, okay. All right, let me see what you got. Let me see what you have to say. Mm-hmm. And so I clicked on it, and it's in the way they had it is that they feel that they will cover the spread. That was the Mississippi State Arizona State game. It says one of the college football picks the model is high on during week 2. Mississippi State covers at home versus Arizona State. Doesn't say they're going to win. It just says that they cover.
Yep.
Says the Sun Devils are 0-2 all-time on the road versus SEC opponents, 1-6 overall against the conference. So 1-6 against the SEC.
The only win was last year against Mississippi State.
Both teams coming off double-digit victories. Talked about last year. And it says the Sun Devils needed a 297-yard game from Cam Scadaboo to get the win. He's now in the NFL. And the Bulldogs' run defense is vastly improved. So their model projects Mississippi State to cover. I don't know if it says they're going to win or not, but it says that they're going to cover. So, okay, they think it's going to be a close football game.
Yeah, I mean, and we checked it yesterday, and if the kids on the other side of the glass could check it again, it went from 8.5 over the weekend to 6.5 yesterday. I would imagine it's still at 6.5. And there is, there's obviously a big difference between having a conversation about whether ASU is going to cover or whether ASU is going to win, right? They certainly didn't cover last week against NAU, and we're not really a gambling show. I know there are gambling shows out there that could devote hours and hours of resources and time to tell you about whether ASU is going to cover or not. Still 6.5 on ESPN.
Do you ever have a gambling show guy on any of your shows? Me and Ash used to have this guy, the Prince of Prognosticators.
I actually remember listening to
Greg something or other.
I can't remember his
Roberts,
name, but I would listen to him every now and then.
The Prince of Prognosticators.
I never had a gambling guy on my show.
I like Arizona State straight up. He just gave his southern accent. He was good.
But
he was good.
I think, like yesterday we were joking about Kenny talking about the hotel and how that's going to poke the bear in Mississippi State. And I guess Kenny went on a Barstool Sports show today, including one that was hosted by a big Mississippi State guy, and he impressed him very quickly with how he kind of explained his way out of what he said about the hotels. I'm not worried about poking the bear in Mississippi State or anything like that. I'm worried, and I said this yesterday, and I really believe this. I'm worried about a Saturday night atmosphere in SEC country in a town of 25,000 people where they're all going to be there. They're all going to be loud. Few of them are probably going to be a little liquored up, right? And it's just going to be a daunting environment to play in. And I hope ASU's, I think they're ready for that. Most of their guys are back from a year ago. I'm sure playing in the Peach Bowl prepared them for something like that. I'm sure playing in the Big 12 title game prepared them for something like that. But you know this, the SEC, it's just a little different on a Saturday night, right? Like it's just a different level of intensity. And I imagine it's going to take ASU some getting used to when it comes to that.
But nobody's ever thought of Mississippi State as one of the powers in the SEC, right? They're just one of those teams. I mean, when you think of like Kentucky or Vanderbilt,
right,
and Mississippi State's not bad. But, again, last year, Cam Scadaboo, second most rushing yards by a Devil, 262 yards in the game. He averaged 7.9 yards a carry, very close to breaking Eno's record on that one. They were killing him. It was 30-3 early in the second half, ASU. And then the wheels fell off. Mississippi State scored 20 unanswered. It was 30-23. And the ASU Sun Devils needed Cam Scadaboo 7 straight running plays to close them out because it was a 7-point game. So it ended up being a more difficult game than it should have been. But, they got a really hard time getting the ball down the field. They could not. They ran the ball at will, but they could not get the ball down the field. So this is a game, I think, you're right. You should be a little bit worried about this football game.
Yeah, and I'm sure if you're in Mississippi State right now, to your point about Cam Scadaboo, you're probably looking at ASU and nothing against Sam and nothing against Jordan and nothing against Kenny. But if you're Mississippi State, we're going to have a Mississippi State guy on a little bit later to talk about this team. I'm sure they're looking at it and going, okay, last year, Cam Scadaboo ran wild over us to the tune of nearly 300 yards. You don't have him anymore. All right, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got now that you don't have him to hand the ball to batter us in a submission. Yeah, you've got a three-headed running back at a monster at running back, and yeah, you've got Sam Levitt, and yeah, you got Jordan Tyson, but you don't have him. Let's see how you do. It's a rematch, and you lost your best punch. Let's see how you do now.
That's the reason why you won the game.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, when Mississippi State made a run that got close, ASU went for a 4th and 1, and Scadaboo got it on a 5-yard gain. Then he had a run of 10 yards, another run of 10 yards. Then he had a 39-yard run. People remember him running down the sideline and kind of sitting down. That was the big one. They were able to put Mississippi State away. But Mississippi State had an 80-yard touchdown with 5:27 left in the game to Keon Coleman, made it a one-score game. But ASU was able to take the rest of that and run that clock out. But they did it because of Cam Scadaboo. To your point, you're going to have to run the ball to be successful against them.
Yeah.
You weren't able to pass it down the field. Sam had a hard time throwing it down the field. But they're saying that they're better at their run defense now than they were last year. So it's going to be a good battle.
Here's Kenny, again, from Sparky's Den last night on the different brand of football they play in the SEC.
Yeah, different brand of football. It's just an exciting environment. We're going there, we're playing a coach that I'm familiar with, played him last year. He's a really good football coach, one of the best offensive minds in college football. And then defensively, they have a guy from the Saban tree and from Alabama, so they're very sound defensively. So they're well coached, and you're going to an environment with, cowbells and, loud fans, passionate fans. Who knows? Like, they're passionate, clearly.
Yes, they are.
About everything, and that's a good thing. That's what you want in college sports. You want people that are passionate about their place, passionate about their city, passionate about, their game day environment, and that's what they are.
Now, look, it's a thin week in college football. There's not a lot of great out there this week. There's only one matchup between two ranked teams. That's Oklahoma taking on Michigan.
A couple of good Big 12
Saturday.
games, though, right?
Yeah, a couple of, I would say, important Big 12 games. Iowa, well, non-conference, but Iowa taking on Iowa State. Baylor is at 17th ranked SMU. Kansas is at Missouri.
Yeah.
But because it's such a thin week, when the Athletic website was previewing week 2, their pick for the potential chaos game of the night was this one. What was ASU versus Mississippi. Now, again, not as much to choose from maybe as normal. This is a lot of, big bullies taking on smaller teams kind of week in college football. But in that Saturday evening window, they're calling this one the best agent for potential chaos because you're not quite sure what's going to happen.
Revenge game for Mississippi State.
Yep.
Revenge game. Home game, chance to knock off a ranked opponent. And then you factor in a little bulletin board material that Kenny may have provided, and we might have ourselves a really good football game.
You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can listen to our podcast. Find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. You heard how we feel about it. How does Graham Rossini feel about the upcoming road trip? We'll talk to ASU's AD for his weekly visit next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
20 years now since that big old hurricane blew through the Crescent City. Now it's another storm blowing in from the desert, fitting to hit the Big Easy.
Aside from being week 1, it's a passionate fan base and it's loud there. We got to make sure that we handle it.
The Cardinals start 2025 at New Orleans. Cardinals Saints pregame begins before the sun shines with kickoff at 10 a.m. Sunday morning on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Lund Mortgage team has been helping people in this valley for about 30 years. They've done a great job of helping people like me. I've always used the Lund Mortgage team ever since I moved to the valley. Every home I've had, they've always helped me, whether I was purchasing or I had to refinance or whatever my needs were. They've done a great job for me, and I highly recommend them. One, they're family-owned. They only lend right here in Arizona. They do a great job as a mortgage broker being able to find you the best rate. And make no mistake about it, the most important thing is going to be the best rate. Even the difference of an eighth of a point, a quarter of a point, makes a lot of money. You know, if they could get you a lower rate than somebody else can over a 15, 20, 30-year mortgage, that could end up saving you a small fortune. So it's very worth it to contact the Lund Mortgage team. Let them do the shopping for you. Whether you're refinancing, doing a new home loan, if you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage, they do that for free. They're helping a lot of people right now with home equity lines of credit. So let them do the work for you to make sure that you are getting the best deal and saving the most money. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Football is back, and it's all about the tradition, the tough defense, just like America Roofing. Hey, we went with the best in Arizona, America Roofing and Casa Calvisi. We're ready for every season. Heat, wind, rain, repair or replace, home or business. America Roofing means championship service and quality. No trick plays, just honest work, proven results. Don't settle for second string. Get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Say it with me, everybody. The NFL is back. Tonight, the Philadelphia Eagles begin their defense of the Super Bowl title. They're going to host the Dallas Cowboys at Lincoln Financial Field. Kickoff for that one is at 5:20. As far as the local NFL team is concerned, 2 more names have been added to the Cardinals injury report. Owen Pappo was limited today due to a quad injury, while Dante Stills was a non-participant today. He's dealing with a heel injury. Will Hernandez and John Gaines II remained limited and full, respectively, from a day ago. As far as the Saints, the name to watch is Chase Young. He's been downgraded from Wednesday's limited tag to a Thursday non-participant. The edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And the Phoenix Mercury are on the road in our nation's capital. They face the Washington Mystics. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort, with special guests, food specials, and more.
The AD Update. Talking all things Sun Devil Athletics and NIL Weekly with Graham Rossini.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
ASU on the road this week, Starkville, Mississippi. A fact that's been much discussed for the first part of this week. Their game against Mississippi State is coming up on Saturday afternoon, 4:30 tip time. And joining us right now on video, if you're watching at arizonasports.com or on the Arizona Sports app, the athletic director
There he is.
of Arizona State University, Graham Rossini. Hello, Graham.
What's up, fellas?
Did you guys find a restaurant to eat in Starkville? I think they got a Buffalo Wild Wing somewhere in one of those corners.
They've got a walk-ons there, and it's outstanding. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Give me. Kenny talked a little bit about it, having to stay, about an hour and a half away, the logistics. Tell me a little bit about that, how you're able to, where you booked the hotels, why you stay a little bit further away.
I think we're just looking for a hotel that can accommodate a 150-person traveling party, and so that doesn't always exist in every college town. So we're staying about an hour away. At this point, probably won't disclose the location, as the hotel's been talked about so much. But that's life in the Big 12. Life when you're traveling multiple time zones. We're excited to be in SEC country. Fun fact: I actually found last night I got offered a scholarship from Mississippi State. I got admitted to Mississippi State back when I was heading out to college, and came across the letter last night. So I'm excited to get back in the Southeast, and we're looking forward to that.
That's so cool. You got a letter. You were you were recruited by them, but you decided not to go there, and you came here.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had my heart set on ASU, and so had a nice opportunity at Mississippi State, but kept the letter. 25 years later, I was surprised I still had that. Found it at the house last night.
That is so cool. Were you surprised, pleasantly amused by the stir that Kenny's comments have I saw he went on Barstool Sports this morning and kind of and I wouldn't say defended himself, but he certainly explained himself very capably and very well, and he got them thinking about it. What's your reaction to the reaction so far?
All in good fun. I think that's the beauty of college sports, is that these little things can take on a lightning storm like they did, and we know their fans care a lot about the Bulldogs, and we know they're going to have a great showing this weekend. So all in good fun. That's the beauty of college sports, that you can have these kind of fun rivalries with programs that you don't play very often, and get the fan bases involved on both sides.
From your perspective, describe the difficulty of a Saturday night in SEC country. Maybe difficulty is the wrong word, but the challenge of an SEC environment on the road on a Saturday night, because I got to imagine that is pretty unique to college football.
It's a ton of fun. I can't wait for our guys to be a part of it. And some of them have played in the SEC, some of them have transferred to those programs. But the Big 12 had a lot of fun road environments last year. And so I think back to Texas Tech was pretty lively. K-State was a blast. And so we've seen some different communities, even our first year in the conference. And we've got some SEC games on the schedule coming up next few years. And so it's awesome. Like, that's what college sports is all about. And we're building a version of that here in Tempe at Mountain America Stadium. But I'm excited for our players to be in that atmosphere. Like, if you're a competitor, what else could you ask for? You're in these incredible stadiums. There's a huge turnout. Everybody in that part of the state will be a part of it. And so just the energy will be off the charts. And, we might be going in as the road team and a little bit of a villain, but it's going to be a ton of fun to be in. We've actually got a lot of ASU fans making the trip as well. And so we'll have our little pocket of gold polos. They've got similar colors. I think Mississippi State's doing a blackout this weekend. So the maroon and gold has a chance to stick out maybe a little bit better than it normally would there, but it's going to be a blast. I can't wait for us to be in that environment and see how we do.
I'm not going to lie, man. You might have one of the best office views that I've ever seen. Like, that's pretty freaking awesome. Like, I don't know that anybody else in this market has a view like that looking out of their office.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And I joke, my first office at Chase Field had no windows. And so I was just kind of in that interior corridor, and the only window I ever had at Chase looked down on the concourse. So I came here and I get to look at the football field every day. And
that's great.
That's not too bad.
That is a great view right there. I mean, honestly, that's pretty fortunate and blessed to be able to go to work right there all the time. Let's talk about the ESPN Plus streaming disaster of the football game against NAU. You guys wanted one thing. You wanted accountability by them, and you wanted them to get the full game up. For those that didn't see it, you tweeted it out yesterday. I reposted it. The game is available for anybody who had a problem watching it. If they want to go back and watch the Sam Levitt big touchdown to Jordan Tyson, they are now able to go do that.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate. Really disappointed Saturday night when that was going on. You know, our players deserve better. Our fans deserve better. Not intentional, just kind of a mistake that can happen, a technical glitch that took out a lot of the ESPN Plus streams, not just college football. I think the U.S. Open was affected, and you know the ESPN was accountable to it. The Big 12 was a very big help in trying to identify what happened. There's some ESPN Plus games in the conference this weekend, and so it's helped a lot of these other schools kind of anticipate and prepare. I don't think this is something that we're going to see routinely happen. I'm really excited that ESPN was able to get the clean feed of the game available to us. We put that out last night, as you mentioned, and so all's well that ends well. I think there's learning moments that happen when there's an issue like this. We appreciate ESPN for being accountable to it. We appreciate them for taking our feedback and ultimately making that game available for our fans to go back and watch. So
now, I know when your next two games are. I looked at the schedule. I would assume you're not anticipating that ASU will be on ESPN Plus again this year. Is it safe to say that, or you don't know?
We don't know that for sure, but I would, Gambo, believe you're right. I mean, we've got ESPN2 this weekend for Mississippi State. We'll have TNT next weekend for Texas State. We're really excited about the TNT broadcast. They were down in Tucson last week, and all reports were that they really came in, did a great job. They've got unbelievable talent on air. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're excited for this weekend. ESPN2, Brock Osweiler will be on the call with us. So he's actually going to travel out with us tomorrow and be on the call for the game Saturday night. And so it's nice that we've got, Brock continues to climb the ladder at ESPN. He's getting more and more of their better games. And Jem to be around. He's become a great friend and excited that he'll be on the broadcast with us Saturday night.
Yeah, between him and Matt Berry, you guys just keep, kind of dropping these ASU guys in over there at ESPN. Before you know it, the whole network will just be loaded with Sun Devils, right? Is that the plan? Is that the goal?
Yeah, when we got the Cronkite School of Journalism, Mass Communication, cranking out this talent, that's good. We got Sun Devils all over.
Lord and Mitch on the other side of the glass are giving each other high five, and they're doing the fork.
Shout out to Cronkite. There we go.
I want to ask you about something that, it's completely off topic here, but because it came down today, I'm curious to get your opinion. The NCAA Football Oversight Committee today voted to support a single transfer portal window. Right now, there's two windows that take place. And this is obviously early in the advanced stages of talking about this, but shrinking it down to just one window where kids can transfer from school to school. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this, and I'm kind of curious where you fall in this discussion and whether you support today's action or not.
Yeah, we do. And this has been a big topic of conversation. We were together early part of the summer, head coaches, ADs, the Big 12 together. Charlie Baker was actually in the conversation with us from the NCAA. And we talked a lot about just the reality of a transfer portal era and the fact that one window seems to make a lot more sense. And that's just letting football teams build their roster, let these kids come in and really embrace the opportunity at their school, but at the same time, make it a more manageable lifestyle for our coaches. I've said this on our show before. What we're asking college coaches to do today is not sustainable. It's not fair. We're asking them to coach and lead every single day, 100 plus people and the staff. We're asking them to recruit the team that they need in the future. We've got to ask them to be mindful of retaining the roster, building in the portal. And so I think a shorter single portal window makes a lot of sense. I just talked to my counterpart at Mississippi State this morning. The SEC is sharing that same mindset with the Big 12 on a January single portal window. It allows you to get your roster set in January, go through spring football and have that effective time together, and then go into the summer focused on the team in the fall and not having to do another transfer portal window at the end of the spring semester. And so I'm glad the Oversight Committee weighed in on that today. I think it's a responsible move, and we're supportive of it.
All right, I'm going to do this for your wife, okay? This one's for your wife. Down goes Penn State.
Yes.
Down goes Penn State.
Number 2 Penn State.
Number 2 in the country. Statement win. ASU takes down the number 2 Penn State 3-1. How big of a win was that for your volleyball program?
That was awesome. I mean, what a statement win for Coach Van Neal, our volleyball program. We moved up to 7th in the rankings after that win on Monday. We've got our first home match tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at Desert Financial Arena. Again, we think volleyball is one of the fastest emerging sports in NCAA. It's 2 hours. It's all action. It's so fun to watch. There's a point scored on every play, and really proud of our team. We were going crazy in the house when they beat number 2 Penn State, and really proud of this team. And I think what's even cooler about it is all 6 of their starters are new to the team this year. And so the team that won the Big 12 championship, there's a few players on that roster that came back, but all 6 of the starting players are new to the program this year. And to take down number 2 Penn State first weekend of the year was unbelievable to see.
Our family loves watching the volleyball. You will see us out there this year. We saw the Penn State and we're like, oh yeah. We actually watched the pit contest the next day. We will be out there for sure.
Didn't your daughter play?
My daughter played. My daughter-in-law is a huge volleyball fan, and so we will be out there for sure. We love watching the volleyball. So congratulations to them. That was a big one for them. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the mention. I mean, that's a program on the rise, and it's
Big
a
time.
sport on the rise, and the Valley's been such a good factory for volleyball at all levels, and so it's really cool that our program has taken off the way that it has.
Graham, safe travels. We appreciate the time as always. We will talk to you next week, and go Devils this week. All right.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
You got it. Good to see you too. Graham Rossini, AD of ASU, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show for his weekly visit. When we come back, the NFL begins tonight. We'll talk about the season opener next as we are live from the Casino, Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Burns and Gambo. The AD Update.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce that Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting the troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. That's right, Sanderson Ford will be providing seats for soldiers at every home game. That's why this is Sanderson Ford country. Sanderson Ford is located on 51st Avenue, just a little bit south of Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com. They've got a great selection, 65 acres. They've got a collision shop there as well. They do it all at Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
A couple of Cronkite alums on the other side of the glass. Lauren Koval, Mitch Vareldis.
Did you guys consider going to NAU?
No.
No?
No, I didn't even apply.
Okay, there are. I will just say there are a lot of good journalists that have come out of NAU. Yeah. First nice thing I've ever said about them.
Is one sitting next to you? Yes or no?
Oh, he can't even say it.
Yes, of course. He's a he's one of the best broadcasters that ever came out of there. I've had two. I've really only had two radio partners in my life because, well, I did have Tim Lyotta, but it was for a very short time. Mm-hmm. But the two I had, I've had them both for about, how many years have I done the show with you?
Almost 14. 14 years. Yeah,
and
14
I think
years.
Ash was 13. I think like 12 or 13 with
Something
Ash.
like that, yeah.
Both of my major radio partners were from NAU. Both of them were lumberjokes. Both. So there are a lot of good broadcasters that have come out of NAU.
It was forever and a day ago. It was a Sun Devil who actually told me to go to NAU. Tom Dillon, who was the longtime forever voice of ASU football and of the Cardinals too, as well, he was friends with my father, and he's like, if he wants to be a sportscaster, he should go to NAU. Now that was 1989. When
haven't you gone and spoken to the classes?
Yeah, at NAU. Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, a couple times.
He spoke to Big Red.
So they have a good program.
Yeah,
so,
Connor's class. I spoke to Connor's class.
You spoke to Big Red's class?
Yeah. But I've spoken at ASU.
I miss Big Red. Where's Big Red?
Alaska.
He's in Alaska?
Yeah.
Working?
No, for fun.
Oh, I freaking love Alaska.
Yeah, he went to Alaska for like
God, I love
or
it
2
there.
weeks.
I love
with
it
a
there.
Friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have an intern yet for this semester? Have we met our intern for this semester?
I think his name is Bave Derns, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's not our intern this year. No, it's not.
I was going to say, if we have one, you're breaking news to me now.
I was just curious if we had one for the fall or not. Anyway, a couple of Cronkiters there on the other side of the glass as Graham Rossini gave him the shout out. Got a poll question for us. What are we asking the folks today?
I do, and we're asking the folks because what is today, Burnsy?
Football season starts tonight.
Thank you.
Get your fantasy lineups in, quick.
Yeah, guys, do you have your fantasy lineup set for the show?
I got CeeDee Lamb.
I'm set. I'm set for tonight.
Okay, so am I. I don't have anyone.
I have Saquon Barkley tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, big night for Saquon. Run all over that Dallas defense. No Micah Parsons. Run, Saquon. Run.
Run, Forrest.
Run, Forrest, run.
All right, well, this is a classic, I would say, Burns and Gambo show poll question here.
Okay.
Because is this year's NFC champion playing in tonight's NFL opener?
Is tonight's NFC champion playing in tonight's opener?
Yes or no?
No. Field. Give me, especially in the NFC, which feels very wide open. No, not playing tonight.
I'm going Lions. I'm going to stick with them one more year.
Honolulu Blue, one more year.
I'm going to stick with the Lions one more year.
The year for the Honolulu Blue.
Did you see Dan Orlovsky, your dude, picked Jordan Love as the MVP this year?
I like Jordan Love. I liked him very early. You remember that?
You've liked him for a couple years.
I liked him very, very early. I like this kid could play. He's good.
All right. Well, 83% of our audience agrees with you guys, going with no, the champion is not playing in tonight's game. And 17%, I have a very strong feeling, are going with the Eagles, maybe not the Cowboys in this one.
I hope the Cowboys lose by 70. Like I can never root for the Cowboys.
No,
I could never root for I'd rather root for communists. It was
You hear that, Boston? You got a chance.
I might actually root for them over
You hear that, China?
Cowboys. Yeah.
You hear that? Communist countries around the world.
China's playing the Cowboys. Who you rooting for? China. What's their president's name?
I don't know. This is
Z or Lee or
Is that
Z.
What is it?
Xi Jinping? No, maybe.
You might be right.
ZZ Top, right?
I don't know.
Journalism students, that's why.
No, it was sports journalism
Yeah,
students. They don't ask
don't
us
give
to
us
know.
too much
They
credit.
don't ask us to know the president of China, which is why I went into sports journalism. I don't want to know the president
I hope the
of China.
Cowboys get drilled.
I hope they do too. That's our poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. Although I'm telling you, if you expanded that question to is the NFC champion Philly, Detroit, or Green Bay, or the field, I'd take the three. I would take the three. Yeah, me too. I think it's going to be one of those three, and I wouldn't take the field then. This one is one of those. I know Dallas gets all this extra love because they're Dallas and they're always on national TV, and I think most of us are, unless you're a Dallas fan, you're sick of seeing Dallas on your TV. I hope they get work tonight. I like you. I hope that.
I hope they get embarrassed to where the network's like, why do we put the Cowboys on these games? Why do we put them on?
It's like wishing for world peace. That's my lifelong wish. It's just the realization the Cowboys aren't that good. Nobody cares about them anymore. Please stop putting them on national TV. And yet every year, 4 or 5 times, here's the Dallas Cowboys. It's like, oh, great, the Cowboys are on again tonight. I hope they get work.
I respect
for that
you
reason.
for wishing for world peace. I don't even think about it.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like the futility of wishing for world peace is like the futility of wishing for the Cowboys to not be on national TV because the networks realize that they're just not that good. Philly looks like they're loaded and primed for this one. Their offense.
I'm concerned about their pass rush, their ability to get the pressure on the quarterback this year.
A little bit, and their cornerback room is a little on the young side and maybe hasn't quite had the preseason that everybody would have hoped. And so there's a little bit of concern there. Not having Josh Sweat, it'll be interesting to see how that kind of impacts them, right, in some of the losses that they had in free agency. But their offense looks like it's just absolutely primed to put up an unbelievable amount of points between Saquon and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts. They're loaded offensively.
NFL.com said 3 must-know storylines. Number 1, Mike is gone. Can Dallas hold on? Number 2 was the Eagles seek title defense statement, but covering the Cowboys wide receivers is the key, with CeeDee Lamb in there because he's very good. And then special teams might be a hidden weapon for Dallas with their kicker, Brandon Aubrey. And they have a great returner in Cavante Turpin. So they feel like that could be a big key, is that they're going to have a good special teams this year. So that was the 3 keys on NFL.com.
Of all the 4 national NFL games in week 1, tonight it's Cowboys-Eagles. Okay. Tomorrow in Brazil, it's the Chiefs and the Chargers. Okay. Sunday night, the Ravens and the Bills. I mean, that's right? Like, there you go. Like, let's go. Here we go, right out of the chutes. Let's watch that one. And then on Monday Night Football, Lauren has already informed us that she'll be basically checked out of the show starting at 5:15 because it's the Vikings and the Bears.
Oh, so she's going to leave early?
Well, she's not going to leave. She's going to mentally check out, kind of like what you do when the Yankees are on in the playoffs.
You're going to... Yeah.
Bye-bye.
You're going to be like Kawhi Leonard, a no-show employee? You can be a no-show employee?
Except she's not getting $28 million.
I'm getting paid
I think
to
they're
actually
taking
not doing
$28 million
anything.
every minute she has to watch the Bears, though.
No-show employee.
No-show Lauren.
Only when the Bears are playing. Let's not tag her with that awful nickname. When we come back, it has been a wild ride for Spencer Rattler, going from top prospect out of high school to starting quarterback of the Saints. We'll talk about the Week 1 opponent for the Cardinals next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I have a hard time envisioning a season without making the postseason in which we as a football market go, yeah, let's run it back with K1. Do you?
I find it hard to come to a conclusion on that question because I don't think the statistics are going to look that different either way. The win-loss record might look different, and if it's worse, I still think you're going to be looking at Kyler Murray's stat lines. I don't think you're going to see this big elevation or this big fall from Kyler Murray after 17 games this
Interesting.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. And right now, if you need to have your AC unit repaired, you're having some plumbing issues, got to reach out to Christian Brothers. They can help you with any plumbing issue you have. If you're dealing with a clogged drain, it's slow moving, the water's not going down. Maybe you've got an issue where you're not getting hot water quick enough. You turn the shower on and you go, I'll come back in 3 minutes because it takes so long to get hot water. That's an issue. Got a toilet bowl not flushing properly. You don't want to deal with that. Call the experts at Christian Brothers. Their plumbing section is second to none. They'll do a great job of taking care of all of your plumbing needs. They can even help you with soft water and RO, great drinking water at Christian Brothers. They can install that for you. Now, if you need an AC repair, they'll take care of you, get you through the summer. That's what they specialize in. They've got a terrific AC department. So if your AC unit is on the fritz, it's not working properly, your house isn't cooling off the way it should be, just call them. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
G.I. Linley, take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL is back. Tonight, the Philadelphia Eagles begin defense of their Super Bowl title when they host the Dallas Cowboys. Kickoff for the game is tonight at 5:20. As far as the local NFL team is concerned, 2 more names have been added to the Arizona Cardinals injury report. Linebacker Owen Pappa was limited today due to a quad injury, while defensive lineman Dante Stills was a non-participant. He's dealing with a heel injury. Offensive linemen Will Hernandez and John Gaines II both retained their limited and full tags from yesterday's practice today. As far as the Saints are concerned, defensive end Chase Young was downgraded from Wednesday's limited as a participant to today being a non-participant at practice. The Saints edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And the Phoenix Mercury on the road. They're in our nation's capital. They're taking on the Washington Mystics. Tip-off for that one is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. The Sun Devils headed to SEC country to take on Mississippi State. We'll talk to the head coach of ASU, Kenny Dillingham, at 7. Fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I didn't get to really spend much time with him. Obviously, I saw how, his things at OU turned out, which, adversity for him, obviously. But again, I don't really know Spence, but I've been around him a little bit, chopped it up with him, but seems like a good dude. But I can't really speak on him much.
Kyler Murray yesterday talking about his counterpart on the other side of the field on Sunday morning. It's going to be Spencer Rattler, the former Pinnacle High standout star who has appeared in 7 games with the New Orleans Saints. He's 0-6 as a starting quarterback. He's got 57% completion percentage, which is not great. More interceptions than touchdowns, obviously, which is not great.
But he also played with literally like the third string the entire time. Yeah. You go look at them last year when he played. Their starting center, Eric McCoy, missed 5 of the games that Rattler started in. The right guard, Cesar Ruiz, he missed 2. Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed, they missed 4 and 5. Olave missed 4. Shaheed missed 5. Shaheed is a stud. So, those are good players. Taysom Hill, the tight end, he was out for 5 of the games. Alvin Kamara missed 3 of the games. He played with nobody with New Orleans. Nobody. Everybody was out. So we'll say the kid had a tough competition with Tyler Shuck, and the second round pick. That was Kellen Moore. That's your pick, and he beat the guy out. They said he was more consistent, and so he gets the nod in this game. And now it's up to him to keep the job and hold on to it.
Yeah, there's no question that if you're a New Orleans Saints fan and you're looking to convince yourself that you're going to be okay with Spencer Rattler, what you just said is kind of what you're starting as your foundation. Okay, you're starting from this idea, yeah, he wasn't very good last year, but man, most of his main guys weren't there with him last year, and most of them are going to be back now for him, so maybe he can get off to a little bit better of a start. It's going to be a tough situation for the kid, right? It's everybody knows, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later, but it's not a secret. Everybody knows the New Orleans Saints are in full-on rebuild mode right now, right? They got rid of a lot of their high-priced veterans. They're going very, very young.
Their coach is the youngest coach in the league.
Their coach is the youngest coach in the league.
37 years old.
They're very much doing what the Cardinals were doing 2 years ago, kind of resetting the organization and rebuilding the organization. They're not calling it that, but that's certainly what's going on. And now it's up to Spencer Rattler to do 2 things this season. Number one, he's got to fend off Tyler Shuck, a guy that he beat in the preseason, but it's not like he creamed him in the preseason, right? It's not like Spencer Rattler was the clear-cut, oh, yeah, you're the guy. You're obviously the guy with how you've played kind of a preseason. And number 2, you got to fight off the perception that the New Orleans Saints are going to be looking for their quarterback in next year's draft, whether it's Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, obviously he's got local connections there. Whether it's Arch Manning, if he is better than he did in week 1, there's obviously connections there.
Well, it could still be Shuck. He was a second-round pick,
and
right?
It could still be Shuck. Yeah. So if you're Spencer Rattler, you're fighting all of that, the quarterback of the future, the quarterback who's on the roster, like all of that stuff while trying to prove you belong in this league. It's a very tough draw for him.
I was looking at something. 27 NFL teams selected captains. 27 teams selected captains. There's only one of those teams that selected captains that didn't name their quarterback as one of the captains. That's New Orleans.
Ding, ding, ding.
Brandon Cooks, Blake Group, Justin Reed, Alvin Kamara, Zach Wood, Demario Davis, Eric McCoy, Cam Jordan were named the captains. That's your captains for New Orleans. They are the only team in the NFL that named captains that did not have a quarterback as their captain.
Yeah, and I think if we were to look at the schedule for the Arizona Cardinals this year, and we looked at it through the prism of what quarterback are they going to play, I don't think there'd be any doubt that there isn't one that has more question marks attached to them than Spencer Rattler. Right? Like I don't think there's even Cam Ward with the Titans. He's number 1 pick overall. Right? Maybe it's Daniel Jones with the Indianapolis Colts. Maybe it's Anthony Richardson with the Colts, whoever it's going to be there. I don't think there's a single quarterback on the schedule right now, and I know injuries can change all that strikes less fear in you if you're the Cardinals than Spencer Rattler does of any that you're going to play this year. And hopefully there's not like overconfidence brewing in the Arizona Cardinals because of that. You know, and I don't think Gannon will allow that to happen, but hopefully it's not because of that.
I know his last 2 years in the SEC after he left Oklahoma, he went to South Carolina. I know he was like the most sacked quarterback like 2 years in a row. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the Cardinals' new pass rush will look like against Spencer Rattler. I think this will be a good opportunity for them. He was the SEC's most sacked quarterback over the 2022 and 2023 season. So in those years when he was in the SEC, he was sacked more than anybody else. So now, can you get after him? Is he the type of guy where I'd like to see the Cardinals get that pass rush going, knock him around a little bit, get those sacks. You know, for the last couple of years, we've sat here and like, you know, who's going to be the leading sack guy in the Cardinals? And we weren't sure and we didn't know. And who was that guy going to have more than 5? And, you know, now I'm hoping that they've got a guy that can go get those double. I'd love to see Josh Sweat get off to a great start.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him get a sack or two, get off to a great start, and be that guy that could give them a double-digit sack number.
Josh Sweat of the field.
Oh, that's a great question.
Josh Sweat of the field for the sacks leader.
Sweat.
Okay.
You're a field guy.
I'm a field guy. But it's hard not to want to take Sweat.
Okay.
I think I would say Josh.
Okay.
Sweat. I think I would say Josh Sweat over the field.
The kids were just like,
This is why you brought him in.
We got a bet.
Right?
Huh?
This is why you brought Josh Sweat in, right?
This is why you made him one of the highest paid edge rushers in
So my
the NFL.
expectation is that he does lead the team in sacks.
yeah,
That's all.
But you guys thought you saw a bet coming. Right? You thought you had the bet coming.
Do we have to eggs or no?
No, we don't have it.
No,
we don't have the
no,
bet.
we don't,
But
'cause
Lauren,
we
was
both-
that not what you were thinking?
Yeah, because
You were thinking we got a bet coming.
Field. I always go field.
I debated it just because you always go field. I was just leaning into the stereotype.
It is a stereotype. Jonathan Gannon was asked yesterday if there's any benefit to facing a quarterback that at least they've got some film on him from last year.
I think so. Yeah, absolutely, Donnie. I think you look back at how what he does, his patterns in the pocket, how he moves, how he likes to set up. It's a different scheme, so it's going to be a little bit different. But you definitely see the skill set of who you're defending.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him. We're going to have a Saints beat writer on tomorrow. I'm looking forward to asking them about this as well. It's a great opportunity for Spencer Rattler, and normally I think we'd want to see the local kid do well, right? Like he went to high school, Pinnacle, and all of that stuff. But I think given where they are as an organization, I think it's a really tough draw for Spencer Rattler, just in terms of the raw. Even though he's got those guys that you mentioned back mostly, except for Taysom Hill, I think it's a real tough draw for him because that roster is not built for Spencer Rattler to be the quarterback of it a year from now. I just don't think they are. And they're kind of like Joshua Dobbs as the week 1 starter for the Cardinals in Jonathan Gannon's first year.
You think this is similar?
I think it's a lot similar. I think it's like, okay, Josh Dobbs, you're the quarterback now, today in week 1. we all know you're just holding this place for somebody else. I think it's very similar to Joshua Dobbs being the week 1 starter in Gannon's first game.
I don't know. I mean, he was a 5th-round pick. He was a really talented kid coming out of high school and even in college. Very talented player. He did transfer from Oklahoma to South Carolina. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like this is a golden opportunity for him. You're the starter. Like, you would have to lose the job in order for them to go to somebody else. So take advantage. Go beat the Cardinals in week 1. And give them some hope that this could be a good season.
I mean, it's just...
No, I'm saying for him. Like, if you're him, I'm not saying I want him to do that.
I know you're not. I'm just thinking about Monday. God, if we're in here talking about Spencer Rattler beating the Arizona Cardinals, oh my God.
I'm gonna say this now. I can't have another really bad season with one of our local teams. Like, I need to be done with that.
Okay, so you hear that? That's the call
I can't
for ASU and the Cardinals. You got to do it for Gambo.
Yeah,
got to do it for Gambo.
Like, that Sun season took years off my life. I've never been more miserable. I've never been more miserable than that Sun season. I hated watching the games. You
hear that? You hear that, Jonathan? You hear that, Kenny?
I'm so glad they got rid of those guys. I'm so glad they got rid of them because I'll be able to enjoy watching them now.
Do it for Johnny.
Yeah.
You got to do it for Johnny.
And then the Diamondbacks. I mean, every week we had a player getting injured. They've got every guy in their roster, except for like 5, are like minimum salaried guys right now.
We got the Mercury right now.
Yeah, I've got a chance.
Playoff bound.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy for them. I don't follow them a whole lot. I do pay attention. I do because I want them to do well. I've had 3 daughters in sports. I want them to do well. But I'm just saying, I can't go through a really bad football season again. I can't do it.
Do it for Johnny. Hey, Cardinal fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands. Now through the end of the week, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Hi, YouTubers. Hello. And click on the contest link that is pinned in the chat. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live and look for the contest link pinned in the chat so you can go to the Cardinals home opener against the Panthers. ASU wants to get back to basics. Is this the week they need to get back to basics? We'll tell you how next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6 in your mind.
mind when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
College football, law school, marriage, kids. Life got busy. I wanted to stay fit but didn't have time for the big box gyms. I'm Aaron. A friend sent me to Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. Bill built a 30-minute, 3 times a week program just for me. Training, cardio, nutrition, everything. No soreness, just results. I dropped fat, gained flexibility, improved my balance, and even my golf game's better. This is results-driven fitness you won't find anywhere else. Make the change. Get your free consultation at BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
The ASU Sun Devils visit Mississippi State Saturday afternoon. Pregame at 1:30. Kickoff follows at 4:30 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back on the Burns and Gambo show here on this Thursday. Big football weekend. Obviously, the opener for the Cardinals on Sunday morning. And a big SEC road game for the ASU Sun Devils on Saturday afternoon. That's a 4:30 kickoff. The Sun Devils have never won a road game in the SEC. They've only won one game, period, in the SEC, and that was when they beat Mississippi State last year here at Mountain America Stadium.
Yeah.
They've never won one of these games on the road.
I had a guy message me. He's like, you guys, you do know Mississippi State's 1-15 in the SEC the last 2 years, right? Stop acting like this is a big hurdle. I'm just, hey, okay. Just saying. Models predict that Mississippi State's going to cover. It's a one-score spread. It's an SEC school on the road. There was a close game last year.
A close game. Were there like exclamation points after that? Was he like really yelling at you?
This is
sexy delivery driver.
No, this is CJ Wildlife Law. Says you guys do know Mississippi State is 1-15 in the SEC the last 2 years. Stop acting like this is a big hurdle. I'm sorry. It's like last year they scored 20 unanswered points. It was a one-score game, and Cam Scadaboo had to convert a 4th and 1 and not give the ball back to them when they had a chance to win it.
Yeah.
And that was home.
Look, if we're in
Cam Cadwell had like 279 yards in that game.
If we're in here on Monday and it's an easy ASU win, okay, fine. Then we'll say.
And CJ, you know what?
CJ will come correct and say, you're right. We should have paid more respect to the fact that they're 1-15 in the SEC the last couple of years. I choose to think it's going to be a tough environment to play in, and the fact that all these national pundits are saying, hey, watch out for this game.
Oh.
Watch out for this game. Keep it. Oh, is he responding?
I just figured out why he might be saying this. He's reposting a lot from Arizona Athletics and Bear Down U.
Well,
yeah.
There's always an agenda. There's always an agenda when it comes to that. It's funny that you mentioned the Cam Scadaboo game from a year ago, because obviously you're right. This was the first game where Cam Scadaboo was like, okay, you different. Like, well, we're going to see something very different out of Cam Scadaboo this year. This was the one where I think he really announced his presence with
the
authority.
Mississippi State game.
Mississippi State
Mississippi State game was, oh my God, we've got something super special here because he dominated that football game like what we had not seen in a long time. 262 yards on 33 carries. He averaged 7.9 yards per carry.
Now, to replace him in week one, ASU ran the football 21 times for 203 yards, 9.7 yards per carry. You'd look at that and go, yeah, it was fine. 3 touchdowns out of your rushing game, over 200 yards. But as Damon Allred pointed out at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refine, a story that you can read right now, the balance of run pass was way off for what we're used to out of Kenny Dillingham. Now, there might be a very simple explanation as to why, and we'll get to that in a second, but let me give you the numbers first. There were 39 pass attempts. There were 21 rushes. It was the 21 total carries, and that includes some scrambles by Sam Levitt, was the second lowest total in Kenny Dillingham's tenure as head coach of the Sun Devils. The only time they carried the ball less than that was a blowout loss to Oregon back in 2023 when they carried the ball 18 times.
Interesting.
Last year, the season low in terms of carries by the running game was 30, and they had 21 in the opener against NAU. Now, so you can see why Kenny, and he's quoted in this story as saying, yeah, we were a little out of balance. Yeah, we need to work to find that balance. It sounds like NAU was basically, hey, we're not going to Jordan Tyson, we're not going to double him. We're not going to commit resources to him, right? And so they took advantage of that. But clearly, I don't think that's how ASU wants to play ball. Or is it how ASU wants to play ball?
I think it depends on the opponent and the defensive scheme that they're playing against.
Okay.
So I think, look, we talk about this. Look, genuinely, you want to have a more balanced attack. You want to be able to run the ball. You want to be able to pass it. You want to keep teams, off guard. You don't want them to kind of be able to guess what you're doing. What happened against NAU is I think Kenny really wasn't expecting that type of defense from them. The pressure they were able to get on Sam, they thought that they could hit a couple of those big plays, and they did hit some big plays that got taken back by penalties. They hit some really big plays that were taken back by penalties. But, the other thing is they ran the balls against Mississippi State so well. And, like I said, I think in some ways he's playing a little possum. He wasn't showing anything this week. I don't believe that Kenny Dillingham wanted to put anything on tape for Mississippi State to look at. And so I think that that's why you didn't see as much of a running game, because I think he realizes that to beat Mississippi State, we're going to have to run the football down their throats like they did last year.
Yeah, I think there's 3 possible explanations to these numbers. And by the way, for Sam Levitt, there was only one other game in his ASU career where he's attempted more passes than he did against NAU, and that was the Peach Bowl against Texas. So, marinate on that for a second. I think explanation, and all of these can be true to a certain level. I think explanation number 1 is exactly what you said a second ago. They were trying to keep their main game plan under wraps and they didn't want to show a whole lot against NAU. I think reason number 2 is that the way NAU was defending it was like, okay, we're just going to keep throwing at Jordan Tyson if that's what you're going to do. I think possible explanation number 3 is that maybe we're starting to see a shift in offensive philosophy. We don't have Cam Scadaboo anymore. We need to change how we win football games because we don't have Cam Scadaboo anymore. And what we do have is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Let him eat. Let Sam Levitt throw the ball a lot. We've got one of the best quarterback wide receiver duos in all of college football. We'd be crazy not to use that and feature that a ton. Now that to me is the way more interesting explanation.
So last year it was Levitt and Cam the 1-2,
yes,
and Tyson the 3,
yeah.
And now it's more Levitt and Jordan Tyson,
yeah.
Then Brown's the number 3.
Yeah, we don't have Cam Scadaboo anymore.
Right.
This is the best way for us to win football games. Now, this week it could change. They could carry the ball 39 times and run for 250 yards as a team and go, oh, okay, there's ASU's running game. It's back. It's fine. It's no big deal. But I do wonder, when I saw these numbers, I do wonder if this is Kenny kind of recognizing, I just don't have that guy in the backfield anymore, and this is how I need to do it. Because I've got one of the best quarterbacks in the country, and I've got one of the best wide receivers in the country. I don't know. We'll learn more about this over time, but it's certainly jarring when you look at the numbers to see how little they ran the football last week against NAU. You would have think the running game would have dominated NAU.
I liked Brown with what little we saw out of him last year. I did like him. I think he's a good football player. And I think they are going to run the ball a lot more. I think that last week was just a little bit of an outlier first game of the season. You weren't, you didn't have anything on tape. You weren't expecting what NAU was going to do. I think they're going to run. I think they are going to run the football a lot. I don't know if it's going to be their bread and butter. Like, I think it might be still Levitt to Tyson, but I still think they're going to be very successful running the football because I think they got a lot of talent. They've got a good offensive line.
You can take our show with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live from 2 until 6, you can find our show on demand on the Arizona Sports app or at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. What can we expect from the Cardinals based off of how they've practiced this week? Our own Tyler Drake, our Cardinals beat writer, joins us next to talk Cards football. Stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Tired of
living with that chronic joint pain? Stop what you're doing and call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is now here with new natural biologic treatments that can repair and restore damaged joint tissue. No more steroids, no pain pills, no surgery. Call now to learn how regenerative solutions can get you real, long-lasting pain relief. Knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, now treated with natural biologics. Get a free consultation. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Mitch Varveldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL is back. Tonight, the Philadelphia Eagles begin defense of their Super Bowl title when they host the Dallas Cowboys. Kickoff for the game is at 5:20. It can't come soon enough. Like, literally, it cannot come soon enough. As far as the local NFL team is concerned, 2 more names have been added to the Cardinals' injury report. Linebacker Owen Papa was limited today due to a quad injury, while defensive tackle Dante Stills was a non-participant. He's dealing with a heel injury. Offensive linemen Will Hernandez and John Gaines II remained on their track. Hernandez limited, and then John Gaines II a full participant. Gaines II dealing with a thumb injury, Hernandez recovering from his ACL tear. As far as the Saints are concerned, Chase Young has been downgraded from limited to a non-participant today. The edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And the Phoenix Mercury are on the road in our nation's capital, facing the Washington Mystics. Tip-off is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Burns and Gambo. The Red Sea Review with Tyler Drake. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Kickoff savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Just off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's our Cardinals beat reporter for ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. He's also the co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, which is available for download at ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports app, along with our own Lauren Koval. He is Tyler Drake. He joins us here in studio on the Burns and Gambo Show for his weekly visit.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah,
I'm glad to be jumping in with you guys every Thursday.
What'd you notice that was different this year about the Cardinals compared to previous years you've covered them?
A lot more go and get it intent. I think that's the thing. It's a very little detail, but I think when you see guys in and out of the huddle really just getting there, getting out, and doing their thing, like there is a clear mode of operation going on, and it's just another, I think, attachment of what this regime has built for the foundation of it, of getting the right guys in and really focusing on the X's and O's, and when you're on the field, go play football.
What'd you think of Gannon's decision to fly in and fly out? We're going to go Saturday. We're going to come home Sunday.
Hey, I mean, switch it up. Change it up. Let's see what happens. I think it's definitely something to keep in mind just because it's a 10 a.m. Kickoff. So that's, I think, might have to be looked at if things don't go necessarily the right way or start slow. But, hey, change it up. See what works. It's just like the preseason, playing the starters. It's just one of those things of evolving with the year. And, he said this year with the preseason starters at least that he wanted to see rookies at least get more reps and see the preseason starters get some reps. And so now you're kind of seeing more evolution of some of the other logistical things that they've got going on.
I don't remember the exact number, but when we were talking about the change in the travel plans yesterday, and given how, I know they haven't put up a lot of wins on the board, but it feels like things are in the positive momentum category for the Cardinals. 4-13 on the road in Jonathan Gannon's first 2 years. I saw that stat in Darren Urban's story, and it's, am I whistling past the graveyard on that one? Have I conveniently forgotten about that? It doesn't feel like it's been that bad. 4-13 on the road is rough. I didn't realize it was that. Is that part of the change too, just to try something different in that regard?
I think so. It's how can we shake things a little differently? And I just think that going that way, you really see kind of just, again, the adaptability. He always talks about filling that bucket, that adaptability bucket. And I think that's one of those ways to maybe counteract the 4-13. And, it's really interesting hearing some of the guys today, Budda Baker, Paris Johnson, all of them have talked about, Kyler Murray even yesterday, we love starting on the road. We love playing on the road. It just gets us going. It gets more juices. So that factor there too, you could tell even the people in the building, they're not really thinking about that 4-13 mark. It's very much, hey, we love going in that hostile environment. Superdome, let's go.
We're going to talk about this in a little bit, but there was a story on ESPN.com today, and they mentioned Jordan Birch as a way off-the-radar guy to keep an eye on early in the season and for the duration of the season. ignore the big names. Give me an off-the-radar guy to watch early on in the season who might make an early impression. And if you want to say Jordan Birch, fine, you can say Jordan Birch. But if you ignore the bigger names, give me somebody to watch on this team that maybe isn't fully on the radar screen right now.
Birch is definitely on there. I think I've got a list of about 5 guys, but really when I start, it's Dante Stills. And sadly enough, he was a DNP today, so we're talking about this.
Heel injury, right?
Heel injury. So we'll see what's going on with that tomorrow and maybe talk to JG and get some more information there. But Dante Stills is where I got to start because he's easily one of the most underrated Cardinals on this team, and it's a reason why I think you don't have to freak out so much about Walter Nolan being on the shelf for so long because you've got a guy like Dante Stills who can come in as that rotational piece alongside LJ Collier. I mean, last year I think in rush win rate, running win rate, he was in the top 10 for D tackles. I mean, that alone shows a lot. He was the only Cardinal to be in kind of that ranking. So that factor and just his ability to continue to be consistent. I mean, when he started and he came out, he was a healthy scratch week 1. Now he's come on and he has got a lot of reps. So he's easily one of the most underrated guys and one of those way under the radar dudes who can really help keep this rotation healthy moving forward.
You know what's odd? I just looked this up because we were talking about the road. We talked about their one score. 6 of their road games were one-score games last year. 6 of the road games. Buffalo was a one-score game. San Francisco was a 1-point game. Miami was a 1-point game. Minnesota was a 1-point game. Carolina was an overtime loss. The Rams was a 4-point loss. Like, if there's one thing to take out of last year is like, you know, you talk about one-score games, but then you break it down a step further. The majority of those one-score games were on the road.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. And I think Gannon said it best this week is you can't have the mistakes. Week 1, there's a lot of unknown. Having those little mistakes that can pile up and maybe give the Saints an edge, that's where things go south. So it's about that, and I really think it's about takeaways. I think if they can improve their takeaways, that's going to make these one-score games turn in their favor more times than not because last year I think they were -3 in the giveaway takeaway battle there. If they can get in the positive, that's going to do wonders because when you look at the playoff teams last year, most of them were positive in that regard. So getting more of those takeaways, which Will Johnson, ball hawk, let's see what happens, that's kind of where I'm leaning towards.
I'm really looking forward. I think there's a lot of talent there with Max Melton and Will Johnson. But there's a lot of inexperience, and it's a very young cornerback room. And so that's where I'm going to look for the tendency in the game. You know, Kellen Moore, how often are you going to target these guys? Are you going to, are there going to be any adjustments in game if, one of these guys is struggling a little bit and can't win his matchup? And because that's the one area that I think we all think they're going to have a better pass rush. We love the safeties. I think it's really the cornerbacks. I think it's talented, but until they prove it, we just don't know.
Yeah, and you got to think like the pass rush, and it's got to be all married there. So that pass rush is going to help that secondary out more than it has. But yeah, you've got some inexperience there, and I really do think, if you're smart, you go and target Will Johnson right away. That's why I think he's one of the guys that has to start on the right foot. We talked to him this week, and he's, again, back of his head, he's still got that draft skid in his mind. What is a better way to show all of the people that passed on you? Go out in week 1 and do something. So it's very much on him to go out there and get it.
So Gambo read my mind. I was kind of going to ask you a question. I'll just ask it. Max Melton or Will Johnson? Who's more important out of the chute for the Arizona Cardinals?
I think just for trajectory and giving that confidence, Will Johnson. If he could come down with a pick or a couple pass breakups and really solidify, I know I'm supposed to be here, I think that would only do wonders for him moving into these next couple of weeks. You can start out on a lesser opponent, I would say, in the Saints. You move into Carolina, then you start getting into those higher level situations, divisional games. So I'm looking for Will Johnson to really take that step first because I think Max Melton's got enough reps that he can be that guy to trust, but I want to see Will really shoot up that trajectory.
Sack leader for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. Is it Josh
Sweat or the field?
Or the field?
Josh Sweat.
That's what I'm going with, too.
He's smooth. He is smooth.
He should be. They paid him a lot of money to be that guy. He should be. If he's not, sometimes you say if he's not, there'd be a problem. But maybe somebody else, steps up.
Or maybe it's more of a committee where they're all feasting. But I get what you're saying.
Here's the thing. Yes, there's going to be a rotation there. But if Josh Sweat is in his bag, they're going to let him go. They're going to give him a leash.
$76 million. He needs to be the sack leader.
I think I saw.
He needs to be the guy.
I think I saw an ESPN projecting 6.5 or 7 sacks for him. Went up and mentioned it. I won't say what he said, but he kind of laughed it off. So.
Wait, one more. What was the projection?
I think it was like
6.5?
7 sacks or
What
something
is
right
it,
around that.
You
I mentioned it to him in the locker room the other day, and he kind of gave me a smirk, and we'll leave it at that.
$38 million guaranteed, 18.5 signing bonus, $76 million. He needs to be the guy.
Yeah, I think eight's the baseline.
Okay, is he a double-digit sack guy, yes or no?
I think for the rotation, if they want things to work exactly how the Cardinals' defense scheme works, I think you got to start at 8.
I look at it differently.
I would love to see 10, but I think you start at 8.
I think he gets 10. I'll tell you why. The quarterbacks he's playing.
Okay.
Spencer Rattler, in the last two years in the SEC, he took more sacks than anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I think the quarterbacks that they're playing are going to lead to more sacks. Guys that have just tendency to hold on to the ball a little bit longer, try to make a play. I think that he's playing a really good group of quarterbacks to go get 10 sacks. I'll say he gets double digits.
Okay.
Tyler Drake is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. How, from their standpoint and from our standpoint, how important is it for the Kyler Marvin Harrison Jr. connection to look great right away to try to at least temporarily put that narrative to bed?
I mean, what's been the talk all training camp? Marvin's bulked up. The connection looks good. Show us when the games actually count and the bullets are live. I think that's really what everybody's thinking now, and that's what has to happen. And Marvin Harrison is another guy who, just like Will Johnson, needs to have a fast start. You want to show all these doubters wrong, prove people wrong, prove that you can be that 1,000-yard receiver every year that everybody believes you can be. Go show it against the Saints, who should just get obliterated by what this team can do.
Who's the second best? Who's going to be the second leading receiver on the team?
Ooh.
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Okay, so we're okay. Because
So
I was going to
take
say
out Trey McBride.
Okay, I was going to still say Trey McBride could be the number one guy still.
After Marvin Harrison Jr., who is the next guy reception-wise?
I will have to go with, and I know Michael Wilson is wide receiver too.
You going Zay?
But what I've seen from Zay,
I'm going Zay too. I'm going Zay too.
I have seen a lot, and nothing against Michael Wilson. He's doing his thing too, and congrats to him.
And congrats to him for being a dad. I saw that today.
Shout out to them.
How about that?
Congrats to him.
Awesome.
But Zay Jones, man, he's been a guy who I've thought last year should have been involved more. Obviously had the suspension, but he's a guy who's been around and he's done it at multiple places. So if you can get him involved, oh man, that would really do wonders for this offense, because Michael Wilson was healthy last year. Similar numbers to when he was hurt. We got to see a jump from there.
Tyler Drake, John Gambadoro synergy here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Look at that. Tyler, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming on. We look forward to our conversation with you every Thursday, man. Thanks for what you do covering the Cardinals for us at ArizonaSports.com and the podcast, man. We appreciate it.
Can't wait.
Tyler Drake joining us here in studio on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, Chase Field, they signed the bill yesterday, and now it's time to renovate that bad boy. What's it going to look like in the future? How long will the renovations take? We're talking about it next as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Burns and Gambo.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game series starting September 5th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles, none of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Then once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the typical stress. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. You can see what you have to work with. That's Orchard.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Friday is the first official NFL Football Friday of the season. Join us as we get you prepped up for Cardinals Saints. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
It's a good jam. I'll tip jar this. New Bohemians, I believe. So yesterday at Chase Field, as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show, they had a ceremonial signing of the bill, the one that will help fund the renovations, I should say, for Chase Field. House Bill 2704. It was signed yesterday into law by the governor, and there was a big press conference there. And now it's time to get to work on renovating the stadium. I imagine it's going to look and feel a lot like PHX Arena did for those few years when they were renovating that, right? Like, it's not going to be pretty, and it's going to take a while. It's going to be very necessary, and I do wonder, just listening to Derek Hall this morning and hearing some of his comments after the signing yesterday, I think I get the impression he's very much cautioning fans that it's not going to be, at least early on, a ton of cosmetic things you're going to notice, right? It's going to be a lot of infrastructure stuff and HVAC stuff and plumbing stuff and concrete stuff and that, which
make sure the building stands.
Well, yeah, I mean,
make sure the toilet bowl's flush.
You've renovated a house. I've renovated a house. The fun stuff is the decorative stuff, right? Ooh, we're redoing the floors and we're redoing.
Oh yeah, my wife's in the process of doing that now.
We're redoing this bathroom, and the unfun stuff are like the
leave
windows.
The house while they chip away at all the tile because you're going to put wood floors in.
Right. And so that the unfun stuff is the basic stuff, but it sounds like the basic stuff is going to be the stuff they're going to do.
Now,
first.
I still think that they've got to work out a lease deal. I don't know that that's. That is a big factor. There is this
Derek
lease
has
deal.
Said as much. Derek has
and what
said as much.
I know what the Diamondbacks would like is that like instead of having the county and the state and the city and all these people involved, just give me the one entity to deal with. Let's stop dealing with 3 different entities. Just give me one entity. We'll deal with everybody on this, and let's get a lease deal done. So I know that is something that's important to the Diamondbacks, is to work out a lease deal as well, because you've got all this renovation, but the lease is still ending very soon.
Yeah, and Derek Hall, in a story I saw on AZ Central, said he could see the new lease running at least 30 years, which would cover the lifespan of the legislation that helps, provide the $500 million. And he also assured reporters that the team is committed to spending $250 million of their own money on the renovation. One thing that kind of stood out to me about at least the story I read on AZ Central, and I'll just read it word for word. One thing that doesn't sound likely to happen is a reduction in ballpark capacity. Derek Hall noted that most new ballparks in the past decade have close to 40,000 seats, I should say. And while Chase Field is closer to 50,000, he said the organization is glad it has the larger capacity when it hosts big events.
Big events, sure.
So
World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, the idea that it's too big.
Elton John.
Doesn't sound like they're really going to undo the fact that it's too big. And it probably, quite frankly, would be very expensive to undo the fact that it's so big. I don't know if
it would
really
make it a lot.
that.
It would. Listen, they made it too big. At the last second, Jerry turned it from 40,000. Jerry Colangelo turned it from 40,000 to 48,000. I wish it was 40,000. I wish it was a little more smaller and more intimate.
Yes.
But the cost of doing that is tremendous. The cost of tearing all that stuff down, and you don't want to put up these drapes and everything to kind of hide seats, because that always looks so stupid.
Yep.
So, does it help them when they've got Morgan Wallen coming? Sure. Did it help them when they had Elton John here? Sure. Does it help them when they host big events? Yes. Does it help when you're in the playoffs and you're playing the Dodgers and the Phillies and the World Series against the Rangers? Yes.
100%.
So there is a benefit of having it there, but you just have to deal with, when you're out of it and you're playing the Texas Rangers on a Wednesday, and it looks really empty.
Yeah.
It looks really, really empty because it's a big stadium.
Now, Derek had mentioned that today was the first meeting with the stadium consultants, and it was going to be a busy day because they were going to kind of go over what it should be. And I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Even though the vibe that is coming off is one of, hey, we're going to work on the structural stuff and the HVAC stuff and kind of all the unfun stuff, I'm really looking forward, and I'm sure the day will come. I don't know when, but I'm sure the day will come when we see drawings of what it might look like and the different kind of
cosmetically.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like, because they have transformed the Suns Arena into something very completely different. And I wonder if they can do something similar with this.
I got one request.
Sure.
Can they take out that stupid thing in the middle with the
stupid thing
it's like
in
a
the middle.
square thing with like a ball that goes through, and
what are you talking
in
about?
front of the stadium when you walk into Chase Field?
You don't like the art design thingy?
The dumbest thing there.
Gizmo thing with
the
the
dumbest
balls
freaking
and the...
thing. What is that called? It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Can I take the sledgehammer to that?
I was gonna say you could remove it if you wanted to.
I might. One day you may be going. It's all
in
gone.
The middle of the plaza.
It's the stupidest thing in the world. Whoever came, I'm sorry, whoever came up with that.
Seriously,
that's the dumbest thing.
Of all the complaints to have about
that's
Chase
the
Field,
first impression.
That's where you go.
When you walk into somebody's house, you notice the beautiful front door, or maybe the land. My first impression when I walk to Chase Field is this dumb thing that they've got in the middle. That looks like what do you even call it?
I don't know.
A Rube Goldberg, basically.
It looks. It's just like a. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just a thing.
I've never heard somebody this adamantly upset about
I hate it.
Never.
I hate it.
I didn't know somebody could be this upset about that thing.
I totally dislike it.
I had no idea somebody could be this upset about something that stupid. I really didn't know that.
Every time you leave the building, you've got to walk past this dumb thing. You're like, why is this even here? Just take it out so I have more room to walk.
For 10 years, I did post-game shows in the fish tank there at the studio. I stared at that thing every night.
Right, and you're like, what is this? What is it?
I didn't even think twice about it. It was just there. It was just the thing in the middle. It's just the thing in the middle.
I'll tell you, and I will say this because I do not like that thing, and I wish they would take it down.
Clearly.
My friends came in last week for like a sports weekend, right?
Right.
We went to the Diamondback game. Now I'm giving outsiders perspectives. My buddy's got Frank's got season ticket holders to the Mets. Greg's a season ticket holder for the Yankees. My friends were in town. They went to Chase Field. Like, this is a beautiful ballpark. I'm like, you think so? They go, absolutely. This ballpark's gorgeous. They loved Chase Field.
Okay.
So these are season ticket holder for the Mets, new stadium. Season ticket holder for the Yankees, newer stadium. They walked into that ballpark and they were like, "This place is freaking gorgeous." Like this, like now it's like, after a while in your own house, you want to redecorate. We've seen Chase Field so long, we want to redecorate.
Familiarity breeds contempt.
Somebody coming into that ballpark for the first time is blown away. They think it's beautiful.
What's just the favorite ballpark you've ever been in?
I'm not like you, so I haven't
been to a bunch. I've been to like half of them.
In a lot of them. I like Petco.
Okay, Petco's very nice.
I like Petco. I've been to the Philly Stadium. I just haven't been. I don't have a lot of stadiums that I've been to.
My top three would be San Francisco, Wrigley, and Minnesota. Would be my three favorites.
Minnesota's on my bucket list.
Minnesota's so cool. It's such, you wouldn't expect. Steve Berthume was the one who recommended that one to us. It's like, if you're going to go to a ballpark you've never been to and you want to see a really nice one, go to Minnesota.
They don't play in the Triple H Dome anymore.
Gary Gaetti, Ken Urbeck.
Was he right? Jack Morris.
Jack Morris, best game I've ever seen pitched. 1-0. Morris versus Smoltz.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, time to reset the show. Tell you what's going on in sports. It's reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Good night, everybody.
No.
It's 2 hours.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. 1 Mississippi State, 2 Mississippi State.
Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Labor Day sales event has been extended at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through September 9th. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL is back. Tonight, the Philadelphia Eagles begin title defense of their Super Bowl when they host the Dallas Cowboys. Kickoff is at 5:20. As far as the local team is concerned in the NFL, 2 more names have been added to the Cardinals' injury report. Linebacker Owen Pappa was limited today due to a quad injury, while defensive tackle Dante Stills did not participate. He's dealing with a heel injury. Offensive linemen Will Hernandez and John Gaines II remained both limited and full, respectively, same tag as yesterday. For the Saints, defensive end Chase Young has been downgraded from limited to a non-participant today. The edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And the Phoenix Mercury, they're on the road in our nation's capital. They're about to tip things off against the Washington Mystics. That one starts at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special, Chevrolet Together, Let's Drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Thursday afternoon, and Lauren is here to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Lauren, the stage is yours.
All right, let's start in a place that we haven't for many months, and that is the injury report for the Arizona Cardinals.
Dun, dun, dun.
Very ominous. But their injury report, not very ominous, because Owen Pappa was limited today due to a quad injury, while Dante Stills did not practice due to a heel injury. Will Hernandez and John Gaines both remained limited.
What is the status of Chase Young for the New Orleans Saints?
That is the real thing, because Chase Young has been downgraded. Wednesday he was limited. Thursday he did not practice as he's dealing with a calf injury.
Okay, that's a big one to keep your eye on.
Yes. Yeah, that's the $51 million contract he signed in the offseason. He had 21 quarterback hits last year, only 5.5 sacks, but they were impressed enough with him to shell out some cash to keep him around. Gambo's right. That is the one to keep an eye on in this injury report. Although I don't like it when guys, for the Cardinals standpoint, aren't on the injury report or on a Wednesday and now they're on it on a Thursday. That's not a good sign. So we'll see what that means for Dante Stills and others. But yeah, big sign with Chase Young there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Stills is the one we're going to keep our eye on here.
Yeah.
I want to see about Dante Stills.
And the Saints got some good news because Alontae Taylor returned to practice from his groin injury. He has not practiced since August 8th for them.
He's a key guy to keep an eye on, too.
He's a big deal for them. I think he was listed as limited for a while, but returned to practice, had the groin injury in August, and it looks like he could be good to go, but we don't know for sure.
We'll see in the final injury report tomorrow. And Cowboys-Eagles tonight.
Let's go.
That game starts in just about an hour and 20 minutes from now.
Go Eagles,
Give me
man.
Give me the same score as the last time they played. 41-7 Eagles.
Was that
That was December 29th last year.
Oh, man.
41-7.
Yeah.
And they also beat them 34-6. So they beat them last year by a combined 75-13 the 2 times they played them.
Look, I know
I'll take that.
I know our Cowboys hate on this show is palpable. Okay, could they not have found a better opening night opponent?
I'm glad it's not the Chiefs.
I know. I'm glad it's
I'm
not
tired
the
of
Chiefs.
the Chiefs.
Isn't that tomorrow?
Yeah, Chiefs and the
But at least it's not
Chargers
today.
tomorrow.
At least it's not today.
But I get it. The Cowboys are the Cowboys. But I'm like we talked about earlier. I'm sick of the Cowboys on national TV, and I just think that you could have found. Surely there's somebody on the Eagles' schedule that's better than the Cowboys. This just doesn't look like a very good game. Maybe I'm wrong, but
could you have picked another game from this week and not had the Eagles?
Bills-Ravens.
You always do.
You got to have the Super Bowl champ.
It's always the Super Bowl champ.
But
on
that
Thursday.
Bills-Ravens Sunday night game, that's already where my eyes go.
The Commanders would have been more compelling. I'm sure there's somebody else on the Eagles schedule that would have been more compelling than the Dallas Cowboys. Just the Dallas Cowboys on national TV. Barf-orama. Barf-orama, I say.
75-13 the last 2 games. So they've outscored them.
Anyway,
Brutal.
we'll still watch it, though, because the NFL's back.
True,
And Saquon's on my Burns and Gambo fantasy team, so I need a big night from Saquon. Go get him, Saquon.
There's priority number 1 for
Indeed.
Burnsy in this matchup.
For sure.
And wide receiver Amari Cooper announced today that he's informed the Las Vegas Raiders that he intends to retire. He's done.
Wow.
Just a few days before
Right.
their season opener.
How many Cardinals wanted him? How many Cardinal fans like, go get Amari Cooper? He's out there. Go get him. He doesn't want to play anymore. 9 days after signing, he decides, you know what? I'm done. He's only 31 years old, but he played 10 years in the league, made a lot of money. So decided that that doesn't want to play. Doesn't want to go through it.
Yeah, there were a lot of Cardinal fans who wanted Amari Cooper or somebody like Amari Cooper, so that was a little bit of a surprise. You could have had the Detroit Lions tonight if you wanted to. You could have had the Los Angeles Rams tonight if you wanted to, but it's the Dallas Cowboys. Sorry, I got fixed.
I would have taken either of those.
I would have taken either of those over
But
the Cowboys.
it's like this like how many Lakers games do we get when we're like the Lakers aren't any good?
All the damn.
Like they haven't been good for years.
Yeah.
Like since the bubble. Like can we stop with the Lakers?
All the time. Agreed. Anyway, I'll move on now. I'll let it go. Let it go.
And Buffalo Bills kicker Tyler Bass has been dealing with some pelvic soreness, so the Bills went out and signed Matt Prater.
Practice squad, right?
Yes.
Like in case of emergency, break glass kind of thing? Yeah, okay. So Matt Prater.
He's always a great kicker.
He was.
Always a great kicker.
He was.
I told you my X factor for the Cardinals is Ryland.
Yeah.
My X factor is their kicker. Like, I like him, but still, I don't know enough about him. Prater was pretty automatic, and Prater could always hit those 50-plus yarders. X factor to me for the Cardinals is their kicker.
Good one.
And in college football news, the NCAA FBS Oversight Committee voted Thursday to move a January transfer window and eliminate the spring window entirely. This loan transfer window would be a 10-day period that opens January 2nd, 2026, one day after the college football playoffs are completed. The committee must vote and approve those legislative changes before it can take effect. That vote is expected to occur before October 1st.
So you heard Graham Rossini talk about this earlier, and he's in support of it, and he said his counterpart over at Mississippi State was in support of it. Basically, as it stands right now, there are 2 windows in which players can transfer to different programs.
Right.
This would eliminate one of those windows and make it just one, so coaches don't have to deal twice per year of the possibility of their kids transferring and leaving and things like that. Seems like it makes sense, because it seems like the transfer portal is this unruly thing that's a little out of control and no one's quite sure how to deal with it. So it sounds like a logical thing to say, okay, yeah, you can transfer, but this is your window.
Here's your window.
This is it right here. And then after
Now
that,
or
you're
never.
done. No more. Right.
Yeah, I agree. I think it makes more sense.
Makes sense to me.
And something that doesn't make sense, North Carolina and Bill Belichick have banned the New England Patriots staff from accessing anything having to do with the Tar Heels program.
Why?
Okay, this is This is going to end up being a really bad idea. The idea that they hired...
Isn't it already?
The idea that they... Not just because they got humiliated at home by TCU, but...
Bans the scouts from the practice.
Come on.
War escalation. Did you see the meme going around, like, when his girlfriend came up to him on the sidelines of the game? Yeah. And everybody's like, can I have $20 for concession stick, for the concessions? Can you give me $20 for concessions?
Did you see the meme that was like, it was like 40-7 or 41-7, and it's like, yeah, those are their exact ages. At like Bill Belichick was 40, she was 7.
Ew.
When he was
40, she was 7.
Wow.
Which was the same score as the
game.
When he was 40 years old, she was 7.
Yeah.
It's look.
That's a lot worse than mine.
Yeah.
A lot worse.
Yeah.
My bad one is...
That's no competition.
Yeah, my bad one is when I was 30, Chelsea was 8.
Yeah, well, it's still not great.
No, but it's not as bad as his.
I know, but I still don't know if I'd go advertising that, but that's still not great.
The scale is still not great advertisement.
Look, I just if you're so arrogant and you've got such a grudge against your former employer that you're going to go to these lengths, you're not doing it right if you're Bill Belichick, right? This is not about you. This is not about you versus them. This is about you
trying
trying
to be vendetta against New England.
Trying to be a college football coach. And if you can't do that without making this a vendetta against your former employer, then they hired the wrong guy. This is going to end really, really badly for all parties.
Like, is that not? How about you? The scouts come, they see your players, they may be interested, they may draft one in the 5th round. Why would you ban them?
Are you not doing your players a disservice by banning one of their 32 potential future employers from your practice?
Exactly. They can't come watch the right.
Stupid. Arrogant man.
And in MLB news, Shelby Miller is out for the rest of the season with the Milwaukee Brewers, and there's concern that he may be facing another Tommy John surgery.
He talked openly about how difficult coming back from a second Tommy John would be, and this was the risk the Brewers took.
The one move they made. So one move. They didn't make any of the moves.
Yeah.
They didn't make any of the moves. They got Shelby Miller, tried to help with the bullpen. They took on a couple $1 million on Jordan Montgomery's contract and the rest of Shelby's. Diamondbacks saved a few $1 million in the deal. Saved a few $1 million.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for Shelby. You know why? He pitched his ass off this year.
Sure did.
He was really good for the Diamondbacks when he pitched. I feel bad for him.
Yep, I do too. And he might not have a career after this one. He said as much that he might not have a career. So
maybe the baseball gods didn't realize that he was on the Brewers now. Let's get another.
The storm came.
Let's get another one.
And quickly, we'll wrap this reset up because if you're looking for something else to watch tonight before the NFL game starts, there are 2 American women facing off in the semifinals of the U.S. Open. Jess Pegula is just about to take on number 1 Sabalenka any minute from now. And after that, Amanda Anisimova will take on Naomi Osaka at 5:30.
Now, what about the Chase Field kinetic ball sculpture? You found it.
Yeah, I emailed you a link to read about it and who designed and developed it.
I don't really care. I don't like it.
Maybe you'll like it more once you read this story, Gambo.
I'm sure there's a good story to it. I don't like it.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we're going to head to Starkville and get some more insight on this year's Bulldogs and exactly what ASU is getting themselves into on Saturday night. That is next as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swung on, ground ball to short. Perdomo sliding to his left, has it. He goes to Marte at second, and the Diamondbacks win the series by taking the finale by a final score of 2-0.
D-backs take the day off and get at it again tomorrow night, starting a 3-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Coverage begins at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
The ASU Sun Devils visit Mississippi State Saturday afternoon. Pregame at 1:30. Kickoff follows at 4:30 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
That's the game that we're going to talk about now on the Burns and Gambo Show as we welcome you back in on this Thursday afternoon. ASU going to be in Starkville on Saturday night, taking on Mississippi State, a rematch of last year's game that was at Mountain America Stadium in Tempe. And joining us right now, the beat writer who covers Mississippi State for the Clarion Ledger, Sam Sklar, joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Sam, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to the show. We appreciate your time. How are we doing?
Good. Thanks for having me. Excited for this weekend. Should be a pretty fun and just interesting matchup, I think, for sure.
Now, Sam, how hard would it be for any of us to get a reservation at that Buffalo Wild Wings on Spring Street?
Well, maybe not too bad. There's definitely some good restaurants elsewhere that some good local places, but I think the B-Dubs would let you in.
It's good. It's good. Good to know I could get into that Buffalo Wild Wings before the game. We're having some fun with it. I saw your story, really enjoyed it, reached out to you to get you on today. Just your thoughts on Kenny Dillingham talking about the restaurant situation, talking about, the hotels and the casinos and having to stay an hour and a half away. What, you've been covering the team for a while. You know the visiting teams that come in. What was your thoughts to what Coach Dillingham said?
Yeah, definitely interesting. I think it's kind of blown way out of, proportion than I thought it would when I first saw it. I think that Kenny Dillingham probably just didn't really know what he was talking about because, yes, there are plenty of hotels here. Starkville's not in the middle of nowhere. And, yes, it's a smaller town compared to Tuscaloosa or some of the other SEC cities, maybe Knoxville and places like that. But I think the thing that some people don't understand is, this isn't a unique thing to Starkville. There are a lot of other college towns where it's very common where the visiting team will stay, maybe an hour or so away. It just depends on so many factors. Obviously, hotel availability is one of them, but also just, budget and the time of the game and where that visiting team is maybe coming from. And so it was just kind of funny. There are no casinos here in Starkville. So I think he maybe just got confused with something else. And a lot of Mississippi fans, not even just Mississippi State, but even Ole Miss fans kind of took offense to it. Like, hey, what are you talking about, man? So, I don't think Kenny Dillingham, and I saw that he made some comments today and said that, he didn't intend to take any shot at Mississippi State or Starkville or anything like that. It was kind of just a unclear response, I guess, to the question.
Yeah. For as much of a struggle as it's been for Mississippi State in the last couple of years, describe, if you can, how challenging a Saturday night road game can be for any team going into any SEC city. How different is it compared to, another stop you might make on a September evening on a Saturday night?
Yeah, I think that the atmosphere at Davis Wade Stadium, especially when the team is good or decent, can be, one of the better ones in the SEC, mostly just because of the cowbells, honestly, because of just how unique that scenario and situation is. And I can tell you it is very, very loud, especially when the stadium is packed. And, last season the team was just so awful that you didn't really have that much. And that many fans really staying around, past halftime because many of the games were already decided in the second quarter. And so I think that Arizona State is walking into a pretty big or a raucous environment. I know Mississippi State's doing like a blackout thing, and, they're wearing these new black jerseys. They put in $9 million worth of renovations to the stadium in the last year. And so they're debuting a whole new LED light show that all these other stadiums kind of have. Like Mississippi State's finally catching up in that regard. And so fans are pretty just fired up to see what that's going to look like, along with the cowbells with choreographed music and things like that. So
I can't wait to see that.
Is excited.
I can't wait to see the cowbells. As a big Blue Oyster Cult fan and Don't Fear the Reaper and more cowbell, I do love that. What was your thoughts on ASU trying to replicate it by having, a few dozen people walk around with cowbells during their practice?
Yeah, that was funny. Also something that I thought blew up way more than I thought it would, because I do know there are some other teams that do that. But I think what is maybe unique in this situation is, one, Arizona State allows reporters at some of its practices. Like, we don't get anything. So we don't ever see what's going on at practice. And two, people made fun of the tiny little cowbells that they were ringing. I know some people are like, how are they only ringing 3 of them? But I saw multiple videos that there were multiple people with the cowbells. And I saw Kenny Dillingham said today that there were 75 of them that they bought. But yeah, they didn't seem like the correct ones. They were a little bit smaller than the ones you see here at Starkville. So maybe not as loud as the bigger ones here.
All right, here's my big question to you. Mississippi State's 1-15 in the SEC the last 2 years, haven't been able to break through in the toughest conference in football. Last year, ASU was blowing them out before Mississippi State made a miraculous run, 20 straight unanswered, and then Cam Scatterbo kind of took over the game at the end and didn't let them get the ball back. Why would you say this could be a dangerous game for Arizona State?
I think really the unknowns of Mississippi State, like even us as beat writers who are with the team, we don't even really know, or fans don't even really know how much improved Mississippi State is. And that's also just kind of banking on the fact that it can't really get much worse than it was last year because of how bad the team was. And I think my eyes are really just going to be on the defense, because Mississippi State's defense was by far the worst in the SEC last year, allowed about 35 points per game. And they looked pretty well, or played pretty well rather, in week 1 against Southern Miss on the road. Basically pitched a shutout in the second half besides a touchdown with 20 seconds left in the game. And so if Mississippi State's defense is even just average in the SEC, which is kind of what a lot of people have been saying, then it is a team that maybe can surprise people because Blake Shapen's healthy, and then Jeff Levy is just kind of an offensive mastermind, and you can trust that he'll be able to figure it out on that end.
Sam Sklar is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Last one for me, and I want to ask you about those two in particular. Coach Kenny Dillingham has talked about how fast Mississippi State wants to play. How does another year of the head coach quarterback combo, do you think, allow them to play at the pace they want to play at Mississippi State?
Yeah, I do think that they'll definitely be playing faster and even faster than last year, because Blake Shapen got injured in week 4, was knocked out for the season. And so Mississippi State had a true freshman quarterback starting the final 8 games of the year, and they did kind of slow things down just to simplify things and, try to win ball games that way. But history does kind of show that quarterbacks who return in the second season of a Jeff Levy system, can kind of pop. Like Dylan Gabriel at Oklahoma is the big example of that. But Blake Shapen, although he missed the end of the season or the last 8 games, he was fully healthy in the spring, fully healthy in the summer. And so he didn't really seem any hindrance from the shoulder injury that he had. And in terms of how he looked in week 1, I thought he played solid. He had an interception early in the game, was able to kind of bounce back. The numbers weren't spectacular, but he played just well enough to win. And so I think that we're still looking to see if he can take another step based on the performance from last week, but definitely could happen, yeah.
Sam, we appreciate the time very much. Thanks for coming on with us. Thanks for responding to Gambo's tweet when he reached out to you. We appreciate the insight, the conversation, and we'll talk soon, okay?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy the game.
Sam Sklar, Mississippi State beat reporter for the Clarion Ledger, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. It's not that tough to see that the New Orleans Saints are basically the Arizona Cardinals from 2 years ago. And we'll explain what we mean by that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Last Sunday was no ordinary Sunday. That was the last Sunday without NFL football till next year, y'all. And this Sunday is definitely not ordinary either. It's when the Cardinals begin their 2025 season, dude. After all the mini camps and messing around scrimmaging and horse hockey and stuff, this Sunday, it gets real. The Cardinals start 2025 at New Orleans. Cardinals Saints pregame begins before the sun shines with kickoff at 10 a.m. Sunday morning on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Here's the reality. Most of us, we work hard, we save our money, we try to invest, whether 401k and other investments and Roth IRAs, but we're not looking and managing our money on a regular basis. It's why there is a need for a good financial advisor, a fiduciary that's going to put your interests first, that's going to be able to spend the time making sure that your investments are doing well, that you're in the right categories, and that you have a good financial plan, retirement plan, and tax plan. It's why every day I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, who I've been working with for quite some time now, has really helped me with my plan because it's right around the corner for me. And all the things that I want to do, it's imperative that my financial advisor is making the right moves for me, giving me the right advice and helping me navigate through difficult times to make sure I come out on top. So I highly recommend a free portfolio review right now with you and Stuart Willis. You just have to call them at 602-877-PLAN and get that set up. 5 locations in the Valley. They'd be glad to sit down and talk with you about your financial future. Just call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Kick off your weekend with Rising. Rivals and unbeatable deals. Phoenix Rising takes on Las Vegas Lights FC on Friday, September 5th at 7:30 p.m. with beer specials all night long. This is the match fans wait for. High energy, big moments, and a crowd that brings the heat. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com. Friday Night Lights, fierce rivalry, cold drinks. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is. 12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned. More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi. Or you mention Gatos. Or Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. Get that free inspection. 602-960-ROOF. Or AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NFL is back tonight. The Philadelphia Eagles begin defense of their Super Bowl title when they host the Dallas Cowboys. Kickoff for the game from Philadelphia is at 5:20. As far as the local NFL team is concerned, 2 names have been added to the Cardinals injury report. Linebacker Owen Pappo was limited today due to a quad injury, while defensive tackle Dante Stills did not participate. He's dealing with a heel injury. Offensive linemen Will Hernandez and John Gaines II stayed on track with their designation from yesterday. Hernandez limited, Gaines a full participant. For the Saints, defensive end Chase Young has been downgraded this week. Wednesday, he was limited. Today, he did not participate. The edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And the Phoenix Mercury on the road in our nation's capital. They're facing off against the Washington Mystics, and that one is set to get going any second now. The official tip time is 4:30. It's 4:32. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry about it. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, football promotions, and more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Damon Allred. Jonathan Gannon's track record versus Kellen Moore is one-sided. Does it matter? Asks Tyler Drake. 5 September storylines for the Diamondbacks with 21 games remaining, and Kenny Dillingham makes amends with Mississippi State superfan over hotel comments and cowbell use. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
I had no idea we spent so much time this week talking about the restaurants and the hotels in Starkville, Mississippi, and cowbell.
Well, I guess they don't have a casino in Starkville. They do have good restaurants.
They do.
And it's just a smaller town. But they have all the amenities that you would want.
Well, and as Kenny and Graham Rossini have both said, it's about finding a place big enough that has enough rooms to accommodate our large traveling party. You know, we have 150 people who are traveling. I need to feed them all. We need to go someplace big enough that has all that.
I couldn't say there was one thing that I was like blown away with.
That's out of context, Mitch. Don't do that.
It was decent.
Did they teach you better at Cronkite than that? Don't do that.
Don't
Mitch.
leave. No more bulletin board material for
don't
Mississippi
do
State.
that, Mitch. Now
They got enough bulletin board material.
In the meantime, the Arizona Cardinals, in what is a big football weekend, they too are headed south, and they're taking on the New Orleans Saints on Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Kickoff time. The NFL season starts about an hour from now with the Eagles and the Cowboys, and we'll have a Saints beat writer on tomorrow to talk about New Orleans. And it really, and you can understand why, Gambo, the Saints are being very deliberate in how they're talking about their team. They're not using phrases like rebuilding. You know, we're in the middle of a rebuild here with the New Orleans Saints. But everything you read coming out of New Orleans makes it really, really clear that they are in almost exactly the same spot the Cardinals were in year one under Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon. And while you don't want to call it a rebuild because people don't buy tickets to go to a rebuilding football team, I understand you got to spin it a certain way. Man, they look a lot like the Cardinals did in Jonathan Gannon's first season, with the notable exception at quarterback. And even that, Kyler Murray was hurt for the first 8-9 games of Jonathan Gannon's tenure.
They went with Joshua Dobbs.
Joshua Dobbs.
And then Clayton Tune played a game.
Yeah, you look at the Saints, and it is, if it walks and talks like a duck, it's a duck. And that looks like a rebuild there in New Orleans.
And with that being said, that Cardinal team beat the Philadelphia Eagles that year.
Yep.
They beat the Philadelphia Eagles.
Glad you said it, because I was gonna. Yep.
So if you want to like, okay, that was Jalen Hurts, that was A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert and Julio Jones and Devontae Smith and Kenneth Gainwell, and the Arizona Cardinals went and beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Now that was, a rough year overall. I mean, it wasn't a good football team. They beat the Steelers, they beat the Falcons, they beat the Cowboys, and they beat the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, it's not like they didn't win any games.
Nope.
So on any given Sunday, right, you could lose. Nobody's expecting the Saints to be any good. It's a new era. Kellen Moore taking over. He's 37 years old. He's the youngest coach. I don't think anybody's expecting that this team's going to be any good. But there are going to be some points in the season where they play well and win some games. You got to hope that it's not this one.
I'm glad you said it, because I was going to say the same thing. That, I mean, if there was one clear distinguishing factor from Jonathan Gannon's first year, was that team played very hard. Now
Pittsburgh was a playoff team that year too.
Talent-wise, they were bringing a knife to a gunfight almost every single Sunday, and we knew it. And it was part of the handicap of that team. But the one thing we quickly learned about Jonathan Gannon's squad was that they played very, very hard, and teams noticed that almost right away. Tell me if this sounds familiar to you, if you're a Cardinals fan listening right now, when I tell you that on the New Orleans Saints, 9 of the projected 22 starters for the opener are different from the lineup that started week 1 a year ago.
9 of 22, okay?
24 of the 53 players on the active roster are brand new from a year ago.
Okay, you got first time since 2006 they've got a new coach and new quarterback at the same time.
10 of those 24 are rookies. In Kellen Moore and Spencer Rattler, the Saints will field the youngest head coach quarterback battery in the league. Moore is 37, Rattler is 25. You will not find a younger combo between head coach and quarterback than you will in the entire NFL. All of this sounds exactly like the Cardinals in circa 2023 when Jonathan Gannon was a first-year head coach. And so it's what they're doing. They're rebuilding. They're flushing out the guys they don't want anymore. It's what Monty Austin-Fort did a couple of years. This is going to be one of those 2-3 year rebuilds kind of thing. But that doesn't mean they're not dangerous, and that doesn't mean that you can't just not respect them, because I think there were a lot of teams who didn't respect the Cardinals because of that, and some of them, frankly, got burned for it in Gannon's year one.
The one thing I will say is they do have some good football players. Kamara is still a good player.
Yes.
He missed the final 3 games last year, but he was close to 1,000 yards when he got hurt. Chris Olave's a good player. Rashid Shaheed's a good player. They have a good offensive line. But, one of the problems that New Orleans had last year is Kamara missed a lot of time. Olave and Shaheed, they missed a lot of time. Their center, Eric McCoy, their guard, Cesar Ruiz, both missed a lot of time. So they had a lot of injury issues. Now, the fascinating thing is just more, because he's produced 4 top 10 scoring offenses as a coordinator, 4 of the best offenses. In his 6 years, he's had 4 of the top 10 scoring offenses. So he knows how to design an offense that can move the ball and get it down the field.
Well, in many ways, we've been doing this show together, you and I, for 14 years. How many times have we talked about the benefits of hiring the great offensive mind to be your head coach so that you don't worry about losing your great offensive coordinator, right? Like, you hire the offensive mind to be your head coach so that when he has success, if you hire a defensive-minded guy and he hires a great offensive coordinator, chances are you're going to lose the offensive coordinator if it turns out that he's any good. You hire the offensive guy. That's what they did in New Orleans, and Kellen Moore comes highly. We're going to get into the next segment about how highly Jonathan Gannon thinks of Kellen Moore and how much success Kellen Moore has had against Jonathan Gannon, but it was very deliberate. The Saints wanted Kellen Moore almost from the start. They identified him as the guy they wanted.
Yeah, and then he went out there and he hired Brandon Staley, to be the defensive coordinator, because they were so bad defensively. They were 30th in total defense last year, so they wanted to revamp that. So, but I agree with your point is that they're where the Cardinals were a couple of years ago. I just look at the age, too, because we've said, Cameron Jordan, he's 36 years old. Tamaro Davis, 36 years old. Like, a lot of their guys are older players. So that's the thing, there's some good players on the team, like Delonte Taylor, who we talked about, might be ready to play. He's a good player. We'll see how that works out. But I do think that they're in that position where there's enough talent to win a football game if you let them in it, and they can win a football game because there's talent there. But they also understand that this is not going to be their year.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we referenced it just a second ago. There is history between Jonathan Gannon and Kellen Moore. And while they're both saying very nice things about each other, the history favors Kellen Moore. And we'll tell you how next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Talking football with Mark Schlereth.
When it comes to Kyler Murray, I want to see him play boring. Hey, at the end of a half or the end of a game, if you've got to make a play, awesome. Like, you got to go off schedule, off script, awesome. But you can't be doing it, 3 times a quarter, because it costs you football games. Bill Belichick used to say it all the time. More games are lost than won. That, to me, is what consistently playing off schedule does for an offense.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com, and brand new at Liberty GMC. I love bragging about their service department there. They added this late night shift. You drop your car off by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next morning. You never know it's gone, right? Like, you get your car all fixed up and you're good to go. Brand new at Liberty GMC. They took it one step further. Concierge service. They will pick up your vehicle, they will perform the service, and they will return the vehicle to you. If you're a small business owner or you just crave that convenience of an exclusive service like that, Liberty GMC will come pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. And if your check engine light is on, and maybe you've been neglecting that, at Liberty GMC, they are offering complimentary engine code diagnosis. What does that little light mean? Take it to Liberty GMC. They will tell you in plain English exactly what it means. 87th Avenue in West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on September 15th for a 3-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with an update on our Twitter poll, social media poll question of the day. In addition to receiving emails from angry Mississippi fans about, well, that one you sent me in Teams. That person was very upset.
He sent some follow-ups.
What'd they say?
I don't even feel like
I don't
we
have
should give
Teams,
him a platform.
So I can't see them.
I'm from the great state of Mississippi.
Great state.
Just so you know, there ain't no damn casinos in Starkville.
Yep.
Also, we wear boots mostly, drive jacked up trucks, and hell yeah, we love our state.
That's a great state.
I specifically don't take too kindly to outsiders talking trash about Mississippi.
I said it yesterday. Mississippi's a great state.
Well, actually, he's not yelling at us. He's yelling at that coach y'all's.
Yeah.
Old Dillingham, he's got a mouth, don't he?
Follow-up. I'm trying to call the show. Want to embrace some good conversation with you Arizona folks. Michael from Mississippi is wanting to speak 4 exclamation points.
I'm on board with Mississippi.
I've got nothing.
We're not trashing Mississippi.
It's a good state. I could probably live there.
Although, I mean, Kenny went on that Barstool morning show today. Boy, he handled that really. He disarmed that situation in a big hurry.
Oh, yeah, because he put a lot of it's already out there. So if they want to use it, they're going to use it.
No, I know, but the way
he leans into it.
Yeah, there was a Mississippi State guy who's on the show, and by the end, it felt like Kenny kind of had that dude eaten out of the palm of his hand. Like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, I don't know. We'll see. At the end of the day, it's more. That's what makes sports fun, right? It's like stuff like this. This is the fun part about sports.
Yes.
Cowbells, and you're insulting the cuisine of the other place that you're going to play. That's great.
We can get a reservation at B-Dubs.
Can we get a reservation at Buffalo Wild Wings on game day? How hard is that? Is that the best food in town?
I wanted to ask the Mississippi State beat writer, just hey, tell the local restaurants in town, if you see somebody wearing a maroon or gold polo shirt, be nice to them, all right? Don't do anything
no way that's
disgusting to their food before you serve it to them, please. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because, look, I mean, let's be honest. It took them 2 hours to get to the game from the hotel they were staying at. Just be nice to them.
Yeah, be nice. Be nice to all of them. Anyway, what's our poll question today? What do we got?
Also, I believe that Danny Shapiro, our former coworker, is going to that game in Starkville.
Oh, really?
If
Danny's
I'm not
gonna be
mistaken.
there? Oh, wow.
Somebody you can spit in Danny's food. That'd be okay.
Don't spit in anybody's food. Ew.
I think I'm probably taking off the maroon and gold when I'm going to the restaurant.
Really? You're not going to represent because you're worried someone's going to spit in your food?
I might be worried about it a little bit.
I got harassed as a very young child at a Seahawks game when they were playing the Bears, and I was only wearing an orange and blue striped t-shirt. And some man ran up to me, drunk, yelling in my face and pointing. And my
How
dad
old were you?
7 or 8.
Did your dad punch him in the face?
No, my dad was like, and we're going, and like dragged me off.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. It's terrible.
Love CenturyLink though. Great place to see a game.
I'd love to see a game there. Okay, now we're really getting off topic. I'd love to see a football game there.
Now we've pivoted too far. Poll question.
Poll question.
Is this year's NFC champion playing in tonight's NFL season opener?
I totally think the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl. The answer is yes.
I made that joke to Mitch.
No, they are not playing in tonight's opener in the NFL.
I'm going to say no.
The Eagles, and we're not talking about the Cowboys. We're talking about the Eagles. No, I'll take the field in the NFC.
82% of our audience agrees with you guys. No, they are not playing in tonight's game.
What's the game starts at what? 5:15, 5:30? Okay, we'll put that on in here when it's on.
We'll probably talk about it tomorrow, like picks and stuff like that. I'll save it for tomorrow. Super Bowl picks and things like that.
We have to make some picks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think tomorrow.
We have to make some picks.
Yeah.
Don't we? Playoffs and picks. And
I'm not taking the Chiefs in the AFC.
Why would we do it tomorrow? We've got a game tonight.
Well, it's just one game.
Because
we can't be skewed.
Because we haven't mapped it
it's
out.
It's the defending champs, Bernsey. The Dallas Cowboys are defending.
The Eagles could lose tonight by 35 points, and I don't think it'd change my opinion much about how I'm going to pick the NFC. You know, they could win by 35, they could lose by 35.
Yeah.
I don't think it would change my opinion much. So I get it. Mitch is trying to maintain the integrity of the league. I get
Mitch is just happy because there's one guy out there that actually picked the Broncos to win the Super Bowl. He just wants to talk about it now. There's this guy, national guy, picked the Broncos to win the Super Bowl. It's in my email today.
So there's been this mutual affection, admiration society going on between Jonathan Gannon and Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore said very nice things about Jonathan Gannon's defense.
Yes.
Jonathan Gannon was asked if it's meaningful to receive praise on the defense from Kellen Moore. Here's what he said yesterday.
Not really. I have a high opinion of Kellen. If you go back and look at my track record against him, it's not good, truthfully. He's always had really good offenses. He's very creative. I love it. Makes it really hard on the defense how he calls the game. So, you know, he's been a couple different stops, and his offense is playing away. That's hard to defend. It really is.
So somebody went back and looked at it, and when I say somebody, it was Sports Illustrated, went back and looked at it, and Jonathan Gannon wasn't lying about his track record against Kellen Moore. Gannon and Moore faced off. Now, I get it. It's different because Gannon's not the defensive coordinator anymore. Gannon and Moore faced off 4 times as coordinators during their time in the NFC East. Kellen Moore was with the Cowboys. Gannon was with the Eagles. Moore's teams won 3 of the 4 games. And running Dallas's offense, Kellen Moore's offense, put up point totals of 41, 51, 17,
wow,
and 40 against Gannon's defense.
Wow.
So 3 out of the 4 games, they put a 40-burger or more on Jonathan Gannon's defense. Now,
well, they call him Boy Genius.
Kellen Moore?
Kellen Moore, because he's just he's a really bright offensive mind. He's had really good offenses. So, I mean, he's a former quarterback. He's very good offensively. Look, they're thinking that, like, in New Orleans when they hired him, there was a lot of talk like he's the next Sean Payton. He's going to be the guy. He's going to be here for a long time. He's going to lead the team to the Super Bowl. He's going to be great. Like, so I don't think any of us were surprised when we were like picking like what coach is going to go where that he was the guy that got the Saints job.
No, not at all. And I wasn't aware that Moore had that kind of history, a track record
against Gannon.
Yeah. But I guess it kind of plays, and I guess it kind of makes sense. But again, it's a different deal now. Now I don't know if Kellen Moore is calling the plays in New Orleans or not. I don't know, or whether he's trusting his offensive coordinator to do that, or whether he's going to be like Cliff was when Cliff was here and calling the plays.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gannon doesn't. Nick Rallis does. So that'll be different in and of itself. But yeah, there is a belief that Kellen Moore is an ascending star in this league.
He said in his introductory press conference, I don't know if anything changed, but in his introductory press conference, when they announced he was going to be the head coach, he did say then he was going to call the plays.
Okay.
So I would
you just
assume
Googled
that
it real quick, and
I would assume that he's going to call the plays.
Yeah, I would doubt anything has changed since now. Again, calling the plays for, and I mean this is no disrespect to Chris Olave, he's good. Certainly Alvin Kamara, he's good. But with Spencer Rattler, it's different, than maybe some of the toys that he had to play with when he was in Dallas or wherever else. But he's very talented, he's very skilled, and it's. Jonathan Gannon is doing the right thing by saying very nice things about him because they obviously have a history and they go way, way back against each other.
Yeah. I mean, we know Kellen Moore from the Boise State days as a player. He was such a great player. And then he became a terrific offensive mind, an offensive coordinator. But New Orleans is a team that they've got 4 years, haven't made the playoffs. He's a young coach on a rebuilding team. They haven't won a Super Bowl in a long time. So it's like the task is great, but the offense, like, it's the one thing that you worry about is like, okay, New Orleans isn't supposed to be any good, but if their offense can go out there and score 4 or 5 touchdowns in a game, they might win a game or two. They might win a few games. Mm-hmm. So that's what you're concerned about the car. Like, okay, New Orleans puts up 40 in this game, they might win. You're talking about all the 40 burgers they put up against Gannon. All right, if his offense is dynamic and they put up 40, you got to go score more than that on the road. Good luck.
That would be a hell of a shock if that's what happens on Sunday. But stranger things have happened. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, probably the question everybody wants the answer to is the Cardinals open up the season on Sunday. Year 7 in the NFL for Kyler. Is this the year? We'll try to answer it next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here for the law firm of Berg Simpson. They are just different in a world filled with so many choices. You'll very quickly see that they are different. And if you're looking for an injury attorney, if you're looking for somebody to represent you in particular, now of course it's, we were involved in an accident, but it wasn't involving a truck. Truck crashes are different. There were over 150,000 truck involved injury causing crashes. They can be very, very devastating, obviously. And hiring an attorney in a situation like that matters very much because the insurance companies for trucking companies are working to pay you as little as possible. You need somebody on your side, and the attorneys at Berg Simpson can help you after a trucking crash. You're getting over 45 years of results, over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. They have real commercial vehicle crash experience against some of the biggest insurance companies out there. They're different. If you're in that situation, call 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Has this summer taken a toll on your AC? If your system is showing its age, now's the perfect time to upgrade. Precision Air and Plumbing is offering an incredible $2,500 off any new AC unit installed. As the #1 ranked AC company in this state, we'll ensure that your home stays cool and comfortable all year long. Don't let your AC struggle another season. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
The Labor Day sales event has been extended at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through September 9th. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top Comfort and Value with advanced cooling technology and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We are just minutes away from the beginning of the NFL season. The Philadelphia Eagles begin defense of their Super Bowl title, hosting the Dallas Cowboys. Kickoff, as I said moments from now, is at 5:20. As far as the local NFL team is concerned, 2 more names have been added to the Cardinals' injury report. Linebacker Owen Pappo was limited today due to a quad injury, while defensive tackle Dante Stills did not participate. He's dealing with a heel injury. From yesterday to today, offensive linemen Will Hernandez and John Gaines II remained limited and full, respectively. On the Saints side of things, Chase Young is going in a downward direction. He was downgraded from limited yesterday to non-participant today. The edge rusher is dealing with a calf injury. And right now in our nation's capital, we have about 7 minutes left until halftime. The Phoenix Mercury taking on the Washington Mystics. That one is knotted up at 25 apiece right now. Merc already locked up a playoff spot. This is one of their final 4 games in this regular season. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Cardinals fans, this is your night. The Big Red Rage, coming up tonight at 6 on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, you can tip Jar Green Day for me, please. Is this the year for Kyler Murray? I'm looking back at the tease, Gambo, that I read reading into the segment that our fine Cronkiters on the other side of the glass there, Mitch and Lauren, put together for us. Year 7 in the NFL for Kyler Murray. Is this the year? What does that even mean anymore? What does that? When I say to you, is this the year for Kyler Murray? What does that mean to you?
That he leads them to the playoffs and a playoff victory.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Nothing more, nothing less.
It's been a long time since they've won a playoff game.
It has been 10 years since they've won a playoff game. It's been a
Is this
decade.
the year for Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray establishes himself as one of the better quarterbacks in the league. The team wins 10 football games. They go to the playoffs, and they win a playoff game.
Okay.
I don't,
No, I'm not trying to make it more complicated than that. I guess if that's where we're setting the bar for Kyler Murray, there are some who believe that's a really, really high bar to set for the Arizona Cardinals this year. There are some who believe that 9 wins is enough for this to be a good year. There are some who believe that getting to the playoffs is a good year. There are some who believe that getting to the playoffs and winning a game, as you just said, when we say, is this the year for Kyler Murray, that is the undiscovered country for him, man. That's the place he's never been. He's been in this. He's going into year 7. He's not only has he never won a playoff game, the one that he's been in, that game was over halfway through the second quarter.
Slaughtered.
It was done.
That was the year they were 10-2, fell apart at the end of the season. Should have hosted a playoff game and didn't. Had to go on the road, and they got clobbered by the Rams. Look, you'd be hard-pressed to find a lot of the great quarterbacks in the history of the league that took 7 years to go get their first playoff win. I mean, you would be hard-pressed to find
Yeah, there have been a few. There have been a few. I mean, like Matthew Stafford, it took him a long time. He was on a really, mediocre Detroit team for most of those.
Yep.
Carson Palmer didn't get his first playoff win until he was here, and this was his third stop. But those are the only two that
Stafford had
others.
I think Stafford had one with the Lions.
A playoff win or a playoff appearance? I thought he didn't have. I thought he had a playoff appearance, but not a win. I thought.
Okay, maybe you're right. I'm going to look it up. I thought he had one win. Maybe you're right. He's 5-5. 5-5. Let me see. So with the Lions, he lost to New Orleans.
Pretty sure all 5 of those are with the Rams. Because the 4
Rams,
for the Super Bowl and then the one last year.
Yep, Rams against. So he was 3 times he got him to the playoffs. 2012, 2015, 2017. Didn't get over the hump.
Yeah, there's some
but still 3 playoff appearances compared to 1.
I'd have to go back and look at my notes. I've got some crazy stat about where Kyler ranks in terms of like the number of games he started without a playoff victory, and it's not like he's at the top of the list. You know what I mean? It's crazy, but it's not as overwhelming as you would think.
I remember you talking about that.
We talked about it like 3 months ago, and I go back through my notes. I could probably find the stat if I had a minute, but that's he certainly sounds, and he met with the media yesterday. He certainly sounds like he's in a very relaxed place. Certainly sounds like he's in a very comfortable and confident place.
Yeah.
You ran through all the stories and all the headlines with Kyler. I mean, his media availability yesterday, it just gave us a whole bunch of Kyler stories. And they all kind of took the same angle. Here's a guy going into year 7. Sounds like he's grown up a little bit. Sounds like he kind of understands that boring football is fine. There's nothing wrong with boring football. It kind of sounds like he understands that there's, he can control the controllables and not worry about a Sunday when it's just a Wednesday or worry about Sunday when it's just a Thursday. But at the end of the day, I think Kyler is, I'm not going to say he's totally unique. There are other quarterbacks in the NFL who are in the same boat. But I think we all recognize, and I'm sure Kyler does too, somewhere deep down inside, that this is the year for him to show his value in this league for the Arizona Cardinals, because if he doesn't, there's a very legitimate way for the Cardinals to get out of this a year from now if it doesn't work out. And that's what makes all the difference here.
Oh, before next season.
Before next season. Yeah, if it doesn't work out for you and them this year, this is really the first year they can hit the eject button and move on. And they know that, and you know that, and you're not the quarterback they picked, and everybody kind of knows those ground rules going into the season.
I'd like to have, more than anything, I'd like to have more certainty. But, like, the one thing that I fear would be Kyler has a typical Kyler year, like an average year. And they win 8 or 9 games, and they don't win a playoff game, and then you've got to sit there and you've got to say, can we do better? You know, you don't have a top 10 pick in the draft. And you've got to look at yourself and say, okay, because, again, the chances are that you'll probably do worse than that you'll do better if you move on from Kyler. But at some point, you've got to cut bait, right? You've got to say, look, I got to get a quarterback in here that can help me win. Hopefully, Kyler has a great year. They have success. They go to the playoffs. They win a playoff game. And everybody feels good about Kyler for the next several years. When they drafted him number 1 overall, the thought was, I had a thought that, man, they might not have to draft a quarterback for the next 10 years in the first 3 rounds because he could be their guy. And we're sitting here 7 years in, and we're still debating whether he's the guy or not. That's not a great spot to be in.
No.
So I'd like to have certainty more than anything else, one way or the other, because I do think that, what we talk about at the like purgatory, right? Didn't somebody say we were in purgatory?
5
Kyler.
NFL franchises in purgatory, and the Cardinals are one of them. And there's no question they're just stuck in between right now.
When you've got a quarterback that's consistently rated as the 14th, 15th, 16th best quarterback in the league, it's a tough spot to be in because you could do a lot better and you could do a lot worse.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a quarterback ranking on NFL.com today. It had Kyler at 16. I didn't even include him in my email because, frankly,
we've talked about it too much.
We've gone over the numbers so much. We get it. Kyler's a middle-of-the-road quarterback. We get it. We understand. NFL.com says 16. The Ringer says 14. Every major website out there is going to have him somewhere between 13 and 18 on their list. That's just where he lives. That's his zone as he's known around the league. Can he do anything to elevate himself? For a while there, he got out of that zone. For the first half of that magical season before they got their teeth kicked in by the Rams, Kyler had seemingly escaped. I know it was. It was a long time ago. He had seemingly gotten out of that spot and was in the legit MVP conversation for about the first half of that season before they ended up squeaking into the playoffs and getting blown out by the Rams. He was there. I know I keep saying, I sound like a broken record on this. I keep hoping that the Cardinals have done enough to their defense to elevate that unit to a borderline top 10 defense in the NFL, and that can minimize the need for Kyler to be great all the time. That can minimize the Kyler conversation to a certain point. So it's going to be about Kyler, but it doesn't need to always be about Kyler. And if this defense has been elevated to that level, then I think it's mission accomplished in that regard for kind of minimizing the value of Kyler being great all the time for them to get where they want to go.
I'm rooting for him, but I always think it's the worst place to be is when you have a middle-of-the-pack quarterback because top 10 guy, you know what you have. Bottom 10 guy, you know what you got. You need a new quarterback. The middle's tough. Look, last year going into the final game of the season, the 17th week of the season, the 17th game, Kyler Murray had 17 touchdown passes. He threw 4 in the final game against a very depleted 49ers team, and he got it to 21. But going into the final game of the season, he was basically averaging 1 touchdown pass per game.
Here's the stat I found. You ready for this?
Yeah, give me it.
Okay, this was from ESPN back in May. I took a screenshot of it. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray has 82 career starts without a playoff win, which feels like a lot, but is only tied for 29th out of all quarterbacks since 1950. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert is just behind him with 79. That blew me away. So much so that I took a screenshot. 29th out of all quarterbacks since 1950. So in the history of the game,
right?
How many starts have you made without a playoff win? Kyler's only 29th on that list. Now, how many of those guys played back in the 50s? I don't know. I'd have to look at the whole list. I don't have the whole list. I just have that information. Yeah, like in the
So
modern.
there's been 28 other quarterbacks
who've started more games
than him
without a playoff win. Since 1950.
Okay.
So we're going back a long time.
I would,
75 years.
I would think that after this season, if he doesn't get that those numbers are going to jump pretty high.
I would think you're right. Tune in Arizona Sports at Night tonight after the Big Red Rage. It's going to be Kellen and Mitch talking about the D-backs, previewing the Cardinals game against the Saints. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Could ASU, I'm not going to say, well, you know what? Could they be in trouble this weekend? I'll say that. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Going down to Starkville. ASU going down to Starkville. 1 Mississippi State, 2 Mississippi State.
Starkville loves their football team.
Can the Sun Devils handle the cowbell at Mississippi State Saturday? Hear from Coach Dillingham when he joins Bickley and Murata tomorrow morning at 7. Get ready for the game with our ASU football crew at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house. And if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows. So do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest-rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Luke. How will ASU football handle the SEC environment in Starkville on Saturday? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Sometimes I get amazed how not a lot of times, every now and then, Gambo and I will have a conversation about a computer model has spit out a simulation, and it gives us something to talk about because the computer says, oh, now, wait a minute, hold on a sec now. Hold on. Yeah, Mississippi State might be one of the worst teams in the SEC, but hold on just a second. CBSSports.com has a model, computer model, simulates every FBS game 10,000 times.
Yeah. And their headline is?
Their headline is College Football Odds, Picks, Predictions for Week 2. Model backs Mississippi State and Syracuse and bets. So it turns out their model spit out one of the college football picks the model is high on during Week 2. Mississippi State covers at home versus ASU. Doesn't say outright wins, just says they cover.
I was trying to see that.
Just covers. So
6.5 point spread. Yep. So they think it'll be that Mississippi State will cover. Doesn't say they're going to win. They say the Devils are 0-2 all time on the road versus SEC opponents, 1-6 overall against the conference. That only win being Mississippi State last year. Both teams coming off of double-digit victories. ASU was a 29.5 point favorite over NAU, and the game was within 10 points. So they talked a little bit about that. And look, they talked about the model projects Mississippi State to cover more than 50% of the time. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't follow these models. But what hit me was the headline that the model likes Mississippi State. Last year's game, which we've talked about a lot, Cam Scatterbo had a lot of yards, 263 overall, dominated that football game. He's not there. They're saying that the Bulldogs' run defense is much improved from last year, so they can do a good job of stopping the run. Yep. So they looked at it, and they kind of said, this might be one of those games. Mississippi State might be able to cover the spread. We don't care about. I don't care. I don't care if ASU wins by a point.
I don't care either.
I don't just win the game.
Yeah.
And even if they lose this game, it's not the end of the world. They just have to win the Big 12. But you're trying to give credibility to the conference. You're trying to make a run in which you can get to the playoffs again. These wins matter. They matter. But, this game doesn't matter as much as some of the big games in the conference matter.
It doesn't matter with your quest to get back to the Big 12 title game. No, it doesn't matter at all. You got to win the Big 12. It certainly matters in terms of the national perception of whether last year was real or not. Whether last year was fluke or whether last year was a trend. If you go and lose on the road, albeit
felt
to
real
an
to
SEC,
me.
Huh?
It felt real to me.
Well, it did, but
watching ASU against Texas.
But you know what I mean? Following up that year with another. All we've ever craved out of ASU
sustainability
is sustainability. Yeah. And if you can't beat Mississippi State on the road, it will call into question the sustainability of the greatness of this program.
Because they have one win in the SEC in the last 2 years.
You can erase that. You can erase that by going and winning the Big 12 and making an appearance in the college football playoffs, and it won't matter whether you lost to Mississippi State. But in the moment, in real time, living in the now, it would be ooh, boy, didn't expect that. They were an 8.5 point favorite over the weekend. How do they go there and lose to that game? And they're not the only one. CBS Sports isn't the only one who's saying that. I saw a story on The Athletic that was kind of going through the big games of the weekend, and it's not a great weekend for college football. There's some decent Big 12 games out there. Iowa State is one of them. Baylor SMU is a kind of an interesting game, and Baylor could fall to 0-2 on the season depending on how things go. But when asked to pick a game where there could be a little bit of chaos in that nighttime window, they picked ASU Mississippi State. Said this one could be a little uncomfortable. It could be a little chaotic. Crazy things could happen in large part because
history against the SEC.
Yep.
History on the road.
Yep.
SEC program with a good fan base in Starkville.
Yep.
No Cam Scatterbo.
Yep.
Revenge game for Mississippi State. Like I always say, they've got that revenge game on their mind, and teams get up to play. What's ASU ranked right now?
12th in the AP
and then
poll, 10th in the coaches poll.
Right. Like, how big of a win is that for Mississippi State in that program if they would beat ASU? Huge. Like this game,
win.
Right? This game doesn't ASU loses. It's not the end of the world. Mississippi State wins. Huge
for them. Yeah, the feather in the cap.
But they'll take down the goalpost if they win this game. The fans will run onto the field in Starkville, and they will take down the goalpost if they beat ASU.
Yes, they will.
Because they just beat a top 10, What poll are they, number 10 in?
They're 10 in the coaches poll.
The coaches poll. Top 10 team in the coaches poll, top 12 team in the country. A team was in the playoffs last year. You win that game, they're going to storm the field.
Yeah. I think, and we'll probably talk more about this tomorrow too, I think one of the biggest X factors in this game, you talk about Cam Scadaboo and how this was his big coming out party game last year.
He dominated that game.
297 yards rushing or whatever crazy number it was. It was crazy what he did. I think the big X factor in this game is something we've been talking about all week. How much did Kenny hold back against NAU?
A lot.
How much did he not use against NAU? How much is he saving for this game?
He ran one fake punt, and that was it.
And how much is he about to unleash on the Bulldogs in Starkville? And that, to me, is what makes this hard to judge a game like this. You can use all the computer simulations you want and all the models, but basically, part of the reason why they're projecting this is that ASU didn't cover against NAU. Okay, they didn't cover against NAU. They clearly, as you've talked about, they were saving stuff. They were holding stuff back. They're not going to hold anything back this weekend. It's a Saturday night in the SEC. I don't care how bad Mississippi State is. They're playing all the cards on Saturday night. How much of a difference does that make? And I think it makes enough of a difference that they come home with the win.
Yeah, Kenny said he was going to like the playbook's over. It wasn't. Okay, it was a pretty close playbook. They ran a fake punt and they felt like they needed to do it right there, try to get a little momentum because the game wasn't going their way. Outside of that, there was a very vanilla game plan because obviously you didn't want to put a whole lot on tape for this game coming up against Mississippi State.
Last night on Sparky's Den, Kenny was asked about what changes now that they go on the road.
The only thing that'll change is kind of our walkthrough setting. We normally walk through, in our bubble and stuff like that. We'll just walk through in the hotel this year for away games, for all of our away games. All of our away games, everyone, regardless of where we play, we'll walk through in a hotel.
Yeah, that's good.
And that's about it.
And the things that need to be cleaned up?
100%. Some of it's communication. Some of it's us having too much in the game plan as a coaching staff and learning our team. Some of it's refitting our hands or not getting our hands too high as we're defeating blocks on defense to not get penalties. So it's all things that are very, very easily correctable. What is not correctable is if a team lines up and runs the ball for 250 yards on you, and they run tight zone and your 3 technique runs into your linebacker all game, there's not much you can do, right? That's when you look up and you're like, oh, crap, this is not good.
Yeah.
That didn't happen, right? It was they had a good plan. They executed, and we got off early, and we have some things to clean up, but it's all fixables.
I just think it's interesting that this game got more interesting as the week went along. Like at the beginning of the week, it was, Mississippi State, they're no good.
Yeah.
One win in conference the last couple of years. ASU's got this. They'll be fine. Mississippi State is not a very good football team. And over the course of 4 days, and having nothing to do with hotels or food or casinos or anything like that, I think we've come to realize that maybe this game is a little bit more of a threat than we had initially perceived. For a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I think that Kenny was obviously disappointed with the penalties, but he also realizes that they hit some big freaking plays that, if outside of the penalties, they win that game going away by 40. So I think he understands that. It's just a matter of they got to clean some things up. He was a little surprised by what NAU did. Now, the center thing too, right? The center the
Ben
center
Coleman,
snap.
the center snap, and whether you replace him with Wade Helton, I think it's going to be one of the top things to watch in the next couple of weeks to see if the ASU makes a change to center or not.
Exactly. I think that was the key because they felt like they cleaned it up in practice this week, so they should be good.
Cardinal fans, home opener. It's almost here. We want you in the stands. So now through the end of next week, we're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch the show live, click on the contest link that is pinned in the chat. Again, go to Arizona Sports YouTube's page, watch us live, and look for the contest link that is pinned in the chat for your chance to win. As far as the teams that are under the radar to make the playoffs, where do the Cardinals rank amongst those teams? That is coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
20 years now.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union for all of your banking needs. Don't go with a traditional bank. Go with Global Credit Union for a whole bunch of reasons and a whole bunch of numbers that I'm going to throw at you, but they're all simple to understand, I promise. 10 branches throughout the Valley, in case there's convenience there. A very easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. Okay, that's great. How about 195 million global members through low to no fees on their accounts, or the better interest rates they got with Global than they did in a traditional bank? Global members collectively saved about $195 million last year. They are quickly becoming Arizona's go-to credit union. Global Credit Union is exactly that. They have proudly served Arizona for over a decade, and you can become a member today. You can certainly explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
20 years now since that big old hurricane blew through the Crescent City. Now it's another storm blowing in from the desert, fitting to hit the Big Easy.
Aside from being week one, it's a passionate fan base and it's loud there. We got to make sure that we handle it.
The Cardinals start 2025 at New Orleans. Cardinals Saints pregame begins before the sun shines with kickoff at 10 a.m. Sunday morning on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Well, the NFL season has begun, and what a wild way to start the season. 6 seconds into the game, we already have an ejection, a player who's likely done for the rest of the season, and the Cowboys are goal to go with a chance to go up first here in this one, already in the Eagles' red zone. It's scoreless. It's 11:52 on the clock in the first quarter. The ejection being Jalen Carter for unsportsmanlike conduct. Excuse me. He spit on Dak Prescott. Wouldn't advise that. We'll keep an eye on this one. It looks like the Cowboys are about to punch it in. Turn, hand off, Javonte Williams in. And the Cowboys are first to score in the NFL season. As far as the Cardinals are concerned, checking in their latest injury report, 2 names have been added. Linebacker Owen Papo, he's dealing with a quad injury. And defensive tackle Dante Stills, he's dealing with a heel injury. Papo was limited. Stills did not participate. We're also keeping an eye on Saints edge rusher Chase Young. He has been downgraded to a do not participate. He was limited yesterday with a calf injury. Today, he did not practice. And we are at the half in our nation's capital. The Phoenix Mercury have built a little bit of a lead over the Mystics. They're up 44-36 before the second half begins. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here. Friday is the first official NFL Football Friday of the season. Join us as we get you prepped up for Cardinals Saints. Fun begins at 6 a.m.
So within mere moments of the start of the opener in the NFL, a return specialist on the Eagles had to be carted off the field, probably lost for the year with a torn ACL is what everybody's thinking. And then before they even got a snap off, Jalen Carter got ejected from the game for spitting on Dak Prescott. And oh, by the way,
how stupid is he?
Seriously,
how stupid is he?
Stupid do you have to be before the game is even started? 2 seconds.
You mean the
into
guy
the game.
that did what he did at Georgia? You mean that stupid guy?
That guy. I guess that's true. Stupid is as stupid does, as Forrest Gump once said back in the day. Then Dallas marched right down the field, big completion to CeeDee Lamb to get him goal to go. There was a DPI in the end zone, got him a 1st and goal, fresh set of downs. Bang, they ran it in. Javonte Williams touchdown. Dallas is up 7-0. So the crazy NFL season is already off to a crazy start. Just a Jalen Carter, stupid. He's spitting on Dak Prescott.
He's the guy that was in the car accident when his teammate died, right?
Yeah,
that was him.
Yeah,
Jalen Carter. Yeah.
Not a good start.
Well, I do have 4.2 points in my first fantasy game. 1 reception for 32 yards for CeeDee Lamb. There you go.
In the Burns and Gambo League. I need to change my team name, by the way. I got to do better than that.
Yeah, me too.
I
third that.
You third that? You need to change your team.
Too.
Okay, yeah, I need to change my name. I need to come up with something clever. I don't have anything right now. I got nothing. I'll work on that. I'll see what I can come up with.
I'll work on it too.
You're going to work
on
it?
Better name.
You're going to work on it
it's
too?
Like Team Gamble, whatever it is. I need better.
I think I'm just Burnsy. It's like, how boring is that? That's dumb. So the Cardinals obviously open up Sunday against the New Orleans Saints today, and they do this every Thursday on ESPN.com. They do like a kind of the week 1 buzz, what we're hearing around the league, and it's 2 of their senior NFL guys, Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler, who get together and do this thing. And sometimes there's Cardinals content in it. Sometimes there's not. There was actually a ton of Cardinals content in this week's. But before I get to the playoff thing, which is interesting, I think what's even more, because a few people are picking the Cardinals as an under the radar playoff team. Jeremy Fowler, they were each asked to pick which player is going to come out of nowhere in week 1 and make an impact all season. Fowler went with Jordan Birch.
Wow.
Of the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
As a guy who will come out of nowhere in week 1 and make an impact all season. Wow is right. That's okay. I didn't have that one on the bingo card, Gambo. I had somebody thinking the Cardinals might be a playoff team on the bingo card.
He was a dominant player in college. So now the question is, can that translate into, the pros? Because he was a great player. Like when they drafted him, you were like, do you really need another one of those guys? Like with what
I was thinking. Were we on the air when they drafted? I think we had just gotten off the air when they drafted Jordan Birch. But I remember thinking, man, an edge rusher? I mean, you can always use good edge rushers, but it felt like at the time they had plenty. They signed Josh Sweat. They had re-signed Baron Browning. They had Zaven Collins. We presumed they had B.J. Ojulari coming back. Just didn't seem like a real needy position for them in that moment. But if he can be that, you know what I mean? Like if he can be that kind of addition for them. I know this, you mentioned it. He was one of the players who really, really popped in the preseason. All preseason long, everybody was just raving about him.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like when they selected him, I have this comment that I've always held on from Birch. I'd say I'm a great pass rusher. Anybody needs a playmate on defense, I can be around the quarterback to affect the quarterback. Just a guy that people want to have on the field. Like at Oregon, anytime Dan needed a play or a playmaker to go make something happen, I felt like I was that guy that could do it. I'm trying to carry that with me to the NFL. Now he had ankle and knee injuries, kept him out of 4 games last season, but he's 100%. He's healthy. He was at South Carolina for 3 years, transferred over to Oregon, absolutely dominated Bernsey. 11.5 sacks, 19 for a loss in 24 games. He was fantastic. So Kiper had him as the 6th best defensive end in the entire draft.
Okay.
He was ranked by Daniel Jeremiah as the 64th best prospect in the entire draft.
Okay.
I don't think it's that much of a shock to think that this kid can pop in the NFL.
No, it's not. And really looking back on it, I mean, to think in the moment, oh, what? Another edge rusher? God, like that's stupid as that, right? Like you can never have enough quality edge rushers. You can never have enough guys who can get after the quarterback. So it's just at the time, you're thinking, okay, this is going to be that wide receiver that we've been talking about, or this is going to be that offensive lineman we've been talking about, or doing something. And instead, it was quadrupling down on the defense, which is what Monty Ossenfort did all off season.
Right, 3rd round they got, then 4th round they went defense, and then 5th round they went defense, and then finally 6th round they decided to go get a
Hayden
guard.
Conner was the only guy. I mean, the only moves they've made offensively all off season long were bringing back Will Hernandez, drafting Hayden Conner, and signing Jacoby Brissett. Everything else was on the defense, and the draft was no different. Graziano picked them to be an under the radar team that will make the playoffs. So you can add Dan Graziano's name to the list of like Bill Barnwell, Andrew Brandt. There are a couple of others. We got a tracker up at ArizonaSports.com of all the different national sites and their prognostications. So there are a few people picking the Cardinals to make the playoffs. You can add Dan Graziano to the list of people who are saying, yeah, it's a playoff team. That is the goal.
Yeah.
That's what we're all
Barnwell's
thinking.
philosophy was that every year, 6 teams out of the 14 don't make it the next year.
Yes.
8 teams do, 6 teams don't. So I loved the way he looked at it. I really do. I've got to assume now. Last year was a little different, right? Because the majority of them made it.
4 teams were new last year.
Yeah.
10 were the same. So last year was a little bit of an out, but on average, over the last 25 years
6
of
new
playoff
teams.
football, 6 new teams.
And so Barnwell looked at it and said, "Okay, let me go by that philosophy. Let me go by that philosophy." He took out he took out Tampa Bay. He took out and he put the Cardinals in. I think he took out the Rams, right? I think he took out the Rams.
The Rams, the Commanders, and the Vikings, I believe. Okay.
Right, which is interesting. Although, look, I think the NFC West, the thing to keep your eye on the most is the injuries. Like, there's word that Christian McCaffrey's got a calf injury right now. He might not play this week.
What? Already?
Yeah. Who drafted Christian McCaffrey?
Already? We're talking about this?
Calf injury, questionable or doubt. I don't know if he's questionable.
He was limited today.
Limited today with a calf injury.
Just popped up.
Wow.
And on my
Gambo has Brian Robinson Jr.
Right,
for what
and
it's worth.
some guy, whoever's got McCaffrey, tried to make a trade with me for Brian Robinson.
Oh, in our little Burns and Gambo league? Oh.
So whoever's got McCaffrey put in a trade request to get Robinson.
This is a league that we're doing with some of our listeners at the draft that we did at the DraftKings up in the sports book.
He wanted both. He wanted McCaffrey and Robinson. He wanted both.
I know you're not a big fan. There's a phrase for that. It's called handcuffed. That if you draft a guy like Christian McCaffrey, you want to handcuff yourself by drafting his backup in case something happens to McCaffrey. So he's reaching out at you to try to trade, and you're like, yeah hell no.
That's a hell no. No, I'm not giving you Brian Robinson.
Barnwell, I went back to it in my notes. Barnwell picked the Rams out, the Bucks out, the Commanders out, the Vikings out, the Broncos out, and the Texans out. Those were his 6 teams that he said will not make it. And I'm honestly the only one. I think the Texans are. I kind of feel like they're going to be in because I just don't love that division. But the only one I think is egregious is the Bucks. I feel like I guess I'm just not a big fan of the other teams in that division. There are some people who believe the Falcons are poised. I was surprised when I looked at the Falcons' win-loss record a year ago. It was way better than I remembered it being. But I still think the Bucs are the class of that division.
You know, ever since Kyler Murray used that word, Burnsy's used it like 4 times.
What word is
egregious. Have you noticed that? Am I the only one that's noticed that? Ever since Kyler Murray was on with us and used, but that's egregious. I've heard Burnsy use it a few times.
I don't know.
It's just rubbing it in your face at this point.
I always think you don't watch Seinfeld. You didn't watch Seinfeld. I always think of Jackie Childs when I use the word egregious. Egregious, outrageous, preposterous. But if you want me to, I can think of Kyler Murray.
I think of Kyler Murray because I'd never heard the word before Kyler Murray used it. So, I can't go back to all the other ones. So,
Philadelphia is first and goal right now.
I'll take a high-scoring game.
Third and goal. Sure.
I'll take a high-scoring game, so that might get me CeeDee Lamb some more.
A.J. Brown here. Come on, give me a little A.J. Brown. Oh, Jalen Hurts going to take it himself, score a touchdown, 7-7.
Oh, Mitch is like, I got him. Mitch is like, that's my quarterback.
That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback, right?
Oh, have any of us, I didn't even look, any of us playing each other this week?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm playing one of our listeners whose team name is 50 Shades of Trey. That's clever.
I'm playing my opponent. I think his name's Dame. He's using the profile picture of you when you accidentally flipped off the camera.
That son of a... Is he really?
He's called, I think, the Gambo Vaffenbirds, I believe.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
So the guy who's helping me manage my team came up with a team name. He was like, we should name the team Stairway to Evans. Because I have Mike Evans.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Stairway to Evans.
Stairway to Evans.
Stairway to Heaven.
That's the thing. Do you do something clever?
Yeah.
Okay. I could do like a Saquon takeoff. I could do a Baker Mayfield takeoff. Yeah. Stairway to Evans. Make it happen.
Or you could do no restaurants in Starkville.
Or you can do that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, this game is on good old-fashioned over-the-air television right now.
What?
Which, relatively speaking, is free.
How much is that costing me?
So to watch the whole season, we actually put a price tag on how much it costs to watch the whole NFL season. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
I have a hard time envisioning a season without making the postseason in which we as a football market go, yeah, let's run it back with K1. Do you?
I find it hard to come to a conclusion on that question because I don't think the statistics are going to look that different either way. The win-loss record might look different, and if it's worse, I still think you're going to be looking at Kyler Murray's stat lines. I don't think you're going to see this big elevation or this big fall from Kyler Murray after 17 games this
Interesting.
year.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Got to get that roof checked out. A lot of crazy weather we've been having lately with rain and storms and lightning. JLC Roofing, your local roofing company. Been in the valley for well over 30 years, 3 generations from the grandfather to the father to the son. They do an outstanding job of helping you and your roof. Now, if you need a full replacement roof, they'll give you $1,500 off. $1,500 off a full replacement roof with JLC Roofing. But they could also help you if you just need a repair because they offer free estimates. Many, many roofs just need a repair. They can help you at JLC Roofing with a free estimate. You might only have to spend a few $100s to get your roof taken care of. JLC Roofing is available all over the valley. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, they do it all. Give them a call at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter of the NFL opener. And the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles are tied at 7. Jalen Hurts, a rushing touchdown. Javonte Williams, a rushing touchdown. And it's a 7-7 game right now with about 5 minutes to go in the first quarter in the NFL opener. But that's not the only thing on tonight. Mercury basketball is on right now as well. About 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. They have a 53-52 lead over the Washington Mystics. Kalea Copper, 16 points tonight for the Merc in that game.
Great player.
And obviously every win mattering for them as they're trying to get home court advantage in the playoffs and things like that.
Yeah, I think it's only one or two more home games left.
Yeah, there's only like
right?
3 or 4 games left in the season.
Yeah,
then it's time for that. And then the Big Red Rage is going to be on after us.
Dalvin Tomlinson.
Good
is
guest
going to be the
right
there.
Guest tonight on the Big Red Rage.
Yeah.
So that'll be on from 6 until 7. And then Mitch, you and Kellen on Arizona Sports at Nights from 7 until 8 this evening. Okay, so you got that as well. So that's what's on tonight. There's a lot that is on tonight. And we'll, of course, be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We're going to have Troy Lavello on the show for his weekly. And a Saints beat writer is going to join
First
us to preview
Football Friday.
Yeah.
We'll make Super Bowl predictions tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do that.
Go over some of that stuff.
Yeah, division winners or things. Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
You guys can get involved in that. We'll all do it.
Can I just give mine now?
No.
Why are you in such a rush to give yours now? No.
You're not going to be here tomorrow? Are you calling in sick? Are you going to be a no-show, Mitch?
I've already done my sick week, Gambo. I'm not doing any more this week.
Oh, listen, you've been great.
Ask him what starts next week.
Oh, I know what starts next week. He's going to Greece.
Oh, good for you.
Going to Greece.
Remember when I was telling you about Italy?
Yeah.
Greece is the bigger chunk of that.
Yeah, he's going.
My cousin's getting married in Santorini.
Santorini. Nice.
Yeah, so he'll be gone.
We have
for a while.
Eileen from the office is going to Italy next week. Yeah, it's great.
It's
great.
good stuff. So
how much is it going to cost you to watch football this year?
The cost of watching football this year, the price is high, Gambo.
The price is wrong.
Somebody added it all up. And,
Yes.
and this doesn't even account if you get the Sunday ticket, right?
Oh, it does account for it on one of them.
It does?
Yeah, if you see it, you can see like the last line gives you both.
Oh, okay. Well, no. This again. This doesn't.
Oh, it's the red zone.
It's
the red zone.
This doesn't account
Just
for
the
Sunday
red zone.
ticket.
Yes.
If you have cable, satellite, or multi-channel streaming, on average, that costs you $90 a month. Over 6 months, that's $540. Okay. If you have Amazon Prime Video for the Thursday night games, that costs you $15 a month. So over 5 months, that's $75.
Okay.
To get Netflix for the Christmas game, if you just sign up in December, that's $8.
Okay.
To get Peacock for its one exclusive Sunday night game in December, that is also $8.
Okay.
If you're going to splurge for the Red Zone, as I do, on YouTube TV or as a cable add-on, that's $11 a month. For 5 months, that's $55.
Okay.
Add it all up. Again, not counting Sunday ticket.
Not counting the Sunday ticket.
If you don't have the Red Zone channel, it will cost you $631 to be a football fan this year. If you do have the Red Zone channel, it will cost you $686.
About $700 to be a football fan if you want to watch all the games.
Indeed.
About $700. Now, I don't know. I never had DirecTV. You did. What was the package on? What did you pay for DirecTV each year? Wasn't it like $180 or something, or $300
For DirecTV for you
for the ticket
for the Sunday ticket?
Yeah.
Oh, it was like $300. Yeah, it was like $350.
Okay.
It's something.
And that was just for the Sunday game. But the problem now is the games are on every day of the week. There's always games.
Yeah. Yeah,
So Sunday ticket doesn't help you for Thursday night and Monday night.
And I decided a while ago I didn't need Sunday ticket. As long as I could watch the Red Zone. I love the Red Zone channel. I hate that the Red Zone has commercials.
They got
this year.
commercials coming.
Hate it.
They got commercials
I'm gonna
coming.
watch it, but I hate it. I love watching the Red Zone channel. I really do. I don't like that it's got commercials. But no, I gave up on Sunday ticket a couple of years ago. It was just the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, as they say. It was just too much money.
I think it's great if you're like an out-of-town fan, like if Mitch wants to watch the Broncos every week, or you want to watch the Bears every week, or if I wanted to watch the Giants every week. I get the draw to that. Like, you have your favorite. If you're a Cardinal fan and you leave Arizona and you move somewhere else,
I would get it. I would get it under those
You're
circumstances.
a Cardinal fan. You love the Cardinals. You want to watch them every week. So that's where I think it really came in handy.
I would get it, but being that I live in the city where my team plays, I just didn't need it. I found myself, I wasn't watching these random games that much. And like you say, as long as you've had the other streaming services, you get plenty of NFL. Like whatever game is on Sunday after the Cardinals game, whichever one they give us,
watch that?
I'll watch that, and I'll be fine with that. That game's perfectly fine. I don't need anything else.
By the way, I've got 3 catches for 76 yards in the first quarter.
Your team's dominating, Gambo.
3 catches for 76 yards in the first quarter. That was my first overall pick.
You're off to a dominating start.
This is
so
my
far.
first overall pick in my draft.